Ding. Drop energy detected 5 meters away retrievable. Retrieve. A cold voice in Qin Shang's mind made him freeze. He subconsciously answered, retrieve. Ding. Retrieval successful. Strength 1. Qin Shang was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Who are you? Why are you in my head? This was Earth, but not the Earth he had lived on. He had transmigrated. Opening his eyes, Qin Shang found himself sitting at a table. Before he could react, the memories in his mind cascaded like a lantern show, revealing everything about this world to him. This was a planet hundreds of times larger than Qin Shang's original Earth, with a population far exceeding it by tens, or even. About 500 years ago, a peculiar virus swept across the globe, infecting a vast number of humans and turning them into zombies. Animals were not spared either. Some beasts mutated after infection, becoming extremely lethal, and people called them mutant beasts. Humanity had no solution to this sudden virus. Cities kept falling, and human society gradually lost order. Defense and elimination of zombies and mutant beasts were inadequate. As time passed, the virus began to evolve, giving rise to zombie kings and beast kings, beings beyond the ordinary mutated varieties. These creatures were extremely dangerous, severe enough to threaten an entire city. Rumors said that deep in the ocean there were even beast gods that had survived for centuries, posing an even greater threat to humanity. However, although many tales circulated, no one had truly seen these beast gods. Furthermore, during this great calamity, humans gradually began to evolve. Some individuals gained abilities far beyond ordinary people, and they were called superpowered individuals. The rest were memories about the original body. He was a resident of Heishui City, and not long ago he had passed the assessment and become a city patrol guard assigned to Haifeng Settlement, 100 miles away from Heishui City. This Haifeng Settlement belonged to Heishui City. Its residents made a living by planting rice, vegetables, and some medicinal herbs. These crops were the main targets of Qin Shang and his team's protection. Here the environment was deteriorating, and arable soil was becoming increasingly scarce. These crops became luxuries only the wealthy could afford. Ordinary poor people could only fill their stomachs with nutrient-poor synthetic food, which had no taste and terrible texture. No one would willingly eat it unless forced by hunger. Furthermore, because it was in a remote suburb, the settlement was often attacked by zombies and mutant beasts. Serving as a soldier here was very dangerous. One had to charge to the front lines to kill zombies with extremely high mortality rates. On days without zombie-killing, soldiers mostly trained. Of course, Qin Shang was not among those training. He sneaked out and crouched nearby, slacking off. Not far away, a burly man was continuously punching a sandbag. Qin Shang glanced over, found it boring, and was about to look away when something caught his attention. A red number, 3, dropped from the sandbag man. Ding. Drop energy detected 5 meters away retrievable. Retrieve. Ding. You can enhance your abilities by picking up dropped energy and skills. The voice sounded in his mind again, and at the same time an energy panel appeared before Qin Shang. Name: Qin Shang. Strength LV1. Agility LV1. Endurance LV1. Spirit LV1. Skills none. Qin Shang clenched his fist, feeling a small surge of power channel into it. Had the strength energy he just picked up really turned into his own power? Could this be the special skill of a transmigrator? Could he ask the system for other help? Thinking this, Qin Shang tentatively called out to the system in his mind, but there was no response, as if the voice just now had been his imagination. Alright, I guess this is a dumb system that only picks up energy. But such help is already good enough. Qin Shang silently persuaded himself to be content. With this ability, surviving in a zombie world became much easier. He couldn't help secretly rejoicing. With such a convenient method, why still train? Just follow others and pick up right. Thinking this, Qin Shang's mood brightened. He hummed a tune and continued crouching nearby like a pug waiting for its owner to feed, staring expectantly at the man in front of him. This man was the captain of Qin Shang's squad, a veteran with over a decade of experience. He was tall and sturdy, with a back like a tiger and waist like a bear. The huge sandbag seemed like a light cotton candy before him. Only the dull thuds of his punches revealed the power he unleashed. Ding. New drop energy detected. Qin Shang cheerfully picked up a cyan number, 3. Ding. Retrieval successful. Agility 3. Qin Shang thought, at this rate, won't I soon have abilities comparable to those of superpowered individuals? An ordinary first-rank superpowered individual possessed physical qualities far beyond those of regular humans, with a punch delivering more than 10 times the force of a normal person, let alone higher-rank ones. In this turbulent world, only strength was the currency of survival. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. This was the natural rule of existence. On Qin Shang's original Earth, humans had used high technology to create a comfortable environment, always standing at the top of the food chain, trampling other creatures underfoot. But here it was different. Before effective drugs and weapons were developed, the fight between humans and zombies and mutant beasts remained at the most primitive method, close combat. Those with power were the elite. The weak could only rely on others for protection, handing over their fate. According to Qin Shang's knowledge, Haifeng Settlement had a total of over 200 soldiers and civilians, but only 5 superpowered individuals. More than 10 minutes passed before new energy dropped from the captain. Ding. Retrieval successful. Constitution 3. What are you staring at me for, kid? The captain stopped, grabbing a towel to wipe his sweat. Do you expect money to fall from me? Of course. Qin Shang replied with a grin, thinking what falls from you is far more useful than money. Get out of here, stop getting in the way. Go train somewhere else. If you can't beat the zombies, I won't save you. The captain drove Qin Shang away in irritation. Well, it was time to find another place to pick up different energy. Qin Shang slowly strolled around the training room. and picked up several new types of energy. He discovered that the dropped energy was related to the training activity. Speed, endurance, spirit, strength, and agility all came from different exercises, but the same exercise could drop several types of energy. Dropped energy had to be picked up within 15 meters. Beyond that range, it couldn't be retrieved. The lunch bell rang, and the soldiers stopped training, filing out of the training room to eat. Qin Shang followed the crowd out of the training room while checking his energy panel. This morning's harvest was substantial. Name Qin Shang. Strength LV2. Agility LV2. Endurance LV2. Spirit LV1. Skills none. In just one morning, most of Qin Shang's energy had improved. Passing by a strength testing device, Qin Shang on a whim threw a punch at it. A dull thud. The number on the screen shot up and finally stopped at 370. 370 kilograms. This was already the limit of an ordinary human. In the world Qin Shang lived, even a boxing champion's punch could only generate about 200 kilograms of force. Awesome. Qin Shang withdrew his fist contentedly. At this rate, the gap between him and ability users would soon close. At the mess hall, he found the soldiers' meals quite decent. Everyone could eat meat, which was far better than the civilians who had to subsist on synthetic food. After eating, the squad leader called out from nearby, "Everyone grab your weapons and assemble. Prepare for duty." Their squad would be on duty until nightfall. The squad made their way to the city wall, a low wall built of gray stone only about 10 meters high. In contrast, the city wall of Haishi City stood 50 meters tall, making the settlement's wall look like a small earthen fence for poultry. From the wall, one could see hurried civilians, soldiers, busy training, and settlers tending to crops. No one was idle, everyone was busy surviving. Qin Shang stood at the edge of the wall holding a rifle. The soldiers beside him stood motionless, staring straight ahead, with patrols passing by from time to time. He dared not relax. He could only maintain a standard stance with his rifle. The duty was undoubtedly boring. The settlement was surrounded by desert with only arable soil inside, so there was nothing worth seeing. After standing for an unknown time, Qin Shang secretly glanced at his watch. Only half an hour left. With that thought, looking up, Qin Shang froze. In the distant darkness, ghostly shadows appeared, walking unsteadily, clad in rags, their eyes emitting striking green light in the dark. Zombies. They're zombies. Qin Shang shouted. Those shadows were zombies. Beings that had lost human consciousness and emotion, craving flesh and blood, tireless. These massive suicide squads had occupied many cities. Every time they conquered a city, their numbers multiplied exponentially. Through such sieges, zombies became the most numerous alien beasts in this world. What's the panic? Just a few zombies. Greenhorns are such cowards. A tall soldier in the squad sneered, curling his lips. The settlement wall was 10 meters high. These zombies posed no threat at all. Qin Shang, however, looked grim. He picked up a telescope and peered toward the zombies, then gasped in shock. The distant zombie horde was enormous. Through the telescope, the shadows were thick, at least several hundred. No, this time there are hundreds. Qin Shang shouted, his voice trembling slightly. The tall soldier's face changed. The squad leader immediately sounded the alarm. Such a massive horde might contain beep, beep, beep. The alarm blared overhead. All soldiers in the settlement grabbed their rifles and rushed to the wall fully armed. Soon most of the soldiers arrived at the wall for reinforcement, leaving only a few behind in the settlement. A middle-aged man standing at the front held a telescope, his expression severe. After scanning the distant horde, he turned with his hands behind his back. The soldiers respectfully addressed him as Commander Zhang. This Commander Zhang was one of the settlement's ability users. Similarly, the other ability users also held high status. The middle-aged man's cold expression and the chill in his eyes made Qin Shang even more alert. He must not make any mistakes in front of such a figure. Don't act rashly. Wait until the zombies are within 100 meters of the wall before opening fire. Also keep a close watch for any mutant zombies. Report immediately if any are found. The commander's voice was calm, as if this was just an ordinary matter. Qin Shang secretly admired him in his mind. Truly a commander with an aura different from ordinary soldiers. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison. Qin Shang held his rifle, nervous yet excited. In his past life, he had never even fought. He stayed at home, when not working, never exercising or playing sports. After coming to this world, he not only had to train daily, but also fight zombies. Fortunately, with the boost from the energy he had picked up, his training progressed quickly. Recalling his training over the past few days, he raised his rifle and aimed at the approaching horde. Suddenly, a howl rang out from the zombie horde, as if a command had been given. The zombies, which had been shuffling forward slowly with drooping heads, suddenly charged toward the wall. Their speed reminded Qin Shang of aberrant creatures. Before he could recover, the commander barked, "Fire!" The soldiers beside him pulled their triggers one after another. The leading zombies bore the brunt. Bullets pierced their skulls, spattering thick, black blood. Then the zombies lost balance, fell, and rolled a few times, kicking up clouds of dust. As for Qin Shang, he fired several shots, but only hit a zombie in the leg. The zombie screeched and kept charging toward the wall. Qin Shang glanced around awkwardly. Fortunately, no one was paying attention. He sighed with relief and silently cursed. Although the training room had moving targets, they were far slower than zombies, and the zombies were spread out, stretching the battle line. Without sufficient marksmanship, it was impossible to hit them. Qin Shang noticed Commander Zhang not far away. His firing rate wasn't fast, but every shot accurately hit a zombie in the head. Suddenly, a bright yellow light dropped from the commander. Ding! Pickupable energy detected. Pick it up. That voice appeared again. Qin Shang noticed this drop seemed different from before. Ding! Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have acquired new skill, Firearms, LV1. Qin Shang felt his rifle becoming much more familiar. He aimed at a zombie and pulled the trigger. Bang! The zombie fell, black blood splattering from its head. Qin Shang was ecstatic. He aimed at other zombies and fired each shot precisely penetrating their heads. Commander Zhang noticed the young man and showed a look of approval, though he had no idea that Qin Shang's marksmanship came from picking up his own energy. Although the soldiers had killed many zombies, the horde was enormous and the zombies felt no emotion. The deaths of their kind had no— By now many zombies had reached the base of the wall. They roared and attacked the wall while others climbed the stones. Don't let— Commander Zhang bellowed. Bullets targeted the climbing zombies, either blowing their heads off or knocking them down. The scene became intensely fierce. The zombies attacking the wall were also formidable. They were extremely strong, their withered hands striking the stone wall and chipping off many fragments. Along with the debris, a red, glowing orb also fell. Qin Shang noticed it, astonished. So not only humans, but zombies also dropped energy. Ding! Successful pickup, strength 5. Fortunately, the city wall was not too high. A distance of 10 meters was enough to retrieve the dropped energy. The energy dropped by zombies was higher than that from humans, which also indicated the zombies' formidable power. In the face of zombies, unarmed humans could only meet their doom. Qin Shang looked around and noticed that other zombies had also dropped energy, but every soldier was stationed at their post. Unable to move freely, he had to suppress his excitement and continue shooting. Qin Shang aimed at the zombies below. After a few shots, a swath of zombies fell. He blew on the muzzle with satisfaction, thinking that having a cheat made things so much easier. Another zombie was shot in the head, and a white energy dropped from its body. Ding! Gained 100 experience points. Reach a certain value to upgrade skills. Qin Shang then realized that his firearm skill was only at level 1. This meant that as long as he collected enough experience points, his marksmanship could rapidly improve. While shooting zombies and picking up energy, Qin Shang was in quite a cheerful mood. He even considered sneaking away later to retrieve energy from other places, becoming stronger by the end of this battle. Just as he was thinking, that voice appeared again, but this time not because of energy drops. Warning, a mutant zombie has appeared nearby. You are no match for it. Please keep your distance. Qin Shang looked around, and a zombie at the foot of the distant wall caught his attention. This zombie was different from the others, slightly larger in build, and more importantly, unlike the withered ones, it was robust with muscles straining against its tattered clothes, and its eyes glowed a darker green. Could it be a mutant zombie? Qin Shang's heart skipped a beat. Mutant zombies evolved from ordinary ones, possessing greater attack power and being much harder to defeat. Qin Shang dared not act rashly. He fixed his gaze on the mutant zombie, waiting to see its next move. The commander also noticed the mutant zombie, and sensing trouble, prepared to launch an attack directly. But it was too late. The mutant zombie let out a roar and attacked the city wall, scooping up handfuls of earth from the ground and hurling them at the wall. With a thunderous crash, Qin Shang felt the wall tremble beneath his feet. When he looked up, the section of the wall struck by the mutant zombie had been blasted into a large crater. Qin Shang was stunned. A single mutant zombie was more powerful than hundreds of ordinary ones combined. Then the soil around the mutant seemed to be grasped by invisible hands, forming several boulders even larger than the zombie itself. Following the direction of the mutant's hands, they hurtled straight toward the wall. Did this mutant zombie possess special abilities? Qin Shang was greatly alarmed. It could control rocks. With several loud crashes, that section of the wall was smashed into a gap several meters wide. The soldiers on the wall near the breach couldn't escape in time and fell directly from a height of 10 meters to the ground. Without any protection, most of them were severely injured and unable to move. In comparison, these soldiers were still fortunate. A few soldiers fell right near the mutant zombie. Those soldiers were frozen in terror. The mutant zombie, several times larger than a human, effortlessly grabbed a soldier from the ground, held him up to observe for a moment, its green eyes radiating a ferocious light. Then before everyone's eyes, it tore the soldier in two. Blood and entrails splattered against the wall, making the massive breach even more horrifying. The mutant let out an excited roar and then went after the remaining soldiers. Commander Zhang frowned deeply, his usually calm face now twisted with rage, veins bulging on his hand gripping the gun. He tossed the gun aside, drew the alloy blade at his waist, and charged toward the breach. As an awakened one, his physique was superior to ordinary people. Commander Zhang moved with exceptional speed. Qin Shang felt a gust of wind pass by him and looked up to see the commander. Holding his blade, he leaped from the 10-meter-high wall, rolled a few times upon landing, and then swung at the mutant zombie. The blade struck the mutant's arm and black blood burst forth, splattering onto Commander Zhang's dark, gray millet. The mutant zombie roared, its blood-stained hand slashing down toward Commander Zhang. Despite its injury, its attack was Commander Zhang agilely dodged the strike. Soldiers on the wall aimed their guns at the mutant zombie and fired wildly, but the bullets bounced off its skin. Meanwhile, many ordinary zombies on the ground, spotting Commander Zhang, lunged at him. Qin Shang quickly raised his gun and fired, driving back the nearby zombies. Over there, Commander Zhang was still locked in combat with the mutant. Both sides had sustained injuries, but the mutant seemed unaffected, maintaining its original attack power, while Commander Zhang appeared to be struggling. Seizing an opportunity, Commander Zhang jumped behind the mutant and severed its hamstrings. The mutant zombie lost its balance and knelt, whereupon he raised his blade to strike its head, but was swatted far away. Commander Zhang was no match for the mutant zombie. Qin Shang's heart burned with anxiety, but he was helpless. A tall, sturdy man leaped down from the wall, accompanied by 3 other agile men. The other 4 awakened ones from the settlement had arrived just in time. A slightly shorter man helped Commander Zhang up. Commander Zhang shook his head indicating he was fine and warned them not to be careless. The tall young man grinned and said, "Don't worry, can it take on all 5 of us?" With that he charged at the mutant. Then the 5 awakened ones engaged in a fierce battle with the mutant zombie. They clearly had the upper hand, but the mutant's strength was not to be underestimated. They circled it, but couldn't get close. As if enraged, the mutant let out a series of roars, pounding its chest repeatedly, then charged at a long-haired awakened one. Perfect chance. 2 of them, catching it off guard, severed the mutant's hamstrings while the long-haired awakened one drove his blade into the mutant's eye. The mutant zombie let out a deafening howl. With its vision blocked, it groped with both hands to pull the blade from its eye, black blood gushing out continuously. Another awakened one swung his alloy blade, aiming for the mutant's head, when suddenly a massive clod of earth rose from the open ground and hurtled straight toward him. Dodged. On the other side, in Qin Shang's eyes, this was not only a fight against the mutant zombie, but also a feast of energy drops. He watched as various colors of energy fell from the 5 awakened ones. Swallowing hard, he pondered how to collect them. Suddenly, he felt a heat on his neck and reached up to touch a necklace. When did I start wearing a necklace? Qin Shang was greatly puzzled, wondering why he had never noticed the necklace his original self had been wearing. He pulled the necklace out from his clothes and found a small glass vial hanging from it containing some gray substance that was indistinct, though he could vaguely sense something within it. Now it was emitting a faint warmth. Collect more energy and experience points to level up. This time the voice came from the necklace. It turned out that the voice Qin Shang had been hearing all along was the necklace speaking. Qin Shang picked up the small vial on the necklace and examined it closely. He noticed that the gray substance inside was still glowing faintly. What is the thing in this vial for? Qin Shang tentatively spoke to it. Level up to unlock more functions, the vial said. Before he could examine it further, many soldiers around him drew their blades, roaring to fight the zombies beneath the city wall to the death. They had witnessed Commander Zhang struggle with the mutant zombie and knew this was no ordinary battle, not just because of the sheer number of zombies, but due to the appearance of a rare special mutant zombie. This settlement might be in grave danger. In that case, it was better to fight the zombies to the bitter end. Qin Shang was torn. Though the city wall was not high, it was more than enough to fend off ordinary zombies. Shooting from above was certainly safer than fighting with a blade on the ground. He had grown stronger by collecting energy, but he had never engaged in close combat with zombies, which gave him pause. But the thought of the energy dropped by ability users, which was bound to be hundreds of times more potent than that of ordinary people, made it too great a loss to pass up. After much deliberation, Qin Shang decided to go to the ground to collect energy. He thought of testing the blade energy he had just gathered, but quickly shook his head. Better not court death. This wasn't a game where he could respawn indefinitely. He only had one life. If he died, it might truly be the end. Better to collect the energy and leave. He drew his blade and walked down from the city wall. Because of the breach created by the mutant zombie, many zombies had already entered the settlement. Soldiers swung their blades at the zombies, but the zombies moved swiftly, and ordinary soldiers were no match for them. Several zombies tore into a soldier, leaving him a bloody mess, and the ground echoed with cries for help. As soon as he descended the wall, a zombie lunged at him. Qin Shang dodged nimbly, raised his blade, and severed the zombie's head. The zombie tumbled to the ground, and the black foul blood on the blade sizzled with heat. Qin Shang felt exhilarated. It seemed his energy was sufficient to handle ordinary zombies. In no time, he grew more adept slashing at zombies while collecting the energy and experience points they dropped. Though these zombies were weak to Qin Shang, they reeked of decay, their bodies a ghastly blackish green with hideous faces. With every movement, rotting flesh fell off. After killing a few, Qin Shang was splattered with black blood, the stench making him retch. Thus Qin Shang detested fighting zombies. As he fought, Qin Shang kept an eye on the energy dropped by other soldiers, gathering it to replenish himself. He felt like a character in a leveling up game, growing stronger, as if a new self was being reborn amidst the filthy black blood. In the distance, a soldier was wrestling with a zombie on the verge of being bitten. Qin Shang arrived just in time, slashing off the zombie's head with one stroke. The soldier, terrified out of his wits, saw that Qin Shang had saved him and knelt to kowtow. Qin Shang, startled, quickly stopped him, saying that soldiers should help each other, and then asked about Commander Zhang's whereabouts. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Shang slipped out through the breach in the wall. He saw the ability users still battling the mutant in the distance, but didn't linger, heading straight to collect energy beneath the wall. He first went to the spot where Commander Zhang had fought the mutant zombie beneath the wall, picking up the red energy that had fallen. Ding! Strength, energy 40. Then he began collecting other energies, agility, stamina, spirit. Qin Shang felt his various energies rising, his body brimming with power. Suddenly Qin Shang felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. In the distance, the mutant had gathered a massive stone and hurled it at the ability users. Commander Zhang and 3 others dodged swiftly, but the one behind, and to the side closest to the boulder, failed to evade. The stone struck his head, splattering blood and brains against the city wall. Old Wu. By then the mutant had pulled the blade from its eye and ran to the wall, beginning to devour the fallen ability user. This mutant zombie is too strong. Even all of us together might not be a match for it. The long-haired ability user, watching the mutant zombie feasting nearby, was filled with grief. Witnessing his comrade's brutal death, he realized he might have underestimated this mutant zombie's power. Against ordinary mutant zombies, their combined abilities were more than sufficient. But this one with special powers was several times stronger than a normal mutant. If they continued fighting like this, the rest might not escape death. The thought of retreat crept into his mind. The other ability users remained silent. Qin Shang watched the ability users shrouded in gloom from afar, a deep unease settling in his heart. If 5 ability users couldn't defeat this mutant zombie, could the settlement be saved? He pondered how to escape once the settlement fell. His gaze shifted to the mutant. He noticed a yellowish-brown light cluster not far from it, looking different from the energy dropped by ability users. Could it be energy from the mutant? Indeed, ordinary zombies dropped energy and mutant zombies would too, but it would be far stronger. This special mutant might even surpass ability users. At this thought, Qin Shang grew excited, eager to collect the mutant's energy. While the mutant zombie was still occupied with feeding, Qin Shang decided to risk collecting that energy. Perhaps it held the mutant's special ability. Qin Shang concealed himself with rocks and dirt clods, keeping a constant watch on the mutant's movements as he crept toward the light cluster. The energy system allowed collection once he was within 15 meters of it. He moved cautiously, finally reaching the 15-meter mark. Ding! Congratulations! You have collected rock energy and gained rock ability, LV1. At the same time, the mutant zombie seemed to sense something and abruptly turned its head, glaring at Qin Shang, who was just over 10 meters away. Qin Shang had just thrilled at acquiring the mutant's special ability when in the next moment a chill ran down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. Slowly turning his head, the mutant was charging straight at him. Qin Shang felt a chill creeping up his back, and he slowly turned his head. An aberration was charging at him. Commander Zhang also noticed something unusual. He saw the aberration that was gnawing on flesh suddenly turn its head in a certain direction. Following its gaze, he spotted that sharpshooting soldier from earlier. Suddenly, it let out a roar, dropping the remnants of meat in its hands and rushing towards that person, its speed surpassing that of the earlier fight. Not good. Commander Zhang reacted swiftly, encircling from the side with incredible speed, raising his blade to strike at the aberration. Immediately, other ability users followed suit. Amidst the flurry of blades, black blood arced through the air. The aberrant zombie was enraged, abandoning its attack on Qin Shang to swing its bronze-colored arm at the ability users. Several individuals resumed their previous assault. After the earlier battle, their stamina was nearly depleted, yet each one exerted their utmost effort. Qin Shang's heart raced with fear. If it weren't for the ability users, he might have been torn to shreds like the others. Thinking about how close he came to death, he felt an intense anger. All the energy he had gathered was almost wasted. But wait, if he lost his life, what was the point of the energy? That aberrant zombie actually wanted to kill him. Let it witness my strength. Qin Shang opened his energy panel and noticed a new rock ability in his skill bar. Bottle, how much experience do I have now? You currently have 2,200 experience points. Good, allocate all of it to the rock ability. Blade energy isn't very effective against aberrations. It's better to upgrade the rock ability. Anyway, experience points can still be collected. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining rock ability, LV2. Everyone spread out and conserve your stamina. Commander Zhang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his elbow. The injured aberrant zombie continued to attack, and at this rate their stamina would inevitably run out. More and more zombies were entering the gathering place through the gap. The herbs cultivated over many years must not be destroyed by them. Boom. He felt the ground tremble slightly. Not good. He thought the aberrant zombie was launching a rock attack and heightened his vision. Looking up, he saw a rock pillar breaking through the ground, growing robustly like a newly sprouted seedling, its sharp tip piercing through one of the aberration's arms. Did he do this? The long-haired ability user gazed at Qin Shang in astonishment. Commander Zhang was equally shocked. There was actually a hidden ability user within the gathering place. Commander Zhang, I'm here to assist you, Qin Shang shouted from a distance. Good. Commander Zhang was overjoyed. With his help, their chances of victory had increased significantly. The gathering place was saved. The other ability users were also ignited with fighting spirit. Good. Let's kill it decisively. Having only just learned this ability and only injuring the aberration's arm, Qin Shang felt a bit regretful. This time, he must seize the opportunity. With one arm bound, the aberrant zombie roared loudly, trying to break the rock pillar with its other arm, but Commander Zhang restrained it with his blade. It swung its other arm in an attempt to drive them away as 3 other ability users rushed over, coordinating together. Qin Shang assisted from afar, feeling as if the entire ground was like a lump of clay moldable to his will. He clenched his fists. Several rock pillars shot up from the ground around the aberration, extending up to its waist, forming a cage. Qin Shang wished the pillars could be taller, but he found himself lacking. He needed greater mental strength. Nevertheless, the confinement had increased another layer. Now the aberration was left with only one arm. Taking advantage of the other ability user's distraction, Commander Zhang focused intently on the neck of the aberrant zombie, channeling all his strength into his hands as he struck down, deciding the outcome in this crucial moment. At that moment, the aberration's arm broke free from the rock pillar. Its arm, still holding a fragment of the pillar, blocked Commander Zhang's strike, but the force of that blow was immense, and it severed that segment of the arm. Damn it! Commander Zhang had exhausted all his strength. Qin Shang saw a red orb fall from Commander Zhang as he swung that blade. He held his breath and concentrated, piercing the aberration's other arm with a rock pillar. At the same time, the tall ability user seized the moment, plunging straight towards the head of the aberrant zombie. The brain of the aberrant zombie was penetrated, and its body twitched a few times before its head drooped. Because its body was confined by the rock pillar, it maintained a standing posture, unresponsive. Meanwhile, a stone-shaped orb fell from the aberration, and Qin Shang clicked to collect it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an evolution energy core. Though Qin Shang wasn't quite sure what this evolution energy core was for, it certainly was a good item dropped from the aberrant zombie, and he was pleased to check the energy panel. The ability users were very happy the aberrant zombie had finally been dealt with. Quick, let's see if there's an energy core. A group of them used knives to dissect the aberrant zombie's brain, only to be disappointed to find nothing but brain matter inside. What they referred to was probably the evolution energy core he had just picked up. Qin Shang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, having already collected the energy core ahead of them. Good job, kid. Didn't expect there to be such a formidable character in the gathering place. The tall ability user approached with a grin and patted Qin Shang on the shoulder. Qin Shang smiled. It's due to the efforts of the adults. I was just helping out. Hey, the tall guy threw an arm around Qin Shang's neck. Without you today, we might not have one. Right, old Zhang. Commander Zhang nodded at Qin Shang with a smile. You are the hero of the day, but now we need to deal with the remaining zombies. Some may have already entered the gathering place's interior, and we have no time to chat. Upon hearing this, the group returned inside the city walls to handle the remaining zombies. Fortunately, the soldiers fought valiantly, resisting a significant portion of the zombies, and the gathering place did not suffer major damage. Once inside the walls, the group dispersed to clean up the zombies. After the earlier battle, these ordinary zombies posed no challenge for Qin Shang. He activated the rock formation, with pillars piercing through the zombies' bodies and penetrating their brains, rendering them motionless. He didn't even need to draw his sword. He could deliver heavy blows to the zombies from a distance. After clearing several zombies in succession, Qin Shang felt a bit weak. Was it because he had used too much ability just now? With the addition of the ability users and Qin Shang, the remaining zombies were quickly cleared. The soldiers cheered. The gathering place was saved. However, many soldiers had been scratched by the zombies during the battle, and those individuals would soon become zombies themselves, leaving them with no choice but to end their own lives. Among them were also those who had been scratched by zombies but continued to fight valiantly. They understood their fate but still aimed to make their final contribution to the gathering place by eliminating more zombies. Qin Shang examined his energy panel. This battle had granted him a considerable increase in energy and experience points. Apart from his mental strength, his other attributes were increasingly approaching those of an ability user. Commander Zhang approached him and asked amiably, "What might your name be, sir?" "My name is Qin Shang." Qin Shang replied with neither arrogance nor deference. Commander Zhang smiled and nodded. "I never imagined our settlement would have a special ability user like you. My ability only awakened recently. Before that, I had no idea I possessed such power." Commander Zhang nodded without suspicion. Ability users were immensely powerful, yet their cultivation was exceedingly difficult, demanding exceptional physical constitution. Special ability users were even rarer, requiring the cultivation of specific tomes. Possessing such formidable power, one would surely not be content serving as an ordinary soldier in a settlement. "What are your plans then?" Commander Zhang inquired. Qin Shang was taken aback. He hadn't given much thought to his future. Just this morning, he had been a mere soldier, only intent on surviving and avoiding being devoured by zombies. Having endured so much, this evening survival was no longer an issue for Qin Shang. It was time to forge a longer path. "Please guide me, Commander." Commander Zhang chuckled. "You could join the Ability User Alliance. Once you pass their trials, you'll be recognized as an official, then you can learn more tomes. It's a splendid opportunity for you." Qin Shang had some knowledge of the Ability User Alliance. It was an alliance founded by ability users, counting almost all ability users among its members. Due to their formidable power, the alliance had become a very potent force. The alliance also possessed special tomes and weapons not available on the open market, which attracted ability users. Ability tomes were a prerequisite for becoming a special ability user, demanding exceptional physical fitness. In this world, ability users were immensely powerful beings, thus their lifespans far exceeded those of ordinary people. For instance, the alliance leader was already 300 years old. Yet Qin Shang had heard he still appeared as a middle-aged man, agile and swift, the strongest human alive. Age was merely a number to him. "Consider it. If you wish to join, I'll issue you a certificate tomorrow, and you can leave." Though Commander Zhang yearned to keep Qin Shang in the settlement, he knew it was impossible. With such potent abilities, how could he be content in a small settlement? Qin Shang was deeply grateful. Commander Zhang was a sincere superior who genuinely cared for his soldiers. It was thanks to him that Qin Shang had escaped death during the fight with the mutant zombie. Qin Shang felt a paternal warmth from Commander Zhang, a sense of reassurance. Back in the dormitory, Qin Shang's mind raced. Arriving in this world just days ago, his life had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Like the online games he used to play, he could absorb energy to level up, using his powers to defeat mutant zombies. So much had happened today. Before returning, he had attended the memorial service. Though the battle was victorious, the sacrifices were immense. The settlement had lost a powerful ability user and 2/3 of its soldiers. In this world, strength was the key to survival. Even mighty ability users could lose their lives in battle, and a half-baked ability user like him was in even greater peril. "I must become stronger," Qin Shang resolved. He still didn't know how to return to his original world, but his first priority was to survive in this one. He had once thought his strength was sufficient for survival, but after witnessing the mutant zombie, he realized this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. To survive, to return to his own world, he had to strive to grow stronger. Qin Shang opened his energy panel, suddenly recalling the energy core he had picked up earlier. Wondering about its effects, he selected and used the energy core. A warmth spread through his body, and then a surge of power radiated from his core to every corner of his being. He felt as if he were basking in the brilliance of ultimate strength. Qin Shang looked at his energy panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that all his attributes had increased by 3 times the normal amount. The evolutionary energy core lived up to its reputation. A single core provided energy equivalent to killing hundreds of zombies. However, Qin Shang understood that the weaker one's physique, the greater the improvement. For those with a high constitution, the effect of a common energy core would be negligible, and he would need more advanced evolutionary cores in the future. But once he joined the Ability User Alliance, acquiring higher-grade cores would be no problem. The next morning, Qin Shang bid farewell to Commander Zhang and the others. With his soldier's certificate, he returned to his hometown, Heishui City. Heishui City was a medium-sized city, yet compared to the settlement, it was already quite large in scale. Its walls were 50 meters high and 20 meters thick, capable of withstanding an assault by hundreds of zombies like those from the previous night, without concern. From his original Buddhist memories, Qin Shang learned he was a pauper raised in an orphanage, never knowing his biological parents, perhaps abandoned due to a harsh life. Joining the patrol squad had merely been a means to fill his stomach. But now everything was different. He possessed abilities close to those of a true ability user and had gained a special power. I can live a better life, he vowed silently to himself. Following his original Buddhist memories, Qin Shang returned home, a simple brick-and-tile house. Fortunately, he hadn't been away long. He tidied up, bathed, changed into clean clothes, and set out for the Ability User Alliance. The Alliance's base in Heishui City was located in the city center. Along the way, Qin Shang observed the city. It wasn't vastly different from his original world, similar attire, culture, the only distinction being that this was a world before the advent of the internet. The city was dominated by low-rise buildings with only the Alliance base standing tall. Coupled with the elevated terrain of the city center, the base was a prominent landmark. Qin Shang didn't need a map to find it. Soon he arrived at the base's entrance, surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall. As he was about to enter, a man called out to him. "This is a military zone. Civilians are not allowed." "I want to join the Ability User Alliance," Qin Shang stated calmly. The man glanced at him. "The Ability User Assessment starts at 10 o'clock. Register first to get a number, then wait in the building on the far left." Qin Shang collected his number plate and entered the building. Stepping into that building, the hall was already filled with quite a few people, all of whom appeared formidable and were presumably awaiting. Qin Shang found a seat and observed those around him. Some wore expressions of nervousness, others brimmed with confidence, while a few maintained an impassive, mysterious demeanor that revealed nothing. Although he felt confident about the assessment, Qin Shang was still somewhat anxious. He silently reassured himself that with his abilities, passing the test would be no problem. As long as he joined the Alliance, he could obtain the ability manual and become stronger. The crowd in the hall continued to swell. After an indeterminate wait, the assessment finally began. A man in a dark blue uniform entered carrying a stack of forms. "The assessment starts now. I am the chief examiner today. My surname is Sure. The assessment will proceed in numerical order. Those called come forward. Number 1, Qin Shang." A young man stood up, his face radiating confidence. He glanced around the room before stepping out from the crowd. The assessment consisted of 3 parts: tests of strength, agility, and endurance. The first part was the strength test. The young man approached the strength measuring device, took a deep breath, and unleashed a flurry of punches against the apparatus before him. The needle fluctuated randomly before settling at 324 kilograms. The chief examiner glanced at the number and said pass, then recorded it on the form. At the same time, a red orb of light fell from the man, a strength energy. Qin Shang quietly picked it up. The second part was the agility test. Stones flew toward the young man, and he had to dodge each one without being struck. He succeeded and passed. The final part was endurance. The participant had to lift a massive boulder before them and hold it for 15 minutes to pass. However, the young man could only endure for 8 minutes before collapsing under the weight, the boulder crashing down. His face fell with disappointment. The chief examiner glanced at him without much comment. "Go back and train harder." Number 2, Li. A burly middle-aged man raised his hand, stood up, and walked toward the strength testing device. He ultimately failed the agility test. Number 3. Qin Shang watched from his seat, collecting energy as he did. Time passed quickly, and before long, more than half of the participants had gone. Only a handful had passed the assessment. Number 147, Qin Shang. The chief examiner called his name. After a morning of collecting energy, Qin Shang's power had grown, but he didn't want to attract undue attention. He decided to hold back and not use his full strength. He approached the strength testing device, delivered a series of punches, and the needle stopped at 465 kilograms. The chief examiner noticed that Qin Shang wasn't using his full power, but said nothing. The subsequent tests were also passed smoothly. With his rock ability, the massive boulder was nothing to Qin Shang. Assessment. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Qin Shang entered another hall. A few hours later, all assessments were complete. Those who had failed returned home dejectedly to prepare for future tests. The chief examiner entered the hall where Qin Shang and the others were waiting. "From today onward, you are officially ability users. These are your identity credentials." Qin Shang took the identity badge, which read, Level 1 Ability User. Additionally, he received an ability manual. The remaining ability users departed, and Qin Shang was about to leave when the chief examiner called him back. "I know your true strength is far greater than this. In 1 week, the triennial ability trial will begin. Those with outstanding results can join various ability factions and obtain more manuals and treasures. I think you should give it a try." The chief examiner's expression softened considerably. He believed Qin Shang was a rare talent. "Thank you, chief examiner." Qin Shang's heart swelled with joy. "Go on." The chief examiner smiled. Qin Shang returned to his residence, took out the manual he had received, and studied it carefully. It was a basic manual used to break through the barrier between ordinary people and ability users akin to a sublimation of energy. The manual was not difficult to understand. After studying it for a while, Qin Shang grasped its essence. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking ability secret art LV. 1. A prompt sounded in his ears. Qin Shang took out the necklace and noticed that the substance inside the vial had changed, from its original dark gray to a creamy white. It turned out that this vial represented Qin Shang's level. As his abilities improved, the color of the vial would change accordingly. This manual increased Qin Shang's energy cap and enhanced his bonus endurance. Previously, if Qin Shang's energy reached the level of an ability user, it could no longer increase, because he was still an ordinary person and had reached his limit. But now his energy cap had been shattered. Qin Shang could acquire more energy and experience points. Qin Shang felt like a master in a martial arts novel who had unblocked his governing and conception vessels. He was instantly refreshed, and all the fatigue that had accumulated was completely cleared. Thinking about the upcoming ability trial in a week, Qin Shang felt a surge of excitement. As long as he joined an ability faction, his strength would undoubtedly see even greater improvement. Not just in strength, ability factions were a level above the alliance. By joining a faction, his status would also change. Qin Shang would no longer be an ordinary commoner. Qin Shang opened his energy panel ready to upgrade his skills further. His current skill set included Firearms Skill LV, 1 Blade and Sword Skill LV, 1 a Rock Ability LV, 2 an Ability Secret Art LV, 1. He first upgraded Ability Secret Art to LV, 2. Instantly Qin Shang felt a cool stream of energy enter his body, clearing his mind. This upgrade cost 300 experience points, leaving only 1600 in his experience bar. The next upgrade for Ability Secret Art would require 600 experience. Not knowing the specifics of the trial, but suspecting there might be a zombie killing segment, he decided to upgrade his basic blade technique. Vial upgrade Blade and Sword Skill. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining Blade and Sword Skill LV. 2. Qin Shang checked his experience bar. It had only cost 400 points. It seemed upgrading blade skills didn't require much experience. Upgrade Firearms Skill. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining Firearms Skill LV. 2. This upgrade also cost 400 experience points. It appeared that upgrading these basic skills didn't demand much experience. Rock Ability and Ability Secret Art had higher experience requirements, as they were more powerful skills unlike the foundational ones. He decided to save the remaining experience for the trial, since killing zombies would also yield experience points. He would upgrade according to the trial's demands. A week quickly passed, and the day of the trial arrived. Qin Shang once again came to the Superhuman Alliance base. Carrying his identification badge, he walked straight into the base, and this time no one stopped him. Following the proctor's instructions, Qin Shang arrived at the place where he had taken the previous assessment, which was also the assembly point for this trial. When Qin Shang arrived, many superhumans were already standing there. He even saw some familiar faces, those who had passed the assessment with him. Everyone was raring to go, eager to display their prowess in the upcoming trial. Qin Shang was also somewhat excited. On one hand, he could finally participate in the trial. On the other hand, he had heard that the trial was exceptionally brutal. Although his strength was considerable, facing the unknown still stirred a hint of nervousness. Before long, a middle-aged man stepped out, and the entire hall fell silent. He scanned the crowd and said, "The trial site is extremely dangerous. Once the trial begins, you will be entirely on your own. The base will offer no assistance or rescue. Those who fear death may withdraw now." The man exuded a powerful aura commanding great authority, and the atmosphere in the hall was instantly subdued. "We are not afraid of death." A swarthy, burly man in his prime took the lead in shouting, "We're not afraid. We will pass the trial." For a moment, the hall was filled with bold declarations. Qin Shang was stirred by this spirit. "I will pass the trial," he shouted along with the crowd. The middle-aged man raised his hand to signal for silence, and said, "Very well." As he spoke, his face remained stern, devoid of any smile. Subsequently, the superhumans boarded vehicles and headed. The vehicles dropped the superhumans off at a deserted small city. Once everyone had disembarked, the middle-aged man began explaining the trial's content. This city was overrun by hordes of zombies and mutated beasts months ago, and has now become a dead city. Your task is to hunt down the zombies and mutated beasts. He paused briefly and continued, "We have already dealt with the aberrations and powerful mutated beasts in advance. Only first-tier mutated beasts remain inside. Afterward, we will judge whether you pass the trial based on your hunting performance." Many superhumans attending the trial for the first time began to panic. Go straight into a dead city occupied by zombies and mutated beasts. Even though it was said that only first-tier ones remained, who could guarantee there weren't any higher-tier mutated beasts that had been. Although many had become superhumans through training, most had honed their skills in training grounds without ever truly engaging zombies. Those with innate talents, moreover, had joined the Superhuman Alliance with minimal training, relying solely on their gifts. Thus, facing real zombies for the first time, they began to panic. Before the middle-aged man had even finished speaking, many were frantically searching for teammates. He looked at those who had lost their composure, inwardly sneering, "What kind of trial is it without real combat?" Qin Shang did not seek a team. He hid behind a crumbling wall and opened his energy panel. Upgrade Blade and Sword Skill. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Blade and Sword Skill LV3. The trial required close-quarters combat to hunt zombies. Given the high density and sheer number of zombies, using a blade would be more convenient. Qin Shang decided to allocate all his experience to upgrading his blade and sword skill. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained blade and sword skill LV6. As the notification sound faded, Qin Shang felt his alloy blade become much lighter and numerous techniques for wielding the blade flooded his mind. Qin Shang looked at the blade in his hand, feeling as though it were an old friend. He understood precisely how to swing it for maximum lethality and how to bring its potential to the fullest. Small agile drones flew into the small city. The proctors would observe the trial participants' performance through these drones. As the trial officially commenced, the superhumans entered the dead city. From the moment they set foot inside, life and death were their own affair. The Alliance would provide no help or rescue. Even if they died during the trial, the Alliance bore no responsibility. Everything depended on themselves. Upon entering the city, the crowd dispersed. Some formed teams, while others ventured alone, each searching for zombies and mutated beasts. No sooner had Qin Shang entered the city than he encountered several zombies. The zombies, originally shuffling slowly, let out a guttural roar and charged at him at 3 times their previous speed. Upon spotting him, Qin Shang stood still. When the zombies were less than 3 meters away, he swiftly sidestepped, drew his blade, and slashed at them. His movements were so fast they were almost indiscernible. The cold gleam of the blade stood out starkly in the gloomy city. With the rise and fall of his hands, several zombies were decapitated. He then pierced their brains, ensuring they were completely dead. After dealing with these zombies, Qin Shang moved on, encountering a few more, all of which he dispatched with ease. Turning a corner, he encountered a mutated beast. In the battle at the gathering point, he had killed many zombies, but this was his first time seeing a mutated beast. Qin Shang felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to spar with this mutated beast. The mutated beast was a half-meter tall monkey. Its fur had turned a blackish green with numerous ulcerations and scabs on its body. Its eyes were the same eerie green as those of zombies. It was crouched beside a water tank, gnawing on something. When it spotted Qin Shang, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It screeched loudly, revealing teeth 100 times sharper than those of an ordinary monkey, and lunged at him. The virus had altered the animal's original genes, making infected mutated beasts far more lethal than their ordinary counterparts. Monkeys were naturally agile, and this advantage was now amplified to its extreme. The mutated beast moved with such speed that it was impossible to react. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot. But this was Qin Shang. He quickly dodged to the side. The mutated beast missed its target. As it turned to pounce again, it was impaled through the throat by a single stroke of his blade. Qin Shang flung the mutated beast aside. Black foul blood spurted from its throat. The monkey was not yet dead, writhing on the ground. Qin Shang walked over and ended it with one more strike. It seemed this flashy fighting style was too inefficient. Next time I'll finish it quickly, he thought to himself. 2 energy orbs dropped from the mutated beast, experience points, and agility. Qin Shang picked them up one by one. The entire fight had been flawlessly recorded by the drone. The person monitoring the screens noticed this remarkably skilled young man, impressed by his quick reflexes and speed. The trial was still ongoing, and Qin Shang had dealt with several zombies and mutated beasts, all of which were rather ordinary first-level varieties. He gradually began to feel a sense of boredom. However, knowing that every action of his was being recorded, he dared not let his guard down and continued searching for his next. As he walked through a narrow alley, Qin Shang heard some noises. He quietly slipped through a house and saw a mutated beast tearing into a human. It was a young man, already disemboweled, his innards exposed, and beside him lay a cluster of energy. Seeing this scene, Qin Shang felt a heavy heart. Those who could enter the Ability User Alliance were all exceptional individuals. This man looked young, probably in his 20s, and if he had lived on that peaceful earth, he would have led a stable life, perhaps even attending university with a bright future ahead. But living in this chaotic apocalypse, everyone lived in fear, worrying about zombie attacks every day. Qin Shang sighed, picking up the energy from the ground, which was mental power. He seemed to see the fear and helplessness of the young man in his final moments. Let me avenge you. Qin Shang raised his knife. Before him stood a mutated wolf, enormous in size, its black fur glistening. Having likely devoured many humans and other mutated beasts, it noticed Qin Shang bearing its blood-stained fangs, its eerie green eyes glinting with ferocity. This mutated beast appeared far more formidable than the previous ones. Its size was larger than that of an average wolf. Yet Qin Shang remained unfazed, waiting as before for the mutated wolf to attack, first employing stillness to counter movement. The mutated wolf lunged at Qin Shang with a fierce howl, moving at incredible speed. Qin Shang swiftly evaded, but the wolf reacted just in time. It quickly adjusted its direction and lunged at Qin Shang again. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised by its agility. It was comparable to that of a second-level ability user. No wonder this mutated wolf could maintain its glossy sheen in the dead city. However, Qin Shang's agility had already reached level 9. Just as the mutated wolf lunged, he dodged again. Thus the man and the wolf exchanged blows for several rounds. The wolf grew enraged, howling fiercely, its eyes gleaming with a murderous intent that seemed capable of devouring Qin Shang. A woo! Its massive body leapt again and charged at Qin Shang. This time Qin Shang seized the opportunity, drawing his alloy knife and slashing forward, leaving a massive gash in the wolf's neck as black blood sprayed out. The wolf was thrown aside, convulsing a few times before going still. Loot successful. Experience points 400 inch. Loot successful. Agility 50. Qin Shang picked up the dropped attributes, reflecting on the wolf's speed and agility. If only this mutated wolf could be tamed, he truly wished to keep it for himself. With it by his side, he might not even need to lift a finger against zombies. With such thoughts, he turned and left. Little did he know the people in the monitoring room were astonished by the recent battle. The young man's agility and swordsmanship were clearly the result of many years of rigorous training. If he were a middle-aged man, it wouldn't be surprising, but he appeared to be merely in his 20s. This profound skill left everyone present in awe. They of course had no idea that Qin Shang had simply gained experience by fighting monsters to reach his current level. Someone retrieved his identification from the Alliance, secretly memorizing his name. Qin Shang continued his search for mutated beasts and zombies, killing along the way, while collecting considerable energy and experience points. He entered a dilapidated house and opened the energy panel, having gathered a significant amount of experience on this journey. Qin Shang upgraded his sword skills again, feeling as if he had formed a connection with the knife in his hand, as though he had reached a state of unity between man and blade. At present, in close combat with zombies and mutated beasts, firearms proved to be of little use. Zombies and mutated beasts moved with incredible speed, and normal bullets had minimal effect on them. Qin Shang had not procured higher-grade bullets. Thus, sword skills were the most practical. He calmly closed the energy panel. Next, Qin Shang encountered all kinds of mutated beasts and some poultry that had unfortunately been infected, yet had not grown stronger. He observed with interest as a mutated yellow weasel carried a mutated chicken past him before drawing his knife to hunt. Along the way, Qin Shang also encountered other ability users. When he saw them engaged in battle, he quietly crouched nearby, waiting for them to drop energy so he could pick it up. For those he could not defeat, Qin Shang extended a helping hand as well. After all, the trial was about performance. Aiding others also meant he could kill more mutated beasts and perhaps even earn extra points. He also witnessed numerous corpses of ability users with 2 or 3 clusters of energy nearby. Qin Shang silently approached to collect the energy, internally muttering, "Brother, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough." Reflecting on his time in this world, he had witnessed too much death. Life and death were determined by fate, and his brooding was of little use. In the monitoring room, everyone was focused on the screen displaying Qin Shang's actions. The other ability users seemed insignificant. They believed a promising ability user was emerging. On the screen, Qin Shang was battling a mutated beast, a gigantic bear that was twice his height. The mutated bear swung a paw at Qin Shang, who easily dodged and countered with a slash. Good, someone couldn't help but cheer. The slash struck the bear's arm, and it let out a roar before turning to continue its attack. Qin Shang leapt to a nearby higher ground, and the bear's other paw was also injured. When did he slash the other paw? I don't know, let's keep watching. The mutated beast was enraged, its body already covered in wounds, dark blood, and white smoke rising from the injuries. It seemed to have lost patience, letting out an ear-splitting roar. At this moment, a shadow dashed forward. It was Qin Shang. He leapt down from the high ground, plunging his knife straight into the mutated beast's skull. Pausing for a second, he withdrew the blade and casually wiped it on its stiff mane. Can't wait. Consider it done. Qin Shang glanced at the energy that had fallen to the ground, mental power and experience. It seemed this mutated beast could indeed be termed a heroic bear. This time it wasn't clean enough. It wasn't like the last time when one slash did the job. Someone commented in front of the screen. Another person chimed in. Yet feels a bit watered down. Is he just playing with the bear? Quiet. It's time for the next mutated beast. The monitors crowded around the screen, chattering, while behind them stood a few unusually dressed individuals, their admiration for Qin Shang subtly revealed as they watched the screen. Qin Shang fought and collected, quickly accumulating a large amount of experience points. He found a broken stone to sit on and gleefully examined his energy panel. Suddenly, the alloy blade resting beside him trembled. Sensing danger, Qin Shang grabbed the knife and spun around just as a vulture swooped down toward him. Qin Shang blocked the vulture's sharp talons with his blade, then swiftly pulled back and struck the vulture with a powerful The vulture was cleaved in two. This spectacle was naturally witnessed by the examiners, earning a chorus of praise. As the trial neared its end, Qin Shang estimated he had hunted over 80 zombies and mutated beasts, a commendable score that should secure his entry into a faction. A rumbling sound echoed from afar. Tracing it, he saw a row of dilapidated buildings collapse. It's a level 2 mutated beast. The monitoring room also detected the anomaly. Could one have been missed during the cleanup, eh? Should we send someone to deal with it? An examiner asked a gray-haired elder. It was a massive lion. Lions normally wouldn't appear here, but infected animals became mutated beasts with extraordinary vitality, rendering their environment less influential. Thus, mutated beasts existed beyond natural constraints. The elder pondered a moment, then said, "No need. It's just a level 2 mutated beast. Let it be a bonus round for them." The mutated beast, towering 2 stories high, opened its gaping maw and roared at the crowd, its voice so powerful that buildings trembled. The first to discover it was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Originally searching for zombies in an elementary school, he inadvertently woke the beast that had been sleeping there. Terrified by the colossal creature, he quickly hid inside a teaching building. The mutated beast detected his presence and lunged at him with a low growl, crashing into the building and instantly collapsing it, producing the rumbling sound everyone had heard. The man narrowly escaped among the rubble, but the awakened beast now noticed the surrounding superhumans. It licked its lips, adopting the demeanor of a predator. The superhumans panicked at the sight of such a massive beast, but soon someone shouted, "This must be our special test. Whoever kills it will earn a higher score. Charge." Hearing this, everyone found it plausible. They stretched their muscles, gripped their weapons tightly, and charged at the beast with battle cries. But this beast was different from the level 1 ones in the small city, not just in size. The mutated beast saw a few superhumans charging ahead and lunged at them, snapping them up in its jaws before the others could even see clearly. Blood spurted from its mouth, crimson droplets raining onto the ground and splashing onto other superhumans. The victims twitched briefly in the beast's maw before falling still. We are no match for this beast. Everyone now feared their earlier recklessness. Blind arrogance toward the unknown is never wise. At that moment, a massive fireball flew straight at the mutated beast. The next second it was swallowed whole. A man in the crowd exclaimed in shock, "My flame ability is useless against it." The beast roared and lunged at the crowd. People scattered in panic, but its speed was immense. Before the superhumans could run far, it snatched them in its jaws. The beast swung its head skyward, blood splattering in all directions. What was once the beast's arena had become a human hell, a tragic replay of months ago. The examiner watched with reluctance, knowing this was a formidable level 2 mutated beast. But the elder remained resolute, his face indifferent as he stared at the monitor. If they can't even defeat a slightly stronger level 2 beast, we don't welcome such trash. His cold tone chilled the room. Observing from a distance, Qin Shang assessed the beast's strength, at least level 2. He opened his energy panel and saw over 10,000 experience points. Swords and guns would be useless here. Witnessing the flame ability's failure, he realized his abilities needed upgrading. Upgrade my rock ability. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining rock ability LV3. This upgrade cost 300 experience points, and Qin Shang directly raised it by 2 levels. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining rock ability LV5. After the upgrade, Qin Shang felt he could sense every corner of the entire city's earth. Touching a nearby rock, he felt a telepathic connection. With 600 experience points remaining, enough for the next upgrade of his ability Secret Art, he raised it to level 3. A clear, cool current flowed from his crown to every part of his body. Qin Shang felt each cell absorb the essence, as if his body had been cleansed of impurities, leaving it light and refreshed. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the current flowing smoothly within him. If the previous upgrade had unblocked 1 meridian, this one had unblocked 3. Checking the energy panel, his strength, agility, and stamina had all reached level 10. Rock ability was level 5, and ability Secret Art was level 3. Enough to handle this level 2 mutated beast. Everything was ready. Suddenly, a nimble figure appeared on the monitor. Leaping from a height onto the beast's head, he raised his blade and drove it downward with force. Black blood gushed out. The beast howled and shook its head, flinging the figure onto a nearby rooftop. "It's Qin Shang," the examiner exclaimed, having wondered where he was. Instantly, everyone in the room turned to the monitor. After stabbing the beast, Qin Shang leaped to the adjacent rooftop. The beast reacted swiftly, lunging at the building where Qin Shang stood. Qin Shang activated his rock ability, and a stone barrier rose abruptly between him and the beast. The beast crashed headlong into the stone wall. As it recovered, several stone pillars shot up from the ground, charging straight at it. Unable to dodge, the beast was sent flying, collapsing buildings in its path before landing amid debris. The beast scrambled up, roaring, and charged at Qin Shang once more. The mutated beast scrambled to its feet and lunged at Qin Shang again with a roar. Stone pillars erupted from the ground before him, forming jagged spears that thrust toward the creature. The tips of the stone spears were razor-sharp, piercing the beast's armor-like hide and drawing blood from the wounds. Yet they only left gashes about a meter deep before the creature snapped them off. Enraged by its injuries, the mutated beast shattered the rock barrier and charged at Qin Shang, snapping its jaws. Qin Hao reacted swiftly, dodging the beast's attack with agility. He leaped onto its head once more and drove his blade into its eye. The beast let out an agonized roar. Unlike zombies, mutated beasts could feel pain. They were closer to animals, merely enhanced by genetic alterations that... Thus, this strike not only blinded the beast, but also inflicted immense suffering. Qin Hao pulled out his blade and jumped aside as the beast writhed in agony, rolling across the ground and reducing everything in its path to rubble. Seizing the moment, Qin Shang unleashed another wave of stone spears. Dozens pierced through the beast's body, rising toward the sky like tender sprouts. Except these sprouts were stained with black, foul blood. Qin Shang leaped down from a height and delivered the final blow to the beast's neck, ending the battle. Almost simultaneously, a piercing siren echoed in the distance. The trial was over. The ability users, wounded and dead, helped each other as they limped out of the city. Most had lost limbs or were severely injured. Only a handful emerged unscathed. These few would be the elites, chosen by various factions. Qin Shang followed the crowd out. Having witnessed his spectacular battle with the mutated beast, the others cast admiring glances. Yet Qin Shang paid no heed. He was lost in thought, recalling the rich spoils of that fight. The energy he had absorbed alone boosted each of his attributes by 2 levels, not to mention the experience points. This bounty nearly made up for all he had spent on previous upgrades. Moreover, the mutated beast had dropped an exotic energy core. Since using the last one, Qin Shang had yearned for another. This battle left him thoroughly satisfied. Besides Qin Shang, a few others in the crowd were also in high spirits. The ability users who had emerged unscathed. They wore faint smiles, tallying their achievements and eagerly anticipating selection by their desired factions. The ability users returned to the Alliance base by vehicle and waited in the hall they had been in earlier. Before long, a group of people entered the hall through another door. Qin Shang recognized the man who had led them to the Lotus Pond, but the rest were strangers. However, judging by their attire and imposing demeanor, they were undoubtedly figures of high status. Qin Shang overheard the murmurs around him. It said that after every trial, representatives from various factions come to select outstanding ability users to recruit. They usually pick those who performed exceptionally during the trial. So these were the faction representatives. Their expressions were stern, yet their eyes burned with eager anticipation. The man raised his hand to silence the crowd and announced, now each faction will select the outstanding ability users. Before he could finish, a bald, middle-aged man impatiently called out to the crowd, which one is Qin Shang? Another representative immediately stood up, as well, who is Qin Shang? In an instant, every representative was searching for Qin Shang. The ability users exchanged bewildered glances. Who was this Qin Shang that all factions were vying for him? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Shang slowly raised his hand. I am Qin Shang. Those words instantly silenced the entire hall. Everyone traced the sound to find Qin Shang standing among the crowd, and all eyes fixed upon him. Someone recognized him. He's the one who defeated that massive mutated beast earlier. So he's Qin Shang. I saw him take down that at least level 2 mutated beast all by himself. Murmurs rippled through the crowd while the representatives argued fiercely among themselves. Qin Shang, I formally invite you to join the Blade Martial sect. I noticed your saber technique is exceptionally sharp. Our sect has cultivated the art of the blade for generations. Our sect leader has promised that if you join, he will take you as his personal disciple, and all our saber technique manuals will be open for your practice. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. The Blade Martial sect was the world's premier saber cultivation faction. Being selected to enter was already a tremendous honor, yet the sect leader was willing to take him as a disciple. The Xianming Society also invites you to join. Most of the Earth's mineral resources are under our name. We can provide you with all kinds of rare ores and treasures for your cultivation. A woman of extraordinary bearing stood up and said with a smile, there is no treasure that the Xianming Society cannot obtain. The Celestial Mechanism Alliance can offer you the best resources. With your exceptional talent, joining us will ensure even the Celestial Mechanism Alliance was immensely wealthy, with commercial networks spanning the entire world. Joining this faction meant access to all sorts of rare manuals and secret cultivation techniques. These were all top-tier factions globally, and every one of them extended an olive branch to Qin Shang. The representatives eagerly pitched their benefits to Qin Shang, leaving the other ability users in the hall utterly shocked. Representatives from major powers acting like salesmen, all scrambling for a single person. It was unheard of. Qin Shang was equally stunned. What had he done to deserve such fervent pursuit from these factions? Some were envious, while others were resentful. A burly man spoke up. Examiner, could you tell us Qin Shang's trial results? He killed 112 zombies and 65 mutated beasts. A cool voice rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see a young woman in her 20s. Her delicate face was expressionless, which added a touch of cold allure to her beauty. Her appearance stunned the representatives. Why was she here? A representative rose respectfully and inquired, Miss Lan, what brings you here? The young woman pointed at Qin Shang. This man. The Locked Domain Heavenly Palace wants him. The crowd gasped. The young woman was from the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, and even more astonishingly, the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace had come to the Ability User Alliance to recruit someone. After all, the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace was the world's #1 faction, and they had never recruited from the Ability User Alliance before. Only those with extraordinary talent and immense power could join them. They had always looked down on the Ability User Alliance. Yet now the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace had personally come to the alliance for Qin Shang. Qin Shang, are you willing to join the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace? The young woman looked at him. Qin Shang, do you wish to join the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace? The girl looked at Qin Shang. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It was a tremendous honor for the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace to invite Qin Shang to join something many ability users could only dream of. At this moment, Qin Shang was also a bit dazed. How could the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace invite him to join? The Locked Domain Heavenly Palace is a place every ability user longs for, but because it never recruits people through trials or assessments, it is an unattainable dream for many. Now the opportunity to enter the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace lay before him, and Qin Shang would never let it slip away. I am willing to join the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. The representatives of the various factions secretly lamented. Such a promising talent was truly a pity to lose. However, they felt no resentment in losing to the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Very well, follow me. The girl did not glance at anyone else and led Qin Shang out of the Ability User Alliance. Perhaps sensing Qin Shang's confusion before he could ask, the girl spoke up. It's not just because of your performance today. We have investigated you. You were just an ordinary soldier before, and to make such great progress in just a few weeks, you are more than qualified to join the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Qin Shang nodded. He was initially a bit puzzled. There were many ability users who could cultivate to his level. His performance during the trial was what set him apart from others. However, stepping outside of the trial, he felt he was far from those predecessors. This made things clearer. He had made such rapid progress by absorbing energy, which indeed seemed incredible to others. No wonder it caught the attention of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. While Qin Shang was lost in thought, the girl suddenly grabbed his arm. At the same time, it felt as though he had crossed a barrier. Before he could react, the scene before him had completely changed. They were facing a tall palace, the entire structure dominated by white and silver. Qin Shang felt as if he had fallen into paradise. Looking around, he realized they were still in Blackwater City, but the Ability User Alliance base had become a distant building. Qin Shang was astonished. Oh, was this spatial ability? It only took less than a second to teleport from the Ability User Alliance base to here, which thrilled Qin Shang. If he could acquire this ability from the girl, it would be an immense help to him. Spatial ability is one of the top-tier abilities in the world, capable of distorting space to allow people or objects to move instantaneously to other locations. Whether in combat or daily life, it is an incredibly useful skill. However, mastering spatial abilities is extremely difficult. For ordinary people, without top-notch manuals, successfully cultivating it is nearly impossible. Thus, very few possess spatial abilities. This is... Qin couldn't help but ask. The locked domain Heavenly Palace. The girl continued walking forward without looking back at him. Qin suddenly understood this was a branch of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. It was a very prominent and grand palace which he had noticed before but had never known who it belonged to. He thought it was just an asset of some wealthy family. To think there is a branch of the locked domain Heavenly Palace in Blackwater City. Qin immediately regarded this mid-level city with a newfound respect. Miss Lan is back. Upon entering the palace, an elderly steward dressed in formal attire slightly bowed to the girl. Seeing Qin following her, he displayed a look of surprise. Is this the new member joining the locked domain Heavenly Palace? The locked domain Heavenly Palace has very strict recruitment policies. He had witnessed many powerful individuals being turned away and had seen the young lady bring back several gifted individuals. But someone as young as Qin was a first for him. Uncle Kong, I leave him in your care, the girl said to the elderly steward. Steward Kong nodded slightly towards the girl and then turned to Qin, saying, I am the steward here. My surname is Kong. Follow me to register. From now on you will be one of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. He then led Qin towards a room. Yes. Qin nodded and followed behind him. Steward Kong was a kind-looking elder with neatly combed gray-white hair. When he spoke to Qin earlier, his face bore a smile, making him seem like an easygoing person. Qin felt secretly excited. He was now a member of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. The palace was filled with experts as evidenced by the young girl who had just spoken. Even Steward Kong exuded an extraordinary aura. At that moment, a sweet voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Qin turned around to see a little girl bouncing into the palace. She appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, her youthful face adorned with a sweet smile. The shallow dimples added a playful touch to her exquisite features. The little girl opened her arms and laughed as she ran toward the girl, attempting to hug her waist. In the next moment, she missed as the girl had already teleported to the entrance of the hall. The little girl pouted and ran toward the girl again. This time her speed was very fast, almost catching up to the girl's teleportation speed. Qin noticed a transparent afterimage where she had just stood. The girl once again teleported to evade her, but the little girl was undeterred, chasing after her repeatedly. Feng Yingying, stop messing around, the girl said, somewhat helpless. Then take me out to play, the little girl named Feng Yingying said playfully. After several rounds, she was always a step behind the girl, but she didn't mind, still smiling. Suddenly a white light orb fell from Feng Yingying. Qin was overjoyed. It seemed that Feng Yingying also practiced spatial abilities. Perhaps this time he would unlock a new skill. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the technique Residual Wind, LV1. Indeed, it was a spatial-related ability. The Residual Wind technique is a branch of spatial abilities considered a low-level technique within the spatial category. However, spatial abilities are among the most elite in all abilities, so even a lower-tier technique can be regarded as a divine skill. As the girl and Feng Yingying chased each other in the hall, the air was filled with a joyful atmosphere, with Feng Yingying's silver bell-like laughter ringing out occasionally. Eventually, the girl sighed and stood still. Seeing this, Feng Yingying giggled and pounced over, wrapping her arms around the girl's slender waist. Sister Lan, take me out to play. Feng Yingying spoiled in the girl's embrace. The girl helplessly patted her head and said to Steward Kong, Uncle Kong, I will take her out for a bit. Steward Kong had been watching the two girls play with a smile. He nodded with a smile, saying, go have fun. Goodbye, Uncle Kong. Feng Yingying cheerfully waved to Steward Kong, and the two girls disappeared into the hall. Goodbye, Uncle Kong. Feng Yingying waved cheerfully at Steward Kong, and the two girls vanished from the hall. As the girls' figures disappeared, a silver orb of light materialized on the floor, likely a drop from the skill the young lady. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired space ability, LV1. Qin felt his breath quicken. He had actually picked up a spatial ability. Having just joined the locked domain Heavenly Palace and learning a top-tier spatial ability felt like a dream. Steward Kong observed Qin with keen interest, patting his shoulder with a smile. Those two girls come from the Lan and Feng families, both extremely powerful clans. You still have a long way to go. Qin realized Steward Kong might have misunderstood something and quickly explained, no, I was just thinking about the skills they used. Those two young ladies are so young and have already cultivated to such a level, they must have trained hard for a long time. Steward Kong nodded. No wonder you caught Miss Lan's eye. Both Miss Lan and Miss Feng cultivate spatial abilities. They were naturally gifted, and with later training they reached their current realm. Now that you've joined the locked domain Heavenly Palace, you may also cultivate if you have the chance. As they spoke, Steward Kong led Qin to a room to help him with the formalities. This is the emblem of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, your proof of identity. You must present it when entering and leaving various places within the palace. Keep it safe. Steward Kong handed him a small emblem. Qin accepted it joyfully. The emblem was engraved with a white current of air. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the current was actually flowing, yet when he touched it the texture was hard. Steward Kong continued, everyone in the locked domain Heavenly Palace has their own cultivation chamber open 24 hours a day. You can enter and cultivate anytime. Additionally, you can choose any technique from within as you like. He paused, then added with a smile, You will also receive a villa worth 5 million gold coins, a personal benefit from the palace. Qin Shang was overjoyed. The locked domain Heavenly Palace truly lived up to its reputation as the top-tier force. Not only could he choose any technique freely, but they also gave him a villa. Seeing his delight, Steward Kong reminded him, the locked domain Heavenly Palace never lacks experts. Everyone who joins is extraordinary. If you neglect cultivation and your strength stagnates, the palace may expel you at any time. Qin Shang nodded. I will keep growing stronger. After all formalities were completed, he bid farewell to Steward Kong and returned to his residence. He packed his belongings to move into the villa the palace had just assigned him. Fortunately, he didn't have many things to bring. After a simple packing, he headed to the villa. Soon Qin Shang realized he had brought unnecessary items. The villa was fully equipped with everything. The locked domain Heavenly Palace was indeed wealthy. After a brief tidy-up, Qin Shang went to the palace's cultivation chamber. The chamber was the size of a football field, fully stocked with various training equipment. He silently marveled at the palace's resources. After inspecting the equipment, Qin Shang eagerly browsed through the techniques available in the chamber. After reviewing them all, his gaze settled on a blade technique called the Fierce Return Blade Art. This blade art was created by the Palace Lord, also the leader of the Psion Alliance. It was divided into 6 levels renowned for its power and explosive force. Each level up doubled the cultivator's strength and explosive power. Qin Shang decided to cultivate this blade art. He opened the manual and read it carefully. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired Fierce Return Blade Art LV1. The voice echoed in his ears. After a brief overview of the technique, he had successfully reached the first level. He eagerly opened his energy panel, and indeed a new skill, Fierce Return Blade Art, appeared. Upgrade Fierce Return Blade Art. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations! You have acquired Fierce Return Blade Art LV2. As the voice faded, Qin Shang rushed to the strength testing device. He hammered it with a flurry of punches, and the needle shot past the 2,000 mark, then fluctuated with his strikes before settling at 2436 kg. Qin Shang was exhilarated. His power had doubled compared to before. This was far more efficient than leveling up by killing zombies and mutant beasts. If he could cultivate this blade art to the 5th level, his strength and explosive power would be astonishing. Qin Shang thought of the residual wind technique he had just picked up and decided to test it. He cleared his mind and executed residual wind. The air around him seemed to solidify, left behind as he dashed forward. In less than a second, he covered 100 meters, leaving a transparent afterimage that flickered for a few seconds before fading. This spatial ability was indeed effective. Even at the first level it achieved such speed, higher levels would be even more. Qin Shang executed residual wind again, racing through the cultivation chamber like a hurricane. He felt the wind moving in the opposite direction, and everything around him became a blur. Ding! You have cultivated for 1 hour. Experience points 200. Qin Shang secretly rejoiced, so the cultivation process itself granted experience. If he stayed in the chamber every day, he could gain experience without even fighting zombies. With that thought, Qin Shang practiced residual wind even more vigorously. Starting from one corner of the chamber, he moved across the entire space, leaving trails of afterimages. Unconsciously, Qin Shang had been cultivating for several hours. The prompts of gaining experience kept coming. He opened his energy panel and saw that his experience hadn't increased much. No, far from enough. To upgrade his abilities and cultivate the blade art, he needed much more experience. This amount of training was insufficient. Starting from the wall opposite the testing device, Qin Shang activated residual wind and charged toward it, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches on the device at blinding speed. With the added momentum, the reading on the device was even more astonishing, exceeding 3,000. Qin Shang then activated his spatial ability, teleporting to the chamber's entrance, then instantly appearing beside the testing device. His current teleportation range was about 50 meters, far from his target. In the eyes of high-level ability users, 50 meters was nothing. His current spatial power could only handle second-level mutant beasts. Encountering higher-level ones would mean certain death. With that thought, Qin Shang took out an energy core he had picked up during the trial and consumed it. His fatigue vanished instantly, and he resumed training. Thus, Qin Shang trained tirelessly for a month. During that month, he spent every day in the cultivation chamber, only pausing to eat and sleep. After a month, his abilities had improved remarkably. Residual wind had reached the 3rd level, and Fierce Return Blade Art had advanced to the 2nd level. Over the month, his abilities had improved significantly. The residual wind technique had risen to the 3rd level, and the ferocious blade art had already reached the 2nd level. With the ferocious blade art advancing to the 2nd level, Qin Shang's strength and explosive power had doubled. While leveling up techniques and blade arts was straightforward, upgrading his abilities was far more challenging. In the last trial, advancing the rock ability had consumed a great deal of experience points. Now upgrading the spatial ability proved even more difficult. Simply moving from the 1st to the 2nd level required over 10,000 experience points. Realizing that cultivation alone was too slow, Qin Shang decided to seek out Steward Kong to see if there were any available missions. Hunting 2nd-level mutant beasts like the one from before could yield several thousand experience points. Given his current strength, 2nd-level mutant beasts were no longer a challenge. While the previous hunt had been somewhat strenuous, Qin Shang was now capable of hunting higher-level mutant beasts, which would grant even more experience points. Moreover, after a month of solitary training, it was time to engage in actual combat to hone his skills. With this thought, he left the cultivation room to find Steward Kong. Knowing that Qin Shang had spent the entire month diligently practicing in the cultivation room, Steward Kang's gaze held a new Steward Kang, are there any missions I can take? Qin Shang inquired. Steward Kang was slightly taken aback. Was this newcomer already seeking missions after just a month in the locked domain Heavenly Palace? Steward Kang said to Qin Shang, the missions of the locked domain Heavenly Palace are all extremely challenging. I suggest you spend a few more months training in the cultivation room before rushing into missions. The missions in the locked domain Heavenly Palace involve particularly ferocious mutant beasts, and many have lost their lives in the line of duty. It's alright, Steward Kang. Through this month of cultivation my strength has greatly increased. I believe that training solely in the cultivation room is insufficient. Progress comes faster through slaying mutant beasts in actual combat. Qin Shang said, his eyes filled with determination. Steward Kang nodded and handed the mission ledger to Qin Shang. This young man was indeed no ordinary individual. Not only was he powerful, but he was also courageous and farsighted. Miss Lan had truly picked an excellent prospect. Unaware of Steward Kang's thoughts, Qin Shang took the mission list and perused it carefully. All missions within were divided into 5 tiers with difficulty increasing as the tier number rose. Even the first tier missions involved second-level mutant beasts, which posed no difficulty for Qin Shang. He continued flipping through the pages. The further he went, the higher the difficulty, until he eventually encountered missions to hunt beast gods. Qin Shang shook his head. Although the rewards were tempting, facing a beast god was a certain death sentence. He flipped back to the earlier pages and pointed at a mission. He'll take this one, he said to Steward Kang. Steward Kang looked at the mission ledger. It was a second-tier mission: retrieve the celestial azure stone lost in Inkwhite. Inkwhite City was once a prosperous metropolis, but years ago it was overrun by mutant beasts and had since become a dead city, teeming with mutant beasts of the 3rd level and above. The reward for this mission was 1,000 contribution points. Contribution points used within the locked domain Heavenly Palace could be earned by completing missions or submitting treasures. The higher one's contribution points, the more access they gained to high-grade ores and secret techniques, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they could even qualify for advanced training at the locked domain Heavenly Palace headquarters. Steward Kang was astonished. This kid had directly chosen a mission involving 3rd-level mutant beasts. Leaving aside the difficulty of 3rd-level mutant beasts, Inkwhite City itself is adjacent to a forest teeming with high-level mutant beasts. No one even knows their exact numbers. Are you sure you want to take this mission? Qin Shang chuckled. Rest assured, Steward Kang. I will act within my limits. I'm taking this mission to challenge myself in actual combat. Even if I fail to complete it, I won't overexert myself. Though Steward Kang still found it risky, seeing Qin Shang's insistence, he refrained from further objections. Qin Shang registered his name, accepted the mission, and returned to his quarters to pack. Inkwhite City was quite far from Blackwater City. It took him 3 days to reach his destination. Upon arrival that evening, he checked into an inn within the supply station. Inkwhite City had lain abandoned for many years. Infested with zombies and high-level mutant beasts, it had now become a site where various factions issued missions. The supply station built just outside the city provided daily necessities and lodging for ability users undertaking missions. It was guarded by a security team composed of high-level ability users. Aside from the security team, everyone else in the station was an ability user on a mission. After resting for a night at the inn, Qin Shang entered Inkwhite City the following day. As soon as he stepped into the city, the putrid stench of decay filled his nostrils. The lingering odor of zombies that had roamed the small town for years and the rotting remains of those that had been slain. Not long after entering the city, Qin Shang encountered a small horde of zombies. He activated his spatial ability and teleported into their midst. Before they could react, he drew his blade. The cold gleam of the sword cut through the surrounding hazy air. The zombies collapsed instantly, their heads rolling to the side. The entire skirmish was swift, precise, and ruthless, a seamless execution without a single wasted motion. Continuing onward, Qin Shang encountered a mutant black-furred cat lurking on a rooftop poised to ambush him. Just as its sharp claws were 10 centimeters from his neck, Qin Shang sidestepped and teleported behind the creature, delivering a single decisive slash that cleaved its body in two. Along with the black-furred cat's corpse, an experience orb dropped. He chose to collect it. Ding! Collection successful. Experience 50. As expected, Inkwhite City was swarming with zombies. Qin Shang encountered them every few steps, and during combat more zombies would often join the fray. This suited him perfectly. The more zombies there were, the more experience points he could gather. Although ordinary zombies offered little experience, their sheer numbers allowed him to accumulate a substantial amount. Moreover, slaying ordinary zombies was as easy for Qin Shang as cutting through watermelons. A single stroke could decapitate several at once. The deeper he ventured into the city, the greater the number of zombies and mutant beasts. It was common to encounter hordes of dozens of zombies which would charge at him with guttural howls upon spotting a human. Qin Shang welcomed them all. He activated his rock ability, causing rocky spears to erupt from the ground, twisting upward and piercing through the zombies' heads with their sharp stone tips. The remaining zombies rushed at him. He teleported directly in front of them, severing their necks with his blade, then vanished again to watch as their bodies hurtled forward before crashing to the ground decapitated. Qin Shang then sheathed his blade, collected the dozens of light orbs scattered on the ground, and continued his advance toward Qin Shang sheathed his blade and picked up the dozens of luminous orbs scattered on the ground, then continued his journey. The closer he ventured to the heart of the city, the more evident the remnants of its former prosperity became. Now battered cars lay strewn across the roads, buildings had crumbled, and the streets were overrun with wild grass. A desolate expanse of ruin. Suddenly the earth began to tremble as a massive mutant zombie charged from the distance. A mutant zombie. Qin Shang felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't encountered one since the battle at the stronghold. His strength had grown immensely since then. The last time he killed a mutant zombie, he had relied on the newly acquired rock ability to assist 4 other psychics from a distance. Now he wielded the rock ability with masterful ease and had unlocked the spatial ability as well. He was eager to confront the mutant zombie heathen. The mutant zombie roared, hoisting a nearby car and hurling it at Qin Shang. He teleported to evade, then activated the residual gale technique to charge forward. Just as the mutant prepared to strike, Qin Shang blinked behind it and drove his fist into its back. Qin Shang felt as though he had punched solid stone. The mutant zombie stood unmoved. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. This creature was far stronger than he had anticipated. The mutant reacted, spinning around and smashing its fist downward. Qin Shang dodged swiftly, and the blow struck the ground, forming a shallow crater with cracks radiating outward. What immense power! Qin Shang exclaimed inwardly. He realized he had underestimated his foe and steeled himself with solemn determination. Seeing its first punch miss, the mutant swung its arm in Qin Shang's direction, but struck only a broken wall, reducing the 10-centimeter thick barrier to rubble in an instant. Frustrated by 2 consecutive misses, the mutant erupted in a deafening roar, scanning for Qin Shang's location. Qin Shang had already teleported 20 meters away. He focused his mind and activated the rock ability, causing several stone pillars to rise from the ground. These pillars converged into a colossal fist, which he directed from a distance to hurtle toward the mutant. The giant stone fist struck the mutant zombie with pinpoint accuracy. The blow's sheer force sent the creature crashing into a tall wall, which collapsed on top of it, nearly burying it under debris. Qin Shang was elated. His investment in experience points had not been wasted. The rock ability was indeed far more powerful than before. The mutant zombie clambered out of the ruins, its eerie green eyes blazing with ferocity. As if the heavy strike had no effect, it snarled and charged at Qin Shang once more. Unhurried, Qin Shang used the rock ability to raise a stone wall blocking the mutant. Then he extended several stone pillars from the ground, their tops shaped like hands that seized the mutant's legs, immobilizing it. Seizing the moment, Qin Shang leaped into the air, raising his alloy blade and brought it down on the mutant zombie's neck. The strike was devastating, severing not only the creature's head, but also shearing off a portion of the stone wall. The Lihue blade technique was truly formidable. The explosive force of that blow startled even Qin Shang himself. The mutant zombie's body crashed to the ground, shattering the stone pillars that had restrained it. 3 orbs dropped from the mutant zombie's body. Qin Shang collected them one by one. Ding. Collection successful. Strength 100-inch. Ding. Collection successful. Stamina 50-inch. Ding. Collection successful. Experience points 2,000-inch. What a haul. This single mutant zombie had yielded 2,000 experience points. Qin Shang found its grotesque face almost softening in his eyes. It wasn't just a mutant zombie. It was a walking trove of 2,000 experience points. The deeper he ventured into the city center, the murkier the air became. The mist had turned a dreary gray, composed of miasma from zombies and mutated beasts. The denser the gas, the greater the number of undead. This fog was lethal to ordinary humans. Psychics, having cultivated secret arts, possessed higher immunity to the virus and remained uninfected. But common people walking through such mist would soon turn into zombies. According to the guide, the celestial azure stone was located in a jewelry store in the city center. Qin Shang studied the map, which marked the positions of 25 jewelry stores. Following the map, he reached the nearest jewelry store, which had been ravaged by mutated beasts. Several large holes gaped in the glass walls, and he stepped directly through one into the chaotic interior. Not a single display case remained intact. Strangely, no jewelry was visible inside, and signs of a struggle were evident. Bloodstains marred the grimy walls. Qin Shang surmised that the city's residents had either fled or perished, and some might have looted the store during the chaos, explaining the absence of jewels. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, survival was the sole priority. When faced with existential threats, moral codes lost their sway, and people would fight tooth and nail for any chance to live, abandoning the weak and elderly. After searching the store without finding a safe or any container that might hold gems, Qin Shang left for the next jewelry shop. The second store was almost identical to the first, shattered glass, a floor littered with trash and debris. Qin Shang diligently sifted through the rubbish and ruins, hoping to find a safe or some device that might contain the celestial azure stone, but his efforts yielded nothing. 3 hours later, as night fell completely, Qin Shang had searched 9 jewelry stores with no success. He had stumbled upon a few low-quality gems amidst the debris, but they held no interest for him. Having joined the locked domain Celestial Palace, he was not short of money, so he left the stones behind. Instead of returning to the supply station, Qin Shang found an abandoned building, climbed to the top floor, and spent the night there. At the break of dawn, Qin Shang awoke early. He munched on dry rations bought from the supply station while studying the map to locate the next jewelry store. 9 red crosses marked the already searched stores on the map. 14 remained. If he moved quickly, he could finish searching them all today. After several hours, Qin Shang's patience wore thin at the 13th jewelry store. This mission is such a hassle. Rummaging through rubble is far less satisfying than slaying zombies. But considering how many zombies and mutated beasts he had fought to get here, abandoning the task felt wasteful. With a sigh, he steeled himself and continued searching through the wreckage. Finally, he reached the last store. Having found nothing in the previous ones, Qin Shang began to suspect that the mission sponsor had misremembered the location. Standing before the last jewelry store, Qin Shang froze. Its door was tightly shut, and the glass windows remained intact, a stark contrast to the surrounding ruins. Arriving at the entrance of the last jewelry store, Qin Shang was taken aback. The store's door was tightly shut, its glass windows perfectly intact, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding dilapidated buildings. This was likely the jewelry store concealing the celestial azure stone. Qin Shang was thrilled his efforts had not been in vain. Through the glass door, Qin Shang saw that the display cases inside were all undamaged. Although a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the floor, all the furnishings were neatly arranged, showing no signs of a struggle. It seemed the store had not been looted. Qin Shang punched the glass door, but to his astonishment, it remained motionless without even a single crack. Then, gathering all his strength into his fist, he let out a low roar and struck the glass door. This punch carried at least with a thunderous crash, the glass door shattered into powder, adding another layer to the dust on the floor. Qin Shang stepped into the jewelry store. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It looked like an ordinary shop awaiting its opening, with all the jewelry quietly resting in the display cases. By now it was getting dark and the store was dim. Qin Shang took a flashlight from his backpack and carefully examined each display. He didn't see the required celestial azure stone. Raising the flashlight, he moved toward the counter further inside. Just as he was about to pull open a drawer to search, Qin Shang suddenly sensed something amiss. He swiftly shone the flashlight beneath the counter and saw a dark shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was a mummified corpse, skin and bones with an eerie bluish-black complexion. Wait! Suddenly Qin Shang realized something was wrong. The next second, the mummy's eyes snapped open. It opened its mouth and lunged at him. Qin Shang activated the residual wind technique to retreat rapidly, then drew his blade and cleanly severed the mummy. Qin Shang let out a long breath, grateful for his quick reflexes. If he had been an ordinary person, a zombie would have already sunk its teeth into his neck from that distance. He shone the flashlight on the zombie. It must have been in a dormant state and was awakened by his entry. Perhaps it was the owner of this jewelry store who, upon discovering his infection, locked himself inside, determined to guard the store. Qin Shang continued searching the counter when something struck him. He shone the flashlight underneath and spotted a black bundle. Opening it revealed a wooden box filled with gold and jewelry. Among them he found an exquisite small case. Inside was a cyan stone. Qin Shang gasped and quickly pulled out a picture to compare. It was the celestial azure stone. He couldn't believe he had actually found it. Overjoyed, Qin Shang noticed the jewelry in the box seemed extraordinary. He packed them all into his backpack, intending to take them back. He stepped out of the jewelry store, planning to return to the supply station to rest for the night and deliver the celestial azure stone the next day. Bang! Bang! Qin Shang heard a series of gunshots. Looking up, he saw a man running toward him, his face twisted in terror. Chasing him was a giant spider. The spider was as tall as a person, entirely black, with only its blood-red eyes standing out vividly in the darkness. The man running frantically turned back to shoot at the spider, but the bullets simply bounced off its body. Help! The man screamed in despair. This spider was unlike ordinary mutated beasts. While animals infected by the virus usually increased in size, this spider had grown hundreds of times larger. Qin Shang hesitated. Just as he was thinking, Qin Shang suddenly sensed danger. Several bullets were flying toward him. He used instant shift to dodge them and realized the man had fired the shots. The man had spotted Qin Shang and intended to use him as a diversion. He tried to wound Qin Shang with gunfire to redirect the spider's attention, but all his bullets missed. Brother, save me. I'll share half my treasures with you. Seeing how formidable Qin Shang was, the man tried to lure him into saving him with the promise of treasures. Qin Shang sneered, "Save you." With that, he activated his rock ability. A stone spike pierced through the man's leg. He let out a scream and collapsed frantically, trying to free his leg, but it was too late. The spider had caught up. The spider impaled the man with its spiked legs, then grabbed him with its front legs and flung him away. It had spotted Qin Shang. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with ferocity as it hissed. Qin Shang went on high alert. The spider zombie spat out sticky white webs that hardened instantly upon contact with air shooting toward him. Qin Shang leaped sideways to dodge the webs, which pierced straight through the wall behind where he had been standing. The spider lunged after Qin Shang with astonishing speed. He drew his blade to strike, but several more webs flew toward him. He teleported behind the spider to evade them and raised his sword. The spider spun around swiftly, blocking Qin Shang's blade with two of its legs, producing a metallic clang. Qin Shang teleported to the spider's other side, engaging in a drawn-out battle of attrition. After several exchanges, the spider zombie was clearly exhausted. It turned and attempted to flee in another direction, but Qin Shang wouldn't allow it. He used his rock ability to block its escape route with a wall and chased it down with the residual wind technique. The spider was terrified to see a stone wall suddenly appear before it. Turning around, it saw Qin Shang raising his alloy. Qin Shang brought the blade down, and the spider's head rolled to the side. He picked up 2 orbs of light from the ground, 300 experience points, and an energy core. He sheathed his blade and examined the enormous mutated beast closely. Suddenly, he noticed its blood was red. Mutated beasts and zombies all had black blood. Could this not be a mutated beast? Qin Shang walked over to the man's corpse and found a backpack. Opening it, he discovered several first-grade energy cores and a triangular prism-shaped metal object engraved with unknown red symbols. He packed everything, including the energy cores, into his backpack, feeling immensely satisfied with the bountiful harvest from this mission. The sky was now pitch black. Qin Shang finally returned to the supply station, having slain numerous zombies and mutated beasts along the way. In the thick darkness, the supply station was brightly lit. It was vast in scale, about half the size of a small city. At this hour, many ability users were returning to the supply station to rest, making it quite lively. Qin Shang arrived at an inn, and the attendant, upon seeing the locked domain Heavenly Palace badge on him, became even more respectful. Qin Shang arrived at an inn, and the waiter, upon seeing the locked domain Heavenly Palace badge on him, became even more. Sir, may I ask what you need? A room, and bring me some food, all the delicious dishes you have here. Qin Shang had been gnawing on hardtack in Mo by City for 2 days, and he was already tired of it. Now he was determined to enjoy a hearty meal. The waiter led him into his room, which was quite luxurious, and the warm lighting made him feel very comfortable. After the waiter left, he took a hot shower, washing away all his fatigue. Soon after, the waiter brought in the food. The food was abundant, and he immediately started to feast. The taste of the food in this world was not much different from that of his original world. In this brief moment of comfort, he felt as if he had returned to his original world, free from worries about zombies and mutated beasts. After the meal, Qin Shang opened his backpack to inspect the items he had received today. The Tianqing stone was beautiful, with a light blue color that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Aside from the Tianqing stone, the other jewels in the wooden box appeared to be of fine quality. Not knowing much about jewels, he planned to sell them after returning to the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Moreover, there were several alien energy cores he had picked up in his backpack. At this moment, he noticed the metallic object shaped like a pyramid. Qin Shang picked it up for a closer look. Under the light, it emanated a golden glow, and some blood-red characters were imprinted on its surface, while the bottom was smooth, as if only half of it was there. He did not think much of it, and put it back in the backpack. After playing with the Tianqing stone for a while, Qin Shang placed it back in the backpack and stuffed it into the cabinet. Since this place was filled with ability users on missions, it was better to be cautious. Once he had hidden his backpack, he finally felt at ease enough to sleep. Woo woo woo. After an unknown amount of time, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out, startling Qin Shang awake. He looked around, finding nothing unusual in the room, and quickly jumped out of bed to check his backpack in the cabinet, which was still there along with the Tianqing stone. He let out a sigh of relief. The alarm continued to blare, and Qin Shang decided to step outside to see what was happening. Before leaving, he stuffed his bag under the bed. Upon exiting, he saw many ability users also waking up, all with bewildered expressions, unsure of what had occurred. Could it be that a high-level mutated beast had attacked the supply station? The supply station was equipped with advanced weapons and a security team comprised of high-level ability users, so ordinary zombies would not pose a threat to the supply station. What could have triggered the alarm must be a higher-level mutated beast. At that moment, in the monitoring room of the supply station, a man in military uniform hurried in. What's going on? Report, sir. The detector has detected a powerful energy fluctuation 20 kilometers away, heading towards the supply station. The personnel in the monitoring room looked terrified. The man in military uniform furrowed his brows. Can you identify? The monitor shook his head and continued, its energy is immense, and we have never encountered anything like it before. I fear it might be a level 6 or higher mutated beast. Level 6 or higher. Hearing this, the man's face changed dramatically. Mutated beasts at this level were incredibly powerful, often displaying leadership over ordinary mutated beasts, and they were usually followed by a large number of them. Such hordes of zombies could easily lead to the fall of a small city. Since Mo by City was adjacent to a forest, the supply station had strong defensive capabilities, but prior to this, they had never encountered a level 6 or higher mutated beast. Everyone was anxious about this impending battle. The man in military uniform looked grave. Let's hold our positions and wait until it gets closer before we attack. The mutated beast was getting closer to the supply station, and people finally saw its true form. It was a vulture. Its wingspan reached 50 meters, and its pitch-black feathers allowed it to blend seamlessly into the night sky. This mutated beast carries the zombie virus. A monitor shouted. Some powerful level 6 or higher mutated beasts carry the zombie virus, much like the mist that spread across the center of Mo by City. Ordinary people who come into contact with this virus would become infected and turn into zombies. At this moment, the ability users inside the supply station had also noticed the presence of the vulture zombie. They looked terrified, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to defend against its attack. Qin Shang watched the mutated beast circling above the supply station, horrified. His luck was indeed unfortunate encountering such a powerful mutated beast on his first mission. He noticed that some black energy seemed to flow around the vulture. The vulture emitted a shrill cry, piercing sharp enough to make the ability users in the supply station cover their ears. Many lower-level ability users even had blood oozing from their ears. It shrieked and dove toward the supply station, its crimson eyes revealing the gaze of a predator. Attack with all your... The thunder cannons placed on the rooftop had long been aimed at the vulture zombie, and with a single command, hundreds of shells were fired simultaneously. The thunder cannons were exceptionally powerful weapons using a hybrid gunpowder that could unleash an immense force. Qin Shang heard the deafening sound of cannon fire, and the sky above the supply station was immediately shrouded in smoke. However, seconds later, the mutated beast charged through the smoke toward them. The shells had no effect on it. The large-caliber shells exploded on the vulture's body but inflicted no damage. Its hard feathers acted like a shield, absorbing the cannon fire. People were thrown into a panic. Many shells were fired, but all in vain. The vulture rushed toward the thunder cannons on the rooftop. The ability users on top had no time to dodge and were directly swallowed by it. Its claws dug into the wall, destroying both the wall and the thunder cannons. The ability users below opened fire at the vulture, but the bullets ricocheted off its feathers, producing a crisp metallic sound, as if they were striking steel. People scattered in all directions while the mutated beast surged through the hail of bullets, completely unscathed. This was on an entirely different level compared to the mutated beasts they usually hunted. The other thunder cannons continued to fire at it. Although it had little effect, it was better than sitting idle and waiting. Several bright orbs fell from the vulture, which Qin Shang saw from a distance, but did not dare to approach and collect. This mutated beast was so powerful that getting close would be tantamount to seeking death. The vulture mutated beast launched attacks on other thunder cannons. Though the cannons could not harm it, they still caused it some discomfort. Boom. The entire building collapsed, burying the thunder cannons and ability users beneath the rubble, and the rising dust obscured people's sight. As the entire building collapsed, the rising dust cloud obscured people's vision. A psychic was in a panic, shouting as he ran toward another building. Run! His call drew the attention of the vulture, which had previously lost sight. Due to the dust, his voice provided it with direct. The vulture's crimson eyes locked onto the man, plummeting at high speed, its massive beak slightly opening to swallow. It stood between the supply station buildings, flapping its wings to create a whirlwind, lifting every object on the ground into the air, including some psychics, who were either blown high up only to fall down or slammed against the walls, blood splattering everywhere. The supply station buildings were also torn apart, with many rooftops damaged and enormous blocks of wall carried into the sky. Numerous people were caught off guard by the wind and injured by the debris. The security team was of little use this time, although they had engaged with the mutated beast for a while. It was too powerful for them, and they were no match for it. Many were dead or injured, utterly defenseless against such a formidable foe. The people in the monitoring room were also at a loss. The weapons at the supply station were ineffective against this mutated beast. The monitors watched the devastation unfold, feeling helpless and terrified. The man in military attire furrowed his brow, uncertain of what to do. All he could do was wait for rescue. Trying to help would be akin to seeking death. He could only pray for the reinforcements to arrive quickly. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the wind, unaffected by the storm, and pierced the vulture's wing. The feathers, which had been impervious to cannon fire, were penetrated by this arrow, embedding into flesh. The mutated beast let out a mournful cry. Everyone was astonished at the arrow's immense power. They searched everywhere for the archer who had shot the arrow. Their savior had arrived. At the same time, 6 men appeared in the sky, gliding through the wind, with the foremost holding a large blue bow. Someone recognized their identity and shouted in delight, "It's the Gale Beast hunting team. We're saved." Some psychics hunt mutated beasts in teams, leveraging their coordination to complement each other's strengths. The Gale Beast hunting team is one of the top-ranked squads in this regard. The leader of the team, holding the blue bow, was just over 30 years old. His archery skills were exceptional, ranking among the best among psychics who practiced archery. He was a highly promising psychic. Moreover, he possessed a special ability, wind. This ability allowed him to manipulate the wind, enabling psychics to glide through the air. More powerful psychics could perceive objects through the wind. As long as they were in the wind, whether living beings or inanimate objects, they could sense them. The other members of the squad floated in the air, relying on the captain's wind ability. "Captain, this mutated beast seems to carry a zombie virus." A young man wielding a longsword in the team exclaimed excitedly. Although the zombie virus was harmful to ordinary people, it significantly enhanced the abilities of psychics when made into medicine. Thus, the price of the zombie virus in the market was extremely high. If they could defeat this vulture and obtain the virus, they would certainly sell it for a good price. This vulture carrying the zombie virus has terrorized several towns. Having tracked it for so long, we must capture it this time. The captain's gaze was serious. He used his wind ability to propel his teammates toward the vulture. When the vulture saw them approaching, it turned and flapped its enormous wings, preparing to escape. The captain aimed at the vulture's direction and shot another arrow, but it dodged with a sharp turn. He lowered his bow and activated his wind ability to chase after it. "We can't let it escape," he growled. The group chased after the vulture, and the people at the supply station could still hear the distant shrieks of the vulture in the sky. "Did it get away, eh?" Qin Shang let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Gale Beast hunting team arrived in time, otherwise the supply station might not have survived. Although he could have possibly escaped through teleportation, the nearest city was several hundred kilometers away, and his technique could not support such a long distance, leaving him at great risk. Thinking of this, Qin Shang felt a wave of fear, while also being grateful to the Gale team. The supply station had suffered a lot of damage from the rampage of the mutated beast, with many buildings destroyed and supplies severely damaged. Many psychics were injured, helping each other towards the medical station to bandage their wounds. Before long, the medical station was crowded with the injured, and the medical personnel were overwhelmed with cries and wails echoing continuously. "What bad luck. Just when I finally get to do a mission, I encounter this monster," someone complained incessantly. Others were so frightened by the vulture that they began to cry, saying, "I will never do a mission again." This swift mutated beast left them with a psychological scar. Qin Shang was uninjured and hurried to pick up the glowing orbs dropped by the vulture. They contained energy related to strength and agility. Since he hadn't fought the mutated beast, he hadn't gained any experience points, but Qin Shang was already very satisfied. Just being able to keep his life today was fortunate. Moreover, the energy values dropped by the vulture were quite high, the lowest being 500 strength. If he could kill it, he would surely gain even more energy. Thinking of this, he looked towards the direction where the mutated beast and the Gale beast hunting team had departed, deciding to follow them from a distance, hoping to collect some energy. With that thought, Qin Shang activated his wind technique, chasing after them, leaving only an afterimage behind. Along the way, he continuously collected energy. Ding. Successful pickup. Strength 600 inch. Ding. Successful pickup. Stamina 300 inch. Ding. Successful pickup. Agility 500 inch. The notifications kept ringing. It was a veritable feast of ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Windbreaker Flying Dagger LV1. Qin Shang was overjoyed. It was a new technique likely dropped by a member of the Gale beast hunting team, and its power must. The weapon of this technique was a flying dagger using the forearm and wrist to generate force, controlling the release with the slide of the index finger on the back of the dagger. There were no distance restrictions based on personal ability. Naturally, the higher the level, the further it could reach, and the greater the power. Qin Shang heard a mournful cry in the distance and hurried toward the source, collecting glowing orbs of energy along. By now he had left the supply station and spotted the forest rumored to be teeming with mutated beasts. The trees seemed shrouded in a dark mist, exuding an aura of danger. The massive vulture lay dead behind a small hill, but the figures of the several ability users were nowhere to be seen. The vulture's demise was gruesome. Its body bore several large bloody holes still oozing black blood. Most of the feathers on its wings had fallen off, exposing black skin that made the wounds even more horrifying, covered with cuts from blades and swords. Its head was even more terrifying, with a huge hole 3 to 4 meters deep, through which Qin Shang could even see its brain. Ding. Pickup successful. Spirit 500 inch. These must have been dropped by members of the Fierce Wind Demon Slaying Squad. Agility 300 inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Spirit 500 inch. These must have been dropped by members of the Fierce Wind Demon Slaying. Ding. Pickup successful. Stamina 100 inch. The prompts kept ringing, and he continued to absorb the energy from the orbs, feeling himself grow stronger. At that moment, Qin Shang noticed a black spherical object. Inside, black gas seemed to swirl rapidly, making it impossible to discern what it was. Based on past experience, this drop was certainly no ordinary energy. It might even be a new technique. But it was pitch black and dull, lacking the radiance of other orbs. Whatever it was, if he could pick it up, it must be good. With that thought, Qin Shang chose to collect it. The next second, the black orb turned into a wisp of smoke and was absorbed by the bottle he wore. Qin Shang quickly took off the necklace and held it in his hand. The substance inside changed color, first turning from creamy white to dark gray, then back to creamy white. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Poison Sun Cloak. Poison Sun Cloak. What was that? Had he picked up a piece of clothing? Just as Qin Shang was about to examine it closely, he heard a cold voice behind him. Who are you? He turned to see a young man pointing a sword at him. I'm an ability user on a mission in watching. I heard the noise and came to check. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Do you think this is a marketplace? Noticed, the squad had expended tremendous energy killing this mutated vulture, and some were injured. They had been resting and recuperating when they heard movement near the corpse, prompting the young man to investigate. I'm an ability user on a mission in watching. I heard the noise and came to check. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Do you think this is a marketplace? This mutated beast is very dangerous. Even though it's dead, the zombie virus on its body hasn't been cleaned up yet. At that moment, a long-haired man emerged from behind the corpse. Qin Shang noticed 2 flying knives at his waist, likely the source of the wind-breaking flying knife he had just picked up. Seeing that Qin Shang was a junior, the man advised him. There's a forest nearby where mutated beasts gather. It's very dangerous. You'd better not wander around and return to the supply station immediately. Qin Shang nodded. Then I'll take my leave. My apologies for the intrusion. Since he had already collected all the energy, he could study it later. There was no need to upset these people. The two watched Qin Shang's retreating figure. This kid has guts. After witnessing the power of the mutated beast at the supply station, he still dared to come here. The long-haired man remarked in surprise. Never mind him. It's dangerous around here. Let's clean up the virus and leave quickly, the sword-wielding man said, patting his companion on the shoulder as they walked back. Qin Shang returned to the supply station, which was gradually returning to order. Most of the wounded had been treated, and aside from the damaged buildings and equipment, nothing had changed significantly. Fortunately, the inn where Qin Shang was staying was far from the mutated beast. Except for a hole smashed in the wall of the first-floor lobby, the rest of the structure was intact and still habitable. Back in his room, Qin Shang immediately opened his backpack. Everything inside was intact, and the sky azure stone glimmered faintly under the light. He decided to travel through the night. The supply station was largely destroyed, and there was no telling if more zombies or mutated beasts would come. It was better to leave. 3 days later, Qin Shang returned to Heishui City. After first going home to bathe and change clothes, he headed to the sealed domain Heavenly Palace with his belongings. Steward Kong looked at him with concern. I heard the supply station outside Maching was attacked by a level 6 mutated beast a few days ago. Are you alright? I stayed far away and wasn't hurt. Qin Shang replied with a smile. That mutated beast was truly formidable. If the Fierce Wind Demon Slaying Squad hadn't arrived in time, the supply station might have been lost. Steward Kong nodded. A level 6 mutated beast is no match for ordinary ability users. But the zombie virus they carry is valuable. I suspect the Fierce Wind Demon Slaying Squad has taken it for themselves. What a pity. Hearing this, Qin Shang wondered, could the black orb he had picked up be related to the zombie virus? By the way, Steward Kong, I've obtained the Sky Azure Stone. Qin Shang had been so caught up in conversation that he almost forgot the purpose of his visit. Steward Kong was surprised. You actually managed to bring it back. I didn't have high hopes either. Maybe I just got lucky and found it, Qin Shang said with a smile. He opened his backpack, took out a wooden box, and handed the Sky Azure Stone to Steward Kong. Is this the one? It looks just like the painting. Steward Kong looked at the box full of precious gems. Had this kid ransacked a jewelry store? He took the Sky Azure Stone and examined it closely. It was indeed beautiful, a rare azure color, without a sink. I've never seen a real Sky Azure Stone myself. Let me contact the client and have them come take a look. Qin Shang agreed, left the stone with Steward Kong, and went to the training room to continue his cultivation. After more than a week away, he actually missed the training room, having spent the entire previous month there every day. Qin Shang first approached the strength testing device. After several punches, the reading reached 15480 kg. He was quite satisfied. Opening the energy panel, he saw a new skill listed, Poison Sun Cloak. Remembering the black orb he had picked up from the mutated beast, he took out the necklace. The substance inside was still creamy white. Did that mean the orb had been absorbed by the bottle? Activate Poison Sun Cloak. Warning: excessive use of Poison Sun Cloak may lead to viral backlash. Please use with caution. Warning: overuse of the Poisonous Radiance Garment may lead to a risk of viral backlash. Please use it with moderation. The Poisonous Radiance Garment was a derivative of the zombie virus, enhancing the user's abilities. However, since it was extracted from the virus, it was highly toxic. Excessive use could lead to infection by the zombie virus. Hearing about the potential viral backlash, Qin Shang was startled. Could it be that what he held was actually an antibody to the... He suddenly felt the bottle in his hand grow more dangerous, but since he had already picked it up, he had to try it. Besides, the warning mentioned only a chance of backlash with overuse. He could simply avoid using it too many times. Qin Shang spoke to the bottle again. Activate the Poisonous Radiance Garment. As his words fell, a stream of black gas surged from the bottle, swiftly enveloping his entire body. He felt a surge of immense power being infused into his body. Then the black gas seemed to seep into him, vanishing with. Yet Qin Shang sensed his entire being brimming with strength. Such a formidable feeling. He clenched his fists, feeling as if power was about to overflow from his hands. He approached the strength testing device and unleashed a flurry of punches. The needle on the gauge shot up sharply, reaching 34587 kilograms. Qin Shang took a single stride, and in less than 3 seconds traveled from the training chamber to the outskirts, far swifter than the residual wind technique. Beside him stood a tree thick enough for 2 people to embrace. He punched it, and the tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. He wondered about the defensive capabilities of this battle garment. He could test it in real combat next time, but he was confident its defense would be equally formidable. Qin Shang returned to the training chamber and deactivated the Poisonous Radiance Garment. Black gas emanated from his entire body, coalescing back into a wisp of smoke that returned to the bottle. This trip to Mabai City had been extraordinarily fruitful. Not only had he completed the mission, earning contribution points and experience, but he had also stumbled upon such a valuable treasure. After removing the Poisonous Radiance Garment, he opened the energy panel and saw that his experience had accumulated to over 30,000. He decided to upgrade his skills. He first upgraded his spatial ability twice, spending 20,000 experience points, leaving him with over 10,000. Congratulations. You have obtained spatial ability, LV3. Next, Qin Shang upgraded the residual wind technique and the fierce return blade art. The higher the level, the more experience was required. After upgrading these 2 techniques, he had nearly exhausted the remaining 10,000 experience points. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained residual wind technique, LV4. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained fierce return blade art, LV3. In the energy attribute panel, strength and agility had reached level 12, and constitution had risen to level 11. However, spirit power remained at level 10, as he had not collected much spiritual energy this time. Qin Shang mused that in the future, he should watch others fight zombies more often to gather more spiritual energy. He couldn't afford to be unbalanced. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Assuming it was the client, he opened it. Indeed, it was Steward Kong standing outside. They proceeded to a reception hall where a stout, middle-aged man sat. Seeing Qin Shang and Steward Kong enter, he rose with a genial smile. This is Mr. Fu, the client for the Celestial Azure Stone, Steward Kong introduced. Mr. Fu smiled and extended his hand to Qin Shang. So this young man retrieved the Celestial Azure Stone. Truly a prodigy, inspires awe. Qin Shang quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. Not at all, not at all. I was merely fortunate. Mr. Fu turned to Steward Kong. So can we begin the appraisal now? Of course, Steward Kong replied, handing him the Celestial Azure Stone. Mr. Fu took it with care, put on his glasses, and examined it closely. He tapped it gently to discern its sound. After a minute, a look of delighted surprise spread across his face. This is indeed the Celestial Azure Stone I was seeking. Mr. Fu admired its luster with fascination. Years ago, I heard of a uniquely colored Celestial Azure Stone in Mabai City, but I never had the chance to search for it. After Mabai City fell to the zombies, I lost that opportunity entirely. So I issued a commission hoping someone could retrieve it for Mr. Fu was a gem merchant obsessed with collecting rare stones. This Celestial Azure Stone had haunted his dreams for a long time, and now that he finally held it, his joy was immense. Mr. Fu, this commission is now complete, Steward Kong reminded him. Mr. Fu smiled. Of course, I shall fulfill my promise now. Our trading company and the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace are now partners. Steward Kong nodded slightly, his heart filled with delight. Mr. Lu's trading company was one of the largest in Heishui City. Securing a partnership with him was an excellent development for the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Suddenly Qin Shang remembered something. He took out a wooden box and said to Mr. Fu, I have some jewelry I'd like you to appraise. Do you have the time? From their conversation it seemed Mr. Fu was the head of a trading company. Selling these jewels to him would be ideal, and with Steward Kong present, he wouldn't be cheated. Of course I have time, Mr. Fu said, taking the box. He picked out a fingernail-sized green gem. Epidote, decent quality, perfect for crafting a ring. Worth about 100,000 gold coins. Good heavens, such a tiny stone could sell for 100,000 gold coins. Qin Shang felt he was about to strike it rich. Dushan jade, a rare variety, top quality. This is worth 500,000 gold coins. A sunstone necklace. Sunstones are rare, but this one is of average quality. Approximately 1,300,000 gold coins. As Mr. Fu introduced each piece one by one, Qin Shang felt as if he were dreaming. In his previous world, he had never encountered so many valuable items. Here he lived in a villa and had stumbled upon a chest of jewels. Never had his life felt so successful. Just as he was lost in bliss, Mr. Fu reached the last gem. It was a dark green stone, dull and lusterless, with many black impurities visible. Mr. Fu picked it up and examined it closely. Noticing the black impurities within a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Then in a casual tone he said, Tea crystal. This stone is of very poor quality. Worth about 50,000 gold coin. He placed the stone back in the wooden box and closed the lid. For the entire box of gems, I'll offer 25 million gold coins. I can buy them all, saving you the trouble of going elsewhere. Qin Shang did not notice the change in Mr. Fu's expression. He was overjoyed and about to agree when Steward Kong interjected. Mr. Fu, Qin Shang is a member of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. We've just formed a partnership. Don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Manager Kong, I don't quite understand what you mean. My price is absolutely fair and just. Mr. Fu said with a look of grievance. Manager Kong opened the wooden box, took out the dark green gem, and said, Is this stone really only worth 50,000 gold coins? It turned out that Manager Kong had witnessed the earlier scene. Mr. Fu was a cunning merchant, and for him to react that way, this stone was certainly no ordinary item. Qin Shang was a bit bewildered by Manager Kang's stern expression, but he trusted that Manager Kong wouldn't lead him astray, so he settled down to watch the drama unfold. Mr. Fu maintained his aggrieved look. This stone is indeed of very poor quality. Even if Manager Kong doesn't understand jewelry, you can still see the impurities inside, can't you? You couldn't even sell it for 50,000 gold coins elsewhere. Young friend, you won't lose out by selling it to me. Manager Kong sneered. In that case, we'll have to find someone else to appraise it. Mr. Fu cursed under his breath. This Manager Kong was a sly old fox. How could he have seen through it? Seeing himself exposed, he gave an awkward smile. The quality of this stone is indeed very poor, but the black impurities inside are quite unusual. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a black jade marrow. Black jade marrow. Manager Kong was greatly astonished and then explained to Qin Shang, black jade marrow is formed when corpse poison seeps into the soil after the death of a corpse king or beast god level zombie. Even the lowest grade black jade marrow on the market now costs 20 million. Qin Shang was utterly shocked. Could such an unremarkable stone really sell for 20 million? This Mr. Fu was a complete profiteer trying to buy such a precious black jade marrow for just 50,000. He had thought that with Manager Kong around, he wouldn't be cheated. Truly all merchants are cunning. Mr. Fu looked somewhat embarrassed. Then aside from the black jade marrow, the total for the rest is 25 million gold coins. If the young friend agrees, he'll take them away. All right. Qin Shang nodded in agreement. After Mr. Fu left, Qin Shang quickly thanked Manager Kong. I was really lucky you were here just now, or I would have been swindled by him. Manager Kong shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. Don't let Mr. Fu's scholarly appearance fool you. He has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Naturally, I wouldn't let you suffer a loss. Manager Kong continued. How about I find someone to appraise it for you and see the quality of this black jade marrow? Qin Shang naturally agreed, handed the black jade marrow to Manager Kong, and returned to his cultivation room. A few minutes later, there was a loud banging on the cultivation room door. Qin Shang hurried to open it. It was Manager Kong again, looking extremely excited. Before Qin Shang could speak, he said, the appraisal results for the black jade marrow are out. It's third grade quality. You got lucky, kid. The highest quality for black jade marrow is 5th grade, and 3rd grade is already considered very high quality, selling for 60 million gold coins on the market. Manager Kong added, this black jade marrow can be used to make obsidian potion. Obsidian potion. Qin Shang had never heard of it, but knowing it used black jade marrow as an ingredient, it must have a powerful effect. Yes, obsidian potion can greatly enhance the drinker's physique. It's a very precious potion. However, making obsidian potion requires not only black jade marrow, but also other rare herbs. If you agree, they are willing to provide the remaining ingredients to make the potion. Out of the 3 bottles produced, you'll get 1. It sounded like a good deal. Qin Shang didn't have the energy to find the other ingredients, so it was better to just give them the black jade marrow and exchange it for a ready-made bottle of obsidian potion. I agree. Thank you, Manager Kong, for your trouble. Manager Kong laughed heartily. Actually, it's not entirely for you. I plan to buy a bottle of that obsidian potion for my grandson, so I'm also benefiting from your luck. After Manager Kong left, Qin Shang went to look up information on the obsidian potion. This obsidian potion could rapidly strengthen the drinker's physique. Its main ingredient was black jade marrow supplemented by other rare herbs, but the potion's efficacy depended primarily on the black jade marrow. The higher the quality of the black jade marrow, the greater the potion's effect. The next day, Qin Shang decided to purchase some high-grade weapons. The over 25 million gold coins and 2,000 contribution points had earned from selling the gems were more than enough for good equipment. He didn't need to worry about a combat suit. The poison sun garment was sufficient. He just needed to pick an excellent weapon. Qin Shang finally chose an alloy blade forged from Jinghai stone. This Jinghai stone was an extremely precious metal, incredibly difficult to mine, making weapons forged from it very expensive. But a blade made from this material was exceptionally sharp, capable of piercing the hide of fourth tier and above mutant beasts. The blade exuded a chilling aura that made one shudder. He weighed the blade in his hand. The weight was just right for him. The price of this alloy blade was 1,500 contribution points. Looking at the 2,000 contribution points he had just received, he waved his hand and bought the blade outright. Remembering that he had also picked up a wind-breaking flying dagger technique a few days ago, he went to choose some throwing daggers. But with only 500 contribution points left, he selected a few ordinary ones, planning to exchange them for higher quality daggers when he earned more contribution points. Looking at his new weapon, Qin Shang felt a surge of excitement. Back in the cultivation room, he couldn't wait to test it. The Jinghai alloy blade was incredibly sharp, capable of cleaving iron as if it were mud. With a light stroke, the iron target in front of him was split in two as easily as cutting a cake, the cut perfectly smooth. Next, he took out the throwing daggers. Although he had never used such weapons before, he had acquired the flying dagger technique from the members of the Gale Demon Slaying Squad. Holding the daggers now, he wielded them with the proficiency of years of practice, using the force from his forearm and wrist, guiding the blade with a slide of his index finger. He concentrated energy into his hand and threw. The dagger flew toward the target with the wind, turning into a streak of cold light. It pierced through the bullseye and embedded itself in the wall behind. Then the target shattered from the center outward like a spider web, breaking into pieces. This wind-breaking flying dagger technique was truly formidable. Even cultivated to the first level, it possessed such immense. Qin Shang had a new idea: to combine the residual wind technique with the flying dagger. He would throw a dagger at the enemy to distract them, then use the residual wind technique to close in and launch a surprise attack. This method could not only be used against high-level troublesome mutant zombies and beasts, but could also be effective against humans. Although Qin Shang had no enemies now in this apocalypse where strength determined survival, the more powerful and outstanding one was, the more likely they were to incur others' jealousy. It was better to be prepared. A few days later, Steward Kong delivered the prepared obsidian potion contained in a small vial of black liquid that exuded a powerful aura reminiscent of the toxic obsidian garment in a light orb form. Steward Kong reminded Qin Shang, the efficacy of the obsidian potion is particularly potent, requiring a physique of at least a level 3 Esper to endure. It cannot be taken lightly. Qin Shang nodded, secretly delighted, as his physique had long since reached the standards of a level 2 Esper. After advising him, Steward Kong left. Qin Shang returned to the training room and took out the obsidian potion for a closer examination. Within the black liquid, he could see some energy swirling, which he thought might be the black substance found in black jade. He uncorked the vial and drank it in one go. Suddenly, he felt a surge of powerful energy rushing into his body, filling every cell to the brim. They were rapidly absorbing this immense energy. It was as if a shriveled sponge had been placed into a bucket overflowing with water. Qin Shang felt every cell in his body swelling rapidly, and his physique was also strengthening at an astonishing rate. Heat. Qin Shang felt his entire body radiating warmth. Having absorbed such a powerful energy from the obsidian potion, all at once he sensed that his body was burning. Thus, he activated the Gale technique and went to the outskirts. This time, he moved even faster, taking less than a second. Qin Shang continuously unleashed his rock abilities, and in an instant several 20-meter-high rock pillars surged up from the ground. Then a 5-meter-long stone hand rose from the earth, crashing directly into a few sturdy trees nearby, instantly splintering them into fragments. Qin Shang activated his spatial abilities, teleporting continuously and consuming the energy of the obsidian potion. Several hours later, he finally stopped, drenched in sweat. The heat had been digested by his body, but he did not feel fatigued. Qin Shang opened the energy panel, and every energy attribute had risen by 5 levels. Now all his physical attributes exceeded level 15. He had already reached the standards of a level 3 Esper. The obsidian potion was indeed highly effective. The higher the level, the more difficult it became to upgrade each energy attribute. This time, raising 5 levels saved him a significant amount of energy, allowing him to easily reach the standards of a level 3 Esper. There are 6 levels for Espers in total, with level 3 being a threshold. Once one reaches level 3, it becomes quite challenging to ascend further, which is why many Espers stagnate at this level. Although he had external support, he could not afford to relax. His goal was the Gale Demon team. To defeat such powerful level 6 mutated beasts requires immense strength. They are all formidable beings ranked high in the world. His current strength could not yet enter the world rankings, so he could not afford to slack off. After resting in the training room for a few days, he felt that the obsidian potion had completely fused with his body, so he prepared to find Steward Kong for the next task. Having consumed the obsidian potion coupled with the enhancement of the toxic obsidian garment, Qin Shang felt he was ready to take on more challenging tasks. Steward Kong watched as Qin Shang flipped through the task list. This kid was so motivated, returning to take on tasks after just a few days of rest. If only his unproductive grandson had half of that drive. Qin Shang directly flipped to the back of the task list, skipping over the simpler tasks. This one will do, he said, pointing to a page in the task list. Steward Kong followed his finger and looked. Hunt the mutated poison viper. Seeing the task content, Steward Kong was taken aback. This mutated poison viper is a level 3 mutated beast not at all comparable to the mutated beasts from last time in Mo by City. Are you really going to take on this task? Qin Shang smiled and said, just like last time I will act according to my abilities if I can't handle it, it'll run. Steward Kong shook his head. It's very difficult to escape from this mutated beast once you get close. Don't worry, Steward Kong, I know my limits. Qin Shang thought to himself, my strength is no longer that of an ordinary level 1 esper. Steward Kong looked at him for a few seconds, seeing his determined gaze similar to last time's sight. A lofty eagle cannot be satisfied with just a small stretch of sky. Qin Shang registered his name and accepted the task before bidding farewell to Steward Kong and returning to his residence to pack his belongings. This time he was headed to Shanmushu City, which was even farther than Mo by City last time. Qin Shang packed ample rations and set off with his newly bought Jin Hai alloy knife and throwing knives. A mysterious man watched Qin Shang leave Heishui City from the shadows and immediately dialed a number. Mr. Peng, the target has left Heishui City. Should we act immediately? On the other end of the line, the voice replied, no rush, follow him first. Wait until he reaches a secluded area before taking action. After all, he is from the locked domain Heavenly Palace. We must leave no traces behind. Understood. The mysterious man hung up the phone and concealed himself in the darkness. Unaware of all this, Qin Shang continued on his journey until the afternoon. As an esper, his physique was superior to ordinary people, and despite having traveled all day, he felt no fatigue. Reaching a few large trees, Qin Shang took out his water bottle to drink when he suddenly sensed a hint of danger. A bullet pierced the air towards him. Qin Shang dodged to the side, and the bullet struck the tree trunk behind him. Someone was ambushing him. Following the bullet's trajectory, Qin Shang spotted a man in camouflage hidden in the grass on a mountain several kilometers away with a sniper rifle aimed at his direction. That man must be the one who fired the shot. Qin Shang was extremely puzzled. He had been practicing in the training room and rarely encountered anyone, so why would someone want to kill him? He thought of the man who had tried to pull him into the water, but he had already met a gruesome end at the spider's feet. Could it be Mr.? Was he willing to resort to murder to obtain the black jade in his hand? The man in camouflage, surprised that Qin Shang had dodged the bullet, thought wasn't he just an ordinary level 1 esper. His strength was unexpectedly strong. He immediately spoke into his radio. Assassination failed, proceeding to plan. Qin Shang felt that it was not safe to stay there any longer. He was about to gather his things and leave when he saw a car approaching. The car drove through the wilderness, kicking up a cloud of dust. He realized that the car was coming for him and suspected it might belong to the camouflage man's accomplices. Deciding to observe their intentions, Qin Shang stood still and waited for the car to come closer. The car stopped 5 meters away, and Qin Shang noticed that it was not an ordinary vehicle. Its price was evident at first. At that moment, 3 men in black emerged from the car, their eyes gleaming with malice as they surrounded Qin Shang. The black-clad man facing Qin Shang spoke first. Yes, that's me. What do you want with me? Qin Shang carefully observed the movements of the men behind him, staying alert to any ambush. Who are you? Qin Shang stared warily at the black-clad man. Who we are is unimportant. All that matters is that you are Qin Shang. The black-clad man spoke coldly. You took something you shouldn't have. Blame your own greed. Another black-clad man rolled his neck. Enough talk. Finish the job and get paid. With that, the 3 lunged at Qin Shang simultaneously. Qin Shang sneered and activated his teleportation, causing the 3 men to grasp at empty air. They were stunned. This kid actually possessed spatial abilities. Watch your back, the bald black-clad man shouted as Qin Shang materialized behind them. But it was too late. The bald man's words barely left his lips before Qin Shang teleported behind one of the black-clad men. He raised his Jinghai alloy blade, channeling the strength of 10,000 Jun into his arm, and cleaved the man's head off like a zombie, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. This was Qin Shang's first time killing a human, yet he felt no different. These men had come to end his life. Mercy toward an enemy was cruelty toward oneself. He couldn't afford to leave any loose ends. They must be wiped out completely. The remaining 2 men stared in disbelief and terror. Who the hell are you? The mission from above had clearly stated they were to kill an ordinary first-level ability user. Why was Qin Shang so powerful? Qin Shang let out a cold laugh. The one who sends you to hell. With that, he raised his alloy blade and dispatched the second black-clad man. Now there's only you left. A savage glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes as blood dripped from the blade onto the ground, making him resemble a merciless demon. But in truth, these men had come to kill him. He was merely the one who turned the tables. The bald black-clad man, seeing that even his 2 stronger comrades had been instantly slain, knew he stood no chance. He fell to his knees, his face twisted in a plea for mercy. We were blind to have offended you, big brother. Please spare my life. Qin Shang had intended to intimidate him and extract information, but to his surprise the man surrendered without any coercion. Without even glancing at the bald man, Qin Shang wiped the blood from his alloy blade. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? The bald man hesitated. There are rules. We can't reveal the client's name. Oh, then I'll have to send you to join your brothers. Qin Shang raised his blade as if to strike. No, no, no. If I tell you, will you let me go? Of course. Not likely, Qin Shang thought to himself. There was no way he would spare some. The man hesitated but finally spoke. The one who wants you dead is Peng Ji of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Qin Shang had heard of this faction. Among blade-wielding powers, it was second only to the Blade Martial sect, renowned for its sharp techniques and ruthless strikes. But the name Peng Ji rang no bells. He couldn't fathom what grievance this man held against him. Do you know why he wants me dead? Qin Shang pressed on. He instructed us to retrieve a stone inscribed with special characters after killing you, promising an additional 20 million gold coins upon completion. The bald man spilled everything. I took the job, lured by the bounty. Qin Shang was taken aback, recalling the triangular stone he had taken from the man's backpack. Could Pang Ji be in league with that man? But there had been no one else at the scene. How did Pang Ji know he had taken the stone? Seeing Qin Shang lost and thought the black-clad man tried to slip away. Hey, come back. Qin Shang snapped back to reality. We're in the middle of nowhere. Let me give you a ride. The black-clad man saw the murderous intent in Qin Shang's eyes and bolted toward the car, but Qin Shang caught up in a single stride. A ride to join your companions. The man's neck was snapped in an instant. On a distant hill, another man watched in shock as all three were killed by Qin Shang. Clearly, Qin Shang had been hiding his strength. He was no ordinary first-level ability user. Unaware that Qin Shang had already spotted him, the man prepared to snipe again, only to find that Qin Shang had vanished. Looking up, he saw a figure charging toward him at an astonishing speed, so fast that he couldn't even make out the footsteps. Sensing danger, he tried to pack up his rifle and flee, but the figure, which had been kilometers away moments ago, now stood right before him. It was Qin Shang. The man turned and ran. As a second-level ability user, he was fast, but Qin Shang caught up in less than 2 seconds. The man spun around and fired his pistol, but Qin Shang vanished into thin air. The next second, he reappeared right in front of him. Spatial ability. The man was horrified. Who was Qin Shang really? Why was he so powerful? The intelligence had been all wrong. He must have been hiding his true level, perhaps even a second or third-level ability user. Qin Shang teleported again to dodge the man's bullets, then knocked the pistol out of his hand and punched him squarely. The punch carried Qin Shang's full force, sending the man flying a great distance before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Thanks to the enhanced physique of an ability user, the man scrambled to his feet. He fixed his gaze on Qin Shang, tossed aside his gun, wiped the blood from his lips, and raised his fists in a fighting stance. Let's settle this without weapons. Qin Shang sneered, thinking that even without a weapon the man was no match for him. He tossed his alloy blade aside and assumed a fighting stance as well. The man crept closer, then let out a roar as he charged. Qin Shang met him head-on, throwing a punch that collided with the man's fist. The man was thrown back over 10 meters by the immense force. Overestimating yourself. Qin Shang blew on his fist with a contemptuous smirk. The man charged again, but this time he brushed past Qin Shang, pulling a poisoned dagger from his waist and aiming for the back of Qin Shang's neck. But Qin Shang dodged with incredible agility, sidestepping and grabbing the man's wrist, then driving the dagger toward his own throat. Before the man could even register Qin Shang's movements, he went limp and collapsed to the ground. A light orb dropped from him. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 50. How pathetic. Only 50 agility points. Qin Shang shook his head in disdain and nudged the corpse with his foot. With reflexes like that, he thought, and he wanted to play at ambushes. Qin Shang paid him no further mind. He returned to the tree, grabbed his backpack, and prepared to continue his journey. Suddenly, he noticed the black car and broke into a smile. You lot won't get to enjoy this ride. Leaving it here would be a waste. Might as well borrow it. With that thought, he got behind the wheel. Qin Shang drove while pondering the recent events when suddenly he recalled his purpose for heading to Mabai City to complete the Celestial Azure Stone mission. Shortly after that man's death, he had submitted the Celestial Azure Stone quest, and the timing aligned perfectly. Moreover, this stone was one of the more renowned tasks in the mission ledger. Completing this mission would certainly draw attention, and anyone with minimal effort could trace it back to him. Furthermore, he had encountered that man right after leaving the jewelry store, then pierced his leg with a stone spear, leaving him to be killed by spiders. The corpse lay near the jewelry store, so Pang Ji was certain that he had taken the stone. Evidently, that stone held a secret, compelling Pang Ji to go to such great lengths to seize it, even willing to spend 20 million to hire an assassin. With this thought, Qin Shang retrieved the stone from his backpack and examined it closely. Its smooth, golden triangular faces were densely inscribed with characters he could not decipher, yet aside from that it seemed unremarkable. Turning the stone over, he discovered a shallow groove on its underside, a detail he had missed at the Mabai City supply station due to the dim lighting. He traced the shallow groove with his fingers, realizing that this stone must have a counterpart. Where was the other half, and what would happen when the two pieces joined? He had no answers. Qin Shang knew that Pang Ji would soon learn of the failed assassination, so he needed to remain vigilant in Shanmu City. With this resolve, he pressed down on the accelerator. Since he was in the wilderness, Qin Shang drove at breakneck speed. The vehicle seemed no ordinary car, outpacing others significantly. After a night of driving, he arrived at the supply station outside Shanmu City. He found a motel to freshen up before stepping into Shanmu City. Shanmu City was also a dead city overrun decades ago by a beast god-level mutant beast. Since then, it had become a domain of mutant beasts filled with powerful creatures, and low-level psychics rarely ventured here. The mission required hunting a venomous serpent, a mutant beast residing within Shanmu City. This serpent's venom was extremely potent. Any exposed skin that came into contact would be instantly corroded. Great care was needed to avoid its venom. According to the description, this venomous serpent was a third-tier mutant beast measuring about 30 meters in length with a deep. Its gallbladder was exceptionally valuable. The gall of ordinary mutant serpents was a precious medicinal ingredient, highly sought after in the market, let alone that of a third-tier beast. Qin Shang not only had to slay the venomous serpent, but also extract its gall, which would fetch a handsome price upon return. After wandering through Shanmu City for a while, he encountered only a few ordinary mutant beasts which he dispatched with ease. Though Shanmu City was perilous, it was precisely the presence of high-tier mutant beasts that attracted psychics from all over. Some came for missions, others to hunt advanced beasts for rare ingredients, so the city teemed with psychics. Along the way, Qin Shang saw numerous carcasses of mutant beasts slain by other psychics. Consulting his map as he walked, Qin Shang turned a corner and spotted a vulture feasting on a mutant beast's corpse. The vulture turned its head at the sound, its eyes gleaming an eerie green. It was a mutant beast. Unlike the one he had encountered in Mabai City, this was merely a second-tier mutant beast. Upon seeing Qin Shang, it immediately flapped its wings and charged its hooked beak, smeared with the black blood of its prey. It screeched its sharp claws, aiming for Qin Shang's face, but he deflected the attack with his blade. Then he launched his own assault, stamping his foot to blur into a shadow, sidestepping over 2 meters to flank the vulture and swinging his Jinhai alloy blade upward. The razor-sharp edge of the Jinhai alloy blade sliced through the vulture's thick feathers and deep into its flesh, carving a massive gash across its belly from which black blood gushed. The vulture let out a mournful cry as it was hurled over 10 meters away. Qin Shang then threw a flying knife, which cut through the air and effortlessly severed the vulture's neck. Its body plummeted to the ground, still twitching as several luminous orbs scattered. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 40-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Stamina 20-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience 200-inch. The vulture had been feasting on another beast's corpse moments ago, yet now it had become prey itself. The deeper one ventured toward the city center, the more mutant beasts appeared. The low-tier beasts on the outskirts had been mostly eliminated by psychics, and only by pressing inward could one encounter high-tier creatures. The aura of danger grew heavier with each step, but Qin Shang felt no fear. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated. The low-tier beasts he had faced were no more challenging than crushing an ant. After consuming the obsidian potion, he had long yearned to test his skills against a high-tier mutant beast. Yet throughout his journey, Qin Shang encountered only second-tier mutant beasts, which he dispatched effortlessly, collecting a fair amount of experience and energy along the way. He still hadn't spotted the venomous serpent, which likely lurked deeper within the city. Shanmu City was a sprawling metropolis, once prosperous and densely populated, serving as an economic stronghold with formidable defenses. In the past, it had withstood numerous assaults from zombie hordes and sixth-tier mutant beasts. But then a beast god appeared, leading a legion of sixth-tier mutants in a ferocious attack. Shanmu City eventually fell, and most of its inhabitants, unable to escape, were infected by the zombie virus carried by the beast god, turning into zombies themselves. A once thriving metropolis became a dead city, overrun with zombies and mutant beasts overnight. Decades later, the beast god had departed, but the city center still harbored many sixth-tier mutant beasts. The air there was thick with the zombie virus, capable of infecting low-level psychics. Only those of the 5th tier or above could venture in. On the first day, Qin Shang spent his time slaying mutant beasts and collecting energy and experience. With luck, he occasionally found mutant energy cores. By day's end, his gains were substantial. Though the beasts were low-tier, their numbers yielded plenty of experience and energy. As night fell, Qin Shang found shelter in an abandoned building, using a few mutant energy cores to replenish his energy, and set out again the next morning toward the city center. During the day, Qin Shang killed mutated beasts to collect energy and experience points. At night, he used alien energy cores to replenish his strength. Over the course of 3 days, his various abilities had improved considerably. Yet he had still not encountered the venomous viper. Shanmu City was vast, and as Qin Shang traveled while hunting mutated beasts, his pace was naturally slow. Consequently, he remained far from the city center. Today, Qin Shang ascended to the top floor of a tall building and gazed toward the city center. He realized he was still the terrain in the middle of Shanmu City was elevated, and the city center was shrouded in a pall of black mist, a testament to the presence of high-level mutated beasts. These creatures carried a zombie virus of immense toxicity. Qin Shang's current constitution could not withstand entering the city center. His mission required him only to kill the venomous viper, but such high-level mutated beasts were typically found near the heart of the city. Qin Shang looked down, searching for prey. As an awakened, his physical attributes surpassed those of ordinary humans, granting him extraordinary vision. This delighted Qin Shang, who had once been nearsighted. After repeatedly upgrading his mystic art, his eyesight grew keener, nearly rivaling a telescope. Now he could effortlessly see objects up to a kilometer away. He noticed a mutated ape perched in a tree several hundred meters away. It appeared to be a second-level mutated beast. As Qin Shang prepared to descend and hunt it, he suddenly detected something behind the ape. Upon closer inspection, he saw a mutated python coiled around a branch, flicking its tongue at the ape. It was clearly targeting the ape as its prey. The python's body was covered in blue and brown patterns, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the tree. Though only a second-level mutated beast, it was enormous. Its head as wide as a bowl. Coiled around the tree, its full length was obscured, but judging by the diameter of its head, it was certainly not short. Qin Shang's interest was piqued. He decided to watch from the sidelines, waiting for the python to devour the ape before striking, while the python was sluggish. This way he could reap the benefits without exerting much effort. With this plan in mind, Qin Shang found a comfortable spot to sit and prepared to enjoy the spectacle. The mutated ape squatted on a branch, munching leaves, oblivious to the danger creeping up behind it. The python slithered silently closer until the distance between them shrank to 5 meters. Only then did the ape sense the peril, but it was too late. The ape spotted the python and leaped from the branch, but the python had already sprayed venom at it. The ape landed on the ground, managed 2 steps, then collapsed, its body going limp as foam bubbled from its mouth. The python descended the tree at a leisurely pace. Now Qin Shang saw it in full, a serpent over 15 meters long. Its body writhed as it slithered toward the ape. The ape had stopped moving, its body stiff and prone on the ground. The python reached its prey, opened its gaping maw, and swallowed the ape. Already a sizable mutated beast, with ease inch by inch until it was entirely consumed. Having witnessed the spectacle, Qin Shang saw his opportunity. He activated the residual gale technique and appeared beside the python. The serpent, having just devoured the massive ape, was sluggish. The perfect moment for Qin Shang to strike. He effortlessly slew the python. Several orbs of light dropped from its body, and Qin Shang collected them one by one. Ding. Acquisition successful. Agility 50-inch. Ding. Acquisition successful. Strength 200-inch. Ding. Acquisition successful. Experience 300-inch. Ding. Acquisition successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a second-level alien energy core. It seemed luck was on his side today. To find a second-level energy core delighted Qin Shang. Ding. Acquisition successful. Congratulations. You have obtained alien toxin. Alien toxin. What was that? Could it be the venom from the python? Qin Shang opened his energy panel and saw that a new skill, alien toxin, had appeared in his skill list. He could try it out next time he killed a mutated beast. As dusk fell, Qin Shang found an abandoned high-rise building to rest. He took out the second-level energy core he had just acquired and used it. This core was far more potent than the first-level ones. A surge of power flowed through his body, and he felt as though every cell had been purified. The fatigue of the day vanished, and his energy attributes all increased. He had accumulated a substantial amount of experience. Qin Shang pondered which skill to upgrade next. He had recently upgraded residual gale technique and fierce blade art, so he decided to set those aside for now. He had previously upgraded spatial ability and rock ability. This time Qin Shang chose to upgrade his mystic art, which was currently at level 3. Advancing to the next level would cost 20,000 experience points. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained mystic art LV 4-inch. As the notification sounded, Qin Shang felt a change in his body. The energy storage capacity of his cells surged dramatically. His eyes seemed to see farther, and his ears could detect every sound within 100 meters. After some consideration, Qin Shang also upgraded his rock ability. It was the most practical ability in combat. Spatial ability and residual gale ability were for dodging and pursuit, but rock ability was a true offensive power. Upgrading it was essential. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained rock ability LV 6-inch. Ding. Your rock ability has reached level 6. It has been sublimated. Qin Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw a table in the distance rise into the air under his control. With a mere thought, the table was compressed, twisted, and finally shattered into splinters. Such formidable power. Qin Shang was elated. If a level 6 rock ability could achieve such might, what could higher levels accomplish? The thought thrilled him. So abilities underwent transformation at higher tiers. Now rock ability allowed him to exert pressure on objects through gravity. For now it could only affect small objects, but as his level increased, his control over gravity would grow more powerful. He still had over 10,000 experience points left. Qin Shang used them all to upgrade wind-splitting flying dagger, a technique dropped by a member of the Gale Demon Extermination Squad. Even at level 1 it had demonstrated immense power. Its upgraded form would surely be formidable. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained wind-splitting flying dagger LV 2-inch. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained wind-splitting flying dagger LV 3-inch. This technique required more experience than anticipated. Over 10,000 points were only enough for 2 levels. Yet even 2 levels brought a tremendous boost in power. Qin Shang eagerly anticipated his next use of wind splitting. By the time Qin Shang finished upgrading all his skills, the night had grown deep. He decided to turn in for the night as he still needed to search for the aberrant venomous serpent tomorrow. No sooner had he lain down than a burst of intense gunfire erupted in the distance. Hunting mutant beasts so late at night. Such diligence, Qin Shang mused silently. He chose to ignore it and continued trying to sleep. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire grew fiercer, and judging by the sound, it was drawing closer. Unable to sleep, Qin Shang decided to go out and investigate. Stepping out of his dwelling, Qin Shang headed toward the source of the gunfire. Behind a mobile building, he spotted several figures and a massive mutant beast. Qin Shang scrutinized the mutant beast, trying to identify it. To his astonishment, it was an aberrant venomous serpent. Elation surged within him. He had been searching for it in vain, and now it had delivered itself to his doorstep. According to the records, an aberrant venomous serpent measured 30 meters in length, but the one before him stood over 20 meters tall, far larger than the documented size. A squad of psychics was locked in battle with the aberrant venomous serpent, but they were clearly outmatched. Each of them was battered and weary. The serpent had ambushed their shelter while foraging for food at night. One psychic manipulated flames, hurling crimson fireballs at the serpent, but with little effect. Compounded by the beast's swift movements, most fireballs missed their mark, crashing into the ground and leaving craters aglow with fire. Hold the line, everyone, a tall man wielding a curved blade shouted to the others. The aberrant venomous serpent flicked its dark forked tongue and spat venom at the psychics. They dodged hastily, but one gun-wielding psychic blocked by a wall failed to evade in time. Venom splattered onto his left arm. His clothes dissolved instantly and dark wounds seared into the skin of his arm. My arm, the man cried out in agony, clutching his limb. Qin hesitated, recalling the incident in Mobo City where a man had tried to drag him into trouble. He didn't know these people, they might be as selfish and vicious as that man. Suddenly Qin noticed the flame-wielding psychic wore the emblem of the locked domain Heaven Palace. Glancing at the others, he realized they all bore the same insignia. They were all members of the locked domain Heaven Palace. Since they belonged to the same faction, Qin decided to intervene. As allies, they ought to support and aid one another. Moreover, betraying a fellow faction member would incur severe punishment and earn the contempt of others, making it impossible to remain within the organization. Qin recalled the psychic toxin he had picked up yesterday. He coated his throwing knife with it, preparing for a sneak attack. This toxin could temporarily paralyze a mutant beast's nerves, rendering it immobile. Yet he must not underestimate the foe. This was a Tier 3 mutant beast, and the toxin from a Tier 2 mutant python might not. As Qin readied his knife, the psychic squad was on the verge of collapse. The young flame-wielding psychic yelled to the others, "He'll hold it off." The young man with the curved blade grew angry at this. "No, don't play the hero. We leave together or not at all. We won't abandon you here." As they spoke, the serpent's tail lashed out at the flame psychic, sending him crashing to the ground. Then the massive tail coiled around him, lifting him to its eyes. Its crimson vertical pupils blazed with murderous intent, and its sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the night. Knowing there was no escape, the flame psychic closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, awaiting the serpent's final strike. At that moment, a glint of cold light pierced the darkness. The flame psychic felt something was past his ear. The next second, a throwing knife sliced into the serpent's skin, drawing blood. Then the flame psychic saw a figure appear behind the serpent, as if from nowhere. The man wielding an alloy blade swung it downward, but the mutant serpent's pupils contracted, and it dodged the attack. True to its Tier 3 status, the aberrant venomous serpent reacted with lightning speed. Qin silently regretted that his knife had missed its mark. Had it struck a vital spot, dealing with the beast would have been far easier. The aberrant venomous serpent noticed Qin. Its gaze turned ferocious. Flicking its dark tongue, it tossed the flame psychic aside and lunged at Qin. But the next moment, its movements halted. It felt its strength ebbing, its body growing limp. Astonishment filled its eyes. What trick had this human played? That flying knife must have been tampered with. It had been careless not to dodge. The serpent paused for a second, then turned and fled in another direction. Qin had no intention of letting it escape. He had spent days searching the mountain city for this very serpent. Now that it was poisoned, this was the perfect chance to slay it. The flame psychic could hardly believe his eyes. That man had driven off the aberrant venomous serpent and was now pursuing it. The entire squad silently thanked their luck for encountering such a formidable ally, who otherwise they would have surely become the serpent's meal. The serpent moved with incredible speed. Qin activated his residual wind technique to give chase, yet it still outpaced him by several dozen meters. He found it deeply unsettling. Was the toxin's effect so weak on this serpent, or was this its speed, even after being weakened? If so, the true strength of this aberrant venomous serpent was not to be underestimated. After running for dozens of li, the serpent halted. It turned to face Qin, its killing intent surging even stronger. It slowly flicked its tongue, reared its front body high, and assumed an attacking posture. Qin realized it had suppressed the toxin. Excitement coursed through Qin. The aberrant venomous serpent he had sought for days was now before him. Killing it would complete his mission, and he could also take its gallbladder to sell at a good price. This time he decided to try the Poison Radiance Garment. Activate Poison Radiance Garment. As the words left his lips, black gas flowed from the bottle, enveloping his entire body. Qin felt a strange, formidable power merge into him, greatly enhancing all his energy attributes. Using the Poison Radiance Garment carried the risk of viral infection, but faced with this powerful beast, he had little choice. The mutant serpent let out a hissing sound and lunged at Qin with sudden ferocity. The aberrant venomous viper let out a hissing sound, lunging abruptly at Qin. After donning the venomous radiance garment, Qin's reflexes were greatly enhanced. He leaped onto a nearby rooftop, causing the aberrant viper to miss its strike. Then Qin gathered power in his right fist, from which a black mist emanated. He punched the aberrant viper, and a thunderous boom echoed as the blow landed on its mutated body. With the aid of the venomous radiance garment, the punch seemed to possess the force of 1,000 pounds. The aberrant viper was knocked back over a dozen meters, astonished that Qin possessed such formidable strength. It opened its gaping maw and sprayed venom at him. Qin instantly activated his rock ability, conjuring a stone wall before the mutated snake. The venom splashed against the wall, creating a cloud of white smoke. The stone wall swiftly reshaped into a massive hand that slammed down toward the aberrant viper. It dodged with lightning speed, but the stone palm still struck its tail, sending it crashing heavily into the wall behind. The wall collapsed, burying the aberrant viper and raising a plume of dust several meters high. Qin did not dare let his guard down. He stared intently at the dust cloud, and sure enough, a long, massive body burst forth from it. This only further ignited the creature's killing intent as it coiled toward him. Its body sprang from the ground, lunging at Qin, while simultaneously opening its maw to spew venom. Qin effortlessly dodged the venom. The venomous radiance garment elevated his agility by more than one level, allowing him to evade even without using the residual wind technique. He charged toward the aberrant viper. He channeled the power of his body into his hand, and the oceanic alloy blade was also shrouded in black mist. The blade gleamed with a cold light within the haze, exuding an aura so fierce that even approaching it seemed to risk being cut by its blade aura. Qin Shang raised the oceanic alloy blade high and slashed at the snake's body. The sharp blade cut through flesh and blood, leaving a massive gash. The aberrant viper let out a furious hiss, twisting its body and opening its jaws to bite at Qin Shang. He used instant teleportation to return to the rooftop. The previous strike had been devastating, cutting halfway through the snake's body, yet the aberrant viper's attacks remained unaffected. Its gaze grew even more ferocious, radiating a dense killing intent. Seeing that its attack had missed, it quickly turned and opened its massive maw at Qin Shang again. He leaped toward the aberrant. A flicker of surprise crossed its mind. Why was this human offering himself to death? The next second it realized something was wrong. Qin Shang jumped to the height of the aberrant viper's mouth, drew a throwing knife, and hurled it into the creature's open maw. The aberrant viper tilted its head to dodge, but Qin Shang used spatial control to guide another throwing knife straight into its mouth, piercing from the throat directly into its heart. The previous wounds had been mere flesh injuries, but no matter how powerful this mutated beast was, damage to its internal organs was devastating. The mutated snake let out a screech and collapsed heavily, writhing in agony on the ground. Qin Shang seized the moment, leaping from the rooftop and driving his blade straight through the aberrant viper's brain. The battle was over. The aberrant viper's body still twitched as several glowing orbs dropped from it. Qin Shang walked over and picked them up. Ding! Pickup successful. Experience 4,000. Qin Shang was overjoyed. As expected of a Tier 3 mutated beast, it was generous with experience points. Yan Yifei and his 3 companions quickly found the snake gallbladders, packed them up, and handed them to Qin Shang. They naturally fell into step with him, and he did not refuse. The group found a random spot to rest for the night before departing the next day. Yan Yifei chattered on, introducing their situation to Qin Shang. The 4 of them belonged to different factions, but they were close friends and often undertook missions together. This time they had come to Shanmu City for another task. They had already completed it and were planning to rest for a night before heading back when they were attacked by a mutated venomous snake, and then they encountered Qin Shang. At dawn the next day, the group left the city together. With their combined strength, slaying second-tier mutated beasts along the way was no challenge, so it took them only half a day to return to the supply station outside Shanmu City. By then, night had fallen, and they decided to rest at the supply station for the night before continuing their journey. The supply station in Shanmu City was even larger than the one in Mabai City. Because of the city's reputation, many ability users came here daily for missions. The station was well stocked with all kinds of supplies, bustling and lively, almost like a small city itself. The 5 of them entered a restaurant to grab a bite. As they sat down, an angry voice rang out. Yan Yifei, I might as well be talking to the wind with you. Who told you to come to a dangerous place like Shanmu City? A young man in his 20s, his face flushed with anger, strode toward Qin Shang and the others. Yan Yifei stiffened, then quickly broke into a delighted smile. Brother, you're here too. I came to find a friend. I didn't go into spare me. The man didn't believe him. Yan Yifei laughed nervously, trying to smooth things over with chatter. Qin Shang noticed that the other 3 were tense and uneasy. This man seemed to be someone of importance. The other ability users in the restaurant erupted in excitement at his arrival, as if they had seen a remarkable figure. To think we'd run into Yin Zhao here. I wonder what mutated beast he's hunted this time. Last time he single-handedly took down a 5th tier 1. The other mutants in the restaurant buzzed with whispers. Qin Shang was startled by the name as well. Yin Zhao was a member of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, ranking among its top talents. With his exceptional aptitude, he was likely to be sent to the headquarters for advanced training. That Yan Yifei was Yin Zhao's younger brother was something Qin Shang had never expected. Yin Zhao looked at the others at the table, his expression gradually softening as a friendly smile appeared. My brother has been a handful for you all. Let me treat everyone to dinner today. With that, Yin Zhao sat down with them. Given his travel-worn appearance, he had likely come to Shanmu City to hunt mutated beasts, but he was alone. Probably someone who, like Qin Shang, preferred to operate solo. As they ate, they chatted. Yin Zhao knew all of Yan Yifei's other companions, but Qin Shang was a new face, so he struck up a conversation with him. During their talk, he learned that Qin Shang was also a member of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Surprised, he asked, Are you the Qin Shang who completed the Azure Stone mission not long ago? Qin Shang was equally taken aback. Yin Zhao chuckled. Your retrieval of the Azure Stone has spread throughout the entire locked domain Heavenly Palace. Everyone envies you. Just then Qin Shang felt a pair of eyes fixed on him. He looked up and met a gaze directly. A stir rippled through the restaurant as several richly dressed young men entered, exuding a powerful aura. Among them was the one who had just locked eyes with Qin Shang. The man's eyes held murderous intent, but Qin Shang didn't recognize him. It suddenly occurred to him that this might be the Pang Ji the assassin had mentioned. Aside from him, Qin Shang couldn't think of any other enemies. Qin Shang didn't back down. He met the man's gaze with fierce intensity. The man paused, then walked toward him. Yin Zhao, who was nearby, also noticed him, and his expression turned disdainful. Pang Ji, what are you doing here? So it was Pang Ji. He was the one who had hired an assassin to kill him, all for some mysterious stone. A truly Qin Shang had looked into Pang Ji's background. He was a member of the Heavenly Blade Hall, and his family, the Pang clan, was exceptionally powerful. That was why he acted so arrogantly and unscrupulously, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. The thought filled Qin Shang with anger. Pang Ji hadn't noticed Yin Zhao earlier. Hearing his voice, he was momentarily surprised, then quickly shifted his expression to a smile. I didn't see brother Yin Zhao here earlier. My apologies. Yin Zhao was a core disciple of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, so Pang Ji naturally dared not offend him. Just then the three men accompanying Pang Ji also arrived. The tall, imposing leader, exuding an air of aristocratic arrogance, asked Pang Ji, "You know him?" Seeing this man, Yin Zhao paused. "Jiang Su." The man called Jiang Su smiled and nodded. "Brother Yin Zhao." Qin Shang was curious. Who was Jiang Su that his attitude toward Yin Zhao differed so much from Pang Jis? Pang Ji put on a friendly face. "I know this young brother." Qin Shang, right? "I heard you found a box of valuable jewelry while on a mission in Mabai City. Have you seen a triangular prism-shaped stone? It had black symbols engraved on it." Pang Ji got straight to the point, asking about the stone's whereabouts. "I have it," Qin Shang replied, watching Pang Ji to see what he would say next. Hearing this, Pang Ji was relieved and delighted. "That stone belongs to me. It was stolen some time ago, and I haven't been able to retrieve it." He paused. "That stone is very important to me. If you could return it, I would be deeply grateful." Days ago, Pang Ji had only suspected Qin Shang had the stone and had already tried to kill him. If he had asked nicely back then, Qin Shang might have sold it to him. But he didn't. Because Pang Ji had never taken Qin Shang seriously. It was only out of fear of Yin Zhao's presence that he lowered himself. Moreover, the stone must hold some secret given the trouble Pang Ji went to for it. Qin Shang naturally wouldn't hand it over. He smiled and said, "If I give you the stone, what's in it for me?" Pang Ji, thinking he had agreed, was overjoyed. "Brother Qin, name whatever you want. A little wealth or jewelry meant nothing to the Pang family. As long as he got the stone, it was worth it. Any condition, of course." Pang Ji nodded with a smile. "All right." Qin Shang thought for a moment. "I want 30 billion. Pang Ji's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. "What? I want 30 billion. Qin Shang uttered these words with an expression of utter calmness. Pang Ji's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. "What?" Yin Zhao and the others stared in disbelief. Was Brother Qin truly serious? "Ha ha, Brother Qin certainly has a sense of humor." Pang Ji laughed loudly, using the sound to mask his awkwardness. "Come on, Brother Qin, tell me what you really want." "I already said it. 30 billion. Qin Shang replied earnestly. "I'm serious." Pang Ji's smile stiffened instantly. Compared to that stone, 30 billion was a fair price, but it was unnecessary, and he simply couldn't come up with that sum. Such a colossal amount would inevitably alert the Pang family. Jiang Su and the others grew curious as well. What kind of treasure was this stone that made Pang Ji so desperate, even willing to humble himself before a junior from the locked domain Heavenly Palace? Seeing Pang Ji's expression, Qin Shang burst into laughter. Pang Ji's face darkened instantly. "Are you?" Jiang Su watched with amusement. Pang Ji was proud and arrogant. It had already taken everything he had to speak so humbly just moments ago. Now being publicly humiliated by this young upstart meant Qin Shang was in for a world of trouble. Qin Shang let out a cold snort. "Back then you had someone kill me for this stone, and now you want to buy it with money. Not everyone will bow to your whims." He added, "I hold grudges. I'd rather throw it to the dogs than give it to you." This finally pushed Pang Ji over the edge. His fists clenched until veins bulged and murderous intent blazed in his eyes as he strode toward Qin Shang. Yin Zhao stood up. "What? You dare lay a hand on someone from the locked domain Heavenly Palace?" Pang Ji halted at those words. Why was Yin Zhao so meddlesome? "Brother Yin Zhao, this is a personal matter between Qin Shang and me. It has nothing to do with the locked domain Heavenly Palace." Yin Zhao sneered. "Qin Shang is a member of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. His affairs are naturally ours." Qin Shang looked at Yin Zhao with gratitude. He had only known him for a short while, yet Yin Zhao was already standing up for him, a man of true loyalty. Qin Shang felt that someone like him was worth forging a deep bond with. Just as the standoff reached its peak, a patrol of guards entered the supply station and barked, "No fighting inside the supply." Pang Ji was seething with rage. Being humiliated in front of so many people made him feel like he would explode. If he didn't vent this anger, how could he ever hold his head up again? "Brother Su, you saw what happened. I can't let this kid Qin Shang off." Pang Ji turned to Jiang Su for help. Jiang Su could overpower Yin Zhao. He must have a way. Jiang Su was eager to know the secret of that stone, the one Pang Ji had gone to such lengths to retrieve. After a moment of thought, he smiled. "Why don't you two sign a life and death contract and have a duel? After all, an awakener's worth is measured by strength. Pang Ji, if Qin Shang wins, you drop the matter of the stone." Jiang Su said this deliberately. To everyone it was obvious that Qin Shang stood no chance against Pang Ji. Pang Ji was a third-rank awakener, while Qin Shang was nothing more than a reckless youth who had just joined the locked domain Heavenly Palace. The outcome was clear at a glance. Pang Ji was overjoyed. "Of course, if Qin Shang can beat me, the stone is his," he said, casting a provocative glance at Qin Shang. This kid was at most a second-rank awakener. Defeating him would be a walk in the park. But if he loses? "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Pang Ji's eyes gleamed with cruelty. Pitting Pang Ji against Qin Shang. "You're going too far." Yin Zhao was furious. Qin Shang was merely a junior recruit of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, while Pang Ji was already a third-rank awakener. This was utterly unfair. Jiang Su turned his gaze to Yin Zhao. "Yin Zhao, I advise you not to meddle, or you'll regret it." He said this slowly, then looked. "You?" Yin Zhao was livid, but faced with Jiang Su, he could only swallow his anger. This Jiang Su was the great-grandson of the Heavenly Blade Hall's master, a powerhouse ranked among the top 20 in the Awakener 100-strong list. Awakeners who reached a certain level saw their lifespans extended, though their bodies remained as robust as in their prime. The Heavenly Blade Hall master was now an elder over 200 years old. The Jiang family had many descendants, and Jiang Su was just an inconspicuous one. But being a Jiang, he was still not someone ordinary people could afford to offend. Yin Chao wasn't worried about himself, but he feared Jiang Su might target Yin Yifei. His younger brother was far too weak to— Yin Yifei anxiously urged Qin Shang. Brother Qin Pengji is a third-rank awakener. You mustn't agree. Qin Shang smiled and shook his head, then calmly faced Pengji. I'm willing to sign the life and death contract. Pengji smirked contemptuously. Arrogant brat, you'll regret this soon enough. Yin Chao sternly intervened. Qin Shang, don't be reckless. Pengji is formidable, don't agree to this. As long as I'm here, they wouldn't dare touch you. And if worst comes to worst, the locked domain Heavenly Palace stands behind you. Pengji wouldn't dare provoke the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Qin Shang was deeply grateful. Thank you, Brother Yin. I know what I'm doing. Nothing will go wrong. Seeing the resolve in Qin Shang's eyes, Yin Chao said no more, though worry lingered in his heart. Yin Yifei recalled how Qin Shang had single-handedly slain that mutant venomous serpent in the Mountain Curtain City. His true strength was far greater than it appeared. Perhaps he really could defeat Pengji. The group arrived at an open square within the supply station. Since both parties had agreed to the life and death contract, the guards tacitly permitted the duel. The fight drew nearly all the awakeners in the supply station to watch. A first-rank awakener against a third rank. Such a lopsided life and death duel was unprecedented. The outcome seemed inevitable, and everyone felt pity for Qin Shang. Jiang Su and his two guards stood with arms crossed, looking like they were waiting for a good show, eager for the fight to end, so they could question Pengji about the stone. Yin Chao and Yin Yifei, on the other hand, were filled with anxiety. Though Yin Yifei had faith in Qin Shang, uneased. In the center of the square, Pengji and Qin Shang stood face to face, murderous intent swirling around them. Pengji still wore a contemptuous smirk, fully confident in his victory. He planned to teach this arrogant brat a brutal lesson, make him die a miserable death, and reclaim the stone. What he didn't know was that Qin Shang's abilities had long surpassed those of a third-rank awakener, and his recent time in the Mountain Curtain City had elevated him even further. Qin Shang drew his Jinghai alloy blade, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The grudge from the assassination attempt had yet to be settled. Since Pengji had proposed a life and death duel, he couldn't blame Qin Shang for showing no mercy. Pengji struck first, drawing his battle blade, which was more refined than the Jinghai alloy knife and adorned with intricate engravings. He swung his blade toward Qin Shang, conjuring a streak of crimson blade aura that seemed to cleave open the gates of hell from which wails of ghosts and wolves echoed. It wasn't just Qin Shang who heard it. Every ability user present covered their ears, trembling at the piercing, mournful cry. This was the ghost weeping blade art that Pengji had cultivated. Each swing produced a sound akin to ghostly lament, immersing all in an infernal atmosphere. The sound itself was lethal, capable of injuring lower-level ability users. Yet this blade aura did no harm to Qin Shang. He raised his Jinghai alloy knife and struck at Pengji, his Lihue blade art having reached the third level to strike, as forceful as thunder. Pengji sensed an overwhelming power surging toward him. Startled, he raised his blade to parry. Sparks flew as the two blades clashed, the metallic ring echoing across the sky. Pengji was forced back a full step, deeply shocked by Qin Shang's formidable strength. Jiang Su was equally surprised, finding Qin Shang intriguing. Lihue blade art. Yin Chao exclaimed in delight. This art demanded a solid foundation and exceptional talent, yet Qin Shang wielded it with such mastery. Pengji sneered, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, a crimson mist rose around him, swiftly spreading and surging toward Qin Shang. This was another of Pengji's skills, blood lament. The mist could seep into an enemy's bloodstream, releasing toxins that paralyzed the entire body and rendered them immobile. Pengji wore a confident smirk, believing that no matter how strong Qin Shang was, he couldn't evade the mist. Yin Chao and Yin Yifei exchanged worried glances. Without a counteracting ability, even high-level ability users found it difficult to escape blood lament. Qin Shang knew he must not touch the mist, but it spread rapidly, expanding in area until soon there was nowhere to hide. He recalled his rock ability, wondering if he could use gravity to repel the mist. With that thought, Qin Shang activated his rock ability. Invisible giant hands seemed to knead the mist like dough into a crimson sphere, which then burst and dissipated into the air. What? Pengji was astounded. He never expected Qin Shang to have a means to counter his blood lament. Pengji unleashed the full force of the ghost weeping blade art, and the entire supply station felt like it had fallen into hell, surrounded by ghostly cries, as if demons howled in everyone's ears. All covered their ears, their faces contorted in pain. He slashed at Qin Shang with explosive power. Qin Shang activated his spatial ability, teleporting beside Pengji, and struck while he was disoriented. Pengji leaped back to dodge. Teleportation. A spatial ability. Did he possess two abilities? Pengji found it hard to believe. This Qin Shang was not as simple as he appeared. Qin Shang employed the residual wind technique to pursue, overwhelming Pengji and forcing him to retreat. Furious Pengji, a third-level ability user, was being suppressed. But before he could counterattack, Qin Shang teleported behind him, channeled all his strength into his fist, and delivered a The punch carried immense force, sending Pengji flying far before he slammed into a wall and slid down. As he struggled to rise, Qin Shang didn't give him a chance. With a thought, two rock spears pierced Pengji's hands and feet, pinning him firmly to the ground. Oh! Pengji screamed in agony. Clearly Qin Shang had won. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at his as expected of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. A first-level ability user from the locked domain Heavenly Palace actually defeated Pengji. All the watching ability users exclaimed in awe. Brother Qin won. Yan Yifei shouted excitedly. Yan Xiao beamed as well. This Qin Shang was truly extraordinary. He had underestimated him. Moreover, Qin Shang's defeat of Pang Ji before so many people brought honor to the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Jiang Zu's face darkened. He hadn't expected Pang Ji to lose to Qin Shang, and so thoroughly. Pang Ji was a member of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, and this battle brought shame upon them and humiliation to Jiangsu. Pang Ji's hands and feet were nailed to the ground by rock spears, leaving him utterly helpless and disgraced. He turned his head and saw Qin Shang approaching with his blade. Terrified, his voice trembling, he pleaded, Brother Qin Shang. This time, I was wrong. I apologize. That stone is yours. I don't want it anymore. Let's let bygones be bygones, all right. Bygones. Qin Shang sneered. You hired someone to kill me. I don't think it's that simple. Brother Qin, the Heavenly Blade Pavilion and the locked domain Heavenly Palace are close allies. Killing me will inevitably create a rift between our factions. Qin Shang smiled. You overthink it. Killing you won't affect the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Besides, we've signed a life and death contract. No one is held responsible for deaths in combat. Seeing that soft words failed, Pang Ji turned to threats. Kill me, and the Pang family will not let you go. Ignoring him, Qin Shang reversed his grip on the long blade and prepared to strike downward. Panicking, Pang Ji cried out to Jiangsu, who stood nearby, Brother Su, save me. He'll split the benefits from that stone 60-40. Jiang Zu's interest was piqued. He too wanted to know what made the stone so valuable that Pang Ji had gone to such lengths for. Brother Qin Shang, could you do me the favor? Before Jiangsu could finish, Qin Shang plunged his blade into Pang Ji's heart. Pang Ji let out a final scream, thick blood trickling from his mouth before he went limp. Huh, were you calling me? Qin Shang asked with feigned surprise. Sorry, my blade was too fast. This Qin Shang had completely ignored him and killed Pang Ji. Humph. Jiang Zu's gaze darkened as he turned and left his two underlings following. One of them glanced back at Qin Shang, thinking this kid was doomed. Suddenly reminded of something, Qin Shang searched Pang Ji's pockets. Sure enough, he found a triangular prism stone identical to his own, engraved with mysterious characters. The base of this stone had a protruding part. It must be the other half. Wondering what would happen when the two stones were joined, Qin Shang touched his own stone, eager to try. Brother Qin, you're amazing. Yan Yifei ran up to him excitedly, with Yin Chao and the others following. Now was not the time for close examination, so Qin Shang discreetly placed the other half of the stone into his backpack. Qin Shang silently placed the other half of the stone into his backpack, then turned to face Yan Yifei and his companions. You're quite something, kid. Yin Chao patted Qin Shang's shoulder with a smile. Pang Ji, being a formidable third-level mutant, had been effortlessly slain by Qin Shang, a display of power that earned him great admiration. Qin Shang smiled and said, I haven't thanked Brother Yin for standing up for me earlier. Yin Chao shook his head with a laugh. It's nothing. You're a colleague from the locked domain Heavenly Palace and my brother's friend. It would be remiss of me not to help. The group walked back to the dining hall laughing and continued their meal. But Brother Qin, you must be cautious of the Pang family from now on. They won't let this rest, Yin Chao warned. They have several fourth-level mutants, formidable opponents. Qin Shang nodded. He knew he had to be careful. The Pang family was powerful and could become a great nuisance. Yet he felt no regret for killing Pang Ji. That man was selfish and cruel, having nearly killed him before. If he hadn't eliminated him now, Pang Ji would surely have coveted the other stone and struck again. The thought still kindled a blaze of fury within him. The next morning, Qin Shang parted ways with Yin Chao. He planned to return to Blackwater City to turn in his mission and delve deeper into the secrets of the two stones. He drove the car he had salvaged from the assassin, heading toward Blackwater City. The outskirts were nearly deserted, and the road stretched clear before him. Suddenly, three figures appeared in the middle of the road. Qin Shang slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt just a few meters. He recognized them as Jiangsu and his guards. What do you want? Qin Shang stepped out of the car, his gaze dark. These men bore ill intent, likely seeking revenge for Pang Ji. He had anticipated Jiang Zu's retaliation, but hadn't expected it so soon. Back at the supply station with Yin Chao by his side, and the life and death contract with Pang Ji in place, Jiangsu couldn't act without tarnishing the Jiang family's honor. So he had chosen to intercept him halfway to strike in secret. What a petty man Jiangsu was. The two guards flanked Jiangsu, arms crossed, broad-shouldered, and exuding an aura of strength. Their prowess far exceeded Pang Ji's. Jiangsu stared at him expressionlessly. No need to rush off. The matter isn't settled yet. This Qin Shang had not only killed Pang Ji in front of everyone, defying his words, but he also possessed the other stone Pang Ji had mentioned. Jiangsu didn't know the stone's secrets, but seeing how desperately Pang Ji had sought it, he knew it was extraordinary, and he was unaware that the stone consisted of two parts. The original half had been with Pang Ji, and now both were in Qin. How do you want to resolve this? Qin Shang stared intently at Jiangsu. Jiangsu tilted his head slightly, signaling his lackey to speak. The lackey nodded to Jiangsu and said arrogantly, the solution is simple. Pang Ji was our young master's man. Your killing him has greatly grieved our young master. Qin Shang sneered inwardly. From the moment Pang Ji was killed until now, he hadn't seen a trace of grief on Jiang Zu. But our young master is magnanimous. Kneel now and kowtow to him, and that will suffice. Jiangsu looked at Qin Shang with an air of self-importance. Qin Shang felt like vomiting. Second hand over the stone Pang Ji spoke of. The lackey stepped back to his original position. What do you say? Jiangsu maintained his arrogant expression, as if this offer was already too generous. Since you've killed Pang Ji, you can become my new lackey. With me around, the Pang family won't dare touch you. Qin Shang was speechless. How could Jiang Su be so conceited? Who would want to be his lackey? He shook his head. Sorry, I can't agree to any of those 3 conditions. What a pity. Jiang Su gestured to his men. Jiang Xiao, Jiang Wu, go. Don't let him die too quickly. I want him to know the consequences of crossing me. Yes. The 2 men Jiang Xiao and Jiang Wu advanced toward Qin Shang with mocking smiles. Both were members of the Jiang family, albeit from a branch line. Killing them might incur the wrath of the Jiang clan, but if he didn't escape, would be difficult given their strength. Since a fight was inevitable, he might as well eliminate them all. They were in the wrong for ambushing him, and they had chosen a secluded spot. If he killed them here, the Jiang family might never— With this thought, Qin Shang's gaze turned fierce. He fixed his eyes on Jiang Su in the distance and decided to take him out first. Jiang Xiao and Jiang Wu were incredibly fast, closing in on Qin Shang in the blink of an eye. They flanked him, ready to seize his arms. The moment their hands were about to touch him, Qin Shang vanished into thin air. Jiang Su, who had been fanning himself and waiting for the show, sensed something was wrong. The next second, Qin Shang appeared right before him. Jiang Su hadn't anticipated such a direct assault. Panic set in as Jiang Xiao and Jiang Wu rushed to grab Qin Shang, but it was too late. Qin Shang seized Jiang Su by the neck, lifting him off the ground. He turned to face the 2 guards, a playful smirk on his lips. Don't move, he said. Weren't you just demanding I kowtow to you? Though Jiang Su was a mutant of considerable rank, he had never experienced real combat. He had reached his level solely through rare medicines and evolution energy cores, always delegating tasks to his underlings. The Jiang family's power attracted many who sought their favor, leaving this pampered young master helpless against Qin Shang. Seeing the scene, the guards panicked. Let the young master go. Jiang Su, humiliated and enraged, struggled to speak. Let me go. Don't you know who I am? If you kill me, the Jiang family will never forgive you. If you're all dead, who will tell the Jiang family? It was me, eh? Qin Shang's voice was calm, yet it sent chills down their spine. Jiang Su felt his breath growing shorter, his face turning red. Qin Shang was truly intent on killing him. Brother Qin Shang, this was all a misunderstanding. Brother Qin Shang, that was all a misunderstanding. Jiang Su said, a fawning smile spreading across his face when he realized threats were futile. We were just joking with you. That Pang Ji fellow deserved to die. I never liked him anyway. I should thank you, Brother Qin Shang, for killing him. Let's just call it quits here and be friends. If you ever need anything, Brother Qin, don't hesitate to ask. On the surface, Jiang Su appeared humble, but inside, he was seething with hysteria. How dare Qin Shang threaten him? Who did he think he was? A man like him wasn't even fit to polish my shoes. Once I return to the Jiang family, they'll make sure he dies a miserable death. Qin Shang looked at Jiang Su with deep disgust, knowing full well that someone like Jiang Su would never willingly bow his head to anyone, especially to someone as powerless as himself. If he let him go now, he would surely face vicious retaliation. He didn't believe for a second that Jiang Su would truly consider him a friend. Since that was the case, it was better to end it all cleanly. Kill all 3. The Jiang family might never trace it back to him. Jiang Su was still cursing inwardly when he suddenly caught the icy look in Qin Shang's eyes. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, a powerful premonition of dangers surging through him. Brother Qin Shang, let's talk this over. Jiang Su realized that Qin Shang might truly intend to kill him. He struggled desperately against Qin Shang's grip, making one last attempt to save himself. Young Master Jiang, when you see Pang Ji, remember to tell him what you just said. Qin Shang's left hand suddenly tightened, and a crisp crack echoed from Jiang Zu's neck. As Qin Shang increased the pressure, Jiang Zu's neck twisted and deformed, the bones inside crushed to fragment. Jiang Zu's eyes bulged, and then he went limp. Jiang Xiao and Jiang Wu could hardly believe it. He had actually killed Jiang Su. Jiang Su was a descendant of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's master lineage. Even the locked domain Heavenly Palace wouldn't overlook this. He would surely face a storm of revenge. He's utterly insane. Jiang Wu gritted his teeth and said, you killed Jiang Su. The Jiang family will never let this go. Qin Shang shrugged with an indifferent expression. The Jiang family will never know I killed Jiang Su. As he spoke, a fierce, murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Now that Jiang Su was dead, they couldn't escape blame either. They had to capture Qin Shang and hand him over to the Jiang family, or simply kill him outright. Jiang Xiao's face darkened as he threw a punch at Qin Shang. When his fist met Qin Shang's blade, it produced a metallic clang, yet his fist remained completely unharmed. Jiang Xiao was a fist-fighting expert. His fists were his weapons, capable of withstanding swords and delivering devastating blows. Both of these men were formidable, and Qin Shang dared not underestimate them. Poison sun armor. Qin Shang shouted. Jiang Xiao and Jiang Wu watched as a black gas enveloped Qin Shang's entire body, then seeped into him, vanishing without a trace. With the poison sun armor, Qin Shang's abilities surged to a new level. A terrifying power swelled within him, and he felt as if no one could stand against him. Black smoke billowed from Qin Shang's fist as he threw a thunderous punch, colliding with Jiang Wu's. Their strength was evenly matched. Jiang Wu was astounded. How had his power increased so drastically in such a short time? What kind of monster was this? Qin Shang drew a throwing knife and hurled it toward Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu dodged by tilting his head, the blade grazing his cheek as it flew past. In the next instant, Qin Shang appeared behind him, landing a heavy punch that felt as if it carried 1,000 pounds of force. Jiang Wu flew backward like a heavy sandbag. A split second before he hit the ground, Qin Shang teleported to where he was falling and caught him with another punch. Jiang Wu groaned as his body was sent hurtling in the opposite direction. Clad in the Poison Sun armor, Qin Shang's speed reached an astonishing level. Combined with his spatial ability, his movements were dizzying, leaving Jiang Wu utterly defenseless. After several exchanges, Jiang Wu's entire body was battered while Qin Shang remained completely at ease. Jiang Wu screamed, inwardly channeling all his power into his fist. He spun around violently to meet Qin Shang's punch, producing a thunderous roar. Jiang Wu finally managed to land on his feet. As an esper with a formidable physical body, he could still stand steady even after such a brutal assault. But Qin Shang gave him no chance to counter. He drew his Jinghai alloy blade and unleashed the residual wind technique, slashing toward Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu furiously pounded his fists against Qin Shang's relentless assault. However, the Jinghai alloy blade, empowered by the Poison Sun armor, and the level 3 Liwei blade art erupted with terrifying force. It cleaved straight through Jiang Wu's arm, blood spraying everywhere. Oh! Jiang Wu let out a blood-curdling scream. Qin Shang didn't stop. He leaped up, raised the alloy blade high, and brought it down in a vertical slash. The scream ceased, and Jiang Wu's head rolled to the side. Jiang Wu! Jiang Shao cried out at the sight. Qin Shang's attacks were too swift and his methods too bizarre. He couldn't even follow his movements, let alone intervene. Seeing Jiang Wu's brutal death, Jiang Shao gnashed his teeth. This Qin Shang was far too strong. He was no match for him. He had to return to the Jiang family and report this so they could send experts to deal with him. Jiang Shao turned and fled, vanishing like a phantom and covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Qin Shang was taken aback. He just ran. He hadn't expected this. Seeing his comrade die before his eyes, Jiang Shao had simply chosen to flee. Qin Shang immediately gave chase, activating the residual wind technique to shoot forward, leaving an afterimage in his wake. But to his surprise, Jiang Shao's speed was astonishing. Even with his own technique combined with teleportation, he was far from catching up. Jiang Shao had trained in a speed technique that doubled his movement rate, leaving Qin Shang far behind. Careless. Qin Shang cursed inwardly. He should have taken out Jiang Shao first. The gap between them grew wider, and he gave up the chase. From a distance, he heard Jiang Shao's voice. You killed Jiang Su. The Jiang family will never let you go. Prepare to... Qin Shang shook his head helplessly. He should have upgraded the residual wind technique sooner. Against a speed-specialized esper like Jiang Shao, his own speed was nothing. But now it was too late for regrets. Qin Shang sighed. Letting Jiang Shao escape meant that once the Jiang family learned he had killed Jiang Su, they would never let the matter rest. The Jiang family was a vast clan, and he had no idea what troubles lay ahead. But he would face whatever came. Kill one if one came, kill them all if they all came. Under the influence of the Poison Sun armor, Qin Shang's heart seemed to grow more savage. Yet as strong as the Jiang family was, they couldn't compare to the locked domain Heavenly Palace, the #1 power. Jiang Su was merely one of the master lineage's younger generation. The Jiang family likely wouldn't openly break with the locked domain Heavenly Palace over him. Though the Jiang family held considerable power, they were no match for the locking Heaven Palace. For the sake of a mere Jiang Su, they would not openly sever ties with such a formidable force. Thus they would not dare to make a public move against Qin Shang. As long as he remained within the bounds of Heishui City under the influence of the locking Heaven Palace, he would be safe. With this thought, Qin Shang decided to hasten back to Heishui City. He circumvented the bodies of Jiang Su and Jiang Wu, resumed driving, and proceeded directly to the locking Heaven Palace in Heishui City. He presented the snake gall to Steward Kong, who was astonished to see that he had indeed retrieved the gall of the aberrant venomous. Did you truly slay the aberrant venomous serpent? Qin Shang replied with a smile, merely a stroke of luck. Steward Kong gazed at the young man before him. Since joining the locking Heaven Palace, his performance had consistently surpassed that of others, his progress swift and remarkable. He was a promising talent, one who might even earn an opportunity to train at the palace's headquarters. Your performance is truly eye-opening, lad, Steward Kong said with a gentle smile. Qin Shang smiled, but remained silent, thinking if you knew I killed Jiang Su, you'd find it even more astonishing. The reward for this mission was 600 contribution points, and submitting the aberrant venomous serpent's gall would add even more. Qin Shang was overjoyed. At the same time, in Luohui City, hundreds of kilometers away, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes entered a resplendent hall. Inside, a venerable elder was savoring a cup of fragrant tea. The man immediately knelt before him. The elder frowned, set down his tea, and asked, "What has happened now?" The middle-aged man kowtowed repeatedly, crying, "Second elder, you must seek justice for Schwerer. Today Schwerer was brutally murdered by a savage brute." He sobbed uncontrollably. "He is our only child. You must bring the killer to justice." Hearing this, the elder's frown deepened. Though Jiang Su was often idle and tyrannical, he was still a descendant of the Jiang family. The elder held him in low regard among the younger generation. But a member of the Jiang family had been killed, and the perpetrator could not be pardoned. Who killed Jiang Su? The second elder inquired. A man named Qin Shang, a member of the locking Heaven Palace. He is violent and bloodthirsty. Schwerer merely had a quarrel with him, and he was cruelly. Enough, the second elder interrupted, skeptical of such claims. More likely Jiang Su had bullied someone and met his match. Yet the second elder cared little for their grievances. Since Qin Shang had killed a member of the Jiang family, he must pay with. But Qin Shang was a member of the locking Heaven Palace, a formidable power the second elder dared not confront directly. To offend the palace over Jiang Su was unwise. Killing Qin Shang required subtlety. An assassin dispatched covertly. The middle-aged man grew anxious as the second elder fell silent. His standing in the Jiang family was low, and Jiang Su was not favored by the elder. He feared the elder might refuse to avenge his son. Just then the second elder spoke slowly to an attendant behind him, "Send a few fourth-rank disciples to keep watch. Kill him the moment he leaves the city." The middle-aged man kowtowed in gratitude. Qin Shang, who had slain his son, and Jiang Wu was undoubtedly formidable. But he had only recently joined the Locking Heaven Palace. No matter how strong, he could not surpass a fourth-rank ability user. He was doomed. After completing his mission at the Locking Heaven Palace, Qin Shang returned to his residence. Jiang Shao had likely reported Jiang Zu's death to the family, but as long as he stayed within the palace's sphere of influence, the Jiangs would not dare act. Deciding to lay low for a while, he planned to rest and accept no missions. He recalled the other half of Pang Jia's stone. Opening his backpack, he took out both pieces and examined them closely. Apart from the differing inscriptions, they were nearly identical. Qin Shang studied the grooves and protrusions on the ground, then fitted the protruding parts into the recesses. The two stones fused seamlessly into one, the broken inscriptions aligning perfectly. It was indeed a single stone. But nothing happened. Qin Shang was puzzled. In novels, didn't such stones always trigger momentous events when joined? This stone had originally been whole, later split into two halves kept by different people. One half was with Pang Ji, the other lost. The man Qin Shang had encountered in Mabe City was Pang Ji's subordinate, tasked with retrieving the other half. He died at Qin Shang's hands before delivering it. Thus both halves fell into Qin Shang's possession, but he remained unaware of their secret. Pang Ji had repeatedly tried to kill him for the other half, only to be slain in turn. Now with both stones in hand, Qin Shang still wondered about their purpose. After some thought, he decided to consult Steward Kong, whose vast knowledge might reveal the stone's mystery. The stone originated from a mighty figure centuries ago, the Crimson Wrath Demon Lord. He was one of the top 5 ability users in the world, founder of the Crimson Wrath Palace, the only force that could rival the Locking Heaven Palace in its heyday. The Crimson Wrath Demon Lord had long coveted the position of the strongest human, held by the Locking Heaven Palace's master, the Locking Heaven War God. He trained relentlessly and a century ago issued a challenge, but was defeated. After that battle, the Crimson Wrath Demon Lord was never seen again. Some said he went into seclusion to train, awaiting another chance to contend with the Locking Heaven War God. But most believed he had been gravely wounded and perished from spiritual exhaustion. To this day, his fate remains a mystery. After his disappearance, the Crimson Wrath Palace gradually declined, falling from a once mighty rival to a force that anyone could oppress. The Crimson Wrath Palace operated in stark contrast to the Locking Heaven Palace. The latter, though ranked first among all forces, remained low-key and maintained peaceful relations with others. But the Crimson Wrath Palace was different. The Demon Lord was domineering and brutal, and his disciples knew no restraint. They bullied others with impunity, earning widespread resentment and making many enemies. They cared little until the Demon Lord vanished, and they faced retaliation from all sides. As for the Locking Heaven War God, his identity was also shrouded in mystery. Despite being the strongest human for centuries, records of him were scarce. Over the centuries, countless challengers had risen, but all had failed. He had held the title of the strongest human for hundreds of years, his position unshakable. This was one of the key reasons the Locking Heaven Palace remained at the top of the power rankings. Qin Shang took the stone to the Lock Domain Heavenly Palace to find Steward Kong. Upon seeing the stone, Steward Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you get this stone?" "I found it while on a mission in Mabai City last time," Qin Shang lied. "Half of it came from killing Pang Ji," he silently added. "Steward Kong, what exactly is this stone?" Qin Shang inquired. "You really have a knack for picking up good things," Steward Kong said, utterly shocked as he carefully examined the stone. "I once saw this stone in a book many years ago. Its peculiar shape made it unforgettable. It belongs to the Crimson Wrath Demon Lord." The Crimson Wrath Demon Lord? Qin Shang had never heard that name before. Steward Kong continued. The Crimson Wrath Demon Lord was the master of the Crimson Wrath Heavenly Palace. He vanished long ago, disappearing after losing to the Lock Domain War God decades ago. The Crimson Wrath Heavenly Palace gradually declined. Rumors say he left a treasure vault for his descendants filled with rare treasures with a special stone as the key. Could this be it? Qin Shang exclaimed in surprise. Steward Kong nodded. But it's just a rumor. After the Crimson Wrath Demon Lord vanished, the Crimson Wrath Heavenly Palace disbanded, and the stone was never seen again. No one knows if the legend is true. But if this is indeed that stone, the rumor becomes highly credible. The Crimson Wrath Heavenly Palace's headquarters is in Crimson Wrath City. That city was attacked by mutated beasts decades ago and has become a dead city. If you're interested, you can try your luck, but don't get your hopes up. Crimson Wrath City. The Crimson Wrath Demon Lord's treasure vault must be filled with priceless treasures. Since the key was already in his hands, why not take a look? Qin Shang was eager to go, but then he remembered the Jiang family waiting for him. It gave him a headache. For all he knew, members of the Jiang family were already lurking at the gates of Blackwater City, waiting to kill him to avenge Jiang Su. Moreover, Jiang Shao had already witnessed his strength. The Jiang family might send someone even stronger than Jiang Shao. The Jiang family was a powerful clan. Even Jiang Zu's lackey was a third-level psychic. There were bound to be even stronger experts. He couldn't act rashly. After bidding farewell to Steward Kong, he returned to his dwelling, pondering how to leave the city unnoticed by the Jiang family. Spatial ability. He could use his spatial ability to teleport directly from home to Crimson Wrath City, but his current power only allowed teleportation of a few hundred meters, far from enough. Crimson Wrath City was over 10 kilometers from Blackwater City. The gap was still enormous. The experience points had accumulated from his last mission were all used for upgrades. Qin Shang needed more experience points. If he couldn't go out on missions, there was still the training room. They wouldn't trap him here. In the following days, Qin Shang resumed his previous training intensity, even pushing himself harder. Ding. You have trained for 1 hour. Experience points 200. Ding. You have trained for 1 hour. Experience points 200. The prompts rang out continuously. Qin Shang immersed himself in the training room day and night, tirelessly honing his skills with his stats and experience points steadily rising. Half a month later, Qin Shang felt he had enough experience points and began upgrading his skills. He opened his energy panel. Spatial ability LV3, rock ability LV6, psychic secret art LV4, residual wind technique LV4, fierce return blade art LV3, wind breaking, flying dagger LV1. First, the spatial ability. This was crucial for leaving the city. Its power was immense, so the experience required for upgrading was naturally high. Advancing to the next level demanded 30,000 experience points. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained spatial ability LV4. As the prompt faded, Qin Shang felt his spatial ability greatly enhanced with his teleportation range increasing to 400 meters. Moreover, he unlocked the spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation, as its name implied, allowed direct travel from one place to another, much like the technique used by the girl who had brought him to the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Spatial teleportation had no range limit, but the greater the distance, the more strain it placed on the body. Additionally, after using it once, it couldn't be used again for a certain period. Qin Shang was overjoyed. With the spatial teleportation ability, he could teleport directly from home to Crimson Wrath City without needing to practice, increasing his teleportation range. He quickly grabbed his backpack and packed his belongings. Once everything was ready, he activated his spatial ability and began the spatial teleportation. Qin Shang held his breath and focused, slowly channeling his energy toward his eyes, forming a transparent barrier. At first glance, the air there seemed no different from elsewhere, but upon closer inspection, the air currents moved at a distinct pace. His energy continued to drain steadily as the teleportation distance was vast, requiring a significant amount of power. After a quarter of an hour, the energy drain ceased. Qin Shang reached his hand into the barrier. He felt nothing, yet there was nothing behind it. His hand didn't emerge from the other side. Success! Qin Shang was thrilled. It was his first attempt at spatial teleportation. At the same time, he felt a massive loss of energy. Teleporting over 10 kilometers on his first try had been incredibly draining. Qin Shang stepped 1 foot into the barrier, then his entire body followed. The barrier slowly shrank, condensing into a tiny point of light until it vanished completely. Meanwhile, outside Qin Shang's villa, a man wearing sunglasses and walking a dog glanced at the villa in confusion. Why hadn't Qin Shang gone to the locked domain Heavenly Palace for training today? He had been tailing him for half a month. Every morning, Qin Shang went to the locked domain Heavenly Palace and returned in the evening without fail. But today he hadn't left. He simply assumed Qin Shang was slacking off. It never crossed his mind that Qin Shang had already opened a spatial portal at home and teleported directly to Crimson Wrath City over 10 kilometers away. After arriving in Crimson Wrath City, Qin Shang continued to hunt zombies and mutated beasts for energy while searching for the Crimson Wrath Heavenly Palace. Low-level zombies and mutated beasts were now easy for Qin Shang. Occasionally, he encountered mutant zombies or high-level mutated beasts which might yield mutant energy cores. One day, Qin Shang killed a mutant zombie with ice abilities. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 150. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 200. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 2 mutant energy core. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Ice ability LV1. Ice ability. Qin Shang was ecstatic. He now possessed 3 abilities. Ordinary psychics could only cultivate 1. Dual ability practitioners were extremely rare, and 3 abilities were unheard of. Apart from the common zombies and mutant beasts, Qin Shang also encountered a type of giant zombie in Shiyuan City. These towering creatures stood even taller than the ordinary mutant zombies. Beyond that, he heard rumors of a powerful corpse dragon lurking here. Intriguingly, the giant zombies and the stone dragon seemed to be mortal enemies. During his days in Shiyuan City, Qin Shang often witnessed them locked in fierce combat. Whenever this happened, their roars echoed across the sky and energy orbs would drop from their clashes. Overjoyed, Qin Shang collected these orbs, reaping no small harvest from the battles between the corpse dragon and the giant zombies. Ding. Acquisition successful. Congratulations, you have obtained giant ability LV1. Qin Shang was ecstatic. He could even acquire the ability of a giant zombie. The giant ability, true to its name, allowed the user to enlarge their physique while enhancing all physical capabilities. He resolved to test this ability later, but for now his primary mission was to locate the Qiyuan Celestial Palace. A few days later, Qin Shang arrived outside the Qiyuan Celestial Palace. The solemn and majestic hall bore witness to its former glory, but now it lay in ruin, thick with dust. Once the Qiyuan Celestial Palace rivaled the locked domain Celestial Palace, ranking among the top 5 powers. However, 100 years ago, the Qiyuan demon sovereign agreed to a duel with the locked domain war god. After his defeat, he vanished without a trace, and the Qiyuan Celestial Palace rapidly declined. Witnessing such a once mighty force reduced to this state, Qin Shang could not help but sigh. The main hall was eerily quiet. Since it served as the lair of the corpse dragon, no mutant beasts roamed here. Before entering, Qin Shang cautiously checked for the presence of the corpse dragon. Finding only himself as a living being inside, he ventured in with confidence. The hall's decor was archaic, clearly from centuries past. The walls were adorned with carvings of various beasts, a stark contrast to the style of the locked domain celestial palace. As he moved deeper into the hall, he saw furniture and items scattered haphazardly on the floor, a scene of utter disarray. Few had visited this place in decades, and a thick layer of dust covered every object. Every room appeared as if it had been ransacked, hardly surprising. After the decline of the Qiyuan Celestial Palace, its members dispersed, and various factions plundered the premises, taking everything of value. Later, when the city became a dead zone, countless ability users on missions to Qiyuan City had turned it over time and again. Now almost no one came to the Qiyuan Celestial Palace anymore, for it held nothing but a crumbling hall. Continuing inward, Qin Shang arrived at an exceptionally spacious hall. This chamber exuded grandeur with fewer items scattered about. At the far end stood a throne, suggesting this was the main hall of the Qiyuan Celestial Palace. Qin Shang approached for a closer look. The throne was exquisitely crafted, large in size, and entirely gilded, adorned with intricate totems and floral patterns. Truly magnificent. Puzzled, Qin Shang wondered why this throne, which appeared valuable enough to fetch a high price at market, remained intact and untouched. He tried to push it, but failed, discovering that the throne was fused with the ground. Its material was unidentifiable, but extremely hard. When he struck the floor with his sea-alloy blade, not even a scratch appeared. There must be something hidden in this hall. Qin Shang recalled Steward Kang's mention of the treasure vault left by the Qiyuan demon sovereign. Perhaps the entrance was concealed within this very chamber. With this thought, Qin Shang carefully examined the throne. Sure enough, on the backrest, he found a triangular pyramid-shaped indentation. Excited, he quickly retrieved the stone and compared it. The shape matched perfectly. Qin Shang promptly inserted the stone into the groove. It fit snugly in both size and shape. As soon as the stone was placed, it rotated once. From the stone, a thin thread of light emerged, gradually coalescing into a human figure seated on the throne. It was the Qiyuan demon sovereign, a residual image left within the stone. When the stone was placed into the throne, it triggered the appearance of this phantom. The Qiyuan demon sovereign appeared somewhat weary. Smiling at Qin Shang, he said, "Congratulations, child. You have found the treasure I left behind." Qin Shang was exhilarated. The rumors were true. The Qiyuan demon sovereign had indeed left a treasure vault. The sovereign continued, "But to claim my treasure, you must agree to one condition: challenge the locked domain war god in my stead." The Qiyuan demon sovereign's gaze pierced Qin Shang like a blade, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. Challenge the locked domain war god. Qin Shang pondered. The locked domain war god was the strongest human, undefeated for centuries. Though his current strength was insufficient, he harbored the ambition to grow powerful enough to face her. Given his trajectory, there was a fair chance he could become strong enough to defeat the locked domain war god. Moreover, the Qiyuan demon sovereign was merely a residual image now. Even if he never challenged the locked domain war god, the phantom could do nothing. He decided to agree for now. Qin Shang spoke. "I accept." "Excellent." The Qiyuan demon sovereign nodded with a smile. "All my life, I yearned to become the strongest human. I trained relentlessly, hoping one day to defeat the locked domain war god and take her place." He sighed and continued, "But the locked domain war god's power is truly formidable. I conceded defeat willingly. I have tasted both bitterness and glory in this life, and aside from this one matter, I have no regrets." Qin Shang listened silently. For such a mighty figure as the Qiyuan demon sovereign to admit defeat so readily spoke volumes about the locked domain war god's strength. "So I hope you can fulfill this wish for me. Challenge the locked domain war god." The Qiyuan demon sovereign looked at Qin Shang, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Qin Shang nodded involuntarily. "My treasure vault is forged from a special material impervious even to the abilities of a sixth-tier mutant beast. Only the Qiyuan stone can open it. Now it is yours." With these words, the residual image of the Qiyuan demon sovereign gradually faded. Then, with a loud rumble, the throne slowly moved forward, revealing a staircase beneath its original position. The steps descended deep into the ground. This must be the treasure vault the Qiyuan demon sovereign had spoken of. Qin Shang was thrilled. The Qiyuan demon sovereign's vault surely contained countless rare treasures and precious herbs. He followed the staircase deeper into the earth, arriving at a corridor. The walls, made of a special material, emitted a faint glow. Using his flashlight, Qin Shang proceeded to an open hall where the light suddenly brightened. But the scene before him was far from what he had imagined. In his mind, the treasure vault of such a powerful force as the Qiyuan Celestial Palace should have been filled with gold and dazzling splendor. Yet the sight before him made Qin Shang wonder if the vault had already been looted. In Qin Shang's imagination, the treasure vault left behind by a colossal force like the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace would be a dazzling sea of gold. Yet the scene before him made him feel as if it had already been plundered. Indeed, only a sparse scattering of treasures lay about, making the grand hall seem rather empty. But considering the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace's decline in its later years, it had likely sold off many treasures to sustain its operations. Still, something was better than nothing. The treasures of the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace were, after all, far beyond ordinary artifacts. With this thought, Qin Shang eagerly examined each treasure one by one. The treasures were placed haphazardly. He first approached a dark chest and opened it, revealing several crimson combat suits, iron blood battle suits. Qin Shang picked up a suit in delight. Made of a special material, it was impervious to water and fire, could block most poisons, boasted extremely high defensive capabilities, and enhanced the user's various attributes. Though inferior to his own poison sun garment, it was still a high-quality suit worth tens of millions of gold coins each. Setting down the suit, Qin Shang moved on to inspect other treasures. He opened a wooden box to find a full container of small dark crimson pellets. Picking one up for a closer look, his eyes lit up. Could these be flame pellets? Flame pellets were a special weapon of the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace, possessing immense power. Upon detonation, they erupted into a massive inferno. A single pellet could defeat a third-level psychic. After the palace's decline, this ammunition was lost to time. Yet here lay an entire box containing dozens of pellets. At the bottom of the box, Qin Shang discovered a blueprint detailing the materials and crafting process for the flame pellets. He decided to keep the pellets for himself and submit the blueprint to the locked domain Heavenly Palace, which would surely earn him a substantial number of contribution points. Venturing deeper, Qin Shang found many more weapons. This is a crimson slaughter cannon, he exclaimed in astonishment. This cannon could directly target 6th-level mutated beasts with devastating power. If Ink-White City had such cannons installed, the battle against the mutated vultures would not have been so tragic. These cannons were enormous, designed specifically for city defense. 10 crimson slaughter cannons stood here, far too many for Qin Shang to carry back alone. He would have to summon help from the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Qin Shang also discovered a glass vial containing a crimson pill inscribed with the words Huiyuan pill. His eyes widened in shock. This pill was crafted from the blood of a beast god. Consuming it would instantly restore all injuries, no matter how severe, within a short period. Qin Shang had believed such a pill existed only in legends. To find it in reality was astonishing. Possessing it was like owning a resurrection elixir. Yet the Crimson Abyss Demon Lord who once owned the Huiyuan pill still fell to the locked domain war god. That war god's power was simply unfathomable. Qin Shang carefully secured the Huiyuan pill. This pill was invaluable to him. If ever his life was threatened, it could save. Continuing inward, Qin Shang discovered a blade manual titled Crimson Resentment Blade Art. His eyes widened. This was the personal technique of the Crimson Resentment Demon Lord. Mastering this art would greatly enhance his own blade skills. Delighted, Qin Shang tucked the manual away, planning to practice it diligently. After thoroughly exploring the vault, Qin Shang collected all the treasures useful to him. The remaining items were high-end weapons like the Crimson Slaughter Cannons, which he had no use for. He decided to submit the rest to the locked domain Heavenly Palace. The Flame Pellet Blueprint and Crimson Slaughter Cannons were rare high-grade weapons of immense value and cost. The blueprint especially was no longer available on the market and would be even more precious to the palace than the cannons. Turning in all these items would surely earn him a high amount of contribution points. After a final inventory of the treasures, Qin Shang prepared to leave. No sooner had he stepped out of the vault than he felt the ground tremble. Looking up, he saw a massive figure entering the hall. Qin Shang was shocked. Why had it returned at this very moment? The main hall of the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace was exceptionally spacious, allowing the corpse dragon to enter with ease. Qin Shang noticed numerous wounds on its body, likely from its battle with the giant zombie. At that moment, the corpse dragon spotted Qin Shang. It too froze, seemingly startled to see a human here. Man and dragon locked eyes, the air thickening with tension. The next second, the corpse dragon charged at Qin Shang with a roar, its heavy footsteps shaking dust from the ceiling. Qin Shang quickly retreated into the vault. The throne immediately slid back into place, sealing the entrance. The corpse dragon, enraged, slammed its claws against the throne, but it remained unmoved. It then rammed its head against the floor, trying to break through to seize Qin Shang. However, both the floor and the throne were made of special materials impervious to the dragon's assault. Seeing its efforts futile, the corpse dragon paced furiously near the throne, waiting for Qin Shang to emerge. Safe inside the vault, Qin Shang could easily teleport outside the main hall. But this time he wanted to kill the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon was nearly a 6th-level mutated beast, and its exotic energy core was extremely valuable. However, his current strength was insufficient to defeat it. Qin Shang began searching the vault for weapons. The vault contained crimson slaughter cannons, but they were too bulky, designed only for city walls. They couldn't be deployed in the main hall, and Qin Shang had no idea how to operate them. If not the cannons, what about the flame pellets? One pellet could kill a 3rd-level psychic. The wooden box held 60 pellets. If all were used at once, how powerful would the explosion be? Moreover, he need not worry about the flames harming him. The special material of the floor would withstand the fire. Qin Shang decided to use 40 pellets, keeping the remaining 20 as backup. He took 20 out, closed the lid, and used the box as a decoy, hoping the corpse dragon wouldn't notice. Activating his spatial ability, Qin Shang teleported the wooden box outside the vault, dropping it onto the corpse dragon's head. The dragon sensed something above, but dismissed it as a mere box, unaware of its deadly potential. The box smashed onto the corpse dragon's head and burst open. The dragon quickly sensed something amiss, but it was too late. The flame pellets were triggered. One detonated, setting off another, then another, until all 40 pellets exploded in a chain reaction. 40 blazing pills were detonated in succession, forming a terrifying dark crimson flame that instantly engulfed the corpse dragon. It tried to shake off the flames, but they clung to it like adhesive, impossible to remove. The most horrifying aspect of the blazing pills was that the flames they generated would burrow into the enemy's body, incinerating them from the inside out, until nothing but ash remained. The corpse dragon was tightly wrapped in towering flames that seeped through the gaps in its scales, burning its internal organs and blood. It let out agonized roars, rolling wildly on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire, but to no avail. The flames of the blazing pills were nearly impossible to quench. Even if the outer fire was put out, the inner inferno raged on, burning fiercely within its body, as if to hollow it out completely. The power of 40 blazing pills was immense. A single pill might not have posed a threat to the corpse dragon, but 40 was a different matter entirely. Before this, no one knew the true destructive capacity of 40 blazing pills, as they were notoriously difficult to craft and exorbitantly priced. Only Qin Shang would be willing to expend so many at once. The flames continued to blaze, illuminating the grand hall with a fierce glow. The corpse dragon thrashed about, smashing many pillars of the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace, causing parts of the structure to collapse. As it rolled, the fire spread to debris on the floor, turning the main hall into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. The thunderous roars of the corpse dragon reached the treasure vault, startling Qin Shang. The cries were filled with agony. After an unknown span of time, the sounds faded, and silence gradually fell. Judging that the creature had been sufficiently burned, Qin Shang opened the vault door and ascended the steps. Above, the scene had transformed entirely. The main hall was reduced to a deep gray ruin, the ornate carvings on the stone pillars blackened and still emitting wisps of white smoke. Qin Shang was stunned by the sight. The blazing pill's power was truly astonishing. The Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace had been largely destroyed by the blazing pills, yet it seemed a fitting end. From its decline to the present, the palace had endured looting, damage, and the burial of time, becoming mere history. Now it had been reborn through the fiery might of the blazing pills, showcasing the formidable strength that once defined the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace. The corpse dragon's body lay not far away, motionless. It had been charred pitch black, its original form nearly unrecognizable, with white smoke rising from every part. Numerous glowing energy orbs had scattered beside the corpse, and Qin Shang walked over to collect them one by one. Ding. Collection successful. Strength 700. Ding. Collection successful. Stamina 680. Ding. Collection successful. Agility 500. Ding. Collection successful. Spirit 700. Ding. Collection successful. Experience 46000. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a grade 5 mutant energy core. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained dragon blood crystals. The continuous notifications filled Qin Shang with excitement. The 40 blazing pills had been worth it for such a haul. The mere acquisition of the rare grade 5 mutant energy core made him grin from ear to ear. His current physique was insufficient to absorb it. He would need to enhance his constitution further, but claiming it was the priority. There was also a vial of dragon blood crystals, a material essential for many precious elixirs capable of fetching an astonishing price on the market. This counted as him single-handedly defeating a mutant beast nearing level 6. Though it relied entirely on the blazing pills, the strategy was his own. Thus he earned the experience points, 46,000 in total, a sum he could not have amassed even through relentless training in the cultivation chamber for an entire week. After collecting everything, Qin Shang removed the Crimson Resentment Stone from the throne. The throne then automatically returned to its place, sealing the entrance to the treasure chamber as if it had never moved. Alright, time to head back to Blackwater City and have Steward Kong send people to retrieve these treasures. Qin Shang shouldered his backpack and departed from the Crimson Resentment Heavenly Palace. Qin Shang left Crimson Resentment City and made his way toward Blackwater City, his backpack laden with treasures, a highly fruitful expedition. He reflected that if Peng Ji had not been so selfish and ruthless, all of this might have been his. But he took one wrong step, and that led to a cascade of errors, ultimately costing him his life. Crimson Resentment City was over 10 kilometers from Blackwater City. He had originally used spatial teleportation to avoid an ambush by the Jiang family. Now that he was outside the city, the Jiang family would have no knowledge of his whereabouts. They might still be lying in wait in Blackwater City. There was no need to rush. On the third day after leaving Crimson Resentment City, Qin Shang suddenly heard a thunderous explosion in the distance, as if he looked toward the horizon and saw a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky, reminiscent of an atomic bomb blast, dispersing all the clouds in its path. Such a massive disturbance. Could they be dealing with a mutant beast? With a weapon of this magnitude, what level of mutant beast could it be? Qin Shang marveled inwardly. After the commotion subsided, silence returned to the distance, and the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated. Likely some faction was eliminating a high-level mutant beast, and it seemed the creature had been dealt with. He shook his head, deciding not to meddle, and continued on his way. Qin Shang chose to avoid the main roads, deliberately taking wild, secluded paths for a change of pace. After walking for a while, he came across a river. The clear, swift current tempted him greatly. Having traveled so far, he felt the need to bathe. Setting down his backpack, he stripped off his clothes and jumped into the river for a wash. After bathing, he changed into a fresh set of clothes, feeling much refreshed as the dust of the journey was washed away. Qin Shang crouched down to admire his reflection in the river, indulging in a moment of vanity. Suddenly, another face appeared on the water's surface. Startled, Qin Shang leaped up. What the hell? What is that? He immediately turned around, but there was nothing behind him. The unfamiliar face he had seen in the water. Could it be a water ghost? He grabbed the Jinghai alloy blade, lying nearby, ready for battle at any moment. After a while, there was no movement on the water. Qin Shang approached the surface for a closer look. There was no water ghost. Instead, a person was floating on the water. The face he had seen belonged to that person. He had only glimpsed the face before jumping in fright, failing to notice the body. Qin Shang approached the riverbank to observe, discovering a figure floating on the water's surface. It was the same face he had glimpsed earlier. This was a young girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, with delicate features of breathtaking beauty. Her black dress and jet black hair accentuated the pallor of her skin. Yet the girl's eyes were tightly shut, her body utterly still, and her pale face devoid of any trace of color. Qin Shang grasped the girl's wrist and pulled her from the water. She was light, and he effortlessly carried her to the grassy bank. Qin Shang checked her breath with his finger. She was still breathing. He was deeply puzzled. Had she drifted down from upstream? How could she be here in this desolate wilderness? What should I do? Qin Shang hesitated. Was he supposed to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? His knowledge of rescuing drowning victims was limited to artificial respiration and chest compressions, neither of which he had ever attempted. But the issue now was more than just inexperience. He didn't even know this girl, and it felt rather. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Shang resolved to act. A life was at stake, and he couldn't afford to worry about propriety. Sorry, I'm doing this to save you, he murmured to the girl, though he knew she couldn't hear him. Qin Shang took a deep breath, leaned down, and pressed his lips to hers, blowing air into her mouth. He felt the cool, soft touch of her lips and caught a faint, pleasant scent from her. After a while, he began chest compressions, alternating between the two methods until the girl finally showed signs of life. Qin Shang took a deep breath, leaned down, and pressed his lips to hers, blowing air into her mouth. He felt the cool, soft touch of her lips and caught a faint, pleasant scent from her. After a while, he began chest compressions, alternating between the two methods until the girl finally showed signs of life. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed violently. Qin Shang quickly moved aside, watching as she spat out a mouthful of clear water. Her breathing gradually steadied, and Qin Shang sighed in relief. His rescue efforts had worked. Though it was a life-saving act, Qin Shang couldn't help feeling somewhat awkward. The girl remained unconscious. Qin Shang studied her delicate face and suddenly felt she resembled someone. Her aura is so much like that girl from the Lan family, he thought. Both exuded a cold, distant temperament. It wasn't safe to leave her alone in this wilderness, so Qin Shang sat beside her, waiting for her to wake. As dusk fell and the temperature dropped, the girl, soaked and clad only in her dress, began to shiver. Qin Shang took off his coat and draped it over her, then set out to gather firewood. He collected some dry wood and lit a campfire. Beside the warmth, the girl's trembling gradually ceased, though she still showed no signs of waking. Qin Shang waited patiently. How could she be alone here? Anyone who comes to Qiyuan City can't be ordinary. Could she have been attacked during a mission? He speculated idly. Lost in his thoughts, Qin Shang yawned. As the night deepened, he leaned against a nearby rock and drifted off to sleep. After an unknown time, Qin Shang was roused from his slumber by faint sounds. He instantly snapped awake, reaching for his alloy blade. Looking up, he saw that the girl had awakened. She sat up, still wrapped in his coat, staring at him with an expressionless face. In her unconscious state, he had only noticed her delicate features. Now, with her eyes open and aloof, her beauty seemed touched with an icy edge. She reminded him even more of the Lan family girl. Qin Shang mused silently. The girl remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Feeling awkward, he cleared his throat. You're awake. Would you like something to eat? The girl said nothing, just stared at him for a few seconds before speaking slowly, her voice devoid of warmth. I saw what you did. Qin Shang was momentarily taken aback. He noticed a faint blush creeping across her fair cheeks, and a hint of shame and anger flickered in her eyes. Once he understood, he felt deeply embarrassed. Don't misunderstand. You fell into the water. I was just trying to save you, he explained, not wanting her to think he had taken advantage of her. The girl said nothing more. She stood up, letting his coat fall to the ground, and looked at him. We'll meet again, she said, then turned and walked away without a backward glance. Qin Shang was startled. Where are you going? There are no supply stations nearby. But the girl ignored him, walking straight into the dense forest ahead. Qin Shang got up and followed, uneasy about letting her enter the woods alone. He chased her into the forest, but she had vanished. He had clearly seen her enter this grove just moments ago, yet now she was... Qin Shang searched the entire forest, but found no trace of her, as if she had never entered at all. Could she possess a skill like space teleportation? It made sense. Anyone who could appear alone in the wilderness was certainly no ordinary person. This girl's strength was evidently considerable. Unable to find her, Qin Shang returned to the campfire to rest. But after that brief incident, sleep eluded him. Dawn was near, so he sat by the fire until the sky lightened, then rose to continue his journey. Although the girl had said, "We'll meet again," Qin Shang doubted he would ever see her again. He decided to consider it a good deed, saving a life. A few days later, Qin Shang arrived at the outskirts of Heishui City. He found a secluded area and activated his space teleportation. The distance was short this time, so it wasn't long before a transparent barrier formed before him. Qin Shang stepped through and emerged inside the city. Before him stood a little boy with a runny nose, holding a candied hawthorn stick and staring at him in shock. Qin Shang offered a friendly smile, but the boy's face twisted in terror. "Mommy," he cried, turning to flee. Clearly the boy had been frightened by Qin Shang's sudden appearance. Qin Shang shook his head, paid it no more mind, and headed straight for the Siu Celestial Palace. Seeing Qin Shang appear at the entrance of the Siu Celestial Palace, the man assigned to surveil him was astonished. How did this Qin Shang suddenly show up here? Wasn't he supposed to be at home all along? The man's attire clearly indicated he had left the city, but how had he gotten out? Of course, he had no idea that Qin Shang possessed the ability to teleport, allowing him to slip away unnoticed right under. Qin Shang noticed the man's gaze but ignored him. Now that he was back in Heishui City, they wouldn't dare to attack him. He walked straight into the Siu Celestial Palace. Steward Kong was surprised to see him. "It's been a while. Found any more treasures?" he teased with a smile. Qin Shang chuckled. "You've hit the mark. I've obtained some treasures and would like to offer them to the Siu Celestial Palace. Could I exchange them for contribution points?" Steward Kong nodded. "Of course. The Suyu Celestial Palace will award you contribution points based on the value of the Manager Kong nodded with a smile. Of course, the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace will grant you contribution points based on the value of the treasures. Qin Shang then handed Manager Kong a list which enumerated the treasures from the Red Resentment Heavenly Palace's vault. Manager Kong took the list, and with a single glance widened his eyes. As he read further, his expression gradually lost control. Red Massacre Cannon, Iron Blood Battle Armor, Flame Pellets. He looked at Qin Shang in astonishment. Have you truly found the treasure vault of the Red Resentment Demon Lord? Qin Shang nodded. Manager Kong was stunned for a moment, then excitedly patted Qin Shang on the shoulder. You've rendered a great service this time. These weapons and medicines, many of which have been lost for ages, are of immense value. They will greatly aid the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Flame pellets were a highly potent type of ammunition, each capable of countering a third-level superhuman. Even an ordinary person wielding one could turn the tide of battle from weakness to strength. They were a unique weapon of the Red Resentment Heavenly Palace, unobtainable by others. After the Red Resentment Demon Lord vanished, no one had ever seen such ammunition again. Yet now Qin Shang had obtained the blueprints for crafting flame pellets. There were also formulas for other precious elixirs. Though weapons like the Red Massacre Cannon were valuable, they paled in comparison to these blueprints and formulas. With them, the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace could manufacture its own elixirs and ammunition. Seeing Manager Kang's excitement, Qin Shang asked, Manager Kong, roughly how many contribution points can these items fetch? Manager Kong said with a smile, these items are enough to earn you several million contribution points. Qin Shang was a member of the Blackwater City branch of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. His monumental contribution also benefited Manager Kong, who felt grateful to Qin Shang. Several million. Qin Shang was overjoyed. Although he knew these items were highly valuable, he hadn't expected them to be worth millions of contribution points. Qin Shang pulled the Red Resentment Stone from his backpack and handed it to Manager Kong. This is the key to the vault. Manager Kong accepted it with a smile, saying, I'll contact the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters immediately to send people to the location you mentioned. Qin Shang nodded and turned to leave. Back in the training room, he didn't train. After traveling for so many days, he was also feeling fatigued. So he showered, ate something, and leisurely began watching the news. Fist Emperor ranked 57th on the world top 100, successfully challenged Blade Demon ranked 49th and rose to the 49th position. Li Li of the Blade Martial sect successfully slew a 5th-level mutant. The news mostly consisted of achievements and honors won by powerful superhumans. Qin Shang found it dull and was almost dozing off when a news item caught his attention. 3 days ago, intense energy fluctuations were detected in the Huaibei region. Investigation revealed that someone had triggered the defense system of an ancient ruin, attracting many superhumans to explore. Huaibei region. It seemed to be an area Qin Shang had passed through on his way back to Blackwater City. Could the mushroom cloud he had seen be the energy fluctuation mentioned in the news? At the time, he had assumed it was the commotion from someone hunting a high-level mutant beast, never expecting it to be the defense system of an ancient ruin. Ancient ruins were remnants left after the fall of ancient civilizations. Qin Shang learned that this world seemed to have once harbored powerful humans beyond the norm. Since the apocalypse, several epochs had existed, but all had perished. There were vague records of some powerful humans, but the specifics remained unknown. After great civilizations from previous epochs vanished, due to certain events, they left behind ancient ruins. These ruins often contained rare treasures and advanced technology, attracting many factions and superhumans to explore. However, some ruins had formidable defense systems like the one in Huaibei. Careless triggering could lead to death. But for powerful factions, these defense systems were easily dealt with. Hence, many strong factions clashed over the ruins, sometimes sparking small-scale battles. In such cases, both sides often suffered heavy losses. Thinking of the enormous mushroom cloud he had seen a few days ago, he wondered whether a faction was exploring the ruin or some unfortunate superhuman had accidentally triggered it. If it was the latter, that person must be in dire straits. The weapon capable of causing such a massive fluctuation must have been extremely powerful. Even a powerhouse on the top 100 list would likely face great peril. Qin Shang shook his head, turned off the news, and resumed training. A few days later, a knock came at the training room door. Qin Shang opened it to find Manager Kong. His face beaming with joy, he said to Qin Shang, Headquarters has sent people to the location you mentioned. They have found the Red Resentment Vault. Qin Shang quickly asked Manager Kong, so how many contribution points can I get? Manager Kong cleared his throat and said, based on headquarters evaluation of the treasure's value, you can receive 5 million contribution points. 5 million. Qin Shang nearly jumped for joy. Contribution points could be converted into gold coins when purchasing equipment and elixirs. 5 million contribution points converted to 500 billion gold coins. Thinking back to the 200 billion he had once demanded from Pang Ji, it now seemed insignificant. Even the richest man in Blackwater City might not possess 500 billion. Qin Shang felt as if he were dreaming. Seeing Qin Shang's excitement, Manager Kong smiled and said, besides the contribution points, there's another piece of good news. Qin Shang snapped back to reality. What other good news could there be? Considering your immense contribution to the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, this time headquarters has decided to directly send you to the main palace for advanced training, Manager Kong said with a smile. Qin Shang was overjoyed. Entering the main palace for advanced training was a dream for every member of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Only the most formidable members like Yin Zhao, whom he had met in Shama City, had qualified for such training. Congratulations, you are the fastest member in the history of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace to qualify for main palace training. Manager Kong looked at him with pride, knowing that this young man had a boundless future. In truth, it was no surprise that Qin Shang had earned this qualification. Having joined the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace just 2 months ago, he had already completed several high-difficulty missions and slain third-level superhumans like Pang Ji and Jiang Su. His strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, his submission of the Red Resentment Demon Lord's treasures had greatly benefited the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Considering all aspects, Qin Shang was undoubtedly qualified for main palace training. Those who entered the main palace for training all had promising futures. Manager Kong himself was a product of the main palace, now serving as the head of a branch. The greater one's ability, the higher one's achievements. Superintendent Kong, having returned from his advanced training at the headquarters, now served as the director of the Blackwater City branch of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. He was merely a person of ordinary talent. Those truly gifted and powerful individuals boasted futures beyond measure. Superintendent Kong held high hopes for Qin Shang. Once you reach the headquarters, you must not slack off. Seize this opportunity and cultivate diligently. I believe you have the makings of a formidable expert. Qin Shang nodded with excitement. Then suddenly recalling the 5th rank aberrant energy core he had found in Chiyuan City, he called out to Superintendent Kong, who was about to leave. Could you find someone to refine this 5th rank energy core into a potion for me? My current physique is still unable to absorb it directly. The energy within the 5th rank aberrant energy core was too violent. A direct absorption could inflict severe damage upon Qin Shang's body. However, if it were refined into a milder potion, it would become much easier to assimilate. Upon seeing the 5th rank aberrant energy core, Superintendent Kong was profoundly astonished. A glimmer of admiration surfaced in his eyes as he regarded Qin Shang. This young man was truly extraordinary. He might well become a world-renowned powerhouse in the future. Superintendent Kong departed with the 5th rank energy core. True to his efficiency, a few days later he knocked on the door of the cultivation chamber and handed the enhancement potion to Qin Shang. The potion had also incorporated many rare materials costing 2,000 contribution points, but such an amount was no longer a concern for Qin Shang. Qin Shang received the potion. Gazing at the surging energy within the vial, he knew this concoction would undoubtedly amplify his strength dramatically. He uncorked the potion and downed it in one gulp. The 5th rank aberrant energy core possessed immense power. Swallowing it raw would not only fail to enhance his abilities, but would instead cause severe harm to his body. However, being made into a potion changed everything. It neutralized the core's formidable energy, allowing Qin Shang's body to absorb it with ease. No sooner had he consumed it than Qin Shang felt as though his entire body was ablaze with scorching heat accompanied by a faint sharp pain. He understood that the energy core was taking effect. Every cell in his being was immersed in this colossal energy, greedily drawing it in. Qin Shang sensed a formidable power awakening within him, as if his entire body had come alive. His cells ceaselessly absorbed the energy. The potion's potency was immense, and fully assimilating it would require a long time. Closing his eyes, he began to regulate the energy flowing through his body. It was not until the 5th day that Qin Shang slowly opened his eyes. It seemed his body had completely absorbed that 5th rank aberrant energy core. He clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. This 5th rank energy core was indeed extraordinary. Qin Shang summoned his energy panel, and a faint smile crept across his face. All his energy attributes had been significantly enhanced, each surpassing level 20. He had now reached the standard of a 3rd rank scion. Qin Shang rose to his feet. It's time to head to the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters. This time he decided to travel by plane. Having exchanged so many contribution points from the Chiyuan treasury, it was high time he enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family estate, the 2nd elder sat expressionless, staring at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. Are you blaming me for incompetence? A frigid voice pierced the middle-aged man's ears, sending chills down his spine. He quickly stammered, No. This Qin Shang is cunning and treacherous, hard to deal with. But I've just received word. He's taking a plane to the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters. We could. Are you suggesting I launch an attack on an airport belonging to another faction? Have you lost your mind? Isn't it enough that Jiang Su has provoked a disciple of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace? Do you wish to drag the entire Jiang family into ruin? Get out of my sight. Never mention this matter again. The 2nd elder cut him off with a furious rebuke before the man could finish. The middle-aged man, now terrified, dared not utter another word and retreated from the hall trembling. After the middle-aged man had left, the 2nd elder picked up his teacup and mused. This Qin Shang had now earned the right to train at the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters, becoming a core disciple. His status had changed drastically. Going against him for the sake of Jiang Su was simply not worth it. Previously, Qin Shang had been merely an ordinary disciple of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, and the 2nd elder had not taken him seriously. But now that he had entered the headquarters for training, he could no longer be ignored. Between Jiang Su and the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, the 2nd elder knew which was more important. Qin Shang began packing his belongings. He hadn't expected to move to the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters so soon. This villa, which he had only just moved into, would be left vacant. The thought filled him with a tinge of reluctance. Once his luggage was ready, Qin Shang set off for the Blackwater City airport. This was no ordinary airport. It was a property of the Alliance. He was confident the Jiang family would not dare to make a move there, and he felt at ease. The Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters was located in Rihue City. When Qin Shang saw the price of a first-class ticket from Blackwater City to Rihue City, he couldn't help but wince. Are they trying to rob me? Airline tickets were already exorbitantly priced, and first class was even more so. A single ticket costing several 100,000 gold coins. But for Qin Shang now it was nothing. He quickly purchased his ticket. Before long Qin Shang boarded the plane. It was undeniable that despite the steep price, first class was worth every coin. The service and amenities were excellent, and the aircraft was equipped with comprehensive defense systems and weaponry ensuring safety, even if they encountered high-rank mutated beasts. Apart from these features, the plane was no different from those in his previous world. After finding his seat, Qin Shang drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, the flight attendant's voice crackled over the intercom, rousing him. The plane had arrived at Rihue City. Stepping off the plane, Qin Shang noticed fully armed soldiers in military uniforms standing guard across the spacious airport. Truly, Rihue City lived up to its reputation. Even its airport was heavily fortified. As Qin Shang exited the airport, a burly man with a fierce face approached him. "Brother, where are you headed?" "To the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace," Qin Shang replied. The moment the man heard Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, his expression shifted and his demeanor became respectful. "Very well, sir. Please follow me." His address had even changed to sir. As Rihue City was the headquarters of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, those who came here were undoubtedly powerful and influential figures. The man dared not show any negligence. Qin Shang followed the man into a taxi parked by the roadside, and they set off toward the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Along the way, Qin Shang gazed out the window at the magnificent sights of Rihue City. It was a bustling metropolis filled with towering skyscrapers, every inch of land precious. Outside, the streets were teeming with people, lively and vibrant. The Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters was situated in Rihue City, naturally offering its protection to the city as well. Thanks to the overwhelming power of the Locked Domain War God, no mutated beasts or zombies dared to approach Rihue City any longer. Because the headquarters of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace was located here, Sunblaze City naturally reaped many benefits. Thanks to the might of the Locked Domain War God, no mutated beasts or zombies dared to approach Sunblaze City, and the city had enjoyed a long period of peace and stability. Moreover, as the #1 superpower, the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace's commercial dealings with various factions also stimulated Sunblaze City's economy. Thus, Sunblaze City had become one of the most prosperous and flourishing cities. An hour later, the taxi came to a stop. The man turned around and said respectfully to Qin Shang, "Sir, the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace is here. Just walk straight along this path, and you'll see it. My vehicle cannot go any further." Qin Shang nodded and stepped out of the car. He saw a majestic palace standing not far away, several times larger than the Crimson Wrath Heavenly Palace. Qin Shang sighed, inwardly thinking that compared to this, the Crimson Wrath Heavenly Palace was nothing more than a thatched hut. Qin Shang walked along the path toward the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. The number of pedestrians gradually dwindled until he arrived at the palace gates, which loomed before him like a colossal behemoth. A man clad in light armor blocked his way. "No pedestrians allowed." Qin Shang introduced himself. "My name is Qin Shang. I am here to report to the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace." Hearing this, the man glanced through a roster in his hand, nodded, and led Qin Shang into the palace. The deeper they went, the more magnificent and imposing the architecture became. As they walked, the man conversed with Qin Shang. Inside the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace are elite talents from various branches totaling 530. You might have stood out in your city, but here everyone is top tier. It's best not to be too ostentatious. Qin Shang nodded. He was prepared. Superintendent Kong had already told him much about the prodigies at the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters. This place was full of challenges, and he would have to work even harder here. The man led Qin Shang to a large door and then departed. Just as Qin Shang was about to knock, an aged voice came from within. Qin Shang pushed the door open and entered, seeing a white-haired elder seated inside. The elder glanced at him and spoke. "Are you Qin Shang from Blackwater City?" Qin Shang nodded. "Yes." The elder handed him a key and said, "Take this key. Your residence is room 5. Qin Shang accepted the key. "Yes." The Sunblaze Tower at the center of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace is where the Palace Lord goes into seclusion. You must not approach it without permission. There are also some other rules. They are all in this book. Take it back and read it carefully." The elder looked at Qin Shang. The Locked Domain Heavenly Palace is a place for the strong. Cultivating diligently and increasing your strength here is of utmost importance. Qin Shang nodded, took the items, and walked out of the room. He headed toward his residence, but his mind was filled with curiosity about the Sunblaze Tower. The strongest human, the Locked Domain War God, was so close to him. He recalled his pact with the Crimson Wrath Demon Lord to challenge the Locked Domain War God in his stead. He wondered when he would ever attain such power. Qin Shang found his residence, a small villa. Though not as grand as his large villa in Blackwater City, it was still a very... Qin Shang entered the villa, settled his belongings, and began to read the book detailing the rules of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Besides the regulations, it also recorded some basic guidelines. For instance, all members of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters were ranked. Different rankings came with different benefits. Those in the top 100 could receive 1 bottle of grade 4 mutant energy potion each month. Those in the top 10 received 1 bottle of grade 5 mutant energy potion each month. And those in the top 3 received 1 bottle of grade 6 mutant energy potion each month. Rankings were determined by strength. There were 2 ways to improve one's rank. The first was to challenge someone ranked higher. Only by defeating them could one rise. The second was to earn points which could be obtained from the Deathmatch Tower. Defeating those ahead was straightforward, but what exactly was this Deathmatch Tower? Qin Shang decided to go and see for himself tomorrow. Apart from the rankings, Qin Shang also read about the Crimson Kill Legion. This was an ancient force with a long history dating back to the beginning of the apocalypse. None who joined this legion were ordinary, but the Crimson Kill Legion remained low-key for it existed for the survival of humanity. The Crimson Kill Legion recruited new members every 3 years. Those who joined received the Crimson Kill Medal. It was said that only ability users at level 5 or above were capable of joining. This recruitment would take place in 3 months, and the locked domain Heavenly Palace had 5 slots which would be given directly to the top 5 members. Even a superpower like the locked domain Heavenly Palace had only 5 slots, a testament to the Crimson Kill Legion's formidable strength. After reading all this, Qin Shang retired early, preparing to visit the Deathmatch Tower the next day. The following morning he arrived at the Deathmatch Tower where a crowd had already gathered. They paid him no attention as he approached. Qin Shang overheard their discussion. Do you think Duan Hong can break through the 10th floor of the Deathmatch Tower this time? Unless he has made a major breakthrough in his strength recently, he will definitely fail again. Qin Shang knew the name Duan Hong. He was ranked 41st. Duan Hong was currently inside the Deathmatch Tower attempting to conquer the 10th floor. Qin Shang looked up at the towering spire that pierced the clouds, a sense of awe washing over him. He wondered what kind of powerhouse could stand at the very top of this tower. Just as he was lost in thought, Qin Shang heard a familiar voice. Brother Qin, what are you doing here? A man walked over from a distance, his face etched with surprise. Brother Yan. Qin Shang was overjoyed to encounter an acquaintance here. He had heard back in Shanxing City that Yin Zhao was coming to the locked domain Heavenly Palace headquarters for advanced training, probably arriving a bit earlier than Qin Shang. Yin Zhao was also delighted. Kid, you're something. You made it into the locked domain Heavenly Palace headquarters so quickly. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Qin Shang smiled and asked Yin Zhao about the Deathmatch Tower. I just heard people saying that a man named Duan Hong is challenging the 10th floor of the Deathmatch Tower. What exactly is this Deathmatch Tower for? Yin Zhao began to explain. The Deathmatch Tower was a relic left by an ancient advanced civilization specifically designed for ability users to train. It could conjure different monsters very similar to real mutated beasts, but without mutant energy cores. Challengers could be injured inside, but once they exited the tower, all wounds would be fully healed. Currently, one could earn points by challenging the Deathmatch Tower to improve their ranking. Each cleared floor granted corresponding points, but the difficulty increased exponentially with each level. The Deathmatch Tower had 20 floors in total, and to this day, no one had managed to clear the 20th. Qin Shang was astonished. Not even the Palace Lord, the Locked Domain War God, has cleared it. Qin Shang was astonished. Even the Palace Master, the Locked Domain War God, couldn't pass it. Yen Chao shook his head. The monsters appearing in this war tower are all from the ancient civilization era, making it extremely difficult. I'm currently stuck on the 5th floor. If even the Locked Domain War God couldn't defeat those monsters, did it mean there were creatures more powerful than him? Yen Chao also told him that each activation of the war tower consumed a tremendous amount of energy. After opening it once, one had to wait 3 days before it could be activated again. As they spoke, the gates of the war tower swung wide open, and a man stepped out. His face was pale as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Without glancing at the onlookers gathered at the entrance, he strode away and vanished from sight. This man was Duan Hong, whom the crowd had mentioned. Clearly he had not breached the 10th floor, but his strength was already formidable. Yen Chao could only reach the 5th floor, yet Duan Hong was already attempting the 10th. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. See, I told you he wouldn't break through the 10th floor today, someone said smugly, as if they themselves had conquered the 10th floor though they could only reach the 3rd. Duan Hong didn't make it this time. I bet he would win. Oh come on, you can't even get past the 7th floor. For a moment the atmosphere was lively. This had become one of their few forms of entertainment in the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Then the next person entered the war tower, and they began speculating once more about how many floors he could reach. One by one, they entered the war tower in sequence. Soon it was Qin Shang's turn. Go for it, brother Qin. I believe in you. Yen Chao patted Qin Shang on the shoulder. In front of the war tower, chatter erupted again. He's a newcomer. How many floors do you think this newcomer can reach? I reckon 4 at most. I think this newcomer looks extraordinary. Maybe he can make it to the 5th floor. Amidst the murmurs, Qin Shang stepped into the war tower. A beam of light shone upon him, and then a voice echoed from above. Name Qin Shang. War Tower Challenge Record None. War Tower Challenge Count 0. Do you wish to begin the challenge? Qin Shang spoke. Begin the challenge. The voice from above rang out again. War Tower 1st floor. Challenge begins. Your task is to eliminate all zombies. As the voice faded, Qin Shang saw his surroundings begin to transform. He found himself standing amidst a stretch of ruins. One by one zombies materialized before his eyes, their faces savage, their gazes locked onto him. Qin Shang marveled at the wonder of the war tower. It felt as though he had truly arrived in a ruined city, and the zombies were incredibly lifelike, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, identical to those he had encountered in the dead city. Seconds later, the challenge officially began. The zombies seemed to spring to life, charging at Qin Shang with piercing shrieks. A glint of excitement flashed in Qin Shang's eyes. Come on then. He raised his Jinghai alloy blade and swung it in a single stroke. The head of a zombie with severed blood sprang forth. Qin Shang almost doubted whether he was truly back in the dead city slaughtering zombies. As the first zombie fell, Qin Shang saw a luminous orb drop from its body. He froze, surprised that even the zombies conjured within the war tower could drop energy orbs. He chose to collect it. Ding! Collection successful. Stamina 15. Qin Shang was overjoyed. This war tower was truly miraculous. Just how powerful must the humans who created such a treasure have been? A zombie lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Qin Shang reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack before raising his alloy blade and cleaving the creature in two. Flesh and blood scattered. Everything felt astonishingly real. Then another orb dropped. Ding! Collection successful. Agility 14. Qin Shang charged into the nearby horde of zombies wielding his Jinghai alloy blade high. One by one zombies fell at his feet. Here he had no need to worry. Injuries would heal and energy orbs awaited. It was practically a paradise. Qin Shang was exhilarated, killing with utter abandon. Before long, the several hundred zombies on this floor were completely. Though the energy orbs dropped by these zombies were small in value, their sheer number added up to a considerable sum. Qin Shang felt that after this round his various physical attributes had increased significantly. Then the voice from above echoed again. First floor challenge completed. War tower second floor. Challenge begins. Your task is to eliminate all mutated wolves. The surroundings shifted once more. This time Qin Shang arrived on a vast grassland where ferocious mutated wolves stood baring their teeth at him with murderous intent. Seconds later they lunged at him like starving tigers pouncing on their prey. The types of mutated beasts on each floor of the war tower were random, but the difficulty was fixed. Within a certain range of difficulty, challengers encountered different beasts, and as the floors increased, so did the challenge. These mutated wolves were naturally no match for Qin Shang. Without a hint of fear, he raised his alloy blade and charged forward, slaying two wolves in a single blow. Soon Qin Shang realized that the difficulty on this floor was indeed higher than the first. Not only were there more beasts, but they were also stronger and quicker than the zombies from before. But compared only to the first floor, these wolves were still easy for Qin Shang. Moving like the wind, he dashed toward them before they could react, severing their heads. Orbs dropped from their bodies, but he had no time to collect them as he struck down the next wolf. Suddenly a wolf ambushed him from behind. Qin Shang teleported to avoid it, only to be attacked by another. Caught off guard, his left arm was slashed by its sharp claws. Though the wolves were not exceptionally strong, their overwhelming numbers, all charging at him at once, made the fight more challenging. When Qin Shang slew the last wolf, he found that he had spent more time than on the first floor and had sustained a minor injury. He marveled once again at the war tower's magic. Even the pain felt so real, as if he had truly been wounded. Second floor challenge completed. Qin Shang collected all the energy orbs, and his various energy attributes were greatly. War tower third floor. Challenge begins. Your task is to eliminate. The scene shifted once more, and new mutant beasts had already appeared. Qin Shang had no time to rest, and could only. Outside the four-combat tower, the watching ability users saw that Qin Shang had already reached the third floor. They began to discuss and predict his final result. A newcomer on the third floor. I think that's where his strength ends. I think he might be able to pass the fourth floor. Generally, newcomers who just entered the headquarters of the locked domain Heavenly Palace would get stuck on the fourth floor. Those with weaker abilities were stuck on the third, while the stronger ones could reach the fifth. Yan Zhao, for instance, was stuck on the fifth. Seeing this, Yan Zhao also grew curious about Qin Shang's final result. He himself had only barely managed to pass the fourth floor. I wonder which floor Brother Qin will reach. Meanwhile, Qin Shang had already smoothly passed the third floor, though he could already feel some fatigue. He understood that challenging the four-combat tower required more than just power, it also demanded sufficient stamina. Although the mutant beasts on these lower floors were not particularly difficult, their sheer numbers were exhausting. If his stamina ran out, even with great strength, he would not be able to reach higher floors. Third floor challenge successful. Fourth floor of the four-combat tower challenge begins. Your task is to kill all the... The overhead voice faded, and Qin Shang saw the surrounding scene begin to change. This time it seemed different from before. He felt the air temperature rising. He stood on a stone platform, and around him appeared other identical platforms, each separated by a certain distance. Qin Shang sensed the heat rising from below. He looked down and froze. Beneath the stone platform was boiling lava, bubbling red. Though he knew these were all phantoms of the four-combat tower, the lava was so realistic that he felt if he fell he would truly be burned to ashes. This time the mutant beasts did not appear on the stone platforms, but flew in the sky. Those red bats could spew flames, and also carried a potent fire poison. If bitten, even if one managed to pass the fourth floor, they would likely lack the strength to fight the fifth floor beasts. The difficulty of this floor had risen more than one level compared to the previous ones, which was why most new ability users who had just joined the locked domain Heavenly Palace were stuck here. Qin Shang frowned at the stone platforms. The gaps between them were considerable, and one misstep could send him plunging into the lava pool, ending the challenge immediately. Once the waiting time elapsed, the red bats with their mouths full of sharp teeth lunged at him, their screeching filling the air around. Qin Shang raised his blade and swung at the red bats. The Jinghai alloy knife carried a chilling gleam, cleaving two bats in half as they fell into the lava. Before he could retract his blade, he sensed a dangerous presence behind him. A red bat was aiming for his neck. He sidestepped and leaped onto an adjacent platform, dodging the attack, only for another bat to spew flames at him. Qin Shang blocked the flames with his blade, then activated his ice ability, forming several ice spikes that struck down the bat. Up to the fourth floor, Qin Shang had not used his abilities, relying solely on his blade techniques to fight the mutant beasts. But the fourth floor beasts were too powerful. Without his abilities, he could not contend with the red bats at his current level. Another swarm of red bats charged at Qin Shang. He immediately activated his ice ability. In an instant, dozens of ice spikes materialized in the air, shooting toward the swarm. Many bats were impaled and fell straight into the lava pool. This technique was highly effective against the red bats. Qin Shang then continued to use his ice ability to create a rain of ice spikes, striking down the bats flying toward him while collecting the energy orbs that dropped from their bodies. Because of the sheer number of bats, many orbs fell. Qin Shang gleefully gathered them, suddenly finding joy in monster hunting. Qin Shang kept unleashing his ice ability, and the red bats kept pouring in endlessly. After an unknown amount of time, the last red bat had its wings pierced by an ice spike, spiraling down into the lava and turning into a plume of white smoke. 4th floor challenge successful. 5th floor of the 4 combat tower challenge begins. Your task is to kill the mutant. At that moment outside the tower, the ability users were somewhat surprised to see Qin Shang pass the 4th floor. Passing the 4th floor indicated that this newcomer was quite capable. However, many speculated that this would be his limit, as no newcomer had ever passed the 5th floor. Yan Zhao silently cheered for Qin Shang in his heart. He believed in Qin Shang's strength. From the battle at Shanmu City against Pang Ji, he could tell Qin Shang was no ordinary person. Perhaps he could even surpass him and pass the 5th floor. The stone platforms and lava vanished, replaced by a large arena. On the opposite side stood a mutant zombie about 2 meters. The mutant zombie was burly, its muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen. From a distance, Qin Shang could already feel the powerful aura emanating from it. The 5th floor challenge featured only one mutant zombie, but its strength far surpassed that of all the previous mutant beasts. Its strength was at least tier 3 or above. Qin Shang was astonished. A tier 3 zombie had already appeared on the 5th floor. The difficulty of the subsequent floors was unimaginable. Qin Shang currently possessed the strength of a tier 3 ability user. From afar, the mutant zombie's skin seemed different, gleaming with a metallic luster, appearing impervious to blades and bullets. A few seconds later, the mutant zombie opened its eyes, its eerie green pupils exuding a thick, killing intent. But Qin Shang was not afraid. He calmly said, "Activate Poison Sun Cloak." Black gas emerged from a small bottle, forming a cloud of black mist that enveloped Qin Shang's entire body before seeping into him. A surge of immense power also flowed into him, filling him with strength and erasing all his fatigue. Then he activated the giant ability which he had acquired from a giant zombie in the Crimson Wraith City. He had never tested its power before, so today he decided to give it a try. Qin Shang felt his body suddenly expand, and at the same time his physical attributes continuously rose. With the dual enhancement of the Poison Sun Cloak and the giant ability, his strength surged significantly. The mutant zombie roared and charged at Qin Shang, raising its fist to strike him. By now Qin Shang was nearly the same height as the zombie. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Today he would test just how powerful the combined enhancement of the Poison Sun Cloak and the giant ability could be. The aberrant zombie roared as it charged toward Qin Shang. Just as it was about to close in, it raised its steel-like fist to strike him. By now Qin Shang had grown to a height comparable to the aberrant zombie. He stood his ground without dodging and met the creature's attack with a fist of his own. Boom. The two fists collided with a deafening roar. Qin Shang felt as though he had crashed against a formidable force, and the immense impact sent him stumbling backward. It seemed the aberrant zombie's strength exceeded his expectations. Even with the aid of the Poison Sun armor and his giant ability, his physique was only at the level of a 3rd-tier ability user. Confronting it head-on would not be wise. The aberrant zombie saw Qin Shang knocked back over 10 meters. Before it could launch another attack, Qin Shang's figure vanished. The next second he appeared right before it. Without giving it a chance to react, Qin Shang's fist smashed into the aberrant zombie's face. This punch carried a weight of 1,000 jin, sending the aberrant zombie flying over 10 meters before it could defend itself. Its body crashed heavily onto the ground with a dull, thunderous thud. Qin Shang was exhilarated after delivering that punch. When he saw the aberrant zombie rise again, a massive fist print was now clearly imprinted on its face. Qin Shang charged once more, grappling with the aberrant zombie. Their physiques were evenly matched, and each punch unleashed astonishing power, creating one explosion after another. Now the alloy blade was useless to Qin Shang. He and the zombie fought with primal strength, relying on the Poison Sun armor and giant ability to unleash wave after wave of incredible force. This power even exceeded the limits of his body, yet Qin Shang struck like a raging storm. Although the aberrant zombie possessed great strength, Qin Shang's speed surpassed it. His fierce punches left the creature no room to counterattack. Finally, Qin Shang landed a punch on the aberrant zombie's temple. The immense force sent its body crashing into the wall, its head deeply embedded in the masonry. The wall shattered, and the zombie fell silent. Several light orbs dropped along with it. Qin Shang walked over and picked them up one by one. Ding. Pickup successful. Stamina 100-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 340-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 150-inch. At this moment, the ability users watching outside the 4 battle tower were utterly shocked. Had he actually cleared the 5th floor? No newcomer had ever cleared the 5th floor. It was on par with the strength of a 3rd-tier mutant beast. This newcomer was incredibly powerful. Yan Zhao was also astonished. He never expected Qin Shang to genuinely pass the 5th floor. In such a short time, Qin Shang's strength had already surpassed his own. 5th floor challenge complete. The 6th floor of the 4 battle tower begins. Your mission is to eliminate all mutated giant pythons. Before Qin Shang could catch his breath, the next challenge commenced. The scene shifted, and he found himself in a dark cave where several massive pythons coiled, flicking their deep crimson tongues at him. Before the mutated giant pythons could move, Qin Shang ended the 6th floor challenge. "End the challenge," he shouted. Fighting from the 1st to the 5th floor had nearly drained his stamina. The battle against the aberrant zombie had forced him to use the poison sun armor and giant ability, consuming enormous energy. Continuing would be hopeless. It was better to stop now to spare his body further strain. The voice from above rang out again. Challenge ended. As the voice faded, the mutated giant pythons gradually vanished, and the surrounding scene dissolved. Seconds later, Qin Shang found himself back in the dim 4 battle tower. His wounds were completely gone without a trace, though his body and mind remained deeply fatigued. Truly remarkable, Qin Shang observed, examining himself. The previous injuries had disappeared, as if those battles had never happened. However, activating the 4 battle tower consumed a great deal of energy. Each person could only use it once every 3 days. Qin Shang would have to wait 3 days before his next attempt. Before concluding, the 4 battle tower announced Qin Shang's results. Name: Qin Shang. 4 battle tower record. Number of 4 battle tower attempts: 1. Points earned: 758. Ranking improved by 1 place. Current rank: 530th. Qin Shang couldn't help but smile bitterly. After challenging up to the 6th floor, his ranking had only risen by 1 place. This made him realize once again that the headquarters of the locked domain Heavenly Palace was filled with incredibly powerful individuals. Yet Qin Shang wasn't disappointed. This was his first time challenging the 4 battle tower, and he was already satisfied with the result. Moreover, the tower could serve as a place to farm energy attributes. Coming every 4 days would bring massive improvements over a month, while also boosting his ranking in the locked domain Heavenly Palace. A win-win situation. The doors of the 4 battle tower opened, and Qin Shang walked out. A crowd immediately surged forward, surrounding him. Yan Zhao excitedly threw an arm around Qin Shang's shoulders. "Brother Qin, you're incredible. To reach the 6th floor on your first try, you've set a new record for newcomers." "That's right, newcomer. You're the first to break through to the 6th floor on the first attempt." Others came over to greet him, all amazed by Qin Shang's strength. Leaving the 4 battle tower, Qin Shang and Yan Zhao went to eat. As they walked, Qin Shang suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. A girl in a white dress was approaching them. It was Lan Wei. Qin Shang had entered the locked domain Heavenly Palace thanks to Lan Wei. She had brought him from the Ability User Alliance to the Heavenly Palace. But after that, he hadn't seen her again. It was only later that he learned her name. He never expected to run into her at the headquarters. "Miss Lan." Qin Shang stepped forward to greet her, feeling a bit nervous. They hadn't met since that day, and their only connection was the few words exchanged then. Qin Shang was deeply grateful to Lan Wei. Without her, he might never have entered the locked domain Heavenly Palace, and none of this would have happened. Lan Wei looked at Qin Shang, momentarily taken aback. Surprise flickered in her eyes, but her expression remained cold. She hadn't expected Qin Shang to qualify for training at the headquarters so quickly. Wasn't it only a little over 2 months since she had recruited him into the locked domain Heavenly Palace? "I've always wanted to thank you, Miss Lan, but never had the chance. How about I treat you to a meal sometime?" Qin Shang tentatively invited her, though he didn't hold out much hope that she would agree. But Lan Wei thought for a moment, then looked up and said, "All right, tomorrow morning. I'm busy today." Lan Wei pondered for a moment before accepting Qin Shang's invitation, saying, "Then let's meet tomorrow morning." After speaking, she nodded at them and turned to leave, leaving Qin Shang somewhat stunned, watching the girl's retreating figure. Yan Xiao watched from the side and waved his hand at the dazed Qin Shang, expressing surprise. "You actually dared to invite Lan Wei to dinner?" And she agreed. Qin Shang felt a bit curious. Is there something strange about that? Has no one invited her to dinner before? Yan Xiao shook his head. Lan Wei is very strong, currently ranked in the top 20 among all members of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, and she hails from the Lan family, so no one dares to provoke her. Moreover, she looks cold and has never been seen smiling. You are the first to dare invite her to dinner. Hearing Yan Chaos words, Qin Shang felt a bit nervous and somewhat regretted his impulsive invitation to Lan Wei. However, since she had already agreed, he could only brace himself and go. The next morning, Qin Shang changed into a decent outfit and looked in the mirror before heading to the restaurant. Soon Lan Wei arrived as promised, but the meal was somewhat different from what Qin Shang had imagined. Lan Wei focused intently on eating without uttering a single word to Qin Shang. Every time he wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, upon seeing Lan Wei seriously eating with her head down, the words would get stuck in his throat, forcing him to continue eating in silence. In the end, the two had a silent meal, concluding this breakfast. After eating, Lan Wei looked up at Qin Shang and said earnestly, "Thank you for treating me to dinner." After that, she nodded at Qin Shang and turned to leave. Qin Shang found it somewhat amusing. They really just had a meal without saying a word, making it quite a failed gathering with an incredibly awkward atmosphere. However, Qin Shang knew that Lan Wei was not as cold as she appeared. She did not refuse his invitation, which was evident from her interactions with Feng Yingying in the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Perhaps she simply did not express her emotions in front of outsiders. After the meal, Qin Shang went to the training room. With 2 days remaining until the next entry into the 4-War Tower, he did not want to waste time. The locked domain Heavenly Palace was filled with powerful ability users, and his strength was far from enough compared to them. In the training room, Qin Shang was pleasantly surprised to find that it was possible to find other ability users as sparring partners. These trainees could also earn contribution points through this, but the contribution points required varied depending on the strength of the participants. The higher the strength, the more contribution points needed to be paid. Qin Shang browsed the list carefully and found that many ranked in the top 50 were available as sparring partners. In addition to enhancing his strength, sparring had another benefit for Qin Shang. He could collect energy attributes dropped by other ability users. With good luck, he might even pick up their skills and abilities. Thinking of this, Qin Shang was filled with excitement. He began to carefully select his sparring partners. He noticed that those in the top 50 had exorbitant prices and not many could afford them. However, Qin Shang had plenty of contribution points from his previous submission at the Qi Yuan Heavenly Palace Treasury, enough to last him a long time. Among the names on the list, Qin Shang saw a familiar one, Duan Hong. That was the ability user who challenged the 10th level of the 4 War Tower yesterday. He ranked 41st at the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace and was very powerful. Upon seeing his contribution point price, Qin Shang's mouth twitched. This is way too expensive. Duan Hong charged 80 contribution points per hour, equivalent to 800,000 gold, and he only accepted 3 hours of sparring each day. However, Duan Hong was very strong, and sparring with him would surely yield many energy attributes. There might even be skill drops. With this in mind, Qin Shang chose Duan Hong and directly booked 3 hours. Before long, there was a knock at the training room door. Qin Shang opened it to find a man in his 30s standing outside. He had a cold expression revealing no emotions. This was Duan Hong, whom Qin Shang had seen outside the 4 War Tower yesterday. Duan Hong entered the training room without small talk, stating, "Let's begin. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Qin Shang nodded, and the training commenced. Duan Hong wielded a knife as well, but his knife techniques were far superior to Qin Shang's. Being ranked in the top 50 at the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, his strength was unquestionable. However, here Duan Hong did not use his full strength. He suppressed his power to spar with Qin Shang. If he were to go all out, Qin Shang would surely be knocked down in no time. During the training, energy orbs continuously dropped from Duan Hong. While sparring with him, Qin Shang collected energy, which was quite productive. However, after a while, Qin Shang noticed that the value of the dropped energy was decreasing. At first, Duan Hong dropped close to 100 contribution points, but now the energy values were only in the tens. It seemed that the drop of energy attributes from the same person was affected by the duration of the battle. This method of farming energy attributes did not seem very reliable, and he needed to think of other ways. Nonetheless, Duan Hong was indeed a qualified sparring partner. He did not look down on Qin Shang due to his own strength and generously offered guidance. He was quite patient and would provide pointers whenever he saw Qin Shang struggling. After 3 hours, Qin Shang felt that the price was worth it. Not only did he collect a significant amount of energy attributes, but he also learned many secrets of knife techniques from Duan Hong. Duan Hong truly deserved his rank in the top 50 of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Under his guidance, Qin Shang felt he had improved his knife techniques significantly. After Duan Hong left, Qin Shang remained alone in the training room contemplating. Through the sparring with Duan Hong and his previous battles at the 4 War Tower, he realized the shortcomings of his knife techniques. The impact and explosive power of his return knife techniques were strong, but their flexibility was lacking. He needed to learn a new set of knife techniques to compensate for this shortcoming. Qin Shang thought of the Qi Yuan knife technique he had obtained from the Qi Yuan Heavenly Palace Treasury. This knife technique was the unique secret of the Qi Yuan Demon Lord, characterized by its strange moves and focus on change. It was very flexible. This would do. Qin Shang pulled out the knife technique and flipped through it. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the Qi Yuan knife technique, LV1. He held the Jin High Alloy knife and began to perform the Qi Yuan knife technique, slashing at the air. The blade seemed to cut through the cold sky, causing the temperature in the training room to drop a few degrees. Qin Shang pondered whether he could combine the Qi Yuan knife technique with his ice ability. The capability of the ice ability could enhance the cold air produced by the Qi Yuan knife technique, thereby increasing its power. With this in mind, Qin Shang began to operate. He activated his ice ability and simultaneously executed a slash. The alloy knife unexpectedly produced a cold blade aura, freezing the iron target in the distance. As the alloy knife was swung, a chilling blade aura emerged, rushing towards the distant iron target and instantly forming a layer of ice crystals that encased it. The combination of the Crimson Resentment blade technique and ice abilities proved to be powerful indeed. Qin Shang was quite satisfied, and he began to continuously unleash his strikes, letting the blade technique and ice abilities merge more effectively as beams of cold light shot forth, causing the temperature in the training room to drop. Qin Shang entered a state of cultivation, and his experience points began to steadily increase. Ding. You have trained for 1 hour, experience points 200 inch. Ding. You have trained for 1 hour, experience points 200 inch. Qin Shang immersed himself in training, and 2 days passed like that. He decided to challenge the 4 Battle Tower once again. The 4 Battle Tower could only be accessed every 3 days, but most people chose to rest for a while, as the tower consumed a lot of energy and could be overwhelming for the body. However, Qin Shang was not concerned about this. He sought to push his limits. Moreover, the mutated beasts that emerged from the 4 Battle Tower would drop energy attributes, which was much faster than finding training partners to improve his abilities. The mutated beasts ahead posed no problem for Qin Shang, and he quickly reached the 6th floor. This time he was similarly confronted by a mutated giant python. These mutated pythons were quite large, comparable to the venomous snake he had killed in Mountain Curtain City, but here there were many more mutated pythons along with a powerful Serpent King. The mutated Serpent King was even larger and stronger than the other mutated pythons. It charged toward Qin Shang with incredible speed, its whipping tail carrying the force of a collapsing world. Although Qin Shang possessed spatial abilities that allowed him to evade its attacks, the heat-sensing vision of the mutated Serpent King was exceedingly sharp, enabling it to quickly detect Qin Shang's position and launch rapid assaults. The only way to deal with it was to engage in a swift and decisive battle. Evasion was not an option. The mutated Serpent King's speed was simply too fast. Qin Shang was constantly busy dodging its attacks and found no opportunity to counterattack. Eventually, both his energy and stamina were nearly depleted, forcing him to end the challenge. The rule of the 4 battle tower was that one could only advance to the next floor after clearing the previous levels, and Qin Shang was stuck on the 6th floor. However, he was not discouraged. During the time he could not access the 4 battle tower, he immersed himself in the training room to enhance his Crimson Resentment Blade technique or trained with Duan Hong, staying productive. When the time came, he would continue his challenges at the tower. Finally, Qin Shang's Crimson Resentment Blade technique reached level 3. He challenged the mutated Serpent King once again and ultimately succeeded in freezing it into an ice sculpture using his level 3 technique combined with ice abilities, achieving victory. However, Qin Shang soon found himself stuck on the 7th floor. The difficulty increased significantly with each floor. Breaking through the 6th floor in just 4 attempts was already considered quite fast. As a person ranked in the top 50, Duan Hong could only reach the 10th floor. Name Qin Shang. Challenge record at the 4 battle tower 7th floor. Number of attempts at the 4 battle tower 4. Points earned 845. Current ranking 470th. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Shang had been in the Locked Domain Celestial Palace for a month. Indeed, the headquarters of the Locked Domain Celestial Palace was different. Every ability user was diligently training, striving to become stronger and improve their ranks. Qin Shang was no exception. During this month, aside from battling mutated beasts in the 4 battle tower to collect energy attributes, he spent most of his time secluded in the training room. Up until now, his strength had significantly increased, and all his dream attributes had risen considerably. After reaching level 3, advancing as an ability user became very difficult. Qin Shang had now achieved a mid-level rank within level 3, making rapid progress that ordinary people could not compare to. He had also accumulated a lot of experience points, and Qin Shang decided to upgrade his skills. His current skills included Spatial Ability LV4, Rock Ability LV6, Ice Ability LV3, Ability Secret Technique LV4, A Giant Ability LV1, Remnant Wind Technique LV4, a Vicious Return Blade Technique LV3, Wind Breaking Flying Knife LV2, Crimson Resentment Blade Technique LV3. While eating, Qin Shang contemplated which abilities to upgrade. He had amassed a considerable amount of experience points. The Ability Secret Technique could be upgraded, and since the Ice ability was now quite powerful when combined with the Crimson Resentment Blade technique, it should not be neglected. The Rock ability also needed an upgrade. Perhaps he could buy some high-level weapons. After all, with so many contribution points, now it was time to spend them where necessary. As Qin Shang ate, he did not notice a table in the distance where several people were quietly discussing him. Is that Qin Shang? I heard he found the treasure of the Crimson Resentment Demon Lord and gained the qualification to study at the headquarters after handing it over to the Locked Domain Celestial Palace, one man said with a laugh. One man smiled at another at the table, saying, Huang Tian, I heard this person killed your father-in-law's family. Huang Tian shrugged nonchalantly and laughed. Just an unimportant person, no need to mind. The Jiang family isn't pursuing this matter anymore. Huang Tian was also a member of the Locked Domain Celestial Palace. His wife was from the Jiang family, but his marriage was not due to love. He was attracted to the powerful influence of the Jiang family behind her. His wife was a direct descendant of the Jiang family, and he had gained numerous benefits due to his status as the son-in-law of the Jiang. Huang Tian had also taken notice when Qin Shang killed Jiang Su. At that time, the incident had caused quite a stir within the Jiang family. No one had dared to provoke members of the Jiang family before, yet this Qin Shang had directly killed a direct descendant of the Jiang family. However, Jiang Su was merely an inconspicuous individual among many juniors with average strength and an unlikable personality. After a few days, no one paid it much mind anymore. Huang Tian had secretly admired Qin Shang at that time. To dare kill someone from the Jiang family whom others did not dare to provoke and to escape without being assassinated by the Jiang family, he must be a person of considerable strength. However, now Huang Tian was thinking of other matters. Although Qin Shang had killed a member of the Jiang family, it was just the inconspicuous Jiang Su, yet he was still a member of the Jiang family. Having been killed by an outsider without any revenge must leave some dissatisfaction. If he could teach Qin Shang a lesson and allow the Jiang family to vent their anger, he would surely gain their attention and perhaps receive greater support. With this thought, Huang Tian's earlier nonchalance faded, replaced by a hint of ferocity in his eyes. The other two, upon seeing this, immediately understood and smiled knowingly. Huang Tian slowly stood up and walked towards Qin Shang's table, with the other two following behind, their expressions indicating they were eager to see the drama unfold. Huang Tian stopped beside Qin Shang's table, and Qin Shang looked up at him asking, "Is there something you need?" Huang Tian smiled and said, "Would you like to spar a bit? Do you have time?" Huang Tian wore a kind smile on his face as he said, "Fancy a sparring match. Do you have the time?" In the cultivation chamber, Qin Shang often sought sparring partners for practice, finding practical training far more effective than solitary drills. So at the mention of a spar, he felt quite willing. Just as he was about to agree, Huang Tian continued, "The loser must pay the winner 300 million gold coins." He finished speaking slowly, casting a provocative gaze at Qin Shang. Qin Shang immediately sensed ill intent. A sparring match was meant for mutual improvement, but this man clearly wasn't seeking to enhance his strength by challenging him. Approaching a newcomer who had only been at the Lockbound Heaven Palace headquarters for a month and demanding money upon losing was plainly a provocation. Hearing this, Qin Shang's face darkened instantly. Sorry, not interested. Find someone else. It was mealtime and the dining hall was crowded with many noticing the commotion. Is that Huang Tian ranked 86th? Someone recognized him. 300 million is no small sum. Is he bullying a newcomer, you say? But he reached the 7th floor of the war tower in just a month. Have you ever seen a newcomer with such But Huang Tian is among the top 100. No matter how skilled Qin Shang is, he probably can't beat him. Was this Huang Tian ranked 87th? Qin Shang was puzzled. Why had he suddenly targeted him? Bullying a newcomer. Huang Tian is the son-in-law of the Jiang family. This Qin Shang supposedly killed Jiang Su before. Could he be seeking revenge for Jiang Su? Among the crowd, someone guessed Huang Tian's true motive. Qin Shang finally understood. Huang Tian was indeed the Jiang family's son-in-law, so this must be about Jiang Su. But it might not be revenge, perhaps he just wanted to show off in front of the Jiang family to elevate his standing. Hearing Qin Shang's refusal, Huang Tian swept the bowls and chopsticks off the table, spilling food all over the floor. He then put on an apologetic expression. Sorry, my hand slipped. But his eyes were full of mockery and disdain. Huang Tian was deliberately provoking him, trying to goad Qin Shang into accepting the fight, and he succeeded. Qin Shang's face quickly fell. He stood up, stared directly at Huang Tian, and said, I accept your sparring challenge. Others in the dining hall watched sympathetically, thinking Qin Shang was still young and impulsive, easily falling into the trap. 300 million is no trifling amount, and this Qin Shang doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family. Too reckless. Huang Tian is a powerhouse ranked 86th, having reached the 9th floor of the war tower. Qin Shang is no match for him. Huang Tian grew even more smug hearing the whispers. After a pause, Qin Shang continued, but 300 million is too little. Let's raise the stakes to 3 billion. Qin Shang's tone was calm, as if he had just remarked that the weather was fine and they should go sunbathing. Huang Tian was stunned. 300 million was already a huge sum, and this Qin Shang wanted to increase it. By strength, he couldn't possibly win. What was he thinking? But 3 billion was a massive amount for Huang Tian too. His family wasn't well off, and things only improved after marrying into the Jiang family. He could barely scrape together 300 million, let alone 3 billion. He had only planned to teach Qin Shang a lesson and extort some gold coins. Seeing Huang Tian's reaction, Qin Shang mocked. What's wrong? Scared, brother Huang? No worries, if you can't come up with it all at once, I can give you a few days to pay in installments. Huang Tian's veins bulged with anger. This Qin Shang was too cunning. He knew Huang Tian couldn't afford 3 billion, trying to force him to back down, saving face without a fight. Huang Tian glared fiercely at Qin Shang, turned to whisper something to his two companions, then faced Qin Shang and said, 3 billion it is. I'll ask the lockbound Heaven Palace supervisor to referee. If you lose, don't even think about back. Having said that, Huang Tian walked away without looking back. Qin Shang's strength was definitely no match for him. This brat was too arrogant. He had to pay the price. Qin Shang was helpless. Was the Jiang family's revenge really coming in this form? Still, it was fine. Defeating Huang Tian would directly elevate him to 87th place, saving him a lot of trouble and net him 3 billion gold coins. But despite Huang Tian's poor character, his strength was considerable. He couldn't afford to be careless. Qin Shang returned to the cultivation chamber, ready to upgrade his skills. He decided to upgrade rock manipulation, first his primary offensive skill. Spatial manipulation, though powerful, served only as a support ability in combat and wouldn't be much use in this duel. Moreover, leveling it up required a lot of experience, so prioritizing rock manipulation was wiser. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained rock manipulation LV7. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained rock manipulation LV8. Qin Shang leveled up rock manipulation twice in a row. As the notification ended, excitement lit up his face. At level 8, the power of rock manipulation was even more terrifying. His perception of rocks extended to the entire ground. Standing on the earth, every rock within several hundred meters was... Now as he stood, Qin Shang could feel the rocks beneath him channeling energy into him, all within his dominion. He wanted to test the upgraded rock manipulation, but abandoned the idea, remembering he was in the lockbound Heaven Palace's cultivation chamber. With insufficient experience to continue upgrading rock manipulation, he pondered which skill to enhance next. Upgrade Giant Transformation. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Giant Transformation LV2. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Giant Transformation LV3. Qin Shang consecutively upgraded Giant Transformation. Recalling the giant zombies he had seen in Qiyuan City and their formidable power, he decided to push Giant Transformation all the way to level 6 with the remaining tens of thousands of experience points. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Giant Transformation LV6. Seconds later, Giant Transformation reached level 6. Besides increased strength, it unlocked a Giganification ability. When he grew larger, his weapon could enlarge as well. Previously in the war tower, when Qin Shang activated Giant Transformation to fight mutant zombies, his weapon didn't grow, forcing him into hand-to-hand combat. Now that his weapon could enlarge too, Qin Shang could continue using the alloy blade while in Giant Transformation, making the skill far more versatile. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Secret Art LV5. After upgrading the giant ability, Qin Shang also upgraded Secret Art, the most fundamental skill central to all his abilities. Naturally, he couldn't overlook it. With the upgrade complete, Qin Shang felt his physical attributes enhanced once more. Clenching his fists, he sensed the newly infused power. Even without using the Poison Sun armor tomorrow, defeating Huang Tian would be no challenge. Delight surged within Qin Shang. Huang Tian had delivered himself to his doorstep, and he would gladly accept the gift. By defeating Huang Tian tomorrow according to the rules of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, Qin Shang would directly rise to Huang Tian's rank of 87. This saved him considerable effort and spared him from challenging other ability users. Moreover, there were 3 billion gold coins to be claimed. Why not seize the opportunity? Upon hearing that Qin Shang was to duel Huang Tian, Yin Chao widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother Qin, Huang Tian is a powerhouse ranked among the top 100. Are you truly confident of victory? Whether I'm confident or not, we'll find out tomorrow after the fight. Qin Shang shrugged nonchalantly. Yin Chao sighed. Someone has already opened a betting pool for tomorrow's duel, wagering on the outcome between you and Huang Tian. Why don't you give me your money and I'll bet on Huang Tian for you? That way you can recoup at least something. Qin Shang was speechless. Did Yin Chao have so little faith in him? But thinking it over, it was understandable. Qin Shang had only joined the locked domain Heavenly Palace a little over a month ago. No matter how formidable his abilities, they couldn't exceed the 3rd level, while Huang Tian was already among the top 100. Anyone would assume Qin Shang was doomed to lose. But this was Qin Shang, a Qin Shang with a cheat. He knew his capabilities were more than enough to defeat Huang Tian. A thought struck him, and he cautioned Yin Chao. If you want to make money, bet on me tomorrow. Qin Shang smiled without a word. He had warned Yin Chao, if Yin Chao bet on Huang... Qin Shang smiled without a word. He had warned Yin Chao, if Yin Chao bet on Huang Tian and lost, it was no longer his concern and his conscience would remain clear. The next day after breakfast, Qin Shang arrived early at the arena. The Colosseum resembled a stadium from his world, a circular stage surrounded by open-air seating. To his surprise, despite arriving early out of respect for the competition, over 100 spectators already filled the stands. This arena was used for sparring among locked domain Heavenly Palace members. Lower-ranked members seeking to improve their standing had to challenge those above them. If both agreed, they would compete here. On ordinary days, only a handful of spectators showed up, but today over 100 had gathered before the duel even began. Everyone was curious about this match. One contender was Qin Shang, a rare talent, who had recently joined the headquarters with extraordinary strength. The other was Huang Tian, a formidable expert ranked 87th in the locked domain Heavenly Palace. The spectacle was irresistible. Moreover, the two had wagered a staggering 3 billion gold coins. Everyone was eager to see the outcome. Although their strengths seemed vastly mismatched, Qin Shang was an unprecedented genius who might turn the tide. The audience buzzed with excitement. I sacrificed my morning cultivation time to watch this duel. That kid Qin Shang better not disappoint. Do you think Qin Shang will win? I'm not so sure he can beat Huang Tian. I'm different, a man chuckled. I think Qin Shang has a chance, but I still bet on Huang Tian, haha. In truth, most had wagered on Huang Tian. The betting pool showed a stark contrast. Only a handful had bet on Qin Shang, among them Yin Chao. Below the stage, Yin Chao patted Qin Shang's shoulder. Brother Qin, you absolutely must win. I've staked all my money on you. Do your best. Otherwise I'll go bankrupt and have to rely on you for support. Qin Shang was somewhat moved. Yin Chao trusted him despite the overwhelming odds. Huang Tian spotted Qin Shang and sneered contemptuously. I was afraid you'd chicken out. Once I beat you to the ground, you'll beg for mercy. I might just spare your life, ha ha ha. Qin Shang ignored him, smirking inwardly. Laugh all you want now, soon you won't be able to. We'll see who ends up kneeling and pleading. He then entered the arena. A man in black approached him. I am the referee today, Steward Chang. I will oversee the entire... The loser must pay 3 billion gold coins to the winner with no reneging, Steward Chang continued. Also no malicious killing or maiming of the opponent. Practice restraint. Thank you for your trouble, Steward Chang, Huang Tian said respectfully, then turned to Qin Shang with disdain. Kid, you're finished. Dare to mess with the Jiang family. They'll show you my might. Qin Shang deliberately spoke loudly, so everyone would know he acted on behalf of the Jiang family, hoping to earn their favor afterward. He aimed not just to win, but to win brilliantly. Meanwhile, far from the arena stood a towering pagoda that pierced the clouds. This was the Sun Radiance Tower, the secluded cultivation site of the locked domain Heavenly Palace's lord, the locked domain war god. It was a forbidden area off limits to all. The duel begins. Chief Steward Chang raised his right hand, then promptly withdrew from the arena, leaving only Qin Shang and Huang Tian. Huang Tian and Qin Shang stood facing each other a dozen meters separating them. Huang Tian extended 3 fingers. 3 moves. In 3 moves you will surely be defeated. Murmurs of discussion arose from the audience stands. Huang Tian is so arrogant, but with his strength 3 moves might indeed be enough to defeat Qin Shang. Qin Shang smiled, unperturbed by Huang Tian's provocation. He raised 1 finger. 1 move. What? Huang Tian was stunned as he heard Qin Shang continue. 1 move is all I need to defeat you. Huang Tian was speechless. Why would Qin Shang still dare to provoke him when death was imminent? Was he not afraid of being severely injured? Although the dueling arena forbade fatal or maiming injuries, blades and swords had no eyes. If one suffered severe wounds in a duel, there would be no consequences. If he struck with full force, that brat would be finished. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. If I don't finish you in 3 moves today, people will think I'm going easy. Prepare to die. Huang Tian burst into wild laughter, exuding a terrifying aura that warped the ground beneath his feet. Some powerful ability users could intimidate lower-level ones into submission with their mere presence. But then a scene unfolded that stunned Huang Tian. Across from him, Qin Shang stood motionless on the ground, yet Huang Tian sensed a formidable force pouring from Qin Shang into the earth, an extremely peculiar energy. With a thunderous roar, The ground of the arena, as if under control, rippled like water, and the rocks trembled incessantly. Huang Tian stared in disbelief. What on earth was this? Meanwhile, the ability users in the audience who had initially come for entertainment rose to their feet witnessing this terrifying spectacle. The entire arena seemed to obey Qin Shang's command. Chief Steward Chang was also deeply shocked. This Qin Shang possesses a domain-level ability. It was utterly incredible. Qin Shang was only a third-level ability user. By his rank, it was impossible to cultivate an ability to the domain level. Normally, only fifth-level ability users could achieve such a feat. When an ability was cultivated to a certain level, it underwent a qualitative enhancement, gaining domain-level power. For instance, a water ability would evolve into a water domain, allowing the user to control all water within a certain range. Qin Shang's rock ability had spawned a rock domain, enabling him to control the earth and rocks within a 100-meter radius. Huang Tian was furious. This was supposed to be his moment, yet Qin Shang had stolen the spotlight. He couldn't tolerate it. No matter what demon or monster you are, Huang Tian will still defeat you. He roared up to the sky, and a surge of power was channeled into his body, greatly amplifying his aura. Qin Shang had previously researched Huang Tian's profile. His ability was called Potential Energy, allowing him to absorb energy from wind, water, fire, and other potential sources to strengthen himself and enhance all his attributes. This was the ability Huang Tian was now unleashing. Huang Tian realized he had underestimated his opponent earlier. Qin Shang was far more powerful than he had imagined. He would have to use all his strength to defeat Qin Shang, whose failure would ruin his reputation and cost him the Jiang family's favor. He gathered all his power to its peak, concentrating it into his fist. With a low growl, he charged at Qin Shang with full force. The roar seemed to tear through the air, echoing across the arena, while simultaneously absorbing potential energy. Qin Shang held his breath and focused, activating his giant ability. Instantly, his body began to expand rapidly, reaching a height of 3 meters. A 6th-level giant ability could have done more, but Qin Shang deemed this sufficient to deal with Huang Tian. With every step Huang Tian took, the ground trembled and formed a sunken crater. Qin Shang stood still, the rocks beneath his feet continuously channeling energy into him. As long as his feet were planted on the earth, he would possess boundless strength. Qin Shang let out a low roar and met Huang Tian's frenzied punch with his own. The fist, smaller than his own, still generated a tremendous impact as the two collided. With a thunderous boom. After the deafening noise, a powerful force erupted from the duo at the center, spreading outward as if dozens of bombs had detonated simultaneously. The ground shook violently, debris and gravel flew in all directions, raising a cloud of dust that nearly obscured vision. Some lower-level ability users in the audience were overwhelmed, unable to open their eyes against the shockwave. On the surface, the two seemed evenly matched, but Huang Tian, at the epicenter of the energy, knew that Qin Shang's power far exceeded his own. He felt his strength being absorbed and devoured by the ground, while Qin Shang's force surged relentlessly toward him, bearing down like 1,000 pounds. At the same time, the air around him seemed to compress, pressing in on him until he could barely breathe. They remained locked in stalemate. Huang Tian gritted his teeth, cursing Qin Shang inwardly as he mustered all his remaining energy to knock him down. Yet Qin Shang stood as immovable as a mountain. In truth, Qin Shang had only been using half his strength. He judged the moment was right. Huang Tian's energy was nearly depleted. With a slight shift of his foot, a terrifyingly immense force surged into his fist and crushed toward Huang Tian. In an instant, a crisp crack echoed from Huang Tian's left arm. The sound of bone. His left arm could not withstand such overwhelming force and shattered. Then his body lost its resilience and was hurled dozens of meters away by Qin Shang's powerful impact. Huang Tian crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling forward several times before coming to a stop. He lay motionless, having lost consciousness. Clearly, Qin Shang had won. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, unable to accept that Qin Shang had truly defeated Huang Tian. If they hadn't been present, they would have thought Huang Tian was holding back, but they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Even more astonishing was that Qin Shang had effortlessly overpowered Huang Tian in such a short time without sustaining a single scratch. Qin Shang returned his body to normal and retracted his rock ability. The ground beneath him resumed its calm. He hadn't even used his full strength in that fight, yet he had defeated Huang Tian in one move. Even he found it hard to believe. The power of an 8th-level rock ability was truly formidable. Yan Chao sat in the audience, his face beaming with joy, a stark contrast to the shocked or frowning expressions of those around him. He had bet all his money on Qin Shang's victory and was now set to make a fortune. Steward Chang approached Qin Shang, a rare smile gracing his usually stern face. He raised Qin Shang's arm high and announced to the audience, "I declare Qin Shang the victor of this duel. His ranking will directly ascend to 87th. A cheer erupted from the audience. Although most had bet on Huang Tian's win, Qin Shang's performance had left them utterly astounded. In this world, strength always commands respect. Qin Shang, congratulations. Your ranking will rise directly from 470th to 87th. From now on, you are entitled to a monthly supply of a 4th-grade mutant energy potion." Steward Chang's eyes held a glint of admiration. Qin Shang was a rare talent. Qin Shang smiled and nodded, then glanced at the unconscious Huang Tian in the distance. "And what about Huang Tian? I will ensure he keeps his promise and pays you the 3 billion. With me here, even if he has to sell everything he cannot do," Steward Chang said with a smile. 3 billion gold coins would be enough to ruin Huang Tian, but it was his own choice. Qin Shang hadn't forced him, it was simply a case of reaping what one sows. Qin Shang felt a surge of satisfaction having thoroughly defeated those who had once looked down on him. After this battle, he believed no one in the locked domain Heavenly Palace would dare to underestimate him again. Just then Yin Xiao approached laughing heartily as he threw an arm around Qin Shang's shoulders. Qin Shang, I'm treating you to a meal today. Eat as much as you want. It's all on me. Don't hold back. Having bet everything on Qin Shang's victory, Yin Xiao was now rolling in wealth. A man in a black robe approached. Qin Shang recognized him as Shi Hao, who ranked 40th among all members of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, even stronger than Huang Tian. Shi Hao walked over with a humble inquiring smile. Brother Qin, your strength is truly admirable. May I ask for your secret to mastering domain-level abilities at the 3rd rank? Shi Hao was a 4th-rank ability user who had long struggled with domain-level abilities, always failing to grasp the key. Having recently made some progress, but still unable to break through the final barrier, he was astonished to see Qin Shang use domain-level abilities at the 3rd rank and hurried over to seek advice. However, Qin Shang hadn't mastered domain-level abilities through relentless practice. He knew no special trick. So he shook his head and said, there's no secret, just relentless training. Shi Hao's face fell with disappointment, but he still thanked Qin Shang before turning and leaving. Many people crowded around to greet Qin Shang. He was no longer the newcomer who had just arrived at the locked domain Heavenly Palace headquarters. He was now regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of others. Suddenly Qin Shang seemed to sense something. He looked up at the distant Sunspire Tower where a pair of eyes seemed to be watching him, but he saw no figure atop the tower. Yin Xiao waved a hand in front of Qin Shang. Stop staring. That's the secluded cultivation site of our palace master, the locked domain martial god. Let's go celebrate with some good food. With that, he draped his arm over Qin Shang's shoulder and led him toward the dining hall. Qin Shang glanced back at the Sunspire Tower one more time. The gaze seemed to have vanished. Was it just his imagination? Qin Shang shook his head. Why would the locked domain martial god secluded in his cultivation bother to watch a duel between... With that thought, he joined Yin Xiao at the dining hall. Yin Xiao had offered to treat him, and Qin Shang didn't hold back, ordering the most expensive dishes on the menu, costing Yin Xiao a tidy sum. But compared to what Yin Xiao had won, it was a mere pittance. Neither of them cared. That evening, a sum of 5 billion was deposited into Qin Shang's account sent by Huang Tian. He hadn't expected Huang Tian to pay up so quickly. With Steward Chang overseeing matters, Huang Tian naturally dared not default. After scraping together the 3 billion from various sources, he transferred it to Qin Shang. After this storm passed, the locked domain Heavenly Palace returned to its usual solemn atmosphere. The incident would occasionally be recalled with a sigh, but in the palace the primary focus was on improving one's strength. Others' achievements were ultimately their own. Qin Shang continued his daily cultivation at the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Apart from training, sleeping, and eating, there was nothing else to occupy his time, allowing his mind to settle and tempering his character. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Shang was now inside the 4 battle tower fighting a mutant zombie. This zombie was entirely purple, exuding a toxic gas from its skin. The gas spread rapidly, and soon the cramped cave was filled with purple mist. Qin Shang covered his mouth and nose, but the poison seeped through his skin. Damn it! Qin Shang cursed inwardly. The gas seemed to permeate everything. The mutant zombie only needed to stand there and release its poison to defeat him. Soon Qin Shang felt dizzy and lightheaded. With no other choice, he had to abort the challenge. Challenge. Name: Qin Shang. 4 battle tower, record floor 10. Attempts 12. Challenge points 1425. Current rank. As the voice faded, the surrounding scenery quickly reverted to the tower's original form. Qin Shang patted his throbbing head. Each challenge to the 4 battle tower was incredibly mentally draining. This was already Qin Shang's 4th attempt at the 10th floor. The difficulty was simply absurd. The toxic zombie had already won the moment it released its poison without even needing to fight. No wonder Duan Hong had been stuck on this floor for so long. It was truly beyond ordinary endurance. This was a 4th-rank mutant zombie. Defeating it amidst the poison required even greater strength. Not only the power to overcome a 4th-rank mutant zombie, but also a physique capable of withstanding the toxin. He would take it slow. Reaching the 10th floor of the 4 battle tower in 2 months was already an unprecedented speed within the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Each floor's difficulty increased exponentially compared to the previous one. The higher the floor, the greater the multiplier. After leaving the 4 battle tower, Qin Shang and Yin Xiao went to the dining hall together. You rascal, you already won 3 billion last time, and now you're still sponging off me, Yin Xiao grumbled. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have made that much last time, Qin Shang said smugly. Yin Xiao was left speechless and changed the subject. A month from now is the recruitment period for the Crimson Kill Legion. The locked domain Heavenly Palace only has 5 slots, which will surely go to the top 5 ranked members. Yin Xiao sighed. The Crimson Slayer Corps is a long-established force, its members, all top-ranking experts. The Crimson Slayer Corps exists for the survival of humanity. Though immensely powerful, they remain extremely low profile, and even the locked domain Heavenly Palace only holds 5 slots. Most who emerge from the Crimson Slayer Corps are superpowered individuals capable of contending with level 6 mutant beasts. Thus, every Esper yearns to join their ranks. Yin Xiao knew he had no such hope. He had not been at the locked domain Heavenly Palace headquarters long, and had only reached the 6th floor of the 4 combat tower. Qin Shang was in a similar position. His current ranking was only 57th, not even in the top 50, let alone the unreachable top 5. Moreover, his strength was only at level 3, a far cry from the formidable experts ahead of him, all of whom had spent years at the headquarters. Qin Shang simply could not compete. Suddenly a piercing alarm blared over the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Qin Shang was slightly surprised. The alarm sounded only once, indicating the situation was not critical. The more times the alarm sounded, the more urgent the situation. If it rang 3 times, it meant the crisis was severe and everyone had to drop everything and assemble in the council hall. Nevertheless, Qin Shang and Yin Chao wasted no time and immediately headed to the council hall. When they arrived, many had already gathered, including core members and stewards. Seated at the head of the hall was an old man in a black robe, his expression solemn. He was Elder Zhang, son of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, a man of great authority. His presence surprised everyone present. Was something major about to happen? Besides him, Qin Shang spotted a familiar figure. Lan Wei. She was here too. Qin Shang was taken aback. A tall, imposing man leaned in and asked Elder Zhangsuan, Elder Zhangsuan, what urgent matter requires our gathering? It was clear this man held a special status, daring to speak first. Qin Shang recognized him as Yang Li, the 9th-ranked core member of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. He rarely appeared in public, devoting himself to seclusion and cultivation. Elder Zhangsun swept his gaze across the assembly and slowly began, a large number of mutant beasts have been detected approaching Stone City to the north of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Stone City has requested our aid. Stone City was a neighboring city to Sunlight City, also prosperous, but far inferior in wealth and strength. With the locked domain Heavenly Palace stationed in Sunlight City, no mutant beast dared approach. Qin Shang and the others had already guessed the purpose of Elder Zhangsun's summons. The purpose of this assembly is to reinforce Stone City and help them repel the beast tide, Elder Zhangsun continued. According to our detection, there are more than one level 6 mutant beast in this tide, making it highly dangerous. This mission is a trial for you, but participation is voluntary. The locked domain Heavenly Palace will not force anyone. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The beast tide was enormous, containing not just one, but several level 6 mutant beasts. Even a single level 6 beast was a formidable threat, let alone multiple. For most members of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, the difficulty was immense. After all, level 6 mutant beasts could easily claim lives if anything went wrong. Moreover, the power of a beast tide far exceeded that of ordinary mutant beasts. Being caught in it could mean being torn to shreds. Every year, countless beast tides and zombie hordes attacked cities. Most small and medium cities lacked the strength to defend themselves and would seek help from powerful organizations or stronger cities. Those that did not receive aid were often slaughtered, becoming dead cities like Ink White City and Mountain Curtain City. Most hesitated, but Qin Shang was eager. To him, a beast tide was a massive source of energy drops. A large number of mutant beasts meant a large amount of energy dropped. Furthermore, battles between espers and mutant beasts also yielded energy. This mission promised great gains. From Elder Zhangsun's words, the scale of this beast tide was considerable. Since the zombie horde in Blackwater City, Qin Shang had not encountered such a large-scale attack, but the tide at Stone City was likely even larger, and he was curious to witness it. Elder Zhangsun spoke slowly. This mission is urgent. Participating members should now assemble at Sunlight City's airport. Special aircraft will transport you there. The vast majority of those present chose not to participate, as no one wished to lose their life. Yin Chao was among them. Turning to see Qin Shang's excited expression, he knew his friend's decision. Brother Qin, are you going? Yes, a beast tide of this scale is a rare sight. It'll be good to broaden my horizons, Qin Shang said with a smile. All right, but be sure to stay safe. Yin Chao trusted Qin Shang's strength. He himself would not join, fully aware of his own limits. Rushing into the beast tide would likely cost him his life. Qin Shang smiled and nodded, saying nothing. When Qin Shang arrived at the airport, he saw that quite a few had decided to join. About 70 or 80 people. Lan Wei was among them. All were elite espers ranked in the top 100 of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Many helicopters were parked at the airport, all for this support mission. Qin Shang boarded one at random. Across from him sat 2 men, one he recognized as Duan Hong, and the other a young man with an excited look, seemingly eager for the mission. Duan Hong nodded at Qin Shang. The young man beside him was brimming with enthusiasm. I've never seen a level 6 mutant beast before. Finally, you'll get a chance to witness its power. In truth, most espers had never seen a level 6 mutant beast. Their strength was so immense that few who faced them survived. Only those at level 5 or above. Thus, among ordinary espers, very few had truly witnessed the might of a level 6 mutant beast. Qin Shang was fortunate enough to have seen one in Mountain Curtain City. If not for the timely arrival of the Fierce Wind Demon Suppression Regiment, the supply station, there would have been lost. Despite the presence of esper squads, the casualties that night were heavy, a testament to the terror of a level 6 mutant beast. Miss Lan, please come sit here. Qin Shang heard a voice not far away. It was Yang Li inviting Lan Wei to board the helicopter. Hearing Yang Li's invitation, Lan Wei glanced at him, shook her head, and noticing the helicopter where Qin Shang was seated, walked straight over. The helicopter's cabin was cramped with only 4 seats. Across from Qin Shang sat Duan Hong and another young man, leaving just one empty seat. Lan Wei boarded the helicopter and sat down beside Qin Shang. Qin Shang found the atmosphere somewhat awkward. He hadn't expected Lan Wei to sit with him. He recalled their first meeting when she had taken him back to the Suyu Palace. During the spatial teleportation, she had stood this close to him, and he could even catch the faint fragrance emanating from her. Yang Li's mouth twitched slightly at the sight, yet he maintained his smile. Qin Shang knew he might have offended the man, but he didn't care much. Let it be. Duan Hong and the young man were taken aback when Lan Wei boarded, exchanged a silent glance at Qin Shang, and said nothing. However, Lon Weiss' formidable aura and icy demeanor made them both uneasy. They sat quietly refraining from speaking, and the young man suppressed his earlier excitement. Once all the superhumans had boarded the helicopters, dozens of them started their engines in sequence and slowly ascended. The sight of dozens of helicopters flying over Rihue City was spectacular, but the residents accustomed to such scenes merely glanced up and continued with their tasks. The helicopters flew for several hours. Just as they were about to reach Shurgang City, an unexpected incident occurred. Qin Shang heard the pilot shout, "A mutant beast ahead. Beware of attack." Looking up, he saw a massive bird flying ahead of the helicopter. Its body was covered in dark, sturdy feathers, and its wingspan stretched about 15 meters. It was charging straight toward them. It was a mutant giant eagle. Qin Shang and the others were astonished, not expecting to encounter a mutant beast attack. This was a third-level mutant beast, immensely powerful. On the ground, they could easily slay it, but high in the sky, the situation was entirely different. Attacking would require relying on the helicopter, making it extremely difficult. Seeing the giant eagle's assault, the pilot quickly pulled the control stick, executing a sharp 90-degree turn to the right to evade the creature's charge. But such a sudden turn naturally destabilized the 4 passengers inside. They hurriedly reached out to grab the handrails. As the helicopter lurched, Qin Shang's body swayed. His hands groped in the air for a handhold to steady himself. Suddenly, his left hand grasped something very soft. His heart sank with a sense of dread, and turning his head, he met Lon Weiss' utterly shocked expression. Her usually calm eyes were now filled with astonishment. Qin Shang's mind went blank. A second later, the helicopter steadied, and he finally snapped back to reality. He quickly withdrew his hand and apologized to Lon Wei. I'm sorry. Just now the helicopter. A noticeable blush spread across Lon Wei's face, making her fair skin appear even more beautiful. Qin Shang silently cursed the cliché turn of events. Duan Hong and the young man beside him were also stunned, never expecting such a development. Though they knew it was an accident, it was too melodramatic. They felt as if Lon Wei might silence them. The atmosphere inside the helicopter grew intensely awkward. Just then the pilot broke the tense silence. Hurry up and take down that mutant beast. The helicopter had no defense system, and the pilot was unaware of what had just happened inside. He only wanted them to quickly deal with the pursuing mutant giant eagle. Lon Wei took a deep breath, composed herself, and suppressed the inexplicable emotions from moments ago. Turning to look at the relentless mutant eagle behind the helicopter, she vanished. Half a second later, she reappeared atop the giant eagle's head. Space manipulation, Qin Shang thought. Across from him, Duan Hong and the young man wore expressions of envy. Space manipulation was a top-tier ability. Startled by the sudden appearance of someone on its head, the mutant giant eagle hadn't time to react before Lon Wei clenched her hand, and a long sword materialized in her grasp, gleaming with a cold light. A clearly powerful and costly weapon. Gripping the hilt, she thrust downward, piercing the giant eagle's skull in one stroke. The hide of a third-level mutant beast was extremely tough, though ordinary blades could hardly wound it. Yet this long sword effortlessly cut through the eagle's skin and into its brain as easily as piercing water. The mutant giant eagle let out a piercing, mournful cry. Lon Wei withdrew her sword and teleported back into the helicopter. The blade dripped with foul, dark blood. The giant eagle lost its balance, spiraled in the air, and plummeted. A faint ripple in the air near Lon Wei's sword, and then the weapon vanished. Qin Shang watched in awe. Could this be a high-level space manipulation technique? Lon Wei's mastery of space manipulation surpassed his own. It seemed she could create a dimension to store items like her weapon. If so, this ability was incredibly convenient, useful not only in combat, but also in daily life. With this thought, Qin Shang resolved to gather more experience points, this time to upgrade his own space manipulation. After sheathing her sword, Lon Wei lifted her gaze to the 2 men opposite her. Duan Hong and the young man instantly lowered their heads under her piercing stare. Her presence was overwhelming. Forget what just happened, Lon Wei said calmly, her voice devoid of emotion. Yet Qin Shang still noticed the lingering blush. Duan Hong and the young man nodded hastily. Qin Shang, sitting beside her, felt equally awkward. Qin Shang suddenly recalled the black-clad girl he had encountered during his trip to Chiyuan City. Her demeanor was quite similar to Lon Wei's. Could they know each other? Perhaps they were sisters. With this thought, Qin Shang couldn't help but quietly ask Lon Wei, "Miss Lon, no offense, but do you have a sister or any other relative?" Lon Wei didn't look at him. No. Qin Shang nodded and said nothing more. The silence grew even more uncomfortable. A moment later, the pilot announced from the front, "Shurgang City ahead." Looking down, Qin Shang saw a large city before him. Its walls were 50 meters high, and within them stood dense clusters of buildings, indicating a prosperous metropolis. Rows of cannons lined the city walls, and fully armed soldiers stood guard beside them, presenting a picture of vigilant ready. In a nearby square, rows of armored vehicles were packed tightly together, each mounted with anti-aircraft guns. The entire city was placed on the highest state of alert, every soldier wearing a grim expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. Before the beast tide arrived, all preparations and protective measures had to be completed. Helicopters landed one by one at the airport, and Qin Shang and his group disembarked. A man in military uniform approached them. "Thank you all for coming to support Shurgang City. On behalf of the entire city, I extend our gratitude. Commander Chang is too kind. This is our duty." The black-robed steward of the locked domain Celestial Palace smiled and waved his hand. Shurgang City was a prosperous metropolis with a thriving economy located near Rihue City, making it strategically important. This time, many factions provided support, including the Lock Domain Celestial Palace, as well as top-ranked organizations like the Heavenly Blade Hall and the Blade Marshal Sect. However, as the foremost among these factions, the Lock Domain Celestial Palace naturally commanded greater respect. The man called Commander Chong led Qin Shang and the others up the city wall, speaking as they walked. The mutant beasts are already 20 to 30 kilometers outside the city. They may reach Shurgang City in a few hours. I must attend to city defense matters, so I'll leave you here. With that, he brought Qin Shang and his group onto the wall and departed. The group stood atop the wall where many soldiers were already stationed. These soldiers were responsible for operating the cannons. Most were ordinary humans, but skilled in using such weapons. They would play a crucial role in the defensive battle, assisting the ability users in bombarding the mutant beasts. Given the vast number of beasts, relying solely on ability users was certainly insufficient. All members of the Lock Domain Celestial Palace were issued earpieces to receive the commander's orders. While waiting for the beast tide to arrive, Qin Shang and his team rested on the wall. Yang Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. In this battle, he was determined to perform well, showcase himself, and let the high-ranking members of the Lock Domain Celestial Palace see his strength. His purpose here was not to aid Shurgang City, but to display his own abilities. In a month, the recruitment for the Crimson Kill Legion would begin. He needed to excel this time to catch the attention of the higher-ups. Moreover, his abilities had recently improved. In a month, rising to the top 5 should be no problem. Then the spot in the Crimson Kill Legion would be his. Duan Hong also thought to himself, I've been stuck at this stage for too long. Finally, I have this real battle opportunity. I must use it to break through. Qin Shang walked along the edge of the wall and looked down. The wall was a full 50 meters high. If energy dropped below the wall with his 15-meter pickup range, he certainly couldn't retrieve it. That posed a problem. Qin Shang tentatively lowered his head and asked the necklace bottle, can I upgrade the pickup range? The bottle's voice immediately rang out, yes. Upgrading to the next level requires 300 experience points, and the pickup range will increase to 75 meters. Qin Shang was overjoyed. He had never considered upgrading the pickup range before, as he had always fought at close quarters, and the range was sufficient. Now that he needed to fight from a distance on the wall, 15 meters was clearly inadequate. Upgrade the pickup range. Ding. Upgrade successful. Your pickup range has been increased to 75 meters. Qin Shang smiled in satisfaction. Now he had no worries. He could continue to fight the mutant beasts while collecting energy. Just then a voice came through the earpiece. Attention, all personnel, the beast tide is approaching. Everyone prepare for battle. Qin Shang's spirits lifted. He stood at the edge of the wall and peered into the distance. On the horizon, he indeed saw a dark, surging mass of beasts moving toward them. The soldiers standing guard nearby showed nervous expressions. They couldn't help but grip their weapons tightly. Faced with such a powerful beast tide, they felt as weak as ants. The dark horde of beasts in the distance resembled a black cloud drawing ever closer to the wall. Qin Shang felt a thrill of excitement. He could already make out the forms of the mutant beasts, mutant pythons, mutant wolves, mutant apes, and other low-level creatures. But their sheer numbers made the beast tide a terrifying force. The beast tide drew nearer, and Qin Shang could even hear the deep growls coming from their throats like the whispers of demons, sending chills down one's spine. Everyone stood ready on guard against a sudden attack from the beast tide. When the distance between the beast tide and the wall shrank to nearly 1,000 meters, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the rear of the horde. It was the 6th-level mutant beast issuing the order to attack. Upon hearing the roar, the horde seemed to receive a command. Their emerald eyes flashed with killing intent, and they abruptly accelerated, charging toward the wall. Instantly, the beast tide surged like rolling waves, the ground trembling beneath them. A dark, gloomy cloud formed above the horde. Attack! At the commander's order, hundreds of anti-aircraft guns on the armored vehicles within the wall were ignited, simultaneously firing at the beast horde below. Huge shells trailing long plumes of fire drew arcs across the sky. Boom! As the shells landed, the earth shook with deafening explosions. The mutant beasts scrambled to flee, but it was too late. Some were directly hit and blasted into pieces, others were struck by shrapnel from the explosions, sent tumbling by the impact, and forced gravely wounded and unable to move. The shrapnel from the exploding shells was also immensely powerful, shooting in all directions like massive bullets. It struck one mutant beast after another, hurling them far away by the force of inertia. Shell after shell detonated within the beast horde, forming small mushroom clouds. The shells were devastating. Wherever they landed, mutant beasts died in droves, their killing power immense. As the beast horde drew even closer, the cannons on the wall were also primed and ready. Fire! At the commander's order, hundreds of shells were launched simultaneously. Black projectiles shot forth, exploding among the beast horde below. The formation of mutant beasts was instantly torn apart, spraying black, foul blood. Qin Shang was astounded by the sheer power. This was the first time he had witnessed such a large-scale battle. During the previous fight at the supply station in Shanmu City, the wall cannons had little effect on the 6th-level mutant beast, with most being destroyed. But the shells and anti-aircraft guns here were different. Their power was immense. The 3rd-level mutant beasts below the wall were as fragile as clay figurines under this bombardment, utterly defenseless. Qin Shang silently marveled at the power of these shells. These 3rd-level mutant beasts could be easily killed without even the involvement of ability users. Then weapons such as machine guns were brought into play. Fighter jets circled low in the sky, their turrets unleashing a furious barrage upon the beast horde below. From a distance, the flashes of gunfire sparkled brilliantly, forming a dazzling spectacle. All weapons fired simultaneously. Under the onslaught of immense firepower, the beast horde suffered heavy casualties. Yet some mutated beasts managed to break through the fiery gauntlet and successfully reach the base of the city wall. They charged at the wall with all their might, but this 50-meter-high fortification was not something ordinary mutated beasts could breach. The wall stood unwavering under their assault without so much as a single crack forming. Then the soldiers atop the wall aimed their guns at the beasts below and pulled the triggers. A dense hail of bullets poured down, instantly riddling the mutated beasts beneath. Black blood sprayed forth, and the creatures collapsed into pools of gore. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 56-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 41-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Stamina 16-inch. Orbs of light dropped one after another. Qin Shang excitedly collected them all. Fortunately, he had upgraded his pickup range. He could now stand on the wall and gather the energy orbs without lifting a finger. The energy orbs dropped by these mutated beasts were minuscule in value. However, as more and more beasts gathered at the wall's base, he would be able to collect even more orbs. Even if each was small, a great quantity would still yield a tremendous harvest. More and more mutated beasts arrived beneath the wall. The soldiers swept them with gunfire. Yet one mutated ape with deep brown fur remained unaffected by the bullets. They struck its hide like they would hit steel, all of them deflected. These guns were perfectly effective against first and second-tier mutated beasts, but they were useless against high-tier ones. Their hides were incredibly tough, forming an excellent protective barrier that bullets could not penetrate. This was a third-tier mutated beast. The mutated ape howled. Its paws seemed to stick to the wall as it climbed upward. It nimbly scrambled left and right, moving with incredible speed. In no time it reached the top and leaped to attack the soldiers. A soldier quickly fired at it, but to no avail. The ape grabbed the gun barrel and hurled both the weapon and the soldier off the wall. From a height of 50 meters, the soldier's body looked tiny compared to the towering fortification. The soldier fell straight to the ground. Bright red blood splattered, attracting the surrounding mutated beasts to pounce and feed. Upon seeing his comrade's brutal death, the soldier on the wall went red with fury. He fired wildly at the ape, but the bullets could not harm it in the slightest. The ape noticed him, turned, and lunged. The soldier drew his saber and slashed at the ape, yet the blade left not a single mark. The mutated ape seized the soldier and bit down on his neck, severing it instantly. It then tore at his body, the blood driving it into a frenzy. Just as the beast was tearing into the soldier, a chilling gust of wind swept in from behind. Before it could turn around, the cold blast froze its entire body solid, rendering it immobile. Then a gleaming alloy blade swung forth, and the ape's head tumbled to the ground along with several orbs of light. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 60-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 100-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Stamina 40-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience 600-inch. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a third-tier mutant energy core. It was Qin Shang who had slain the mutated ape. He picked up a third-tier mutant energy core, but felt no joy. Gazing at the soldier's corpse on the ground, he thought to himself that if only he had arrived sooner, he might have saved the man's life. But it was too late for regrets. Qin Shang composed himself, turned, and continued to watch the situation on the wall. If any mutated beast climbed up, he would rush over to kill it and collect the energy orbs. Ordinary soldiers used cannon shells and bullets to fight the mutated beasts from a distance atop the wall. However, if a beast managed to scale the wall, the common soldiers were helpless. That was when the superhumans were needed. They monitored the wall's dynamics, ensuring no beast could breach it and enter Shurgang City. More and more mutated beasts broke through the hail of fire to reach the wall's base. Some weaker ones could not scale the 50-meter-high wall and could only endure the rain of bullets and shells below. But the stronger ones could climb or leap onto the wall. The beasts moved with incredible speed and in great numbers. Sometimes before the superhumans could react, ordinary soldiers fell victim to the creatures, unable to resist, and were brutally killed. But these beasts were soon slain by the superhumans. Up to now, the situation on the wall was temporarily stable. Although there were soldier casualties, the situation was under control. Qin Shang fought fiercely on the wall, slaying mutated beasts and collecting energy. Occasionally, he also picked up energy dropped by other superhumans. Given the immense number of beasts, Qin Shang had now amassed a considerable amount of energy. Just then a voice came through his earpiece. A suspected fourth-tier mutated beast has appeared at the East Gate. All superhumans stationed there proceed to kill it immediately. The East Gate was where Qin Shang was. He looked into the distance and saw a colossal mutated beast come into view. It was a fourth-tier mutated bull, its size staggering, as tall as a three-story building. Its massive horns gleamed coldly, and its scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the distant wall. The soldiers on the wall also spotted this unusual beast and quickly intensified their fire. Unsurprisingly, the cannon shells that struck its body and horns were all deflected. The spectacle was grand. The bull advanced through the dense barrage as if it were nothing more than a light rain, completely unfazed. Suddenly the bull lowered its head and charged toward the wall at tremendous speed. It bellowed, and even the surrounding beasts scurried aside to clear its path. With a thunderous crash, the bull's horn slammed into the wall, leaving two holes. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact points. The beast possessed such immense strength that it had cracked the 10-meter-thick wall. If it struck a few more times, it might even breach a gap. The soldiers on the wall felt the tremor beneath their feet. If the bull broke through, the beasts could pour into Shurgang City through the breach with catastrophic consequences. A soldier who appeared to be a squad leader requested permission from command, requesting authorization to use the mic cannon to kill the mutated bull. At headquarters, the commanders exchanged uneasy glances, deeply troubled. The mic cannon was devastating, but it required a long recharge after a single use. If they fired it now, what would they do if a 6th-tier mutated beast attacked during the recharge? Commander Chong was in a dilemma. The energy cannon was originally reserved for a level 6 mutated beast. If they used it now, what would they do if a level 6 beast attacked while it was recharging? But if they didn't use it, the mutated bull's immense strength could breach the city wall, leading to disastrous consequences. As he hesitated, an officer pointed at the monitor and shouted, "Someone has jumped off the wall." He quickly rushed to the monitor and saw a man in black leaping from the 50-meter-high wall, landing gracefully on the ground, just over 10 meters from the mutated bull. Commander Chong was overjoyed. It's a member of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Don't prepare the energy cannon. Members of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace were all elite warriors. Perhaps this man could slay the mutated bull. The man in black was Qin Shang. He landed about 10 meters from the mutated bull, gripping his Jinghai alloy blade. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Killing a level 4 mutated beast will yield a lot of energy and experience points. I might even get a level 4 energy core. The mutated bull sensed Qin Shang's presence. It turned around, ceasing its assault on the wall, and fixed its crimson eyes on him, snorting hot air from its nostrils. The other mutated beasts, seeing this, retreated from the area. Qin Shang smirked contemptuously and beckoned to the bull. "Come on, today you die by my hand." Enraged by the gesture, the bull's crimson eyes blazed with murderous intent. It let out a low roar and charged at Qin Shang, each step causing the ground to tremble. Qin Shang stood his ground while the mutated bull raised a massive hoof to stomp on Qin Shang's head. Instead of dodging, Qin Shang stomped his foot on the ground, activating his rock ability. A surge of power flowed into his body, and he punched upward, striking the hoof. The collision of the two forces produced a thunderous sound. Qin Shang felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, forcing his knees to bend slightly as he absorbed the impact. Its strength is far greater than Huang Tian's, Qin Shang thought to himself. The mutated bull was also shocked. It had expected to crush this human into the ground. The soldiers and ability users on the wall were astonished. It was impressive enough to have the courage to fight this giant mutated beast alone, but now he was actually matching its strength. They looked on with admiration, silently cheering for Qin Shang. Feeling that his current strength was insufficient to overpower the bull, Qin Shang activated his giant ability. His body rapidly expanded, his strength and stamina surging with his size. "Let me show you true power." Gradually, Qin Shang's body grew to match the bull's height. His punching power increased dramatically as energy channeled into his fist. The mutated bull felt a tremendous impact, its body being pushed backward by the force. The ability users on the wall were stunned by Qin Shang's power. Most with the giant ability could only expand to about 3 or 4 meters, but they had never seen such a formidable display. Qin Shang planted his feet and drove another fist into the bull's head. The immense force sent the beast stumbling back over 10 meters, dizzy and unsteady. This punch fully enraged the bull. It let out a furious roar, and a bloody light radiated from its body. Its form swelled, and its power skyrocketed. Qin Shang was slightly surprised. A berserk ability. This ability, triggered during enragement, greatly enhanced one's strength, granting explosive power. After activating the berserk ability, the bull's power was terrifying. Its speed also increased dramatically. Lowering its head, it charged at Qin Shang, the ground shaking with each rapid step. The massive black horns gleamed with a dangerous light. Qin Shang grabbed the bull's horns, locking them in his grip. But the berserk bull's strength was immense. Even with his giant and rock abilities, Qin Shang couldn't push it back. Instead, he was forced backward step by step. The retreat accelerated. The bull rammed Qin Shang into the horde of beasts behind it, sending many of them flying over 10 meters from the impact. After being pushed back dozens of meters, Qin Shang finally managed to steady himself. He held the horns firmly in his grasp. The bull thrashed its head, trying to free its horns, but to no avail. Qin Shang continued to activate his giant ability. His body grew larger, energy surging wildly within him. Eventually, he expanded to over 20 meters tall. Compared to Qin Shang, the mutated bull now seemed small. With his massive size, all his physical attributes skyrocketed. He felt an endless wellspring of power erupting within him. With a surge of strength in his arms, he gripped the horns and lifted the mutated bull off the ground. The bull struggled desperately, trying to break free, but its horns were held fast. The ability users and soldiers on the wall were in awe. Qin Shang, like a primeval giant, hoisted the enormous mutated bull high above his head. With a roar, Qin Shang held the bull by its horns and hurled it with tremendous force. The bull's massive body flew through the air like a cannonball. The distant beasts scattered, but many were crushed by its trajectory, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The bull's body slid across the ground for dozens of meters before stopping, crashing into other beasts along the way. The earth was filled with the sounds of agony. The bull was covered in the black blood of other mutated beasts, both of its horns broken, a pitiful sight. But it was not dead. The bull struggled to rise, but Qin Shang didn't give it the chance. He dashed forward and drove his fist into the bull's head. After several blows, the bull's skull began to deform and crack. The sheer force even created a large crater in the ground. Yet the beast's vitality was tenacious. It still clung to life despite the brutal assault. Finally, Qin Shang activated his ice ability, forming a giant ice spear. He thrust it straight into the bull's head, the spear piercing through and pinning it to the ground. After a violent spasm, the mutated bull finally died. With the death of the mutated bull, a multitude of energy orbs dropped from its body. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength, 500. Ding. Pickup successful. Stamina, 450. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility, 300. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience, 20,000. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a Tier 4 mutated energy source. Having collected the energy dropped by the mutated bull, Qin Shang, still in his giant form, leaped lightly, soaring dozens of meters into the air. As he descended, he gradually reverted to his normal size and landed back on the city wall. The command center personnel had watched the entire battle through the monitors. They were both shocked and awed. Qin Shang had single-handedly slain a Tier 4 mutated beast, truly a powerhouse from the Siyu Celestial Palace. The ability users on the wall were also filled with envy. Such power was what everyone aspired to possess. They watched as Qin Shang shrank from his giant form back to normal, then immediately rejoined the fight against the next wave of mutated beasts, their gazes brimming with admiration. Transforming into a giant form consumed a tremendous amount of energy, especially since Qin Shang had transformed twice. The second transformation into a giant over 20 meters tall drained his stamina exponentially. Yet Qin Shang felt exhilarated. Defeating such a formidable mutated beast brought him immense satisfaction and also resolved a major crisis for Shigang City. After returning to the city wall, Qin Shang continued to slay mutated beasts. Although the previous battle had exhausted much of his stamina, it did not hinder his ability to deal with the lower-tier mutated beasts climbing the wall. As a 300 million ability user, his endurance was extraordinary. Moreover, the number of mutated beasts swarming onto the wall was increasing. If he did not throw himself back into the fray, more soldiers would perish at the claws of the beasts, and the situation would grow ever more dire. While killing mutated beasts, Qin Shang walked along the edge of the city wall, collecting the energy orbs dropped by the beasts below to restore his stamina. He also gathered energy from fallen ability users on the wall. In just over 10 minutes, his harvest was considerable. The battle had raged for 2 hours. The long-range cannons and anti-aircraft guns maintained a fierce barrage, yet the number of mutated beasts beneath the wall remained overwhelming. Fortunately, the beasts' assault had lost its initial ferocity. They seemed weary, and some had even ceased their attacks. Countless carcasses of mutated beasts piled up at the foot of the wall, and the pungent stench of blood permeated the air. Duan Hong wiped the blood from his face. His clothes and skin were stained with the gore of mutated beasts. He had fought valiantly in this battle, leaping down from the wall 3 times to engage the beasts. By now he had slain several hundred of them. He looked at the mutated beasts below the wall, now moving like mindless husks. Is the battle about to end? Mutated beasts are different from zombies. Zombies have no consciousness and never tire. Upon seeing a human, they attack relentlessly, lacking even the sense of pain. Even if severely injured or dismembered, they do not stop their assault. They are nothing but mindless attack machines. Mutated beasts, however, are different. The only difference between them and ordinary animals lies in their capabilities. Aside from possessing far greater strength, they are otherwise the same. They tire, they feel pain, and if they encounter an enemy they cannot defeat, they simply flee, refusing to throw their lives away. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, replied a man in military uniform. We detected a Tier 6 mutated beast earlier. It hasn't made its move yet. It can't end like this. As his words faded, a beastly roar echoed from the rear of the distant horde. Unlike the roar at the start of the battle, this cry was long and powerful, as if proclaiming its dominance. True enough, the other mutated beasts perked up at the sound, but instead of attacking they retreated to the sides, clearing a path. Before long, a massive figure slowly emerged from the back of the horde. Qin Shang noticed it was a mutated black tiger. The tiger paced forward, exuding the haughty air of a jungle king. Even from his position on the city wall, Qin Shang could feel its immense pressure. This black tiger was over 30 meters long, its form colossal. As it passed, all the other mutated beasts bowed their heads in reverence. It was likely the Tier 6 mutated beast leading this assault. Someone in the command room recognized the mutated black tiger. It's the Tier 6 mutated beast that has been lurking on Lingfeng Mountain. This Tier 6 mutated beast had resided on Lingfeng Mountain for many years. Countless ability users had ventured there to slay it, but all had failed without exception, ultimately ending up in its stomach. And now it had come. The atmosphere in the command room grew tense. Just then, commanders began detecting powerful energy signatures. A powerful energy fluctuation detected at the west gate. Ability users nearby proceed to engage. A powerful energy fluctuation detected at the south gate. Ability users nearby proceed to engage. In an instant, numerous high-tier mutated beasts appeared. Are they launching their final assault? Everyone on the wall wore grave expressions, on high alert for any sudden attack from the beasts. Qin Shang spotted a mutated beast soaring into the distance. Looking closely, he realized it was a mutated wolf. This mutated wolf had grown a pair of enormous wings spanning over 20 meters. It took flight and charged toward the city wall, its wings blotting out the sky. The soldiers on the wall felt the world suddenly darken. Qin Shang's expression turned grim as he gazed at the distant colossal mutated wolf. At least Tier 4, he sprinted toward the direction where the mutated giant wolf was flying, ready to assist. If another ability user could slay it, he might still be able to collect the energy attributes. The mutated giant wolf swooped down from high altitude toward the city wall. Rows of cannons aimed at it and fired consecutively, but the shells could not harm it in the slightest. They were more than sufficient against ordinary mutated beasts, but against a tier 4 or higher creature like this giant wolf, they were utterly useless. For a moment, all weapons were trained on the mutated giant wolf, unleashing a hail of fire. But the shells were like cotton candy against it, easily deflected. The mutated giant wolf charged through the barrage, toward the wall, slamming a massive claw onto it. Soldiers screamed and scattered in panic, "Run!" But it was too late. The wolf's speed was incredible, its strength even more terrifying. That single blow shattered the wall's parapets, and the resulting shockwave sent many soldiers plummeting from the wall to be devoured by the beasts below. Then it flapped its enormous wings, generating a violent hurricane that swept soldiers and wall cannons high into the air before tearing them to shreds. Qin observed this scene from a distance. Judging by the power of those shells, this is a 5th-level mutated beast. A 5th-level mutated beast was far stronger than a 4th-level one. Most conventional firearms were useless against them, which was why the giant mutated wolf remained unfazed by the city wall cannons. Even if weapons capable of dealing with 5th-level beasts existed, they might prove ineffective. Once a mutated beast evolved to the 5th level, its strength and speed reached terrifying heights. Weapons designed to counter high-level beasts were typically cumbersome and could not keep up with their velocity, no matter how powerful. Missing the target rendered them futile. Inside the command room, an officer inquired of Commander Chong whether to deploy the might cannon. Commander Chong pondered deeply. The giant mutated wolf moved with incredible swiftness and possessed keen senses, allowing it to detect danger in advance and evade. Although the might cannon fired at an astonishing speed, if the wolf anticipated the threat and dodged, it might still miss. Recharging the might cannon required an extensive period. If this shot missed, the situation would become exceedingly tricky. Suddenly, Commander Chong caught sight of Qin. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. "Patch me through to that Esper's earpiece." "Mr. Qin, this is Commander Chong. We require your assistance now." A deep, resonant male voice suddenly echoed in Qin's earpiece. Qin glanced at the distant giant mutated wolf. "Kill that giant mutated wolf. I'd love to help, but my current strength is no match for it. I'm afraid I must decline." That mutated beast had evolved to the 5th level. With his power, he stood no chance. It would be suicide. The one he had slain earlier was merely a 4th-level mutated beast. Without hesitation, Qin refused outright. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, you won't be fighting alone. Just restrain it for a few seconds, and we'll take it down with the might." Restrain it for a few seconds. Qin mused. This he could likely accomplish. Even if he failed, his spatial ability allowed him to teleport and escape, so there should be no issue. With that in mind, he agreed. "Alright, I'll give it a try." Hearing Qin's consent, Commander Chong felt the odds of success had soared and was deeply delighted. He connected to the pilot of the fighter jet carrying the might cannon. Qin will help restrain the giant mutated wolf. Seize the moment and strike it down in one shot. At the thought of participating in slaying a 5th-level mutated beast, a spark of excitement lit up Qin's eyes. He activated his giant ability and charged toward the wolf, his body rapidly expanding until he assumed a colossal form 20 meters tall. The giant mutated wolf also sensed the danger. It whipped its head around, swiftly opened its massive maw, and unleashed a fierce gale hurtling toward Qin at tremendous speed. Planting his feet firmly on the city wall, Qin activated his rock ability. The rock domain surged into life, and the wall beneath him obeyed his every command. A colossal fist of rock formed beneath the mutated wolf, striking upward toward its throat, a notably vulnerable spot. The blow sent the wolf into a piercing shriek of agony, and the gale dissipated instantly. So this beast possesses a wind ability. Qin thought silently to himself. Enraged by the heavy punch, the giant mutated wolf had no time to react before Qin vaulted onto its back, locking his arms tightly around its neck. A 20-meter giant was no negligible weight for the wolf. Qin then activated his rock ability once more. Several stone arms sprouted from the city wall, seizing the wolf's limbs in an iron grip. He followed up with gravity control, compressing the surrounding air to press in on the beast. Trapped by multiple forces, the wolf found not a single part of its body free to move. In a fury of humiliation, it unleashed its full strength. Qin felt a surge of immense power erupt, and cracks began to appear in the stone hands. The strength of this 5th-level mutated beast was indeed formidable. Qin had exhausted every means to restrain it, but the struggle was becoming untenable. He wondered how many more seconds he could hold on, hoping to buy just a little more time for the might cannon. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Qin suddenly sensed the very air around him freeze. He looked up to see the fighter jet in the sky, extending a massive metal cannon barrel in his direction. At the muzzle, a white light began to coalesce, then shot forth a blazing beam of radiance. In an instant, Qin felt the wolf thrashing violently, as if sensing the impending doom. Yet locked firmly in his grasp, it could not evade. The light pierced through the wolf's head much like a beam cutting through water, but with a stark difference: a massive charred black hole now marred its skull, wisps of white smoke curling upward. Qin caught the acrid scent of burnt flesh. The wolf ceased its struggles. Its head had suffered catastrophic damage, its brain obliterated. Its body went limp and collapsed. Qin quickly rose, and the enormous mutated wolf tumbled over the edge of the city wall, crashing to the ground below. Ding. Successful pickup. Strength 1000. Ding. Successful pickup. Agility 600. Ding. Successful pickup. Experience 30,000. Ding. Successful pickup. Congratulations, you have acquired a 5th-level mutant energy core. As Qin Shang gathered the glowing energy orbs on the ground, he marveled at the might cannon's devastating power. In less than a second it had pierced the wolf's skull, and its speed was so immense as to be nearly inescapable. Firing from the air, it had covered such a vast distance in merely 2 seconds. Undoubtedly, this might cannon was another formidable weapon unearthed from ancient ruins, much like the Xi'an Ta, within the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Both originated from relics left by ancient civilizations where many such superweapons of immense power lay hidden. Cheers erupted in the command room. The might cannon relied on stored light energy to attack, requiring a lengthy recharge after each use. To have obliterated a 5th-level mutated beast with a single shot was an extraordinary efficiency. Qin Shang was exhilarated by the experience points he had collected. Though he had not slain the beast alone, it had dropped such abundant energy and experience. He had struck gold. At the southern city gate, another high-level mutated beast launched an assault. Seeing the remarkable effectiveness of this tactic, Commander Chang conceived an idea: why not continue cooperating with Qin Shang to eliminate the remaining beast? Qin Shang's restrained abilities were formidable. Combined with his giant ability and the might cannon, the result would be devastating. Commander Chang contacted Qin Shang again. Mr. Qin, would you be willing to cooperate with the might cannon to take down the remaining high-level mutated beasts? Just restrain them as before, and we'll finish them off with the cannon. This time Qin Shang agreed without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing Commander Chang's request, Qin Shang did not hesitate this time to agree. He would not refuse the opportunity to collect energy and experience points from high-level mutant beasts without having to kill them himself. Such good fortune was rare, and encountering it was a gain. Commander Chang immediately instructed the driver of the aircraft equipped with the power cannon, Chun-Li, coordinate with Mr. Qin to eliminate the mutant beast. Remember, you must seize the right moment. That aircraft carried more than one power cannon, and at this moment another could be brought into play. Chun-Li's voice came through the head. At the South City Gate, there was another suspected 5th-level mutant beast. Qin Shang quickly arrived at the South Gate, and looking down from the thousands of feet high wall, he spotted a giant mutant python. The same venomous python he had encountered before in Shamu City. But that one had been only a 3rd-level mutant snake. This time, they faced a 5th-level one. Qin Shang leaped from the city wall, simultaneously activating his giant ability. By the time he landed on the ground, he had transformed into a 20-meter turtle giant form. The venomous python immediately detected Qin Shang's presence. Its dark vertical pupils gleamed with a ferocious light, and it charged at him, flicking its forked tongue. Qin Shang unleashed his rock ability, tearing massive boulders from the ground and hurling them at the mutant snake. The snake was struck by the rocks, its body buried beneath the rubble. Swiftly it opened its gaping maw and sprayed transparent venom. Qin Shang teleported behind the snake to evade the attack, simultaneously gripping its head with both hands. From the ground, several rock spears shot up, piercing the venomous python's body and pinning it firmly to the earth. After this rapid sequence of moves, the venomous python was rendered immobile. It tried to spray venom, but Qin Shang was mounted on its back, restraining its head, making it impossible for the snake's venom to reach him. This was the perfect moment. The fighter pilot Chun-Li did not hesitate. He immediately fired the power cannon. A beam of white light appeared before Qin Shang's eyes, then pierced through the venomous python's head. The light vanished in an instant, and when he looked again, a charred black hole had been blasted into the snake's head. The body of this venomous python was smaller than the giant wolf's, making the gaping wound appear even more horrifying. Surely the venomous python must have been in disbelief that a 5th-level mutant beast could be defeated in such a short time. This combat method was indeed highly efficient. Qin Shang only needed to restrain the mutant beast for a few seconds, and the power cannon could pierce its head at incredible speed, killing it in one strike. The venomous python in his grasp fell still, and then several glowing orbs appeared. Ding. Collection successful. Agility 300-inch. Ding. Collection successful. Strength 400-inch. Ding. Collection successful. Experience 43,000-inch. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a 5th-level energy core. Qin Shang cheerfully gathered all the energy. This was too good of a deal. Without much effort on his part, he had easily obtained the energy drops from a 5th-level mutant beast and a 5th-level mutant energy core. Just today alone, he had picked up 2 5th-level mutant energy cores and 1 4th-level one. The harvest was truly bountiful. Inside the fighter jet, Chun-Li was also exhilarated. He had just killed a 5th-level mutant beast. Even though it was with Qin Shang's help, not every pilot got such a chance. This was something he could brag about for a year. Qin Shang smiled, looking up towards the fighter jet's direction when he suddenly spotted a colossal creature. He shouted loudly to Chun-Li, "Get out of the way." In the command room, they were also shouting to Chun-Li, "Evade." Chun-Li heard their cries and sensed danger, but didn't know what was happening. He looked up, and his face instantly changed color. From the distant horde of beasts, a gigantic figure leaped into the air, lunging towards the fighter jet. From hundreds of meters away, it clamped its jaws onto the aircraft. Chun-Li struggled with the control stick to dodge, but the colossal creature was too fast. Before he could even get a clear look at its form, the fighter jet was caught in its maw. Qin Shang saw it clearly. It was a black, giant python 50 meters in length and about a meter in diameter. This behemoth had actually leaped over 100 meters straight up, charging directly at the fighter jet, carrying the power cannon, then snatched it and brought it crashing to the ground. Chun-Li was terrified inside the plane. He frantically pressed various buttons and pulled levers, trying to escape from the mutant beast's jaws, but it was all in vain. The fighter jet was clamped tightly in its mouth. He pressed the button to activate the ejection seat, but inside the creature's mouth the parachute couldn't deploy. The black, giant python bit down hard, crushing the fighter jet. Then with a deafening boom, the aircraft exploded into pieces inside its mouth. Chun-Li was of course still in the plane. Qin Shang quickly retreated back onto the city wall. He knew that without the power cannon his own strength was no match for this giant. Moreover, judging by its size and the aura it exuded, this should be a 6th-level mutant beast. Inside the command room, the sight was met with extreme shock. The power cannon had been destroyed. Without the power cannon, their chances of winning this battle would be greatly diminished. Moreover, this power cannon was a unique weapon of Shigang City, recovered from an ancient ruin. Finding another such cannon would likely be impossible. What stunned them even more was the identity of the giant python. The Black Fiend Python. This Black Fiend Python was a 6th-level mutant beast that dwelled in the forest south of Shigang City. It was terrifyingly powerful, and everyone in Shigang City had heard of its name. It was a high-ranking existence among 6th-level mutant beasts. The soldiers and ability users turned pale with fear at the sight of the giant python, especially the soldiers of Shigang City. They had long heard of the Black Fiend Python's name, but this was the first time they had actually seen it. The Black Fiend Python. They say it's even more formidable than a 6th-level mutant beast. We're finished this time. Some soldiers began to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Shang heard this too. The Black Fiend Python. It seems much stronger than the 6th-level mutant beast I encountered in Shanmu City last time. He thought to himself. The Black Fiend Python raised its head to the sky and let out an ear-splitting hiss. The other mutant beasts became excited as well. With the Black Fiend Python's presence, they were even more unstoppable. The Black Fiend Python slithered its 50-meter-long body towards the city wall. Its unhurried pace gave people a feeling of death slowly approaching. In the command room, Commander Chang bellowed orders to all soldiers. All city wall cannons target the Black Fiend Python. You must stop it from reaching the wall. Hundreds of city wall cannons aimed in the same direction and fired in unison. Pitch black shells hurtled towards the Black Fiend Python. The combined firepower of hundreds of cannons was immense. The exhaust trails of the shells arced through the air, flying straight towards their target. Hundreds of artillery shells flew toward the Black Fiend Serpent, a spectacular sight, yet it did not dodge, continuing its unhurried advance toward the city wall. Boom. Massive shells exploded against the serpent's body and the surrounding ground, raising towering clouds of dust. Small mushroom clouds formed, completely shrouding the serpent's enormous form. Everyone stared anxiously at the smoke. Hundreds of powerful wall cannons had fired simultaneously. Surely even a level 6 mutated beast couldn't withstand such overwhelming firepower. But seconds later, an unexpected scene unfolded. The Black Fiend Serpent emerged from the smoke, completely unscathed, its pitch-black scales glinting faintly, without a single mark of attack. How is this possible? The serpent's strength exceeded their wildest imagination, truly terrifying. Qin Shang furrowed his brows. This was no ordinary level 6 mutated beast. Its power was far greater, incomparable to the level 4 and level 5 beasts they had faced. He refrained from rash action, knowing the disparity was too vast. To engage now would be suicide. The Black Fiend Serpent continued its slow, steady approach toward the wall. All the soldiers trembled as the massive dark silhouette drew nearer. Fire! The commander roared. Even knowing the shells were useless against the serpent, they had no other choice. They could not let it breach the wall behind which lay countless unarmed civilians, including their own families. Even if futile, there was no room for retreat. Another volley of shells slammed into the serpent's body, but each one was like a drop of water, striking a stone wall, failing to raise even a ripple. A sharp glint flashed in the Black Fiend Serpent's golden vertical pupils. It raised its head high, and a strange force radiated from its body, surging toward the city wall ahead. The force reached the wall, and with a deafening boom, the 50-meter-high barrier encountered a terrifying power, bursting apart to create a breach dozens of meters wide. The 50-meter-high, 10-meter-thick wall crumbled like a giant piece of foam before that power, utterly fragile. Even more horrifying to Qin Shang was that wherever the force passed, people were crushed, as if by an immense pressure, their bodies exploding, blood and viscera spraying everywhere. This Black Fiend Serpent seemed to possess an ability similar to his own gravity control, also manipulating gravity, but its power was leagues beyond Qin Shang's. The serpent's ability could directly demolish a 50-meter-high wall and cause ordinary humans to explode into pieces. The Black Fiend Serpent activated its power again, causing further devastation to the wall. Amid a series of thunderous crashes, the wall was torn open, creating a gap tens of meters wide. The serpent easily entered Shigang City through this breach. Everyone felt doom approaching. The commander bellowed, "Attack with everything. Stop it." All weapons were deployed. Wall cannons and anti-aircraft guns fired in rapid succession. Fighter jets soared toward the serpent, attempting to strike, but before they could attack, the serpent sensed their presence. The jets were seized as if by an invisible giant hand, dragged from the sky to the ground. Upon impact, they exploded into balls of fire. Qin Shang witnessed this from afar. The serpent's power was so terrifying that he clenched his fists. Such an ability made it impossible to approach. Soon all the ability users from the wall gathered there, their faces equally stunned. The Black Fiend Serpent's strength was so fearsome it defied belief. Qin Shang spotted Duan Hong and Lan Wei among the crowd. They noticed that with the breach, a flood of mutated beasts poured into Shigang City. Although the residents had taken shelter in bunkers, snakes possessed powerful heat-sensing abilities, making the bunkers far less safe than imagined. As expected, after entering the city, the Black Fiend Serpent headed straight in one direction. "It's heading toward the bunker," someone shouted. There all the civilians gathered their combat power, even inferior to ordinary soldiers, utterly insignificant before the serpent. Some ability users who had just arrived from other parts of the wall, unaware of the serpent's gravity power, attempted a sneak attack from behind. But before they could get close, they were crushed into fragments by the gravity control. This sight made all the ability users halt their assault. Qin Shang noticed Lan Wei nearby. Her face was filled with fury, no longer its usual indifference. Clearly, she was also incensed by the serpent's actions. Suddenly, the black fiend serpent stopped. It raised its head, gazing into the distant sky. Qin Shang and the others followed its gaze. "It's the Gale Demon-subduing squad," someone exclaimed in delight. "Their captain is a level 5 ability user. Shurgang City is saved." At that moment, a fierce gale swept across the sky and several figures emerged within the wind. It was indeed the Gale Demon-subduing squad. Qin Shang remembered them. At Shanmu City, they had defeated the mutated vulture and saved the supply station. Everyone's face lit up with joy. The Gale Demon-subduing squad was a formidable team of ability users that had emerged in recent years. Their young captain was already a level 5 ability user, one of the top talents of the younger generation with the potential to enter the world top 100. But this black fiend serpent was far stronger than the mutated vulture they had faced before. Qin Shang worried they might not be able. The members of the Gale Demon-subduing squad also wore grave expressions. The massive breach in the wall was enough to show that this serpent's power was extraordinary, unlike any level 6 mutated beast they had previously slain. The young man wielding a long sword furrowed his brow. This black fiend serpent is a high-level level 6 mutated beast, stronger than any we've encountered before. The other members nodded in agreement. Over the years, the Gale Demon-subduing squad had slain thousands of mutated beasts, including many level 6 ones. But they had never faced one as powerful as this. It could not be judged by the same standard. The captain of the Gale Demon-subduing squad snorted coldly. "No matter how strong, we'll take it down today." The captain of the Gale Demon-slaying squad let out a cold snort. "No matter how strong it is, we must kill it today." The captain Zhou Fong hailed from Shurgang City. Upon hearing of the beast's tide, he rushed over, immediately relieved that the black fiend serpent had not breached the shelter. The consequences would have been catastrophic. Seeing this, the other members felt their fighting spirit ignite. Knowing their captain would never allow the black fiend serpent to destroy Shurgang City, they resolved to join him in a full-force assault. The black fiend serpent struck first, unleashing its gravity ability toward the Gale Demon-slaying squad. Space warped, but the team scattered, evading the attack. Except for Zhou Fong, all landed on the ground. The serpent opened its massive maw and lunged at a spear-wielding man. He reacted swiftly, twisting midair and thrusting his spear toward its head. Yet the sharp weapon failed to pierce its hide. Sparks flew as they clashed, and the man dodged away. Simultaneously, an armored man leaped from the ground, his metal-clad fist slamming into the serpent's occiput. The blow was immense, stunning the colossal mutated snake. A swordsman charged his blade, striking the serpent's body at blinding speed, producing a cascade of metallic clashes. The black fiend serpent and the team were locked in a fierce stalemate, its body absorbing relentless impacts. The serpent swung its massive tail, reducing everything in its path to rubble. Houses collapsed instantly, and the Gale Demon-slaying squad retreated, evading the dust clouds stirred up. On the city wall, the ability users watched in awe. Even the combined assault of the Gale Demon-slaying squad could not harm the black fiend serpent. Its strength was terrifying, its skin impervious to blades and bullets, as if no weapon in the world could wound it. Yet the squad had not deployed all its forces. 2 members remained, Captain Zhou Fong and a pale-faced man. Zhou Fong fixed his gaze on the serpent. Suddenly he shouted to the pale-faced man, "Heji." The man named Heji nodded to Zhou Fong, then pulled out a handful of metal, throwing knives wedging 4 between each set of fingers. With a powerful throw, the knives shot through the air, infused with energy, twisting in strange trajectories from all directions toward the serpent. This Heji was the one who had dropped the wind-splitting dagger skill, the very same technique Qin Shang now practiced. The black fiend serpent's scales were incredibly tough. Earlier, all weapons and cannon fire had failed to harm it. But in Heji's hands, the knives erupted with formidable power, piercing through the scales and embedding into flesh. The serpent let out a piercing shriek. Everyone cheered inwardly. Finally, they had wounded it. But Heji's face darkened. The knives only grazed its skin. They didn't go deep. It's not seriously injured. Heji had aimed for vital spots, but the knives merely breached the scales before being caught by muscle unable to penetrate. Such superficial wounds meant little to the colossal black fiend serpent. Yet the pain still provoked a howl from the mutated serpent, fueling its rage. Its golden eyes blazed with murderous intent, but suddenly, as if sensing something, the serpent shot its gaze skyward. Zhou Fong was already poised, arrow-nocked. Riding the wind, he soared dozens of meters high to strike from above, gales swirling around him, granting free movement even at that altitude. Zhou Fong channeled all his power into the arrow. His archery resembled Heji's wind-splitting dagger. Both infused their weapons with bodily energy. This strike represented their full strength. If it failed, subsequent attacks would be severely diminished. Zhou Fang's face was grim, knowing the arrow's weight. He drew the bow to its fullest, his power surging into a current that coiled around the arrow. Meanwhile, an invisible, formidable stream of air wrapped around the serpent, leaving it no escape. Zhou Fong released his fingers. The arrow shot forth the surrounding wind, accelerating it further as it screamed toward the serpent's heart. The vital point, as they say, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Initially Zhou Fong had aimed for the head, but seeing He Ji's knives caught in muscle and knowing the skull was even harder, he targeted the heart where protection was weaker. The arrow pierced the cold air and plunged into the serpent's heart, drilling through muscle like a spinning bit. Flesh and blood flew, a gaping hole split its abdomen, blood gushing out, exposing the heart. The serpent let out a sky-rending roar. Yet the arrow's power fell short of a fatal blow. The arrowhead lodged in the heart, but did not pierce through. Zhou Feng's expression soured. That arrow had drained all his strength, unleashing another of such power was nearly impossible. The spear-wielding man roared, "Attack its heart." As he thrust his spear toward the exposed heart, a tremendous force repelled him, sending him flying dozens of meters back, blood spurting from his mouth. Qin Shang watched in shock. He realized his earlier assumption was wrong. The Black Fiend Serpent's ability was not gravity control, but force manipulation. It could control any force as it had just used repulsion to block the spear. The serpent's eyes were bloodshot. Under excruciating pain, it pushed its ability to the limit, shattering the air current binding it. Repulsion radiated outward, cracking the ground around it, and blasting the Gale Demon-slaying squad dozens of meters away. Everyone was stunned. Even the Gale Demon-slaying squad had been defeated. The air seemed to freeze as all present sensed the faint, lingering scent of death. Retreat. He Ji helped the pale-faced Zhou Fong, while the others supported each other as they retreated. The Black Fiend Serpent gasped heavily. The previous strike had also drained much of its energy. It stared at the retreating direction of the Gale Demon Exorcist Regiment, a fierce light gleaming in its eyes, but it did not pursue. That battle had ended in mutual destruction. The Black Fiend Serpent turned its gaze toward the distant shelter, sensing the large number of humans there. It decided not to linger in further conflict with them. Inside the command room, despair was etched on every face. Is there truly no hope left for Shigang City? Zhou Fong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart heavy. Shigang City was his hometown where he had grown up, and now it was about to become a dead city ravaged by mutated beasts. They had given their all, but this Black Fiend Serpent was far too powerful. Going back would only mean walking to their deaths. At that moment, Lan Wei, who had remained silent among the crowd, clenched her hand, and a bomb materialized in her palm. Her eyes sharp, she declared, "I'll stop it." Qin Shang was shocked. Although Lan Wei was formidable, ranking in the top 20 of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, that was only within the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Her strength was far inferior to that of the Gale Demon Exorcist Regiment. Going there now would be nothing but suicide. But seeing the bomb in her hand, he seemed to guess her intention. After the battle with the Gale Demon Exorcist Regiment, the Black Fiend Serpent's heart had been wounded and exposed. Lan Wei likely planned to use her spatial ability to teleport the bomb directly to the serpent's heart, delivering a fatal blow. Yet Qin Shang quickly recalled the Black Fiend Serpent's control over repulsive force. Its wound was still covered by a repulsive field, making it impossible to send the bomb inside. As soon as the bomb approached the wound, it would be repelled. Moreover, if she teleported herself along with the bomb, he had just witnessed the power of that repulsive force. It was unlikely to be breached by sheer violence, and once there the serpent would discover Lan Wei's presence, leading to disastrous consequences. The Black Fiend Serpent protected its wound well, with a layer of repulsive force forming a shield over it. It was extremely difficult to send any projectile inside. And if this attempt failed, the serpent would become even more vigilant, making it impossible for anyone to approach its wound again. Qin Shang decided to upgrade his spatial ability, hoping to unlock a new skill that might assist Lan Wei. Upgrade spatial ability. Qin Shang whispered to the bottle. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained spatial ability LV 6. As the prompt faded, Qin Shang discovered that the 6th level spatial ability had unlocked a divine skill perfectly suited for this mission. Just then he saw Lan Wei's body shift slightly. She was about to make her move. Wait. Qin Shang shouted, trying to stop Lan Wei, but it was too late. Lan Wei had already activated her spatial ability and teleported near the serpent's wound. Before it could react, she drew her longsword and struck the repulsive field over the wound with all her might. A flash of cold light passed, and the repulsive field was forcibly sliced open. It was spatial ability. The ability users were astonished to witness such a top-tier power here. Before the field could heal, Lan Wei shoved the bomb into the wound with her left hand. Her movements were swift and fluid. Having completed the task seamlessly, she attempted to teleport back, but the Black Fiend Serpent had already detected her. A powerful gravitational force pressed down on Lan Wei. She felt an immense impact slam into her, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She no longer had time to activate her spatial ability. From a distance, Qin Shang's heart tightened at the sight. He recalled his first meeting with Lan Wei, how she had brought him into the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, how he had invited her to a meal, and later, how they had shared a helicopter that met with an accident. All these memories replayed in his mind. Though their time together had been brief, even less than the time he had spent with Yan Zhao, Lan Wei had carved a special place in his heart. He could not bear to watch her die before his eyes. Without hesitation, Qin Shang activated his spatial ability and teleported beside Lan Wei, shielding her with his own body. The moment he approached, Qin Shang felt the immense force crushing him, as if a giant hand was squeezing and toying with him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lan Wei stared in disbelief at Qin Shang, who had suddenly appeared before her. She could not fathom how he had arrived so quickly, nor why he had come. The Black Fiend Serpent's strength was undeniable. Why would he follow her into death? At that moment, Lan Wei's mind wandered. She thought of her childhood experiences and the pain she had endured. She had once been a cheerful little girl with loving parents and a happy life. But then everything was destroyed in that beast time. Her city had been attacked by a horde of mutated beasts and overrun. Her parents hid her in a cabinet, and through the cracks young Lan Wei watched helplessly as the beasts devoured them. The beasts had discovered her too, but an ability user appeared and saved her. Lan Wei was fortunate to survive. But from that day on, the smile vanished from Lan Wei's face. She lived only to become as powerful as the ability user who had saved her to slay more mutated beasts and avenge her parents. If only she had been strong enough to kill the beasts, her parents would not have died. So when the rescue mission for Shurgang City came, Lan Wei joined without hesitation. She thought of her own experience and did not want others to suffer the same pain. She had charged forward without a second thought to stop the Black Fiend Serpent, determined to protect the shelter at all costs. But what she had not expected was Qin Shang, who had followed and stood before her. Lan Wei felt grateful, yet deeply apologetic. It was her rash action that had put him in such a perilous situation. Just then the Black Fiend Serpent sensed something amiss. The bomb had exploded near its heart. Had the bomb detonated outside its body, it would have been harmless. But it had landed right beside the serpent's heart. With a thunderous roar, the heart burst into fragments along with the bomb. The Black Fiend Serpent let out a piercing, mournful cry that echoed through the sky. The sound was so intense that Qin Shang and Lan Wei, standing nearby, felt as though their eardrums were being torn apart. The distant ability users were stunned. Did it work? A moment later they erupted into cheers, shouting the names of Qin Shang and Lan Wei. They had risked their lives for Shurgang City. Of course it was only Lan Wei who had acted for Shurgang City. Qin Shang gritted his teeth against the intense pain, reaching out to grasp Lan Wei's wrist. He knew that the Heisha giant python could not die immediately. It would surely retaliate fiercely before its demise. They had to leave this place quickly. Even with its formidable vitality, the Heisha giant python was doomed once its heart was shattered. Its golden eyes shimmered with disbelief, astonished that these two humans had the ability to penetrate its repulsion barrier, and it never expected to meet its end here today. Even in death, it wanted to drag Lan Wei and Qin Shang down with it. The Heisha giant python fixed its gaze on Lan Wei and Qin Shang, its eyes revealing a terrifying killing intent. A tremendous energy surged within it as it unleashed its gravitational field, vowing to crush them into pieces. Meanwhile, Qin Shang tightened his grip on Lan Wei's wrist, shouting in his heart, "Enter the psychic space." The Heisha giant eagle unleashed all its energy. Under such extreme gravitational pressure, even the ground around them could not withstand the immense force, collapsing in large sections. A radius of several dozen meters around the Heisha giant python was enveloped by that overwhelming force, shaking violently, as if a powerful earthquake had struck. Everything within this area was ground to dust. At that moment, the onlookers on the city wall were worried for Lan Wei and Qin Shang. A man clenched his fists and shouted loudly towards the distance Miss Lan. It was Yang Li, ranked 9th in the locked domain Heavenly Palace. Under such intense gravitational pressure, space teleportation was impossible, and she was certainly in grave danger. What they did not see was that before the Heisha giant python exerted its full gravitational pressure, Qin Shang had already grasped Lan Wei's arm and activated a new ability derived from his spatial powers, the psychic space. In the next second, Qin Shang and Lan Wei's figures blurred and then vanished, leaving only indistinct afterimages. They successfully entered the alternate space where all external attacks were rendered ineffective. In the dark psychic space, Qin Shang let out a quiet sigh of relief, thankful he had made it in time. Inside the psychic space, they could see the Heisha giant python furiously attacking outside. The Heisha giant python was even angrier at their sudden disappearance, launching violent attacks at the spot where they had vanished. However, it was futile. Its attacks could not harm them in the slightest. This psychic space was indeed a practical skill. No matter how fierce the outside forces, they could not reach those within. In times of crisis, it could be used to save lives and evade fatal blows. Calming down, Qin Shang observed the psychic space as if a tear had been ripped in the air, surrounded by dark void. Inside there was not a hint of wind, and time seemed to stand still. Lan Wei had initially thought she was doomed, but the next second she found herself in a dark psychic space. She could still hear the Heisha giant python's furious roars, but the sound was muffled, as if separated by a protective barrier. Lan Wei was shocked. She had just lost the ability to use her spatial powers, and her current spatial capabilities were insufficient to allow them to enter the psychic space at such speed. It must have been Qin Shang, but she had not expected him to possess spatial powers. In her impression, Qin Shang was a dual ability user with rock and ice powers. Within the psychic space, Qin Shang felt his energy being drained, as if it was continuously consumed by the space. He couldn't help but lament that the consumption of this psychic space was far too great, even more than the battle tower. At his current strength, he estimated that if he held on for a few more minutes, his energy would be completely depleted. The Heisha giant python attacked madly, unleashing all its energy. It was unwilling to die like this, but as its energy dwindled, it only hastened its demise. Moments later, the Heisha giant python exhausted its last ounce of strength, its massive body collapsing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently once more. After witnessing this scene in the psychic space, Qin Shang sighed in relief, finally dead. If the Heisha giant python did not die soon, he would not be able to sustain the psychic space. He did not notice that Lan Wei had been watching him since entering the psychic space. She recalled how Qin Shang had suddenly appeared in front of her, and a strange feeling surged within her. She then tiptoed and left a light kiss on Qin Shang's face. Qin Shang was instantly dumbfounded, his mind blank. He saw a blush appear on Lan Wei's face before she turned around, no longer looking at him. Flustered Qin Shang dispelled the psychic space, returning to the outside, where a cool breeze blew past. However, he felt his face flushing. On the distant city wall, the crowd erupted in cheers as they saw the Heisha giant python fall. The Shigang city, they shouted excitedly, but upon realizing they could not see Lan Wei and Qin Shang's silence fell over them. They knew what this meant. Under the ferocious attacks of the Heisha giant python, the two must have sacrificed themselves. Everyone's face displayed a mixture of regret and admiration. Qin Shang and Lan Wei were both powerful ability users, and they sacrificed themselves for Shigang City, deserving of everyone's remembrance. At that moment, someone spotted two figures emerging from the swirling dust in the distance. It was Qin Shang and Lan Wei, and aside from their pale faces, they bore no visible injuries. They are still alive, someone shouted. All faces expressed disbelief. How had they evaded the Heisha giant python, and they were unscathed? Zhou Feng's face was filled with astonishment. How did they manage that? Back in the palace earlier, everyone had been captivated by Lan Wei's spatial powers, paying no attention to how Qin Shang had appeared beside her, nor did they know how they had survived. As soon as he emerged, Qin Shang noticed the energy orbs that fell from the Heisha giant python. He joyfully picked them all up, knowing that the experience points for killing a level 6 high-tier mutated beast would surely be substantial. Ding. Collection successful. Strength 1800. Ding. Collection successful. Agility 1500. Ding. Collection successful. Stamina 2000. Ding. Collection successful. Experience points 80,000. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 6 mutant energy core. They were filled with admiration for Qin Shang and Lan Wei's recent actions. Not only had they bravely slain the high-level 6th grade Black Fiend Serpent, but they had also survived its ferocious assault, for the Black Fiend Serpent was a mutated beast that hundreds of artillery shells could not harm. At that moment, a prompt sounded in Qin Shang's ear. Ding. The power ability and rock can be fused. Do you wish to proceed? Qin Shang was momentarily stunned. Could abilities be fused? Before he could ponder further, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the city wall. Look, the mutated beasts are retreating, a soldier shouted excitedly. The Black Fiend Serpent was the most powerful leader-level mutated beast in this beast tide. With its death, the remaining beasts naturally lost their will to fight. They had also heard its agonizing final cry, which only deepened their terror. First, a few high-level mutated beasts retreated, followed by the 3rd and 4th grade ones. In this battle against the mutated beasts, humanity had emerged victorious. The officials of Shigang City were overjoyed and decided to honor these ability users. Although the battle had inflicted heavy losses, they were far smaller than those of previous beast tides. Moreover, this tide had included a 6th grade high-level Black Fiend Serpent, which had nearly breached Shigang City. Thus, these losses were considered negligible. Yang Li approached Lan Wei, asking with concern, "Miss Lan, are you all right?" Lan Wei remained as cold as ever, replying, Yang Li felt slighted, but said nothing, for Lan Wei hailed from the Lan family, a clan he dared not provoke. However, he noticed that Lan Wei's gaze seemed to linger on Qin Shang, which infuriated him. The ability users celebrated heartily in Shigang City. The city, having just endured such destruction, had much to attend to, so they did not linger. The next day, they returned to the locked domain Celestial Palace. In the battle at Shigang City, Qin Shang had played a significant role, even collaborating with the Might Cannon to slay 2 5th-grade mutated beasts. His formidable giant ability left a deep impression on many, earning him great renown. Besides him, Duan Hong and Yang Li also stood out with impressive counts of slain mutated beasts. Lan Wei's final blow against the Black Fiend Serpent garnered widespread admiration. Yet Qin Shang knew his strength could not stop here. He was only a 3rd-grade ability user. Though he had performed admirably in the reinforcement of Shigang City, it was far from sufficient. This world was filled with those far stronger than him. The locked domain Celestial Palace harbored many hidden masters. He had not even reached halfway through the combat tower, and countless formidable mutated beasts lay ahead. Even the locked domain War God could not breach the 20th floor. Then there was the Crimson Kill Legion, which would soon begin recruitment. This organization kept a low profile, yet it was even more powerful than the locked domain Celestial Palace. The locked domain Celestial Palace had only 5 slots for this recruitment, a testament to the Legion's confidence. Had it not been for its low profile, it might have long surpassed the locked domain Celestial Palace as the top power. The strength of such a formidable organization's members was unimaginable. This world teemed with countless strong beings and terrifying monsters. Only by ceaselessly growing stronger could one survive. Stagnation and complacency were both fatal. Qin Shang had harvested 3 high-quality mutant energy cores, this time one of which was a 6th-grade core from the Black Fiends. These energy cores, brimming with immense power, were beyond Qin Shang's ability to absorb directly. He sent them to be made into enhancement potions. A few days later, Qin Shang received the enhancement potions. Would these be enough to elevate him to a 4th-grade ability user? He consumed the potions, training rigorously daily to absorb their energy, and his physique improved rapidly. Qin Shang suddenly thought of Lan Wei. Since the incident, their relationship seemed to have shifted subtly, yet he could not pinpoint the change. His feelings toward her were now strangely complex. Shaking his head, he decided to let things take their natural course. After several days, Qin Shang had fully absorbed the enhancement potions. His strength surged dramatically, and all his physical attributes saw immense improvement. He had officially become a 4th-grade ability user. Once an ability user reached the 4th grade, each subsequent advancement demanded vast amounts of energy divided into several minor tiers. Every tier required immense energy, making future upgrades even more arduous. As time passed, the Crimson Kill Legion's recruitment drew nearer. The locked domain Celestial Palace had only 5 guaranteed slots clearly reserved for the top-ranked powerhouses. The Crimson Kill Legion, older and mightier than the locked domain Celestial Palace, naturally recruited only the strongest. The locked domain Celestial Palace's headquarters boasted elite talents selected from various branches, second to none in other organizations. Yet even among these prodigies, only 5 were deemed worthy of entering the Crimson Kill Legion. The competition was fierce. As for Qin Shang, he naturally aspired to join the Crimson Kill Legion, but he knew his chances were slim. Though he had passed the 10th floor of the combat tower within 3 months of joining the locked domain Celestial Palace and climbed to 22nd place in the rankings, only the top few could enter the Legion. He still had a long way to go. As the recruitment approached, the locked domain Celestial Palace's recent trends indicated that the 5 candidates had been largely. Ling Kong, ranked first in the locked domain Celestial Palace, was undoubtedly among them. He spent most of his time in seclusion training, rarely appearing in public, and his strength was unfathomable. His spot was all but assured. The 2nd and 3rd ranked individuals were also guaranteed entry, both rare geniuses. The 4th ranked was Yang Li, whose strength had surged recently. He had leaped from 9th to 4th place. Backed by a powerful family and possessing considerable prowess, his entry into the Crimson Kill Legion seemed secure. The final candidate was different, Lan Wei. Despite being ranked only in the teens, not even in the top 10, she possessed a top-tier spatial ability and held a unique identity. Qin Shang had always known that Lan Wei was special and untouchable, but only recently did he learn that she was the adopted daughter of the locked domain war god. Over a decade ago, the city where Lan Wei lived was ravaged by a beast tide, falling into ruin. Her parents were killed by mutated beasts. The locked domain war god happened to pass by and rescued her. Discovering her rare top-tier spatial ability, he took her back to the locked domain Celestial Palace and adopted her. However, the locked domain war god often secluded himself for cultivation, routinely retreating for years without emerging, and rarely showed himself. Even Lan Wei seldom saw the locked domain war god, this foremost human powerhouse, remaining perpetually enigmatic. From the current situation, 5 slots had been filled, leaving virtually no chance for others. To enter the Crimson Kill Corps, one would likely have to wait for the next recruitment 3 years hence. Although Qin Shang felt a twinge of regret, he did not dwell on it excessively, believing that he would eventually join the Crimson Kill Corps. It was merely a matter of time. He suddenly recalled the power ability he had picked up in Shigang City, dropped by the Black Fiend Serpent, which seemed compatible with his rock ability. Yet he had not had the chance to examine it then. Now he resolved to merge the 2 abilities. The rock ability was his primary offensive skill, but the Black Fiend Serpent's power ability was exceptionally formidable. Both abilities were powerful, and their fusion might yield even greater strength, perhaps even birthing a new skill. Fuse rock ability and power ability. Moments later, a chime sounded. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations on acquiring Earth Force ability, LV4. Qin Shang froze. The new ability had directly advanced to level 4. But he quickly realized that his original rock ability had reached level 8, while the new power ability was only level 1. Their fusion had averaged out to level 4, forming the Earth ability. The newly formed skill called Earth Force combined the strengths of rock and power abilities. As long as Qin Shang stood on the ground, he received the Earth's blessing, could control the terrain, and wielded the Black Fiend Serpent's command over force. It was an exceedingly rare ability, and judging by the experience points required for upgrades, it was also immensely powerful. Standing on the ground, Qin Shang felt as if he had merged with the Earth. He silently exerted force, and the ground beneath him moved him forward. A remarkably convenient skill he used. Qin Shang activated repulsion, and an invisible force from the ground sent the vase before him flying far away, shattering against the wall into fragments. Indeed, it was a power greater than before, and Qin Shang was overjoyed. Just as Qin Shang was engrossed in studying his newly fused Earth Force ability, an elder in white robes arrived at the base of the Sun Radiance Tower, holding a scroll inscribed with the names of those selected for the Crimson Kill Corps. The Sun Radiance Tower soared to immense heights, its peak piercing the clouds, invisible from below. The elder stood at the tower's base, raising the scroll respectfully and saying, "The 5 candidates selected for the Crimson Kill Corps have been determined. Please review them, Palace Lord." Although the Locked Domain War God did not typically manage the daily affairs of the Locked Domain, Heaven Palace, major matters still required his personal inspection, such as the selection for the Crimson Kill Corps. The Corps was a premier force. Only those with extraordinary strength could be chosen, and they might one day ascend to high-ranking management within the Locked Domain Heaven Palace. Thus, it was a significant event, prompting the supervisor to bring the list for the War God's review. But previously, the Locked Domain War God had only glanced at such lists, symbolically indifferent to the names, uninterested in. As his words faded, an invisible hand seemed to seize the scroll, which then slipped from the elder's grasp and floated upward toward the tower's peak. The scroll drifted slowly, eventually caught by a slender, fair hand. The figure opened it and scanned the 5 names, indeed the same 5 that had already been circulating within the Locked Domain Heaven Palace. Ling Kong, Hu Yue Wang, Sun Yang, Li Lan Wei. Upon seeing the list, the figure's lips curled into a faint smile. Had the elder below witnessed it, he would have been terrified, for a smile was a rare sight from this person. The figure pointed a finger, and Yang Li's name vanished. Then with a few strokes on the scroll, it was cast back down the tower. The scroll drifted gently back into the elder's hands. Expecting the palace lord to remain silent as usual, he was startled to find the names altered when he unrolled it. Where Yang Li's name had been, Qin Shang's now stood. He was astounded. The locked domain war god had always disdained such trivialities. Their request for review was mere formality. Yet this time the war god had personally amended the list. The elder was taken aback. The palace lord actually knew of Qin Shang. This young man was indeed exceptionally gifted. In just 3 months since joining the locked domain Heaven Palace, he had climbed to over 20th in the rankings and broken through the 10th floor of the combat tower, feats unprecedented in the palace's history. Moreover, he had performed brilliantly during the recent support battle at Shurgang City. Indeed, they had debated between Qin Shang, but considering that despite his talent Qin Shang was still young and not yet a match for Yang Li's strength, they had planned to reserve a slot for him in the next Crimson Kill Corps recruitment 3 years later. Yet the locked domain war god had directly added Qin Shang's name. The elder sighed helplessly. No one could fathom the palace lord's thoughts. Since the decision was made, the high-ranking officials had no authority to change it, so the list of selected candidates for the Crimson Kill Corps was announced as inscribed on the scroll. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire locked domain Heaven Palace. This was not what they had expected. The other selections were uncontroversial, but Qin Shang's inclusion stirred debate. Qin Shang is formidable, but his strength still falls short of Yang Li's. They all acknowledged that Qin Shang was outstanding, improving rapidly, ranking among the top 10 within months of joining, and achieving excellent results in the combat tower. But Yang Li, after returning from Shurgang City, had entered seclusion for intense training, advancing swiftly, rising from 9th place to 4th, breaking into the top 5. Yet despite their astonishment, it was not their personal affair, merely fodder for after-dinner chatter. The most vehement reaction came from one of the parties involved, Yang Li. Yang Li had been supremely confident of securing his place in the Crimson Kill Corps, believing his spot was assured until the moment he saw the list. But when his name was absent, his face stiffened instantly. Why did Qin Shang's name occupy the spot that should have been his? What qualifications did he have to join the Crimson Kill Corps? This slot was rightfully mine. Unable to contain his fury, Yang Li stormed into an office, not even bothering to knock, and burst through the door. The man inside looked up at the intruder with a resigned expression, as if he had anticipated Yang Li's entrance. The man in the office looked at Yang Li as he entered, a helpless expression spreading across his face. Yang Li spoke with anxious urgency. Dad, what exactly is going on? Why isn't my name on the list? This man was Yang Li's father, Yang Guang, a high-ranking member of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. As a colossal power, the locked domain Heavenly Palace was naturally composed of numerous extensive branches and families. The Yang family was one of them. Yang Guang, the family patriarch, held a high position as a 5th-level scion within the palace's senior management, wielding considerable influence and authority. Though helpless, he furrowed his brow and scolded Yang Li. How many times have I told you? Stop being so flustered. Hearing this, Yang Li calmed his mind and sat down on the chair across the desk, yet the anxiety on his face remained as he waited for his father to speak. Yang Guang rubbed his temples and said to Yang Li, you were indeed on the initial list for the Crimson Kill Corps selection, but later your name was replaced by Qin Shang's. I inquired with the elder about this, and he said it was the palace lord's decision. Yang Li's face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? The palace lord never meddles in such matters. Previously, the Crimson Kill Corps slots were always decided by the elders. Although they had to be presented to the locked domain war god for her perusal, she never questioned them, merely giving a cursory glance. That's why Yang Li had felt so confident his place was secure. Why of all times had the palace lord suddenly intervened in the matter of the Crimson Kill Corps selection? Yang Li found it hard to believe. Just who was this Qin Shang to make the palace lord break her own rules for him? Then what should I do? I don't want to wait another 3 years. Yang Li's face was etched with anxiety. This is the palace lord's decision, and none of us have the power to oppose it. Yang Guang paused, looking at Yang Li. But what if we start with Qin Shang? Hearing this, Yang Li fell into thoughtful silence. At that moment, Qin Shang was unaware of these events, holed up in his training room, diligently upgrading his earth power ability. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Earth Power LV5. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Earth Power LV6. The experience points he had gathered in Shurgang City last time were exceptionally abundant, allowing Qin Shang to directly elevate Earth Power to level 6. After the upgrade, Qin Shang felt that as long as he stood on the ground, an endless stream of energy would be channeled into his body. As Qin Shang was training, a knock came at the training room door. He opened it to find Lan Wei standing outside. The moment she saw him, she said, congratulations on securing a spot in the Crimson Kill Corps. Me. Qin Shang's face lit up with joy, but it was overshadowed by disbelief. He had previously given up all hope of joining the Crimson Kill Corps, yet now Lan Wei had suddenly come to tell him he had been selected. Lan Wei still wore that indifferent expression, but her tone was no longer as icy as before. Since the incident in Shurgang City, the bond between her and Qin Shang seemed to have drawn closer. They occasionally shared meals, and Lan Wei spoke a little more in his presence. So the moment she heard that Qin Shang had also been selected, she came immediately to congratulate him. Don't you know yet? Qin Shang shook his head. I've been in the training room all day and haven't gone out. He still found it hard to believe that he had obtained this slot. Although he had made great strides since joining the locked domain Heavenly Palace headquarters, his rank was only in the 20s. Even if the slots were assigned by rotation, it shouldn't have been his turn. Lan Wei continued, and I heard this time it was decided by the palace lord. Hearing this, Qin Shang was even more astonished. How could the palace lord know about him? Even if he had performed exceptionally in Shurgang City last time, Yang Li and Duan Hong had been equally impressive. Why would the palace lord take special notice of him alone? Was it you who asked the palace lord for this slot for me? Qin Shang suddenly thought of Lan Wei before him. She was the adopted daughter of the locked domain war god, and surely had the palace lord's ear. Had Lan Wei helped him? Lan Wei shook her head. No, I haven't seen the palace lord in a long time. Although Lan Wei was the locked domain war god's adopted daughter, the war god was in seclusion most of the time, and they rarely met. Moreover, their interactions were infrequent, and their relationship was hardly close. According to Lan Wei, the locked domain war god was an extremely reclusive person. As they were talking at the training room, door, a tall man suddenly appeared outside. It was Yang Guang, with Yang Li following behind him. Seeing Lan Wei and Qin Shang together, Yang Li was consumed with rage, though he maintained a friendly smile on his face. Qin Shang recognized the man. Elder Yang. What did he want with him? Qin Shang was puzzled, but when he saw Yang Li behind him, he immediately understood. They must be here about the Crimson Kill Corps. Yang Guang put on the air of an amiable elder, beaming at Qin Shang. I came to see Qin Shang about something. Qin Shang remained silent. Yang Guang chuckled and continued, I know you've secured a guaranteed slot in the Crimson Kill Corps. First, let me offer my congratulations. He paused before going on, but young friend Qin Shang may not fully understand. Though the Crimson Kill Corps appears glorious, gathering many powerful individuals joining it is exceedingly dangerous. I was once a member of the Crimson Kill Corps. Every mission we undertook was extremely perilous. The Corps exists for the survival of humanity, so its tasks involve exploring dangerous, unknown territories, investigating ancient ruins, hunting beast gods, and the like. Each mission claims the lives of a great many psions. The Crimson Kill Corps had to venture into all kinds of desolate and treacherous places. Every mission was fraught with danger. That was precisely why those who emerged from the Corps were top-tier powerhouses. Only those who survived such harrowing circumstances were anything but ordinary. Young friend Qin Shang possesses exceptional talent, but you've only been with the locked domain Heavenly Palace for half a year and lack sufficient experience. It might be better to wait 3 years before joining the Crimson Kill Corps. By then, Qin Shang immediately grasped their purpose. Yang Guang wanted him to voluntarily give up this slot. Yang Li's slot had been taken by him, and he was naturally unwilling to accept it. So he had asked his father to come and persuade Qin Shang to willingly yield the position. Thank you for your concern, Elder Yang, but the Crimson Kill Corps is where I've always wanted to be. I won't give up this slot. Qin Shang cut Yang Guang off before he could finish expressing his thoughts bluntly. Seeing Qin Shang refuse so decisively, Yang Li was furious. Qin Shang had taken his slot, yet now he acted so self-righteous. Moreover, since Qin Shang was the locked domain war god's chosen candidate, if he wasn't willing to relinquish the slot voluntarily, Yang Li couldn't force him. Lan Wei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Qin Shang's response. She also hoped that Qin Shang could join her in the Red Kill Corps. Yang Li suddenly thought of something upon seeing Lan Wei, and he angrily shouted at Qin Shang, Qin Shang, what right do you have to enter the Red Kill Corps, just because of Lan Wei? Yang Li saw the ambiguous relationship between Qin Shang and Lan Wei, and given that Lan Wei was the adopted daughter of the locked domain martial god, it was certain that Lan Wei had said something to the locked domain martial god. Otherwise, how could the locked domain martial god take notice of this young man and make an exception to intervene in the matters of the Red Kill Corps? Lan Wei was extremely angry upon hearing this, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. What did you say? Qin Shang was naturally very angry as well. He had earned his place in the Red Kill Corps honestly and had no guilt. Qin Shang said coldly, so what do you want? Yang Li's face showed a look of disdain. Why don't we have a life and death duel? Yang Guang initially did not want to interfere in the conflicts among the younger generation, but upon hearing Yang Li's words, he immediately spoke up to stop them. Yang Li, are you crazy? Members of the same faction generally cannot engage in life and death duels, as a faction is like a camp. Unless there is a deep-seated enmity, conducting such duels among members severely harms the unity. Moreover, life and death duels require a life and death contract. Once the duel begins, life and death are at stake. Even if the losing side dies, the winner bears no responsibility. Qin Shang and Yang Li were both core members of the locked domain Heavenly Palace headquarters. Even if Yang Li could defeat Qin Shang, it would still be detrimental to him. Qin Shang was a rare talent who had been personally selected by the locked domain martial god to participate in the Red Kill Corps. If Yang Li killed him, his own position in the locked domain Heavenly Palace would become precarious, and he might even lose his qualification for future guaranteed entries into the Red Kill Corps. Yang Guang turned to persuade Qin Shang. After all, this spot originally belonged to Yang Li. His temper is volatile, and I cannot stop him. Why don't you both have a match? If you win, the spot is naturally yours. If you lose, I will definitely find a way to help you secure a spot in the next recruitment of the Red Kill Corps in 3 years. Lan Wei felt that Yang Guang was completely being unreasonable. What did he mean by this spot originally belonged to Yang Li? She had not helped him in speaking to the palace master. Qin Shang had earned this spot entirely through his own strength, and now he was being asked to participate in a nonsensical match. But Qin Shang had already been ignited by rage. Since this father and son felt that he was unqualified for this spot, he would make them submit with his strength. Alright, then let's have a match. Yang Li was somewhat surprised by Qin Shang's willingness to accept so readily. This kid really was overestimating himself. Fine, let's go to the duel arena. No need, we can just compete here. Qin Shang replied immediately. Yang Li was taken aback, then revealed a disdainful smile. Fine, no matter where it is, I can defeat you. The training room of the locked domain Heavenly Palace is extremely spacious. Qin Shang and Yang Li stood facing each other, separated by 10 meters. Yang Li smiled. Let's begin. He was quite confident in this match. Defeating Qin Shang with his strength was not a problem, and reclaiming the spot in this manner, Qin Shang stepped on the ground, and the energy within him began to surge, as if he were merging with the earth, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yang Li noticed something unusual from a distance. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force pressing down on him, and the surrounding air began to squeeze in on him. Yang Li felt as if his entire body, including his internal organs, was wrapped in that immense force, like an invisible hand tightly gripping him, squeezing hard. Yang Li's complexion suddenly changed. His physique was that of a level 4 ability user, yet he was still gasping for breath under this pressure. A lower-level ability user would have been crushed to pieces by this force. Then Qin Shang took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Yang Li. Lan Wei realized that this was not spatial abilities. Qin Shang had activated the power of the earth. The ground beneath him had already merged with him, and what had just happened was the unique ability of the power of the earth, which reduced the distance between them and allowed Qin Shang to quickly reach another location similar to the teleportation of spatial abilities. However, the power of this ability lies in the fact that during the movement the earth also transmits strength to Qin Shang, making it suitable for immediate strikes after activation. Qin Shang arrived in front of Yang Li and punched toward his abdomen. Yang Li was stunned by Qin Shang's speed. He crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, wanting to block this punch and then counterattack. However, the power of this punch exceeded his expectations. Yang Li was knocked back 10 meters by the impact and his arms ached severely. But before he could counterattack, Qin Shang activated the power of the earth once more and instantly caught up to Yang Li. The energy within him surging as he concentrated the repulsive force in his fist and struck again. Yang Li, maintaining his previous posture, took another heavy punch. This punch was far more powerful than the last one. Yang Li heard the sound of bones breaking, and then that force crashed against his chest, a metallic taste rising in his throat, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. This punch sent Yang Li sliding back over 10 meters, crashing directly into the wall of the training room, causing a huge noise and creating numerous fine cracks in the specially designed wall. Yang Li had suffered heavy blows both front and back and was now unable to move. He groaned in pain, nearly losing consciousness. Lan Wei was somewhat surprised. Although she believed Qin Shang would not lose, she originally thought it would take him some time, and there was even a possibility he would use spatial abilities. She did not expect Qin Shang to defeat Yang Li so easily, and only using 2 punches. Qin Shang's strength, bolstered by the power of the earth, was terrifyingly powerful. Before Yang Li could even launch an attack, he was defeated. Of course, this was also related to Yang Li's underestimating Qin Shang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated without even throwing a single punch. Seeing Yang Li defeated so quickly, Yang Guang was extremely furious. How dare Qin Shang strike so heavily right in front of him? He was filled with rage and was about to take action when Lan Wei blocked him. "Elder Yang, what are you trying to do?" Lan Wei's tone was calm, but the aura emanating from her made it impossible to ignore. Yang Guang, wary of Lan Wei's identity as the adopted daughter of the locked domain martial god, did not dare to provoke her. He coldly snorted at Qin Shang and took the nearly unconscious Yang Li away from the training room. Qin Shang also wanted to showcase his strength, proving that he was qualified and capable of obtaining this spot, and Yang Li had saved him a lot of effort. Qin Shang was well aware that securing this spot in the Crimson Kill Legion would inevitably draw skepticism from many. He also intended to showcase his prowess, proving he was worthy of the position. Yang Li's challenge this time conveniently aligned with his wishes, saving Qin Shang considerable effort. "Want to go for a meal?" Lan Wei asked softly from beside him. Though he had dined with Lan Wei a few times since that incident, it was always he who initiated. This was the first time she had invited him, and naturally he was delighted. Sure. Before long, the day of departure for the Crimson Kill Legion arrived. After bidding farewell to Yin Chao, Qin Shang headed to the square of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace to assemble. Yin Chao watched Qin Shang with profound emotion, recalling how he had sensed that Qin Shang was no ordinary man after witnessing him defeat Peng Ji in Shamu City. Later, Qin Shang entered the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace headquarters, conquered the 10th floor of the Xi'an Tower, within mere months elevated his ranking to the top 30, and now earned the qualification for the Crimson Kill Legion. Brother Qin's life journey is truly remarkable. Qin Shang too felt how swiftly his life had transformed. From the patrol squad of Heishui City to the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, and now to the Crimson Kill Legion, all within just a few months. Yet life demanded constant progression. Even if nostalgia lingered for the past, one must stride forward. Upon arriving at the assembly square, the other 4 had already gathered. Qin Shang met the other 3, the top-ranked superhumans in the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. First was a long-haired man around 30 who appeared aloof and difficult to approach. This was Ling Kong, the number 1 in the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. The second was Hu Yue, a tall woman with enchanting peach blossom eyes. The last was a young man who seemed even younger than Qin Shang, Wang Sun, the third-ranked. He appeared shy and introverted, yet possessed exceptional talent. Since joining the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace, he had advanced rapidly, securing the 3rd position at a tender age. All 3 were formidable superhumans. The long-haired man approached Qin Shang, his first words being, "I heard you defeated Yang Li a few days ago." Qin Shang nodded. Ling Kong nodded in response and said no more. Rumors had circulated that Yang Li was defeated by Qin Shang and was now nursing his wounds, though no one had seen him in days, leaving the truth uncertain. Ling Kong merely sought confirmation to verify that Qin Shang had earned the spot through genuine strength. Wang Sun, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement, finally able to join the legendary Crimson Kill Legion. With all 5 assembled, they boarded a transport aircraft equipped with advanced defense systems and formidable weaponry. Given the lengthy journey and the risk of encountering high-level mutant beasts, the aircraft was outfitted with superior armaments and bore the insignia of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. On the plane, Lan Wei sat beside Qin Shang. Bored during the flight, he realized he had previously assumed he had little chance of joining the Crimson Kill Legion and hadn't bothered to learn much about it. Now his curiosity was piqued. Qin Shang quietly asked Lan Wei, "Where exactly is this Crimson Kill Legion?" Lan Wei pondered for a moment. "It seems to be in North Continent." Unlike the Earth, Qin Shang originally knew this Earth had 4 continents. The Crimson Kill Legion was located in the bitterly cold North Continent, while Rihue City, where they resided, was in East Continent, far apart, with vastly different climates. Wang Sun was somewhat excited. "I've heard North Continent is a frozen land with harsh cold and frequent snowfalls." Hu Yu's expression grew serious. North Continent is the extreme north with an exceptionally frigid climate. Its inhabitants are formidable fighters constantly battling mutant beasts to survive. Moreover, its remote location means the Superhuman Alliance has minimal presence there and other organizations exist. It's a dangerous place. The Superhuman Alliance's influence was concentrated in East Continent, leaving North Continent with scarcely any trace of the Alliance. This led to the emergence of numerous small organizations, rampant disorder, and harsh environmental conditions. Even ordinary people from East Continent would struggle to survive there. The Crimson Kill Legion's base was likely established in North Continent for this very reason. Only in such a harsh environment could true strength be forged. The aircraft flew northward for a full day and night before reaching North Continent. The journey was smooth without encountering a single mutant beast. Perhaps they dared not approach upon seeing the locked domain Heavenly Palace emblem. Through the window, Qin Shang saw a land blanketed in white snow with snowflakes still drifting in the sky. Buildings and peaks were covered in silver-white snow. On the endless snowfields, many mutant beasts were active naturally, those adapted to the cold environment. This was North Continent. Legend had it that many high-level mutant ferocious beasts roamed North Continent. Humans had compiled 100 beasts ranking for these creatures akin to the 100-strong list for superhumans. This list cataloged the most savage mutant beasts, many of which dwelled in North Continent. However, most of these beasts hid in remote, uninhabited areas and had rarely been seen in recent years, so the 100 beasts ranking served merely as a reference. After flying over the White Continent for a distance, the aircraft reached a silver, giant city. The Crimson Kill Legion's base, the Fortress of Immortality. Its walls stood 100 meters tall, exuding an aura of history. This structure had stood for centuries, continuously reinforced, never breached by mutant beasts. On the walls, soldiers clad in armor stood guard, fully armed and vigilant. Recognizing the locked domain Heavenly Palace insignia on the aircraft, the soldiers did not intercept. Had a mutant beast appeared overhead, it would have been immediately shot down by the fortress wall cannons, whose power far exceeded ordinary artillery capable of directly countering high-level mutant beasts. The locked domain Heavenly Palace aircraft eventually landed at the central airport of the Fortress of Immortality. As the group disembarked, a blast of cold wind greeted them. Fortunately, they were all superhumans who had cultivated to at least the 4th level. Ordinary people would have suffered frostbite instantly in such conditions. The airport was also manned by numerous soldiers on duty. The Crimson Kill Legion recruited every 3 years, drawing superhumans from across the world. So many new members had been arriving in recent days. As they stepped off the plane, a soldier in armor approached. "New members of the Crimson Kill Legion, please follow me for registration." The group followed the soldier toward the center of the Fortress of Immortality, curiously observing their surroundings as they watched. Qin Shang and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall, where they saw a flame burning fiercely in the wind and snow. The flame swayed precariously in the strong gusts, but never extinguished. A soldier introduced, "This is the eternal flame, said to be the fire left behind by our commander after his ascension, and it has been burning for hundreds of years now." Qin Shang and the others were quite astonished. A flame that has burned for hundreds of years. This commander must have possessed terrifying strength. They followed the soldier to the registration desk, where they registered their names, received payment from the Qisha Legion, and collected their dormitory keys before dispersing. The treatment in the Qisha Legion was quite generous, and the assigned dormitories were luxurious, as they were stronger than even the locking domain Heavenly Palace. Moreover, the death rate in the Qisha Legion was extremely high, hence the high benefits. The uniforms of the Qisha Legion bore a red flame emblem, symbolizing their rank. That day, Qin Shang familiarized himself with the environment of the Undying Bastion, and the next day, they received news of a gathering. On the second day, Qin Shang arrived at the central square of the Undying Bastion, where several hundred people had already gathered. These were all new members joining the Qisha Legion, elite talents from all over the world, including Lan Wei and the others. A stern-looking man walked onto the stage with a blue flame emblem on his chest. Qin Shang heard an excited voice nearby. "It's the Blue Flame Badge." He is a level 5 ability user. Qin Shang had learned some of the regulations of the Qisha Legion beforehand. Once you joined the Qisha Legion, leaving was not as simple as it seemed. There were 2 ways to leave, the first being expulsion for serious mistakes, which would result in public humiliation. The second way was to obtain the Blue Flame Badge, the blue emblem on the man's chest. The Blue Flame Badge is awarded to members who have made outstanding contributions to the Qisha Legion. Obtaining the Blue Flame Badge grants one the qualification to leave, but you could also choose to remain in the Qisha Legion. Possessing the Blue Flame Badge is a supreme honor, earning you the respect of all. Additionally, your descendants will also receive protection from the Qisha Legion. However, the Blue Flame Badge is not the highest rank. There are also the Silver Flame Badge, Golden Flame Badge, and the highest rank, the Black Flame Badge. However, the Blue Flame Badge is difficult to obtain, usually only granted to ability users above level 5. Naturally, obtaining the Black Flame badge is even more challenging. Currently, only a handful of individuals in the Qixia Legion have achieved the Black Flame badge, typically reserved for veteran members or powerhouse figures like the Locking Domain Martial God. At this moment, the man on the stage spoke. I know that each of you standing here must be extraordinary powerhouses, but that is all in the past. No matter how revered you were before here, you are merely ordinary members. The man's voice was calm, yet filled with power. He was correct. Simply standing in the square among the new members were already talented individuals from across the globe. Not to mention the veteran members who had trained in the Qixia Legion for many years. Their strength was terrifyingly formidable. According to the traditions of the Qixia Legion, all newly joined members must undergo a trial. The man continued. This is no ordinary trial. Each time new members undergo this trial, someone may lose their life. Instead of being frightened, the crowd below grew excited. Joining the Qixia Legion meant they were no longer the low-level ability users who feared for their lives. Before joining, each of them knew that the death rate in the Qixia Legion was exceptionally high and felt no fear because of it. As the new members boarded the vehicles heading to the trial location, a battle had just concluded to the north of the Undying Bastion. Near the mountains, a group of armored Qixia Legion members surrounded several kneeling men, their faces displaying murderous intent, and the members dared not let their guard down. Yet these men trapped in the center did not dare to move. They feared the man in the black robe beside them, whose chest bore a silver flame emblem indicating formidable strength. The man was deep in thought when one member said, "These XXX members are truly stubborn. Steward Fengshi, should we eliminate them all this time?" The man stroked his chin. The members of the Other Path Alliance certainly deserve to be killed, but it seemed he suddenly remembered something. Has the trial for the new members started? Let's use these people as trial targets. Hearing this, the members exchanged glances. But the members of the Other Path Alliance are all highly skilled and notoriously ruthless. Shouldn't the difficulty for the new members' trial be a bit too high, eh? Steward Fengshi snorted coldly. Since you have joined the Qixia Legion, you must be prepared to die. If your strength is insufficient, even if you pass the trial, the more dangerous tasks ahead will still claim your life. After hearing this, the others dared not speak. Steward Fengshi had a peculiar character and was a recipient of the Silver Flame badge, so no one dared to provoke him. However, those new members might be in trouble. This trial could lead to a higher death rate. Upon hearing that Steward Fengshi intended to use them as trial fodder, the man from the Other Path Alliance felt deeply humiliated. Do you really think we can be bullied? They stood up ready to fight against Steward Fengshi and his men to the bitter end. Steward Fengshi sneered. You think you're qualified to contend with me? As he spoke, a powerful force surged forth, and the men suddenly felt a terrifying pressure weighing down on them. Blood spurted from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Steward Fengxi's ability to obtain the Silver Flame badge indicated he was above level 5 and was a rare powerhouse among level 5 ability users. Dealing with these men was effortless for him. He glared at the men, get lost, and head to the White Bright Mountains. You might live a few more days. I have already marked you. I know your whereabouts clearly. If you dare to leave the White Bright Mountains, only death awaits you. These men scrambled to their feet and staggered towards the nearby White Bright Mountains, fully aware they were no match for Steward Fengshi. As long as they were alive, they had a chance. Moments later, military jeeps arrived at the foot of the White Bright Mountains, and the new members of the Qixia Legion got out. Steward Fengshi had been waiting for them. Upon seeing the new members disembark, he smiled. I am the chief examiner for this trial. You can call me Steward Fengshi. The White Bright Mountains before you harbor remnants of the Other Path Alliance. Your mission is to eliminate them within 5 days. Upon hearing Steward Fengxi's words, the members' expressions shifted, and an uproar erupted among them. Qin Shang had never heard of the Heterodox Alliance, and was somewhat puzzled. This alliance seemed to have a formidable reputation. He quietly inquired of Lan Wei beside him, whose face was somber. The Heterodox Alliance is a misanthropic organization. They believe the current order of the world is unjust and needs to be rebuilt, so they are dedicated to destroying the existing human order, bringing about the extinction of humanity, and allowing the world to be reborn. Ling Kong, usually taciturn, rarely interjected. It is said that the spread of the zombie virus across the world is closely linked to such organizations. The Heterodox Alliance is one of the more powerful among them, but it was annihilated by the Esper Alliance years ago, leaving only remnants now. As Ling Kong spoke, a fierce glint shone in his eyes, as if he harbored an intense hatred for these misanthropic organizations. Qin Shang was astonished to hear this. In his world, there were also misanthropic organizations, but they survived in the dark corners, never developing into such a powerful force. Hu Yu also furrowed her brows. Every member of the Heterodox Alliance is highly skilled. This trial is extremely... Steward Feng, she continued ahead. There are 11 remnants of the Heterodox Alliance within the Beiming Mountains. I have wounded them all, so their strength will be diminished, but the most powerful among them is at level 4, which remains very perilous. He produced a vial of potion. The one who performs best will receive this potion, which I just seized from the remnant stronghold. Consuming it can greatly enhance one's physique, especially strength. For a first-time user, strength could increase by about 50,000 kilograms. At these words, everyone's gaze was drawn to the vial in Steward Fengxi's hand. Qin Shang's eyes were also filled with excitement. The efficacy of this potion was incredibly potent, even surpassing that of the level 6 alien energy enhancement potion, capable of increasing strength by 50,000 kilograms alone. The punch strength of a level 4 Esper was only 100,000 kilograms, yet this single potion could add 50,000. Its allure to the new members was evident. Steward Feng, she had already taken the Blood Tyrant potion once himself, and since he was solitary with no friends, he offered this vial as the reward for the trial. Steward Feng, she showed them images of the Heterodox Alliance remnants with several faces crossed out in red indicating they had been killed. Qin Shang silently memorized the appearances of the 11. The one who kills the most Heterodox Alliance remnants will receive this potion. The trial now officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken, many new members rushed into the Beiming Mountain range. The Blood Tyrant potion was a rare elixir seldom seen on the market. Hu Yu suggested that the 5 of them act together since they were all from the locked domain Heavenly Palace and could trust each other more than others. No one objected, but Ling Kong refused. You go ahead. I'm used to acting alone. With that, he walked into the Beiming Mountains alone. The remaining 4 entered together. Because so many members had surged into the Beiming Mountains at once, the ground was covered in a chaotic mess of footprints. Qin Shang was somewhat frustrated. They could have tracked the remnants by their footprints, but now the multitude had obscured the original traces. The 4 searched carefully within the Beiming Mountains, staying alert to their surroundings, wary of ambushes by the Heterodox Alliance remnants. Trapped in the mountains and made targets for the new members with Steward Feng, she outside their situation was already dire, so they would surely fight with all their might. Watch out ahead, Wang Sun suddenly whispered. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, slowly approaching a nearby bush behind which lay a massive white bear. It was a mutated white bear, its ability around level 3. For ordinary espers it might be tough, but for the 4 of them now it was no longer a problem. A glint of excitement flashed in Hu Yu's eyes. She drew the crescent blade from her waist, the blade scraping against the sheath. The mutated white bear suddenly awoke, sensing danger, but it was too late. Hu Yu controlled the crescent blade, sending it flying through the air straight toward the mutated white bear. Before it could react, the blade severed its head. The white bear collapsed without even a chance to cry out. The group was amazed by Hu Yu's ability. She could control objects with her mind, just as she had used the blade to kill the mutated white bear. As the mutated white bear fell, several light orbs dropped from its body. Qin Shang happily picked them up one by one. Ding. Pickup successful. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 100. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 50. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience 400. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 3 Esper energy source. After killing the mutated white bear, Hu Yu hurried forward to cut open its heart, but found no energy core, much to her disappointment. Qin Shang secretly chuckled, having already taken the energy core himself. Watch out. Qin Shang, with his Earth Force ability, suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching Hu Yu from beneath. Almost at the same moment, the ground under Hu Yu's feet collapsed, forming a gaping maw that aimed to bite her in half. But Hu Yu, worthy of being the second-ranked Esper of the locked domain Heavenly Palace, reacted swiftly, using her telekinesis to levitate into the air and evade the attack. The maw snapped shut with a loud crash, leaving Hu Yu filled with dread. Had she dodged a moment too late, the immense force would have instantly severed her body. Such an attack could not have come from a mutated beast. They instantly realized they had encountered an ambush by the Heterodox Alliance remnants. They were somewhat fortunate to have stumbled upon the remnants so soon after entering the Beiming Mountains. At that moment, a burly man suddenly emerged from behind the large tree where the mutated white bear had been. His eyes gleamed with ferocity. Now let's see who the prey is. He was one of the Heterodox Alliance remnants. The burly man easily lifted the corpse of the mutated white bear before him and hurled it at Hu Yu, only for it to be blocked by her psychic barrier. But the next second, Hu Yu sensed something amiss. The moment the massive corpse of the mutated white bear made contact with Hu Yu's psychic barrier, it exploded, generating a tremendous shockwave that shattered the barrier. Hu Yu was slammed into a large tree behind her, her body drenched in the white bear's shredded flesh and blood, with traces of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Sister Hu, Wang Sun cried out in alarm. Hu Yu, struck by this heavy blow, fell beneath a tree, unable to move. Qin Shang sensed that the ability user beneath the ground was approaching Hu Yu's direction, preparing to deliver the final strike. He then unleashed the power of the earth, a formidable force crushing down upon that ability user. The man felt the surrounding soil pressing in on him from all sides and immediately burst out from the ground. Qin Shang saw that this was a lean man seemingly possessing an earth-type ability. The man's face twisted with ferocity as he roared at the burly man, kill them. They could not escape the pursuit of Executor Fengshi and were already doomed to die here. Since that was the case, they might as well drag a few more down with them. Every kill was a gain. The burly man wrapped his arms around a large tree, let out a furious roar, uprooted it, and hurled it toward Qin Shang and the others. Dodge! Qin Shang shouted. The burly man seemed able to turn anything he touched into a bomb, just like the mutated white bear corpse he had thrown at Hu Yu earlier. It exploded the moment it hit the barrier with tremendous force. Thus they could not touch anything he had handled. Wang Sun sidestepped to avoid it, then moved to shield Hu Yu. During their time in the locked domain Heavenly Palace, Hu Yu had looked after him well, and he felt deeply grateful to her. Lan Wei activated her spatial ability, teleporting behind the burly man. She extended her hand, and a long sword appeared in her palm, which she then thrust toward his heart. Spatial ability. The burly man was taken aback and quickly twisted aside, but he was too late. The long sword pierced his arm, severing the entire limb. Lan Wei's long sword was exceptionally sharp. It was the same blade she had used in Stone Ridge City to slice through the repulsion shield of the Black Fiend Giant Serpent. Seeing this, Lan Wei's eyes betrayed no emotion. The burly man had nearly killed Hu Yu and was a member of the anti-human organization, having harmed countless compatriots. She would show no mercy. The lean man flashed a contemptuous smile at Qin Shang. Come on, kid, let me show you what a true powerhouse is. A grin curled at the corner of Qin Shang's mouth. The last person who dared to look down on him like that was still lying in the hospital. He activated the power of the earth, and in an instant appeared from over 10 meters away right in front of the lean man, delivering a devastating blow. Startled by his speed, the lean man quickly activated his earth ability. The soil around his legs rapidly climbed upward, enveloping his entire body to form a protective layer. He crossed his arms in front of his chest in a defensive stance that Qin Shang found strangely familiar. Wasn't it the same posture Huang Tian had used? Last time a single punch had fractured Huang Tian's arm. This time the lean man would not escape the same fate. Qin Shang's fist slammed into the lean man's crossed arms, sending him stumbling several steps back. With the reinforcement of his earth armor, the lean man quickly regained his footing and launched an attack, throwing a punch at Qin Shang. However, he was repelled by a powerful repulsive force. Qin Shang immediately closed the distance, wrapping his fist in repulsive energy and driving it into the man's chest. This punch shattered the man's earth armor and struck him square in the chest. The man flew backward over 10 meters, spewing a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily to the ground, where he lay still. Seeing Qin Shang defeat the lean man with such ease, Wang Sun, watching from a distance, was somewhat surprised. This was nothing like the strength of someone ranked in the 20s in the locked domain Heavenly Palace. It seemed Qin Shang was far more powerful than they had imagined, and his earlier defeat of Huang Tian must have been genuine. Lan Wei also quickly defeated the burly man. With her spatial ability, granting swift movement, and her exquisite swordsmanship, she soon severed his head. If, as Executor Feng Shi had said, the strongest among these people had reached the 4th level, then these two were not even the most formidable among them. Yet they were already so vicious, leaving Hu Yue ranked 2nd in the locked domain Heavenly Palace gravely wounded. It seemed the road ahead would be treacherous. Outside the White Ming Mountains, Executor Feng Shi sensed that 2 marks had vanished and broke into a smile. 2 have been slain already. It seems there are some capable ones among this batch of new members. After Qin Shang and Lan Wei defeated these 2 members of the Heretic Dao Alliance, they immediately rushed to Hu Yu's side. How is she? Hu Yu was drenched in blood, the gore of the mutated white bear mingling with her own, presenting a horrifying. Wang Sun's face was grim. She's not in immediate danger, but her injuries are severe. I need to take her out for treatment. Hu Yu had been kind to Wang Sun during their time in the locked domain Heavenly Palace, and he had come to regard her as a sister. But leaving meant abandoning the trial, didn't it? He did not know the consequences of forfeiting, but seeing her so badly wounded, Wang Sun could not stand idly by. Wang Sun bid them farewell, and carrying Hu Yu on his back slowly, made his way down the mountain. Qin Shang watched their retreating figures and sighed. The mortality rate of the Crimson Kill Corps was indeed no exaggeration. Hu Yue, a powerhouse ranked 2nd in the locked domain Heavenly Palace, had sustained such grievous injuries on just the first day of the trial in the Crimson Kill Corps. Qin Shang and Lan Wei cut off the heads of the 2 Heretic Dao Alliance members and stored them in their respective ability spaces. Since upgrading his spatial ability last time, Qin Shang had also acquired an ability space. The energy consumption of storing a living person in the ability space was too high, but it was very convenient for storing objects. Their foreman squad was now reduced to just Qin Shang and Lan Wei. Wang Sun had withdrawn from the trial with Hu Yue, and Ling Feng was acting alone. After what had just happened, they remained on high alert. Fewer people meant greater danger. They continued forward, but encountered no remnants of the Heretic Dao Alliance. Instead, they ran into a few other members. Upon seeing each other, they silently veered away. After all, in this trial, they were rivals competing for the Overlord Blood Potion. Qin Shang speculated that the remaining Heretic Dao Alliance remnants had likely taken refuge deep in the mountains, where the denser vegetation and greater number of mutated beasts provided ample cover. By the time evening fell, they still had not encountered anyone. The White Ming Mountains were vast, making it extremely difficult to find a few people. However, the trial lasted 5 days, so there was no rush. They found a sheltered spot and decided to spend the night there. Qin Shang gathered dry wood and lit a fire. Sitting by the flames, he ate his dried rations. In the past, when he had spent nights outdoors on missions, he had always been alone, munching on dry food. Now, with another person beside him, he found it rather peculiar. He turned to look at Lan Wei. In the glow of the firelight, her face resembled a delicate porcelain doll, the flames dancing and flickering across her features. Qin Shang found himself momentarily entranced. Qin Shang's hand slowly moved to the right, tentatively and gently grasping Lan Wei's slender fair hand. Lan Wei's body stiffened noticeably, but she did not pull away. He saw a hint of blush spread across her pale cheeks. Her originally soft hand now felt slightly tense, perhaps because she was unaccustomed to such closeness. Then Lan Wei gradually leaned to the left, gently resting against Qin Shang's shoulder. His breath caught his heart, pounding violently. He felt that the campfire before him seemed to blaze more fiercely than before. Why else would his face be burning so hotly? The two leaned together in silence, as if time had frozen. Soon the next day arrived, and the pair continued deeper into the mountain range, where danger grew with every step. There were 11 remnants of the Heterodox Alliance in total. Qin Shang and his companion had slain 2, leaving 9. Other psychics might have killed some, so they were uncertain of the current situation. They walked until noon, but found nothing except a few mutant beasts. Originally, their trial mission was to kill mutant beasts, but Executive Feng Shi had impulsively changed it to eliminating the remnants of the Heterodox Alliance. Suddenly, rustling came from the woods ahead. Qin Shang gripped his sword hilt warily, ready to strike. The next moment, two men in black uniforms with crimson flames on their chests emerged from the forest. Qin Shang sighed in relief. They were also members of the Crimson Kill Corps. The two men, seeing Qin Shang and his companion, likewise relaxed. Fellow soldiers, one said. Qin Shang asked casually, any findings? A dark-skinned man shook his head. No, we haven't seen a soul since yesterday. Qin Shang had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Though they were all from the Crimson Kill Corps, they were strangers, and during the trial, other members were also competitors. So he prepared to leave. As they passed each other, Qin Shang suddenly sensed something amiss. Their faces seemed somewhat familiar. Before entering Baming Mountain, Executive Feng, she had shown them photos of the 11 Heterodox Alliance remnants, and Qin Shang had made a point of memorizing them. As they brushed past, Qin Shang abruptly realized that the silent man bore a resemblance to someone in one of those photos. If these two were Heterodox Alliance members, they had likely killed Crimson Kill Corps members, taken their uniforms, and disguised themselves to deceive others, then strike when the opportunity arose. Watch out, Qin Shang shouted. The dark-skinned man's expression shifted. Found out. No choice, attack. Hearing this, the man beside him suddenly flung his hand from behind his back. A cloud of green powder unfurled in the air, flying straight toward Qin Shang and Lan Wei. There was no doubt the powder was highly toxic. Touching it would be fatal. A smile curled at the man's lips. This powder had extreme corrosive power. Upon contact with a human body in the air, it would instantly corrode everything, leaving not even bones behind. At such close range, there was no way the two could evade. But to his astonishment, the green powder passed straight through their bodies without effect. Suddenly realizing something, he drew his blade and swung backward, but it was too late. Lan Wei's long sword had already pierced his heart. Behind you, the man shouted to his companion, blood gushing from his mouth. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man tried to attack backward, but before he could react, Qin Shang's fist slammed into his chest. With a thunderous impact, the man flew more than 10 meters forward, his wound a bloody ruin, blood spurting out. Qin Shang shuddered with lingering fear. Fortunately, they had discovered the plot in time. These Heterodox Alliance remnants were so insidious. Who knew how many Crimson Kill Corps members they had already harmed? Anger surged within him. The man did not die instantly. He turned and glared viciously at Qin Shang and Lan Wei. Both possessed spatial abilities, making his attacks impossible to dodge. After killing the first two Crimson Kill Corps members, they had donned their uniforms and used this disguise to eliminate 4 new. He had not expected these two to see through his ruse. Since that was the case, he would drag them down with him. A ferocious grin twisted the man's face as blood dripped from his wound. His body began to swell rapidly, turning a dark venomous green. Danger! Qin Shang sensed the anomaly. He and Lan Wei quickly retreated, using the other man's corpse as a shield. The dark-skinned man's body swelled to its limit. The next second, he exploded like a balloon stretched too far. Boom. A deafening blast sent a shockwave of green flesh and blood spraying in all directions. Within a dozen meters, the toxic remains corroded every plant, as if a bomb had detonated with devastating force. These people are truly mad, Qin Shang remarked. If they couldn't kill their enemies, they would self-destruct to take them down, utterly. But then they encountered an absurd problem. The man's entire body had been blown to pieces, including his head. So they could only take one head this time. So far, Qin Shang and his companion had obtained 3 heads. Excluding the one lost to self-destruction, 7 remained, though they had no idea if other psychics had already claimed some. Qin Shang stored the head and continued deeper into Baming Mountain. Strangely, they found no trace of the remaining Heterodox Alliance members. Had other psychics already killed them? Qin Shang shook his head. No. If that were the case, Executive Feng, she would have ended the trial. Meanwhile, deep within Baming Mountain, a man strode through the forest. His face was savage, filled with bitter resentment at his current plight. Though the new Crimson Kill Corps members might be no match for him, Executive Feng, she had left a mark on him, allowing the executive to teleport over and kill him at any moment. This man was called Hu Yanqi, a core member of the Heterodox Alliance. He was highly talented and held a high position in the organization. But over a decade ago, after the Psychic Alliance wiped them out, the Heterodox Alliance disbanded. Some died, others fled. Only a dozen or so remained with Hu Yanqi. They had camped near the Baming Mountains to recuperate and plan a resurgence, but the Crimson Kill Corps eventually tracked them down. Executive Feng, she personally led the siege, capturing them all. Now they were thrown into Baming Mountain as part of some trial. Hu Yanqi found it utterly humiliating. Arriving at this end, Hu Yanqi felt deeply humiliated, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Even if I die, I'll take all the Red Kill members of Baming Mountain with me as my burial shroud. Hu Yanqi was the strongest 4th-level psychic, but after being wounded by Executor Feng, he could no longer unleash his full power. Yet he still held one ultimate skill in reserve. At that moment, something slithered along the ground toward Hu Yanqi, blood-red vines as thick as an arm coiling up from his calves like serpents. A plant-type mutant beast. Hu Yanqi exclaimed in surprise. Looking up at a distance of several dozen meters, he spotted a colossal blood-red tree, and delight flashed in his eyes. Heaven truly aids me. Blood-red vines began to entwine his body, yet Hu Yanqi offered no resistance. The thorns pierced his flesh, drawing his blood, and a hint of ecstasy crossed his face, as if he were the one absorbing energy from the vines. This blood-red tree was one of the notorious beasts in Baming Mountain. Originally a plant, it had mutated and grown to its current size by devouring the flesh and blood of other animals and mutant beasts. The bleached bones beneath it were the remains of those that had fallen prey. Minutes later, Hu Yanqi's flesh was completely consumed, leaving only a skeleton on the ground. But the blood-red tree seemed changed. Its hue grew even more crimson, as if blood might drip at any moment. Meanwhile, the tree trembled violently, its vines writhing madly, as if in immense agony. The arm-thick tendrils lashed the earth, creating fissures across the ground. Then something eerie occurred. A crack split open the trunk of the blood-red tree, revealing a human face. One that bore a striking resemblance to Hu Yanqi. Now it wildly thrashed its vines, shrieking, "You all must die." In the tent outside by Ming Mountain Executor Feng, she suddenly froze. The mark of the strongest member of the Heterodox Alliance had vanished. Had he been defeated so swiftly? That psychic was of the 4th level. Though nothing compared to himself, it would certainly prove troublesome for the new recruits. He had expected that psychic to be the last to fall, yet he had perished so soon. It seemed the new members were not weak. The trial might soon conclude. Executor Feng, she gave it no further thought. It was already the 4th day of the trial, yet Qin Shang and his companion still held only 3 heads. Qin Shang felt helpless. Since that encounter, they had not come across any more remnants of the Heterodox Alliance. Most had likely been eliminated. Perhaps someone has gathered more heads than us. They had now ventured deep into the mountains. Many psychics had already arrived, and the crowd was gradually gathering. Qin Shang spotted 2 groups of psychics confronting each other, ahead 7 or 8 in total, arguing fiercely. They crept closer to eavesdrop. A young man about 25 or 26 spoke first. "I am Wu Jun of the Starry Hall. If you hand over your heads to me, I will remember your kindness." The leader on the other side sneered disdainfully. "Starry Hall? Never heard of it. If you hand over your heads, your grandpa here will look." This man, rough and burly, stood in stark contrast to the refined Wu Jun. In his hand, he held a blood-soaked bundle, likely the heads of Heterodox Alliance members. Wu Jun's face turned pale with anger, cursing inwardly these savages. These people were clearly native residents of the northern continent, as the Red Kill Corps recruitment also targeted locals. The influence of psychic alliances was minimal in the northern continent. Though the residents knew of the alliances, they were unfamiliar with their factions. Even the highly ranked Starry Hall was unknown to them. Qin Shang, overhearing from a distance, pieced together the cause of the dispute. Each team had killed a Heterodox Alliance member and obtained a head. Upon meeting, they each sought the other's head, sparking the conflict. Hearing this, a bold idea formed in Qin Shang's mind. Together with Lan Wei, he strode toward the 2 teams. Wu Jun noticed them and immediately assumed a wary stance. "What do you want?" The burly man also turned at the sound. Qin Shang raised his hands to show he was unarmed, a sincere smile on his face. "We mean no harm. Passing by, I saw you each have a head and want to buy them for the Tyrant Blood Potion." Neither team reacted, so Qin Shang stated his price directly, 1 billion gold coins per head. "What do you say?" At the offer, the burly man's eyes gleamed. A billion was no small sum. It could buy many high-tier weapons and potions. Wu Jun, however, was skeptical. "We have only 2 heads. Though I don't know about other psychics, how can you be sure 2 heads will secure the potion? Do you have more heads?" Qin Shang smiled and shook his head. "Since the trial began, we haven't encountered a single Heterodox Alliance member. We have none now. We're just gambling on 2 heads. With hundreds of participants, the remaining heads might be scattered among different people." Lan Wei guessed Qin Shang's plan. They already had 3 heads, buying 2 more would make 5. Since one of the Heterodox Alliance remnants had exploded without a head, only 5 remained. The chance of all 5 being in one person's hands was nearly 0, so securing the Tyrant Blood Potion was certain. The burly man was thoroughly tempted by the billion gold coins. These 2 carried only weapons with no place to hide heads. Moreover, holding just 1 head gave him slim odds of winning the potion. Better to trade for money than end up with nothing. "How do I know you want cheat me?" The burly man suddenly recalled. This man couldn't pay him on the spot. If he was lying, he'd be... Qin Shang laughed. "Don't worry. We're members of the Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. We won't renege on such a sum." The burly man's eyes lit up. "The top-ranked Locked Domain Heavenly Palace. Fine, I trust you. Transfer the full billion when we return." With that, he tossed his bundle to Qin Shang. Qin Shang caught the bundle, surprised at how useful the identity of a Locked Domain Heavenly Palace member was. At the same time, recalling how the burly man had never heard of the Starry Hall, he mused inwardly that people only remembered the first place, while the second and third left no impression. Wu Jun and his teammates briefly conferred and ultimately agreed to sell the head in their possession to Qin Shang. Holding a single head was utterly futile, and with only the final day of the trial remaining, it was unlikely that any other remnants of the Heterodox Alliance would be slain by other superhumans. Obtaining more heads was unrealistic, so they decided to sell it to Qin Shang for 1 billion gold coins. He handed the head to Qin Shang. "I trust the credibility of the Locked Domain Celestial Palace. This head is yours." Qin Shang rejoiced inwardly. With the 3 heads he already possessed, securing the Dominator Blood Elixir should pose little difficulty. If these people knew he already had 3 heads in his possession, they would never have sold theirs to him. Lan Wei was also delighted. Exchanging 2 billion for the Dominator Blood Elixir was a shrewd bargain, considering how rare the elixir was on the market. At that moment, a bizarre roar suddenly echoed from afar, piercing the skies, followed by a human voice. "Don't you all want to kill me, Hu Yanqi? Then come." The voice sounded utterly eerie, as if not of human origin, yet every individual distinctly heard its word. By now, nearly all the superhumans had gathered deep within White Bright Mountain, and they all heard the voice. "It's a remnant of the Heterodox Alliance. Perfect. I still lack a head. We'll go slay him now." The superhumans were exhilarated. With so many of them present, the remnant stood no chance. One by one, they headed toward the... "Let's go take a look too," Qin Shang said to Lan Wei. Though their 5 heads already gave them a considerable advantage, an extra one would provide even more security. "All right." Lan Wei nodded and followed Qin Shang toward the direction of the sound. Upon reaching an open clearing, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. In the distance grew an eerily colossal tree fully 50 meters tall, its entire body a terrifying blood red. Even more horrifying, a human face was embedded upon it. All the superhumans who arrived were petrified. What manner of monster was this? Is that face Hu Yanqi of the Heterodox Alliance? Someone recognized it. Why does he look like this? Is this a fusion with a plant-type mutant beast? Murmurs spread among the crowd while the blood-red tree continued its eerie chant, "If I die, we all die." Hu Yanqi's trump card ability allowed him to merge his own flesh and blood with other objects, devouring the original entity to gain control. However, this ability inflicted immense harm upon himself. This time he had poured all his flesh and blood into the tree, meaning even if he survived, separation would be impossible. But this was a plant-type mutant beast that had evolved to the 4th level. Its original strength was formidable. Even with all his flesh and blood merged, Hu Yanqi could not maintain control for long. His consciousness would soon dissipate. Hu Yanqi cared little for that. Knowing his death was certain, his sole aim was to drag every member of the Crimson Slaughter Legion on White Bright Mountain into the grave with him, to kill as many as possible. Someone cursed loudly, "Every member of these anti-human organizations is a madman." The members of these organizations were utterly fanatical, believing humanity should be entirely annihilated and the world order reestablished. Thus, from the zombie virus that swept the globe centuries ago to the subsequent fall of cities to mutant beasts and zombies, the shadow of anti-human organizations loomed over every catastrophe. Suddenly, Hu Yanqi launched an attack. The ground violently split open and arm-thick blood-red vines shot forth, stabbing toward the crowd. The superhumans scrambled to dodge, but some were too slow. The vines pierced their bodies, and their flesh rapidly withered as the vines drained their blood and tissue. In moments, several superhumans were reduced to scattered white bones on the ground, inciting terror in all who witnessed it. The vines, now visibly thicker after feeding on human flesh, writhed in the air, seeking their next victims. Some attempted to sever the vines with blades, but they were as hard as steel. The weapons left no mark. In the distance, Hu Yanqi continued his eerie laughter. Enraged, someone shouted, "Let's kill it together." Gathered here were elite superhumans from across the world, each at the 4th level of power. The combined might of all present was not to be underestimated. One by one, the superhumans charged forward, launching attacks at the blood-red tree. A superhuman unleashed a massive fireball at Hu Yanqi, while another used rock manipulation to form stone pillars that encased the blood-red tree. Nearly every superhuman joined the assault. Hu Yanqi, fused with the tree, was rooted in the soil and unable to move. Bombarded by countless attacks, he let out a series of mournful cries. Meanwhile, Qin Shang noticed that the attacking superhumans had dropped many glowing energy orbs. Naturally, he collected them all. Ding. Collection successful. Strength, 160. Ding. Collection successful. Agility, 210. Ding. Collection successful. Stamina, 80. Suddenly, among the attacking superhumans, someone noticed an anomaly. The colossal blood-red tree rose from the ground, its countless roots forming massive feet. Then it let out a furious roar, unleashing a tremendous force that knocked nearly everyone to the ground. The power of this blood-red tree had grown. The next moment, something even more bizarre occurred. It began to run. Its 50-meter-tall giant body shook the earth with every step. As its speed increased, the ground trembled violently, causing many to stumble and fall. "Move!" someone shouted from afar. But it was too late. The tree's enormous foot came down on the superhumans, crushing them into a bloody mess. A superhuman wielding a long blade leaped up and slashed fiercely at the tree. But before the blade could touch the trunk, the human face opened its mouth and spat out a glob of blood-red liquid. The liquid instantly corroded the blade upon contact, and when it splashed onto the superhuman, it rapidly ate away his arm, vanishing in an instant. "Oh!" The superhuman screamed in agony. The others were horrified. This plant-type mutant beast was it had at least evolved to the 5th level. Even with all the superhumans present united against it, their chances of victory, this Hu Yanqi had transformed into this form through some unknown method, surpassing all reasonable limits. Someone suggested, "We are no match for this monster. Let's retreat first, and let Supervisor Fengshi deal with it." Even if all the ability users here united, they might not defeat him, and it would only lead to more deaths. Hearing their plan to retreat, Hu Yanqi's face twisted even more grotesquely. "Today none of you will escape." With that, Hu Yanqi spat out a torrent of crimson liquid from his mouth. Unlike before, he did not spray it toward the crowd. Instead, it poured directly onto the ground, seeping into the soil. At the same time, a red mist began to materialize in the air, gradually forming a barrier that sealed off an area of several hundred meters centered around the blood-red colossal tree. Clearly, it intended to kill everyone present. Qin Shang pondered whether to intervene. He and Lan Wei could easily escape using their spatial abilities, but if they fled, the other ability users here would surely be slaughtered. Just then, a long-haired man stepped forward, his gaze icy. "The remnants of the Yidao Alliance are all worthy of death. Let me send you on your way today." This long-haired man was Ling Kong, also from the Siyu Heavenly Palace. Ling Kong was the top-ranked powerhouse in the Siyu Heavenly Palace with unfathomable strength, and he seemed to harbor a particular hatred for anti-human organizations. Hearing this, Hu Yanqi turned to face Ling Kong, his mangled face brimming with ferocity. At that moment, blazing flames erupted from Ling Kong's body. These flames did not appear ordinary. They were a deep crimson hue, and he seemed to be gradually ignited by this blood-colored fire. This astonished the crowd. What kind of strange technique was this? Lan Weiss' expression, however, grew increasingly solemn. She murmured this should be elementalization. Elementalization. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. He had some knowledge of elementalization. Those with different abilities possessed different elements. Water ability, users wielded water elements. Fire ability, users wielded fire elements. Elementalization was an exceptionally profound ability, transforming oneself into an element. Ling Kong's ability was fire, so he had transformed into fire elements. After transforming into elements, not only did his strength greatly increase, but he also gained immunity to all physical attacks. In other words, Ling Kong had now become a mass of blood-colored flames. All weapons could pass through his body, but could not harm him. This ability was also very rare, mastered only by a few high-level ability users. The user could unleash power beyond their own limits, with attack power reaching the level of a 6th-tier ability user. Someone recognized him. It's Ling Kong from the Siyu Heavenly Palace. The crowd was overjoyed. With Ling Kong here, they might be able to defeat this blood-red colossal tree. Ling Kong's entire body was burning, and eventually all parts of his body were consumed by the flames. He resembled a humanoid mass of fire. Qin Shang couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he's the top powerhouse of the Siyu Heavenly Palace. Having mastered elementalization, his strength could rival that of a 6th-tier ability user. The blood-red colossal tree, seeing Ling Kong's transformation, knew he would be a formidable enemy and decided to eliminate. It launched the first attack. Thick arm-length red vines soared into the air, shooting out like arrows straight toward. Ling Kong did not dodge. The blood-red vines pierced through his body, but they passed through him as if through air, having no effect. Because Ling Kong had fully transformed into flames, almost all physical attacks were useless against him. The moment the fist made contact with the trunk, it exploded violently, generating a tremendous burst of force. The trunk was gouged with a massive wound, and the terrifying impact forced the blood-red. The moment the fist made contact with the trunk, it exploded violently, generating a tremendous burst of force. The trunk was gouged with a massive wound, and the terrifying impact forced the blood-red colossal tree back dozens of meters, emitting agonized wails. With just one punch, Ling Kong had injured the blood-red colossal tree, leaving everyone present utterly astounded by his. However, Ling Kong had only recently mastered the ability of elementalization. In the Siyu Heavenly Palace, he had only used it in the combat tower, never in actual combat. This battle against the blood-red colossal tree was his first time employing it against an enemy. Enraged by the punch, the blood-red colossal tree roared, raising several blood-red vines to stab at Ling Kong, but these vines could not harm him. Then the human face on Hu Yanxi opened its mouth, spewing countless air blades. These blades seemed to have some effect on Ling Kong, slicing his body into pieces. But the next second, the fragments reassembled like a puzzle, instantly healing. Ling Kong began his counterattack. He pummeled the blood-red colossal tree's trunk with a flurry of punches, moving so fast that the onlookers could only see after images. The tree endured Ling Kong's relentless assault, but had no way to retaliate as none of its attacks could harm him. Watching this, Qin Shang's eyes gleamed with excitement. This elementalization ability was incredibly powerful. Ignoring physical attacks allowed one to directly kill a 6th-tier mutant beast. The ability was sustained by consuming internal energy. If one's physique reached a certain level, elementalization could be pushed to an invincible realm. Meanwhile, Ling Kong felt that his power seemed slightly weakened in his elemental form, unable to fully unleash his original strength. He realized he could not engage in a prolonged battle with the blood-red colossal tree. As a plant-type mutant beast with formidable vitality, and having reached the 5th tier, it would surely outlast him in stamina. He needed a swift victory. So Ling Kong let out a low growl, his body rapidly expanding, transforming into a vast sea of flames that engulfed the blood-red colossal tree. Hu Yanxi felt his entire body being scorched by the blood-colored flames. The intense heat caused him unbearable pain, and the vines flailed wildly at the fire, but to no avail. The blood-red colossal tree let out agonized cries within the sea of fire. All the ability users watched with expressions of delight. Is this monster about to be defeated? They believed the tree was already doomed. The human face on the blood-red colossal tree twisted in pain, its mangled eyes seemingly searching for something. Water. Water. Suddenly, its eyes fixed on a distant ability user. The user sensed something amiss and tried to flee, but a blood-red vine shot up from the ground beneath his feet, piercing through his body. The ability user screamed in agony, "Save me." But the blood-red vine rapidly drained his flesh and blood. His body withered swiftly, and within seconds he was reduced to a pile of white bones. The surrounding psychics swiftly evaded, fearing another assault, but after absorbing the psychic, the vines retracted into the soil, leaving everyone perplexed about the monster's true intent. Soon, however, the purpose of the blood-red giant tree became clear. After devouring the psychic's flesh and blood, it emanated a blue mist that rapidly extinguished the flames consuming it, then surged toward the surrounding sea of fire. The absorbed psychic possessed an ice ability which the giant tree had inherited. Qin Shang was astonished, recalling that the psychic had used ice against the tree, thus drawing its attention. Hu Yan-Kai's ability originally allowed him to merge his flesh into a target object to possess it, but the blood-red giant tree's unique power enabled it to temporarily inherit and wield the abilities of those it consumed. Ling Kong was stunned by this transformation, never anticipating such a capability. As the tree emitted chilling mist, his own energy rapidly dwindled, ice and fire being mutually opposed. The flames dwindled. Realizing he was no match for the giant tree, he swiftly reverted to human form and retreated far. Meanwhile, Steward Feng, she outside the Beiming Mountains, sensed an anomaly. Why is there a strange aura deep within? This aura was immensely powerful, likely reaching the 5th rank. He sensed something amiss. Could there be a formidable mutant beast hidden in the Beiming Mountains that he was unaware of? With this thought, he dashed swiftly toward the mountain depths. The Beiming Mountains were vast. Even at Steward Feng's eye speed, reaching the deep interior would take time. Meanwhile, the blood-red giant tree launched its next attack. The tree quickly extinguished the surrounding flames, its grotesque human face twisting into a savage grin. You all shall die. Qin Shan mused that such a powerful mutant beast must have attracted outside attention. Reinforcements were likely en route. He only needed to stall until Steward Feng, she arrived, confident in his teleportation and ability space for safety. Turning to Lan Wei, he said, the outside should have noticed the anomaly. He'll hold it off until Steward Feng she comes. Lan Weisai showed concern. Be careful. She recalled how Qin Shang had saved her in Shigang City. Now facing such a formidable beast, his bravery deepened her admiration. Qin Shan nodded, then activated his giant ability. His body swelled into a 20-meter giant, exuding a powerful aura. The blood-red giant tree, sensing the immense energy fluctuation, turned to face him, its bloody face twisted with ferocity. Seeing Qin Shang's intent to engage, Ling Kong hastily shouted, Qin Shang, stop. This monster is too powerful. Both hailing from the Siu Heavenly Palace, Ling Kong felt a bond of loyalty and sought to deter Qin Shang, knowing that even he had been outmatched. Qin Shang remained silent, his eyes fixed on the distant giant tree brimming with murderous intent. Having witnessed its might, he knew this battle demanded his full strength. Activate Poison Sun Garment. As the words fell, a black gas swiftly enveloped his body, seeping inward and unleashing a surge of formidable power. With a low growl, Qin Shang invoked the Earth Force ability, shrinking dozens of meters to a single step. He appeared before the blood-red giant tree in an instant, bringing his blade down. The Jinghai alloy blade, amplified by his giant strength, unleashed devastating power. The tree raised several vines, weaving them into a shield to block the strike. In the next moment, the blade effortlessly shattered the vines and struck the trunk. With a thunderous roar, a gaping wound 2 to 3 meters long was carved into the tree. The onlookers marveled at the strike's might. Despair had gripped them, but Qin Shang's arrival seemed to turn the tide. He's from the Siu Heavenly Palace too. No wonder he's so strong. Truly the top-ranked faction. Go. Ling Kong was equally astonished. He knew Qin Shang had defeated the 4th-ranked Huang Tian, but he never expected such overwhelming power. Now Ling Kong had reverted to his original form after ending his elemental state. The previous battle had drained most of his energy, leaving his face pallid. The massive wound on the tree gushed copious red liquid, highly corrosive. It had previously dissolved the psychic's arm, yet when the liquid splashed onto Qin Shang, a black barrier instantly appeared at the contact points, causing the liquid to slide off harmlessly. The Poison Sun Garment had shielded him. Qin Shang rejoiced inwardly. The Poison Sun Garment was indeed extraordinary, greatly enhancing his strength while defending against toxic fluids. He then activated the Earth Force, channeling endless power into his body. Energy converged into his right fist, amplified by gravity. Under the combined force, he drove his fist into the blood-red giant tree. With a deafening crash, the onlookers gaped as the tree was sent flying over 10 meters, its feet leaving the ground. Its colossal body slammed into the earth, forming a massive crater and sending violent tremors across the ground. This punch enraged the tree. Several thick vines burst from the ground, lunging straight at Qin Shang. Qin Shang summoned the Earth Force, creating a repulsive barrier that surged toward the vines, sending them flying into the distance. Gripping the Jinghai alloy blade, he unleashed the Qi Yuan blade technique infused with ice ability. A torrent of freezing energy transformed into countless blade glints, all striking the tree, each leaving deep gashes. The frigid aura formed thick frost over the wounds. As the injuries multiplied, frost spread across the tree's body, encasing it in a thick layer of ice, slowing its movements. The blood-red giant tree, already sluggish due to its massive size, became even slower under the ice's constraint, providing Qin Shang with prime opportunities to attack. The thick layer of ice encasing the blood-red giant tree slowed its movements to a crawl. The other psychics reacted, swiftly retreating to the edge of the crimson barrier, denying the tree any chance to seize energy and counterattack Qin Shang. The earlier battle in midair had failed at the final moment, teaching them a lesson. Determined not to cause Qin Shang further trouble, everyone withdrew to the farthest corner from the blood-red giant tree. Moments later, the massive form of the blood-red giant tree was nearly entirely encased in ice, standing like a colossal ice sculpture, frozen and immobile on the ground. Qin Shang gathered all his strength into his right fist, energy surging within him as he delivered the final blow. Empowered by the Poison Sun Garment, this force erupted with devastating might. With a thunderous roar, everyone felt the shockwave from that punch, a wave of immense energy sweeping toward them. As the fist landed, the colossal tree began to crack, then exploded entirely, scattering fragments across the ground. Amidst the wood chips and ice shards lay several glowing energy orbs, which Qin Shang collected one by one. Ding. Collection successful. Strength 700. Ding. Collection successful. Stamina 500. Ding. Collection successful. Spirit 500. Ding. Collection successful. Experience 40000. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 5 mutant energy core. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a demon tree seed. Among the experience and energy, there was also a demon tree seed. Qin Shang had no time to examine what it was, as an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. The poisoned sun garment withdrew from his body back into its bottle, and his giant form gradually dissipated as he returned to his original size. From a distance, Lan Wei saw Qin Shang, swaying unsteadily. She instantly teleported to his side, supporting him with a look of deep concern. Are you alright? Qin Shang was not seriously injured, merely drained from the battle that had consumed nearly all his strength. Turning to see Lan Wei's worried gaze, he couldn't resist teasing, "A kiss from you, and I'll be fine." Hearing this, Lan Wei's expression shifted to one of mock anger, and Qin Shang couldn't help but laugh. Hearing that Qin Shang had slain it alone, Steward Fengshi's face was filled with disbelief. A new member single-handedly defeating a level 5 mutant beast. From one of the psychics, he learned the full story. A remnant of the Heretic Path Alliance used some method to fuse with a plant-type mutant beast, turning it into a monster. This psychic from the unfettered Heavenly Palace killed it. Hearing that Qin Shang had slain it alone, Steward Fengshi's face was filled with disbelief. A new member single-handedly defeating a level 5 mutant beast far exceeded his expectations. Steward Fengshi surveyed the scene, and the casualties, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. The losses were minimal. This level 5 mutant beast had been an unforeseen event. He hadn't expected Hu Yanxi to possess such an ability. If the trial had resulted in heavy casualties, he as the steward would have been held accountable. Seeing Steward Fengshi, Qin Shang exchanged a glance with Lan Wei, who understood immediately and opened her spatial ability. To prevent others from discovering Qin Shang's spatial power, they had stored the 5 severed heads in Lan Wei's spatial pocket. Lan Wei retrieved the 5 heads and handed them to Steward Fengshi. He was visibly startled by her spatial ability. Spatial psychic. You must be the one from the Heavenly Palace. Without inspecting the head, Steward Fengshi said, "You have collected the most heads in this trial. I will keep my promise. This vial of potion is yours." He handed the potion to Lan Wei. "This Blood Overlord potion is a treasure. If I hadn't already taken it, I would never part with it as a reward." Qin Shang nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Steward Fengshi." Steward Fengshi patted Qin Shang's shoulder. "You've performed. This trial is officially over," Steward Fengshi announced, stepping forward and raising his voice. The sound drew the attention of every psychic present. "Everyone here will receive 20 merit points. And you?" He turned to Qin Shang. "What is your name?" "Qin Shang." For his exceptional performance, Qin Shang will receive 100 merit points. Additionally, as per the traditional reward for new members in the trial, the merit points from your first mission in the Crimson Kill Legion will be tripled. Qin Shang felt a surge of joy. Though he didn't fully understand what merit points were, they seemed similar to the contribution points in the locked domain Heavenly Palace. While others received only 20, he had instantly gained 100. Surely they would prove useful in the future. Ling Kong sighed inwardly. He had contributed greatly to defeating the Blood-Red Monster Tree and had come so close to success, yet he received no reward. It was true. People only remembered the first, never the second or third. 120 people had participated in this trial, but only 89 returned. The death toll was undoubtedly high, yet it was considered normal compared to the trials of previous years. This also highlighted the high mortality rate among Crimson Kill Legion members. Roughly a third of the new recruits had perished in the trial alone, some to high-level mutant beasts, but most at the hands of the Heretic Path Alliance remnants. It was clear how formidable these anti-human organization members were, explaining why such groups had grown into such powerful forces. Back at the Immortal Fortress, each member received an identity token. Besides personal information, it recorded their merit point. After returning, Qin Shang learned the true value of merit points. Their importance astonished him. They were even more precious than the contribution points of the locked domain Heavenly Palace. In the Crimson Kill Legion, merit points were more valuable than money, and they could not be purchased with currency. As one of the oldest organizations, the Crimson Kill Legion possessed many rare potions and weapons available only within the Legion and never sold on the open market. Some gene potions found in ancient ruins, like the powerful Blood Overlord potion, could only be exchanged with merit points. Without enough points, no amount of money could buy them. Qin Shang finally understood why so many powerhouses aspired to join the Crimson Kill Legion. Here, as long as one was strong enough and accumulated sufficient merit points, all precious potions and weapons were attainable. Of course, the rarer the treasure, the more points required. Only by completing enough missions could one earn more points, making the strong even stronger within the Legion. However, the Crimson Kill Legion's management was also extremely strict. All members were required to undertake missions, completing one every 3 months. If missions were consecutively failed, not only would there be no rewards, but punishments would be imposed, and severe cases could even lead to expulsion from the Crimson Kill Legion. Qin Shang looked at the list of treasures. Each one required a substantial amount of contribution points. With his current 100 points, he couldn't purchase anything. "I have to keep doing missions," he thought to himself. Lan Wei took out the vial of Overlord Blood Potion and handed it to Qin Shang. "This potion is for you." Qin Shang shook his head. "We killed that person together. Ew, I can't take it all. Let's split it evenly." Lan Wei smiled. "Potions need to be taken in sufficient doses to be effective. Half a dose is useless." She paused. "Besides, I've already taken one before. This one won't do much for me. You should use it." "Really?" Qin Shang looked at her with some skepticism. Lan Wei said earnestly, "Of course. I can get many precious potions." Qin Shang considered this. As the adopted daughter of the locked domain, War God, Lan Wei likely had easy access to rare potions, but she might also be lying to make him take it. Seeing her sincere expression, he finally accepted the potion, resolving to obtain an even better one for her in the future. He transferred 40 of his contribution points to Lan Wei, so they each had 60 points. After Lan Wei left, Qin Shang took out the Overlord Blood Potion. This potion would cost 1,000 contribution points in the Crimson Kill Legion's treasury and was extremely precious. Besides enhancing all physical attributes, its greatest effect was boosting hematopoietic ability, accelerating recovery from severe injuries. Qin Shang uncorked the vial and drank it in one gulp. The next moment, he felt his entire body burning. But unlike the alien energy enhancement potion, he was sweating profusely, as if all impurities were being expelled from his body. As the sweat flowed, Qin Shang felt an incredible refreshment. Simultaneously, all his physical attributes improved. Every cell in his body frantically absorbed the nutrients of the Overlord Blood Potion while expelling toxins. He closed his eyes and began to regulate the energy within. Several days later, the Overlord Blood Potion was fully absorbed. Qin Shang felt his entire being had become clear and lucid. The toxins and impurities had been expelled with his sweat, so he hurriedly took a bath to wash away the odor. Qin Shang opened his energy attribute panel and found that all his physical attributes had increased by 5 levels. At his current 4th level ability, a 5-level boost was no easy feat, testament to the potion's efficacy. He was now very close to the mid-4th level. Looking at his skill list, the scene from White Bright Mountain flashed into Qin Shang's mind. Ling Kong's elementalization ability, transforming into a flame form that rendered all physical attacks harmless, while unleashing devastating power, perfect for dealing with powerful mutated beasts. If not for that blood-red giant tree absorbing other psychic ice abilities, last time Ling Kong could have defeated it alone. What level do I need to unlock elementalization? Qin Shang pondered. He had accumulated quite a bit of experience points, so he decided to use them to upgrade his ice ability. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining ice ability LV4. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining ice ability LV5. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining ice ability LV6. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining ice ability LV8. Finally, after upgrading the ice ability to level 8, the elementalization ability was unlocked. When wielding ice elementalization, the power of the ice ability is maximized. Like Ling Kong's fire elementalization, it grants immunity to most physical attacks. Unless countered by a compatible ability, elementalization is virtually invincible. However, elementalization is also extremely energy-intensive. The form is sustained solely by energy, once it's depleted, the elemental form ends. Qin Shang began to attempt ice elementalization. Ice crystals started extending upward from his feet, while the ground beneath him frosted and spread outward. He quickly controlled the cold, preventing the entire house from turning into an ice sculpture. After a moment, the transformation ended. Qin Shang walked to the mirror and was astonished to find his entire body in a translucent crystalline state. Meanwhile, the room's floor and furniture were also coated with a layer of frost. This was the elemental form, capable of withstanding nearly all physical attacks, an extremely rare ability that even many high-level psychics couldn't master. Even a talented psychic like Ling Kong had only recently comprehended it after dedicated cultivation of his fire ability. At the same time, Qin Shang felt his energy rapidly depleting, dissipating into the air along with the cold radiating from his elemental form. The form was indeed exhausting. Just a few minutes had consumed a significant amount of energy. The next day, Lan Wei came to Qin Shang's residence. He was somewhat surprised to see her and teased, "Miss me?" after just one day. Lan Wei didn't rise to the bait. "I'm going on a mission and might be away from the Undying Fortress for a while. I came to say goodbye." Qin Shang was taken aback. The Crimson Kill Legion's rule is to complete one mission every 3 months. We only joined a few days ago. There's no rush, is there? This mission offers rich rewards. I'm going with other teams. All evolved beings who've been in the Legion for a long time. There's someone I know well who will look after me. Someone you know, male or female. Qin Shang seized on the key point. Lan Wei cracked a smile. It's senior sister Feng, also a senior from our locked domain Heavenly Palace. I'm close with her younger sister Feng Yingying. Qin Shang recalled the little girl had seen when they first joined the locked domain Heavenly Palace branch, who had clung to Lan Wei persistently. She was clearly a dear friend of Lan Wei's. He nodded. All right, be careful. Though he knew Lan Wei possessed spatial abilities and was very strong, he couldn't help but add a few words of caution. Lan Wei smiled and acknowledged each one. These days spent together with Qin Shang seemed to have made her smile, more softening her entire demeanor, no longer as icy as when they first met. Suddenly remembering something, Lan Wei took out her identity token and transferred 50 contribution points to Qin Shang. Take these. I won't need contribution points on the mission. You can check out the special training room. Qin Shang reached out and gently embraced Lan Wei. She smiled and softly patted his back. Take care, he whispered. Watching Lan Wei's retreating figure, Qin Shang felt a newfound tenderness within him. In this perilous apocalypse, human emotions were the most precious of all. Lan Wei had gone on a mission with senior sister Feng's team. Qin Shang did not idle away the night. He went to the training room Lan Wei had mentioned and discovered that besides the ordinary cultivation chambers, there were also special ones. The special training rooms could simulate various environments, much like the Xi'an Tower in the Suyu Heavenly Palace. Each individual could choose an environment suited to their cultivation needs. For instance, an ice ability user could opt for an icy plane, while a fire ability user might select a volcanic setting, all of which greatly aided in ability development. However, the special training rooms were not free. They required payment not in currency, but in contribution points. 4 hours for 1 contribution point. New members who passed the trial had each received 20 contribution points, but at this rate, they would be depleted in just a few days. Yet Qin Shang had earned 100 contribution points from the trial. After giving 40 to Lan Wei, she had transferred 50 back to him. Now with 110 points, he could use them for a while. Qin Shang swiped his token for 4 hours, deducting 1 contribution point. Let me try 4 hours first. As he entered the special training room, a voice came from above. This is the simulation training room. Please select your desired environment. Qin Shang noticed he could also simulate a gravity environment and chose it without hesitation. Select gravity environment 8 times gravity. Gravity environment activated. As the words fell, Qin Shang felt his body suddenly grow immensely heavy, as if something in the air were constantly compressing him. This oppressive weight came not only from outside, his internal organs seemed to sink, and every drop of blood, every cell bore the burden of 8 times gravity. An ordinary person could withstand at most 2 or 3 times gravity, but for high-level ability users, such an environment was ideal for training, naturally leading to significant progress. After experiencing this environment, for a while Qin Shang found it insufficient. 20 times gravity, he declared, raising the difficulty. 20 times gravity environment activated. Danger level is high. The protection system will automatically engage. If any abnormality occurs in the user's body, the system will shut down the training environment. Qin Shang immediately felt the multiplied gravity, as if a heavy weight were pulling him toward the ground. In this environment, Qin Shang began his training, continuously executing various blade techniques and abilities. It was far more strenuous than usual, and his energy consumption multiplied exponentially. Yet he believed that persisting in such training would yield tremendous progress. Ding! You have trained for 1 hour. Experience points 400. All energy attributes 5. Qin Shang was overjoyed. Training in such an extremely challenging environment not only increased the experience points gained, but also awarded energy attribute points. Thus Qin Shang immersed himself in the special training room, spending every day except for meals and sleep in cultivation. Training might be monotonous, but he relished the process of growing stronger, finding it sweet as honey. A month had passed since Qin Shang joined the Crimson Kill Legion. During this time, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, significantly enhancing all his physical attributes. He had reached the mid-level of the 4th rank. An astonishing speed, as advancing from early to mid-4th rank within such a short period seemed impossible to others. But today Qin Shang did not go to the training room, for he was deeply worried about Lan Wei. A month ago she had left for a mission, and what mission takes a month? A shadow of concern crept into his heart. He went to Senior Sister Feng's residence and was told that she had led a team out on a mission a month ago and had not returned. Qin Shang's anxiety deepened. He went to the mission hall and asked the elder in charge. Elder, Lan Wei went on a mission a month ago and hasn't returned. May I ask what this mission is? The elder frowned upon hearing this. A month. That is indeed a bit long. But the Crimson Kill Legion has regulations. The details of members' missions must not be disclosed. Disclosing mission details could lead to unnecessary complications, so each member's task was confidential. Qin Shang pondered for a moment. Then I wish to take on this mission. Not having returned for a month, Qin Shang could not rest easy. He could not simply wait. The elder was somewhat surprised. Lan Wei's mission was undertaken by a team, all veteran members who have been with the Crimson Kill Legion for years. The difficulty is extremely high. Are you sure you want to take this mission as a new recruit? I'm sure. Qin Shang's gaze was unwavering. If Lan Wei had truly encountered trouble, he had to go and save her. The elder said no more and handed Qin Shang a scroll. This is the mission. Take a look. Qin Shang took the scroll and opened it carefully, reading its contents. Baimao City. The mission was to explore. Baimao City was a dead city. Once a thriving metropolis. A century ago, an anti-human organization brought the zombie virus into the city, triggering a zombie crisis. Most of the population was infected and turned into zombies, though some ability users survived. They did not leave, but established settlements within Baimao City, continuing their lives by trading mutant energy cores with the outside world for food and supplies. Life might have continued like this indefinitely, but a few months ago, a new type of monster suddenly appeared in Baimao City. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a zombie's, yet also distinct. Moreover, these monsters possessed extreme offensive power and seemed to deliberately target ability users. Over the past few months, many settlements had been destroyed by these creatures. The ability users in Baimao City had organized hunts against these monsters, but their attack power far exceeded that of ordinary zombies. The ability users were no match for them, and many lost their lives. Thus the residents of Baimao City began seeking help from outside. Many came to the Fortress of the Undying for aid, and the Crimson Kill Legion established this mission for its members to eliminate these monsters. This was the mission Lan Wei's team had accepted. After reading the scroll, Qin Shang returned it to the elder. I accept this mission. Please register it for me. The elder took Qin Shang's identity token and made the registration. Good luck. Don't force it. One failure won't have serious consequences. He gave Qin Shang a deep look. Qin Shang nodded without a word and returned to his quarters to pack. Now that he had an ability space, he no longer needed to carry a backpack. He stored all his belongings inside. He kept telling himself that perhaps the difficulty of hunting the monsters had delayed their return. With Senior Sister Feng and Lan Wei's strength, nothing serious should have happened. Yet he could not stop his mind from wandering. This mission was different from the previous ones. Qin Shang directly bought an off-road vehicle and drove toward Baimao City. 2 days later they arrived at their destination. Baimao City was an ancient town with a long history. Over a century had passed since the zombie virus outbreak, they're leaving its city walls dilapidated and appearing even more desolate against the backdrop of pristine white snow. Upon entering Baimao City, Qin Shang first fired a signal flare. This special flare was unique to the Crimson Kill Legion, used to contact other members during missions or to signal for help in danger. Bang! Qin Shang aimed the launcher skyward and pulled the trigger. A signal flare shot high into the air, then exploded into a massive fiery emblem, the symbol of the Crimson Kill Legion. The pattern lingered in the sky for 3 minutes before dissipating. Over the next few hours, Qin Shang launched a signal flare every hour, but no Crimson Kill Legion members arrived. His worry deepened. Could it be they weren't in Baimao City? Or perhaps they were locked in battle with monsters and couldn't break away. Either way, staying put was no longer an option. Qin Shang decided to venture deeper into Baimao City to investigate. As he walked, he kept a vigilant ear on his surroundings. All was eerily silent save for the sound of his own footsteps. After a few minutes, he encountered a snarling zombie. It spotted him and charged with bared teeth. Without even raising a hand, Qin Shang summoned a sharp rock spear from the ground, impaling the creature. Qin Shang dismissed this low-level zombie with contempt and pressed on. The city seemed to have relatively few zombies, allowing many survivors to establish several safe havens. After walking a bit further, Qin Shang heard commotion. "They'll hold it off. The rest of you attack with all your might." It sounded like someone was hunting a mutant beast. Emerging from a narrow alley, Qin Shang saw a squad of about a dozen people on the wide street ahead battling a giant mutant lizard. The mutant lizard was about 10 meters long, its skin shimmering with a metallic luster and covered in spikes. The one who had shouted was a burly man carrying a heavy machine gun. He opened fire on the beast, the gun's violent recoil, making his arms tremble with each burst. But the bullets simply ricocheted off the lizard's skin with sharp metallic clangs. It was a Tier 3 mutant beast, apparently endowed with a metal-based special ability. While the burly man laid down suppressing fire, the others hacked at the lizard with various weapons. Yet blades and swords seemed useless, leaving no mark on its hide. The mutant lizard let out a roar, opened its massive maw, and lunged forward, clamping down on a young man. The man screamed in despair, struggling desperately as the lizard tilted its head and swallowed him whole, followed by the crunch of bones. Seeing this, the burly man realized they were no match for the beast. "Run! Everyone scatter!" The others fled in all directions. The lizard hesitated for a moment, then turned and gave chase to the burly man. Cursing under his breath, the burly man sprinted for his life. He was only a Tier 3 ability user, the leader of a small sanctuary, but no match for today's mutant lizard. His squad of ability users hailed from a sanctuary within Baimao City. They hunted mutant beasts for their energy cores, using them for their own needs, or trading them for food and essentials. But the beast they encountered today was exceptionally powerful, having evolved to Tier 3. It was likely that few ability users in Baimao City could match it. The mutant lizard was incredibly fast, quickly closing in on the burly man. It lunged with its massive jaws, but he dodged nimbly. Then it swung its body, lashing out with its spiked tail. The man threw himself forward, but the tail caught his back, tearing open his flesh and leaving a bloody mess. He cried out in agony and tumbled away. Struggling to rise, he found himself engulfed by a massive shadow. Looking up, he stared into the lizard's fang-filled maw. The burly man closed his eyes in despair, but after a few seconds, nothing happened. He opened his eyes to find the mutant lizard frozen, solid, lying motionless. Then a man in black punched the ice sculpture, shattering it into pieces. Frozen flesh and ice mingled on the ground. The burly man was stunned. That was a Tier 3 mutant beast effortlessly slain. The man's punch seemed effortless, yet it reduced a 10-meter-long lizard to fragments. That man in black was of course Qin Shang. Seeing the lizard chasing the burly man, he had intervened. After killing the lizard, Qin Shang approached the burly man and asked, "Are you a resident of Baimao City?" The burly man snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Yes, I've always lived here." Qin Shang nodded. "I'm a member of the Crimson Kill Legion here on a mission. Have you seen any other Legion members in recent days? They arrived here a month ago." Upon learning Qin Shang was from the Crimson Kill Legion, the man's respect deepened. The Crimson Kill Legion in North Continent commanded the same reverence as the locked domain Heavenly Palace in East Continent. Every ability user in North Continent dreamed of joining the Crimson Kill Legion, which only admitted the strongest among the strong. The burly man shook his head. "I haven't seen any other members." He paused. Could they be hunting corpse ghosts? Corpse ghosts? Qin Shang had never heard the term. Could these be the monsters mentioned in his mission that had recently appeared in Baimao City? Corpse ghosts. They resemble zombies, but are stronger and more terrifying. They're humanoid monsters that feed on human flesh. The burly man stammered. Hearing this, Qin Shang's expression turned grim. Could Lan Wei and the others have met with an accident while hunting corpse ghosts? But Lan Wei had mentioned that the squad members were veterans of several years in the Crimson Kill Legion, likely quite formidable. Even in an accident, Lan Wei possessed spatial abilities and should have been able to escape. As Qin Shang pondered, a strange piercing screech echoed from afar, stabbing at their eardrums. At the same time, a grotesque figure appeared on a distant tall building, a humanoid monster clinging to the wall. The burly man's face twisted in terror at the sight. A bizarre figure suddenly appeared on a distant high-rise building clinging to the wall. It was a woman with disheveled hair, a pallid complexion, and eerie green eyes. She resembled a zombie, yet her skin showed none of the decay typical of the undead. She crawled with astonishing speed, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs when she opened her jaws. The burly man was now pale with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was this the corpse fiend he had mentioned? Qin Shang was somewhat startled. This creature seemed even more uncanny than. Just then a man emerged from the building. He spotted the burly figure and started to run toward him, but then noticed the terror on the burly man's face. Instantly sensing something wrong, he looked up and saw the woman, his legs turning to jelly with fear. The woman threw back her head and laughed, revealing her full set of sharp fangs. Her laughter was grotesquely eerie. In the next moment, she leaped from the wall and charged straight at the man. The man's legs were now too weak to flee. He could only watch helplessly as the woman rushed toward him. Then Qin Shang saw a large split open in the woman's abdomen, and from it emerged two enormous tongues covered in barbs. The massive tongues shot out and coiled around the man. The sharp barbs pierced his skin, and he screamed in agony, struggling frantically. But the tongues held him tight, refusing to let go as the barbs dug deeper into his flesh, causing blood to gush out. The woman then retracted her tongues, pulling the man into her belly. Inside her abdomen, a huge mouth was packed with rows of sharp teeth. As the man was swallowed, the mouth began to chew. Like a meat grinder, it effortlessly tore the man into shreds, the sound of crunching bones echoing. The creature's teeth were razor-sharp, and within seconds it had devoured the man completely. Qin Shang was stunned. This corpse fiend was incredibly brutal. Zombies ate people by gnawing directly with their mouths, but this creature could swallow a whole person into its stomach. Its method of feeding was horrifying, the rows of sharp teeth in its belly sending chills down one's spine. The burly man's trembling voice sounded beside him. That's it. The corpse fiend. Qin Shang's eyes turned sharp. Corpse fiend. You're unlucky to have run into me. Lan Wei and the others had gone missing because of hunting such monsters, and his heart. After finishing its meal, the corpse fiend let out a strange screech and lunged at Qin Shang and the burly man with incredible speed, its gaping maw revealing disgusting fangs. Qin Shang charged to meet it, throwing a punch. With a loud boom, the corpse fiend was sent flying dozens of meters by the immense impact, crashing heavily to the ground. This corpse fiend was at the 4th level. It seemed these monsters were indeed formidable. Even a random one had 4th level strength. No wonder the burly man was so terrified. But today it had encountered Qin Shang. Seeing Qin Shang knock the corpse fiend back with a single punch, the burly man on the ground was filled with admiration. No wonder he was a member of the Crimson Kill Squad. His strength was far beyond that of ordinary ability users. The corpse fiend quickly scrambled to its feet, a ferocious gleam in its eyes. It let out an eerie shriek, opened the huge mouth in its abdomen to reveal its terrifyingly sharp teeth, and shot out both tongues like arrows. Surprised that its tongues could stretch so far, Qin Shang immediately activated his ice ability. A surge of cold air materialized into an ice wall before him, blocking the tongue attack. The tongues retreated a few meters, then struck again, piercing through the ice wall. Seeing this, a cunning glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes. You asked for this. The ice wall shimmered with a blue light and froze again, firmly trapping the two tongues inside. The corpse fiend tried to pull them back, but found the ice wall too solid to budge. Then Qin Shang unleashed his ice ability, forming a sharp ice spear in the air. It shot straight through the corpse fiend's head with ease, and its body instantly went limp dead. Qin Shang retracted the ice wall and picked up the energy orb that had dropped from the corpse fiend. Ding! Collection successful. Agility 100. Ding. Collection successful. Strength 80. Ding. Collection successful. Experience 6,000. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained corpse fiend energy. It seemed this creature was indeed different from zombies or mutated beasts, as it had dropped something like corpse fiend energy. The burly man who had witnessed the entire process of Qin Shang killing the corpse fiend looked on with awe. The monster that was like a demon to them had been slain by Qin Shang in just a few moves. Your strength is incredible. Qin Shang packed up all the loot. If there's nothing else, you should head back quickly. He wouldn't get any useful clues from this man anyway. He wondered if he might encounter anyone else later. After thanking him, the burly man turned and left. The place was dangerous, and another corpse fiend might appear at any moment. Qin Shang gazed at the corpse fiend lying on the ground. This monster's appearance was truly bizarre. He had never seen anything like it before. It seemed to be a new species. He had a premonition that Lan Wei's disappearance was connected to these creatures. Leaving the corpse fiend behind, Qin Shang continued searching for traces of Lan Wei and the others in Baimao City. He launched a signal flare every hour, but by nightfall he had found nothing. Qin Shang found an abandoned house in the city to rest. Lying in bed, unable to sleep, he thought of the brutal corpse fiend he had encountered during the day. Their strength should be enough to deal with such monsters. But what if they ran into a pack of corpse fiends? Qin Shang shook his head, forcing himself to stop thinking about it. Lan Wei was a 4th level ability user, and with senior sister Feng in the team, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. They could handle these monsters. As the night grew deeper, Qin Shang tossed and turned in bed. He suddenly remembered the corpse fiend energy he had picked up during the day. He opened his energy attribute panel to check it, but then noticed the demon tree seed. He had been so engrossed in cultivation since returning from Baiming Mountain that he had almost forgotten about it. This was the item that had dropped after Qin Shang defeated the blood-red giant tree on Baiming Mountain, a tiny seed of unknown use. Qin Shang asked the bottle on his chest, "How do I use this seed?" Demon tree seed produced by the demon tree. Feed it a drop of your blood to bond with it, and make it serve you. Bond with it. Can it help me fight monsters? Intrigued, Qin Shang cut his finger with a knife and let a drop of blood fall onto the blood-colored seed, then waited quietly. The blood droplet was instantly absorbed upon hitting the seed's surface. Then the seed's shell cracked open, and a red sprout emerged, beginning to grow rapidly. Before long, the sprout's branches and leaves flourished, reaching a height of 1 foot. The crimson sapling gradually flourished, soon reaching a height of 1 foot, resembling a miniature version of the massive red tree on Whiteming Mountain. As the sapling grew, Qin Shang gradually sensed his connection with it. Was it due to recognizing its master? Unexpectedly, an extraordinary event occurred. The poison Yao robe unexpectedly emerged from the bottle, surrounding the demon sapling with a swirl of black gas, gradually enveloping it and forming a black energy mass. Qin Shang was stunned. Did the poison Yao robe just devour the demon sapling? He observed as the black gas gradually shrank, revealing the form of the demon tree, until finally the poison Yao robe and the sapling actually fused into a single black sapling. What's going on? Did they merge? The originally crimson sapling had now turned black, with faint traces of black gas still swirling on its surface. As Qin Shang studied this peculiar sapling, he suddenly received a faint message from the demon sapling indicating that it seemed to primarily feed. He rummaged through the space of abilities to see what he could offer it to eat. Initially, he considered giving it an exotic energy core, but upon seeing the corpse ghost energy, an idea struck him. I'll let it have this, I don't need it anyway. He tried it out. The corpse ghost energy could not be absorbed by him, so it was better to let the demon tree consume it. He was somewhat reluctant to feed it an exotic energy. He took out the corpse ghost energy, and the demon tree waved its branches like a hungry little creature. Qin Shang offered the corpse ghost energy, but before he could let go, the demon tree leapt up to snatch the energy from him, then absorbed it into its trunk, the energy melting in like liquid. He felt the demon tree rapidly absorbing the corpse ghost energy, its growth visibly accelerating. In no time, the demon tree had grown to nearly 1 meter tall. By the late night, the corpse ghost energy had been completely absorbed, and the demon tree had reached a height of 2 meters, with dark red patterns faintly visible on its black trunk. Qin Shang felt a bit worried that the poison Yao robe might permanently attach itself to the demon tree, as it had been very helpful to him in battles. With that thought, he attempted to activate it. Use poison Yao robe. As soon as he spoke, the demon tree transformed into a swirl of black gas and returned to him. Perhaps because of the fusion with the demon tree, Qin Shang felt a new connection with the poison Yao robe. Moreover, he discovered that the poison Yao robe had developed a new function. Qin Shang focused on the wall before him as a black vine shot out from him, instantly piercing through the wall and causing cracks to spread. He was quite satisfied, not expecting that the fusion with the demon tree would yield such a useful skill. Furthermore, the poison Yao robe could also transform into the demon tree's form to launch attacks during battles. Suddenly possessing 2 new skills, Qin Shang felt joyful inside. His combat power would surely see a significant. The demon tree seemed to have a strong affinity for corpse ghost energy, which greatly aided its growth. Having absorbed 1 corpse ghost energy, the demon tree reached a height of 2 meters. If it had more energy, it might even grow to the height of the massive red tree in Whiteming Mountain. Qin Shang decided to hunt the corpse ghosts in White Trade City tomorrow. Not only would he complete his task, but he could also search for traces of Lan Wei and the others. As of now, he only knew that Lan Wei might be on a mission in White Trade City. He had no other clues, and all he could do was continue searching there. Killing the corpse ghosts and collecting their energy would also feed the demon tree, achieving 3 objectives at once. As dawn broke, Qin Shang got up and prepared to set out. Walking down the street, Qin Shang noticed light snow falling from the sky. The northern continent was perpetually covered in ice and snow, with it snowing almost every day, which greatly aided his training in ice abilities. He searched for signs of the corpse ghosts, and at that moment, as if sensing his thoughts, a slender black vine extended from the bottle, pointing in a certain direction. Is it saying there are corpse ghosts in that direction? Qin Shang was overjoyed. The demon tree loved corpse ghost energy and could help him locate the corpse ghosts in the material world. He followed the direction indicated by the vine, and a few minutes later the vine began to shake violently. There seemed to be a corpse. Qin Shang carefully observed his surroundings, searching for signs of the corpse ghost. He entered a narrow alley, and upon turning a corner saw a corpse ghost devouring a human corpse. The upper half of the body was already inside the corpse ghost's belly, which was grinding the body like a meat grinder, the sound of chewing and bones cracking reaching Qin Shang's ears, sending chills down his spine. The corpse ghost also sensed Qin Shang's presence, and abruptly turned its head to look towards the corner. At that moment, Qin Shang had already made his move. Black vines surged towards the corpse ghost, wrapping around it. The corpse ghost struggled frantically, almost overwhelming the vines. The poison Yao robe and the demon tree had just begun to fuse, and they couldn't coordinate their attacks perfectly yet, but it was already sufficient. Qin Shang unleashed his ice abilities, and a sharp ice spear coalesced in midair, suddenly lunging towards the corpse ghost. The long ice spear pierced through the corpse ghost's skull and into the ground, impaling the corpse ghost. Ding! Collection successful. Strength 200. Ding! Collection successful. Agility 100. Ding! Collection successful. Experience 32,000. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained corpse ghost energy. Qin Shang picked up the glowing orbs from the ground and turned to search for the next corpse ghost. White Trade City was vast, and the corpse ghosts were scattered and hard to find. However, with the guidance of the demon tree, he was able to locate them quickly. Thanks to the guidance of the vine, by the end of the day, Qin Shang had reaped considerable rewards, having killed nearly 20 corpse. He also discovered that corpse ghosts did not attack zombies. They seemed to prefer fresh meat. There were almost no mutated beasts in White Trade City. The brawny man he encountered before was merely an exception. The city was primarily inhabited by zombies, so naturally the corpse ghosts favored humans. As night fell, Qin Shang found a house to rest in and fed the corpse ghost energy to the demon tree. The demon tree absorbed the energy from the corpses, growing at an astonishing rate. By morning it had already grown taller than the roof. This small house could no longer contain it. At this rate the demon tree would likely soon reach the height of the massive red tree, or even exceed it. A week later Qin Shang had killed nearly 100 corpse ghosts. Now it seemed that the corpse ghosts were becoming increasingly difficult to find. He began to suspect whether he had nearly wiped out all the corpse ghosts in White Trade City. However, despite the passing days, he still had not received any news about Lan Wei. It was as if Lan Wei's team had vanished without a trace. On this day, Qin Shang was still searching for corpse fiends within Baimao City, when suddenly, he felt something cool drip onto his face. Looking up, he realized it was raining. The northern continent was perpetually blanketed in snow with flurries nearly every day, but rain was a rarity. During his days there, Qin Shang encountered rain for the first time. He found shelter in an abandoned building, intending to wait for the rain to cease before resuming his hunt for corpse fiends. Qin Shang gnawed on dry rations inside, but the rain outside only intensified. Amidst the downpour, other sounds intermingled, and Qin Shang grew alert. Footsteps, a multitude of them seemingly numbering in the hundreds. Approaching the window, Qin Shang looked down and froze. Outside stood countless figures, but he discerned they were not human. Their faces were deathly pale, and their eyes glowed with an eerie green light. They were corpse fiends. By then the sky had darkened, and a torrential rain poured down. The corpse fiends stood motionless below, encircling the building where Qin Shang was. All of them looked up at his floor, a scene of utter horror. Could they be here to avenge themselves? Qin Shang recalled having slain quite a few corpse fiends over the past week. Had they sensed his threat and gathered today to eliminate him? A sharp glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes. Just as well. He would no longer need to waste effort searching for them today. He would wipe them all out. Qin Shang leaped from the fourth-floor window, landing lightly on the ground. He drew the Jinghai alloy blade from his waist and faced the horde of corpse fiends. The corpse fiends let out roars and charged at Qin Shang like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. The foremost fiend extended its sharp-clawed hand and swiped at him. With a single swing of his blade, Qin Shang severed its arm. Then with a punch he sent the fiend flying over 10 meters, crashing into the ones behind it. He then turned and swung his blade to the right. The cold gleam was stark in the dim surroundings, and 4 corpse fiends were instantly decapitated. Qin Shang whirled through the horde like a cyclone, but their numbers were overwhelming. No sooner had he dispatched those before him than more surged forward. Soon he was surrounded in the midst of the corpse fiends. Some fiends opened gaping maws in their abdomens, lashing out with sticky tongues lined with razor-sharp barbs. A single touch would surely leave flesh mangled and bloody. Qin Shang defended against attacks from all directions. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, unleashing the earth's power. A massive repulsive force erupted from him, surging outward. The corpse fiends were flung back by the tremendous force, sent tumbling and crashing onto the ground. Just then a wisp of black gas emanated from the bottle. But this time it did not enter Qin Shang's body. Instead it coalesced beside him, gradually taking the form of a demon tree. The black gas swelled, eventually transforming into a colossal fortimaturtal demon tree. The demon tree excitedly waved its thick vines. To it, everything around was food. The arm-thick vines shot out and pierced the corpse fiends, skewering many. The vines writhed, sucking the flesh and blood from the fiends, whose bodies rapidly withered and shriveled. By feeding directly on the corpse fiends in this manner, the demon tree saved Qin Shang the trouble of collecting fiend energy. Before long, the tree seemed even larger, and the power it emanated grew stronger. Panic-stricken, the remaining corpse fiends scattered in all directions. But the vines gave them no chance to escape, impaling them one by one and feasting greedily. Then the tree's roots morphed into a pair of feet, chasing after the fleeing fiends. Chaos reigned, and Qin Shang felt he might not need to intervene. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from a distant high-rise. Qin Shang looked up to see a burly figure atop a faraway building. The figure stomped its foot, causing the entire structure to tremble. Then the shadow shot toward the demon tree like a cannonball, slamming into its trunk. It raised its fist and struck down with a thunderous crash. The immense power blasted a 2-meter-wide wound in the tree's trunk. The demon tree let out a pained wail, but the figure did not relent, savagely tearing at the wound, ripping off large chunks of bark. The demon tree's strength was equivalent to a 4th-tier mutated beast, and its massive size made it a formidable foe. Yet before this figure, it was almost powerless to resist. The demon tree rapidly shrank, reverting to the wisp of black gas and returning to the bottle on Qin Shang's chest. Qin Shang felt the bottle still trembling violently. Qin Shang finally got a clear look at the figure. It was humanoid, over 2 meters tall, but eerily it had no skin. Red muscle tissue and bones were exposed. Steam rose from its fists after the ferocious assault. The other corpse fiends grew excited at the sight of this figure, screeching as if acknowledging their leader. Qin Shang sensed the monster's formidable aura, at least at the peak of the 4th tier. The corpse fiend king's face was hideous, its exposed tissue making it even more grotesque and terrifying. It opened its mouth and rasped, "You can't escape." Qin Shang was astonished. It could speak. Had this monster once been human? These fiends were far more human-like than zombies. Could they too have been mutated by some virus? But Qin Shang had no time to ponder. The corpse fiend king had already launched its attack. With its mouth agape and fist raised, the corpse fiend king shot toward Qin Shang like an arrow. Its fist seemed to concentrate immense power, and the space around it appeared to warp. It was indeed a mutated human still clinging to fragmented memories. The Corpse Fiend King recalled suffering inhuman torture before becoming the monster it was now. It wanted to inflict its pain upon others tenfold. Qin Shang felt the surge of immense power approaching. He activated the Earth's power, channeling the force from his feet through his entire body. He imbued his fist with the Earth's strength and met the Corpse Fiend King's blow. Boom. The collision of their fists unleashed a tremendous shockwave, vaporizing the rain into mist. The blast sent nearby Corpse Fiends hurtling through the air. The Corpse Fiend King's power was terrifying. Qin Shang skidded backward, carving a trench in the ground, pushed over 10 meters. The fiends that had been knocked back roared in excitement, seeing Qin Shang repelled. The Corpse King's emerald green eyes revealed a sense of pride. It did not give Qin Shang a chance to react, and struck again this punch, exhibiting several times the strength of the last. Qin Shang stood ready to counter, and the Corpse King, believing he had given up resistance, felt even more exhilarated. However, in the next moment, Qin Shang's body vanished before its eyes, and its fist struck the wall behind him, causing the structure to collapse instantly, bringing the entire building down. The Corpse King was a sentient being. It immediately swung a fist behind it, anticipating Qin Shang to reappear and launch an attack from that direction, yet it struck nothing. It felt puzzled, yet sensed danger lurking around, for Qin Shang would surely emerge again. The surrounding corpses were equally astonished. How had this human vanished into thin air? In the next instant, Qin Shang suddenly reappeared at the spot where he had vanished. The Corpse King detected the movement and turned to attack, but as it did, it collided with Qin Shang's fist. The blow shattered the bones in the Corpse King's face, and the tremendous impact sent its body flying backward for dozens of meters, demolishing the houses along its path, leaving nothing but ruins. Qin Shang had just activated his spatial abilities, entering the alternate power space. Within this alternate space, no attack could harm him, and he could observe the outside movements. Qin Shang had been watching the Corpse King's actions, waiting for the right moment to strike. In the distance, the Corpse King roared in anger, its thunderous voice shattering the walls around it into fragments. The next second, it charged toward Qin Shang with even greater speed, a terrifying aura emanating from its body that made the surrounding corpses tremble. But once again, Qin Shang vanished before it. The Corpse King lunged at empty space, propelled forward by inertia, while Qin Shang immediately soared into the air, raising his alloy knife to slash at the Corpse King's neck. However, the Corpse King's bones were incredibly hard, and the alloy knife could only penetrate about 5 centimeters before being stopped by its muscles. The Corpse King turned and threw a punch. Qin Shang swiftly withdrew his knife to block at the contact with the blade, emitting a tremendous metallic clashing sound. The massive force made the alloy knife hum. Qin Shang was pushed back for dozens of meters before he regained his balance. Once he stopped, he felt a slight numbness in his right hand that held the alloy knife. Since you possess strength, then victory cannot rely solely on brute force. Qin Shang activated his ice abilities, integrating them with the Qi Yuan knife technique. The temperature around him plummeted instantly. The alloy knife, enveloped in blood-red energy, and raindrops that fell here were even frozen into ice crystals upon hitting the ground. The distant Corpse King roared and charged again, each step seeming to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the earth to tremble violently. Qin Shang unleashed earth power waves of repulsion, striking against it. Then Qin Shang swung the alloy knife, sending streams of blood-colored energy slashing toward the Corpse King, leaving shallow cuts across its body. The Corpse King displayed a contemptuous smile, dismissing these minor injuries. What it did not expect was that those wounds quickly crystallized with ice, spreading rapidly. Realizing something was wrong, the Corpse King frantically attacked Qin Shang, extending its long tongue from its abdomen to stab at him, but all of its attempts were evaded. Qin Shang's mixed attacks of repulsion and Qi Yuan knife techniques were not fatal, causing the Corpse King to lower its guard. However, the chilling energy had already begun to invade its body through the wounds, ice crystals gradually covering its internal organs, while the icy layer on its exterior continued to spread. The Corpse King felt its movements slowing down. A surge of fear of death overwhelmed it. Next, it made a move that astonished everyone, turning and fleeing. The corpses that had been shouting and cheering for the Corpse King were all stunned. They had never expected their leader would retreat. Qin Shang was also taken aback by its desperate escape, but he quickly regained his composure and gave chase. The Corpse King was incredibly fast, and during the pursuit, Qin Shang noticed it was not just mindlessly fleeing, it was running while scanning its surroundings as if searching for something. Qin Shang began to look around as well. Suddenly, he noticed the Corpse King subtly shifted direction, continuing to run towards that point. Following its gaze, Qin Shang looked ahead and saw a rift in the sky in the distance. The rift was over 10 meters above the ground and was constantly shifting. Qin Shang's heart leaped with joy. Could this be the entrance to some alternate space? Moreover, there might exist an ancient relic within. This world is home to many such relics, with some hidden in alternate. The corpses that had appeared in recent months were likely from this alternate space. Lan Wei and the others might have also entered this alternate space, which is why they could not be found. Qin Shang gradually felt excitement building within him. The Corpse King had reached a position near the rift, its face filled with joy, finally able to leave this place. It leaped towards the rift, but just as it took off, a massive stone hand suddenly emerged from the ground, gripping it tightly. The Corpse King struggled desperately just a little distance from the rift, unwilling to fail at the last moment, but the stone hand held it firmly. At that moment, Qin Shang appeared before it in a flash, raising his powerful alloy knife. Aware of the Corpse King's incredibly hard bones, he gathered all his strength and absorbed the power of the ground beneath him. With this double force, he soared into the air, executing a fierce downward strike with the Li Hui knife technique. The strike cleaved directly through the Corpse King's throat, severing its entire head. The immense head rolled aside, steam rising. Qin Shang landed back on the ground and collected all the energy orbs. Ding. Collection successful. Ding. Collection successful. Agility 408. Ding. Collection successful. Spirit 750. Ding. Collection successful. Experience 45,000. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations on acquiring corpse energy. Qin Shang looked up at the constantly shifting rift in the sky, deciding to enter and explore. As he could find no clues left in White Trade City, Olanwei might just be inside this alternate space. Qin Shang leaped up and dove into the rift. The moment he entered, everything before him turned white, and he felt a wave of dizziness as he rapidly descended. Once his eyes adjusted to the surroundings, he realized he was plummeting from a height of several hundred meters towards a bizarre blood-red ground. Qin Shang summoned earth power to ensure a steady landing. Qin Shang harnessed the power of the earth, landing steadily on the blood-red ground. He looked around. The entire world was cast in shades of red. The sky was a dark crimson, the plants underfoot were blood-red, and though the sun was not visible in the sky, the surroundings remained perpetually bright. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised that this alternate dimension had a sky and plants. The ability space he had created was utterly incomparable to this place. Even the air was thin, making it impossible for living beings to stay for long. At that moment, a rustling sound came from all around, emanating from beneath his feet. He noticed that the blood-red plants seemed to sense his presence, surging toward him from every direction. Qin Shang discovered that these blood-red plants all had eyes which had been closed before he landed. Sensing his presence, they opened their eyes one by one, presenting a truly horrifying sight. The plants began to climb and coil up, his legs densely packed together. Qin Shang felt as if he might vomit. Whoosh! Qin Shang activated his ice ability, sending a wave of frigid energy spreading outward from his feet. The writhing plants were instantly frozen solid. Having done this, he surveyed his surroundings and spotted what appeared to be an exit in the distance. He dashed toward it, freezing any plants that tried to ensnare him along the way. Only then did Qin Shang realize that this blood-colored grassland seemed to be entirely composed of these plants. As he ran, Qin Shang felt a vague unease, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from among those writhing tendrils. Yet when he looked back, he saw nothing. Eager to escape the grassland, he pushed the thought aside. A few minutes later, Qin Shang finally fled the vast grassland. Before him lay a plain of similarly dark red soil. At last, no more of those disgusting plants. Qin Shang breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked up to find the rift, he saw no crack in the sky. Had the fissure dripped? He scanned the distant horizon, but still found no trace of the space rift. Shaking his head, he wondered how he would. Qin Shang continued walking across the plain, aimlessly wandering for an hour without encountering any living thing aside from the grassland he had left behind. Suddenly, he thought of the flare. Lan Wei and the others might be trapped somewhere in this dimension. He pulled out a flare gun and fired it into the sky. The flare exploded high above, forming a massive fiery symbol. At that moment, a group in the distance spotted the flare with great surprise. Look, that's a red slaughter core flare. Could someone be coming to rescue us? A young woman in her 20s immediately said, "Let's go." Among the group, a girl with delicate features felt a strange sensation stir in her heart. Could it be him? After firing the flare, Qin Shang waited on the spot. A dozen minutes later, he saw a group of people approaching in the distance. He perked up immediately. Someone's coming. A party of 5 was heading toward him, and Qin Shang's eyes locked onto the white-clad girl among them. Lan Wei. Overjoyed, he knew she was indeed here. Lan Wei, who had been walking with her head down, heard Qin Shang's voice, and a rare look of delight flickered across her face. The next second, she vanished from her spot and teleported to his side, embracing him tightly. Qin Shang gently patted her back. "I'm so glad you're safe." A warmth surged in his heart. After nearly a week in Baimao City, he had finally found Lan Wei. The leading young woman was taken aback. So Lan Wei has a little boyfriend after all. Meanwhile, another man in the group watched with a dark expression, his gaze fixed on Lan Wei and Qin Shang in the distance. The young man beside him remarked, "Jin Ziyuan, looks like you've lost your chance." The man named Jin Ziyuan's face turned extremely sour. He had been deeply captivated by Lan Wei the moment he saw her, and after learning she was the adopted daughter of the domain ceiling ward god, his obsession grew. But now a stranger appeared so intimate with her, igniting a blazing fury within him. Hatred burned in his eyes, though no one noticed his anomaly. After Qin Shang and Lan Wei parted, the other 4 approached. The leading woman smiled at Qin Shang. "Are you also from the Red Slaughter Corps?" Qin Shang nodded. "Yes. This must be Senior Feng, whom Lan Wei had mentioned. Like them, she hailed from the domain ceiling Heavenly Palace, but had joined the Red Slaughter Corps long ago as a veteran member. I'm Feng Yang, a friend of Lan Wei's." Feng Yang introduced herself with a smile. Qin Shang returned the smile. "Lan Wei has told me a lot about you, Senior Feng." Qin Shang. Feng Yang was about to continue when a tall, burly man interrupted. Are you alone?" The tall man had initially hoped that the Red Slaughter Corps had discovered this dimension and sent a rescue team. But after looking around, he saw only Qin Shang, and disappointment filled his face. Feng Yang gave a bitter smile. "We accidentally entered this dimension a month ago, but the entrance is one way. Only in..." Qin Shang immediately understood why he couldn't find the rift. It was merely a one-way entrance. But thinking of the corpse fiends, he believed there must be a way out. Another man shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, the Red Slaughter Corps will get suspicious if we don't return for so long. They'll probably send people to look for us in a few days. We'll get out safely then. Just wait. Feng Yang was a bit speechless. He always had such a carefree attitude. Still, she had to admit he had a point. If they never returned to the fortress of the Undying, the Corps would surely send a search party. Feng Yang said to Qin Shang, "Come back with us first. There are more than just the 5 of us here." On the way, Lan Wei recounted their experiences. She had followed Feng Yang's squad to Baimao City to kill corpse fiends when they chanced upon the rift in the sky. Curious, they entered to explore only to be trapped. The rift was one way. Besides their squad, there were other survivors in this dimension, all of whom had discovered the entrance and ventured in only to be trapped as well. Before them, nearly 200 people had already entered this dimension. They had established a small settlement here, surviving on edible mutated plant fruits while waiting for rescue. But as time passed, more people became trapped and rescue never came. After walking for a while, the group arrived at a valley. Deep within, there was a simple wooden settlement home to the residents of Baimao. As soon as Qin Shang and his companions entered, a man approached and asked respectfully, "Mr. Jean, have you found the exit today?" The survivors here knew they were members of the Crimson Kill Legion, formidable in strength, and placed their hopes of finding the exit. He was addressing Jin Ziyuan. Having just witnessed the close relationship between Lan Wei and Qin Shang, Jin Ziyuan was already simmering with anger. Upon hearing this, he vented his fury on the man. "Just wait, as you're told. Do you think the exit is so easy to find?" The man, cowed by the outburst, dared not speak further and walked away awkwardly. Feng Yang, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. Why was he so furious? The languid man beside him glanced at Jin Ziyuan, understanding the reason for his anger, but said nothing, clasped his hands behind his head, and walked off. Qin Shang also settled here. There was no other choice. Without finding the exit, he had to stay temporarily. Some fruits from mutated plants here were edible, so even with Qin Shang's addition, food was sufficient. The days passed peacefully until the 3rd day. Qin Shang was meditating in his room when a knock came at the door. He opened it to find Jin Ziyuan standing outside. Jin Ziyuan wore a friendly smile. "Brother Qin, it's our turn to gather food today. Are you busy now? Or should I go alone?" "He'll go with you," Qin Shang replied. Since he was here, he had to follow the rules. He closed the wooden door and walked out. He did not notice the glint of murderous intent in Jin Ziyuan's eyes. Thinking that Lan Wei was likely cultivating, he did not disturb her and left the settlement with Jin Ziyuan. On the way, Jin Ziyuan initiated conversation. "I heard you performed exceptionally in the new member trial of the Crimson Kill Legion and even received a reward from Executor Feng Shi." Qin Shang shook his head. "It was nothing. You're too modest, Brother Qin." Jin Ziyuan said, his face expressionless. Inwardly, he roared, "You're unlucky to have crossed me. Soon you'll know my power. Even if I can't have Lan Wei, you won't either." Jin Ziyuan was cunning and narrow-minded. He had always been immersed in cultivation, indifferent to everything else. Until this mission, when he met Lan Wei and felt love for the first time. But before he could act, a strange man with a close bond to her appeared. This enraged him beyond measure, and he resolved to take revenge on Qin Shang. The Crimson Kill Legion was a gathering of powerful experts, but it also housed many eccentric individuals, including twisted ones like Jin Ziyuan. Not everyone was amicable. Qin Shang sensed something amiss. Jin Ziyuan kept trying to strike up a conversation and feign camaraderie, yet his eyes betrayed a hidden agenda. Qin Shang felt a dangerous aura emanating from him. It couldn't be an attempt to curry favor either. Jin Ziyuan was a veteran member of the Legion, while Qin Shang was a new recruit. There was nothing to gain from flattering him. The more Qin Shang thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed, as if Jin Ziyuan was deliberately feigning friendliness to lower his guard. He heightened his vigilance against Jin Ziyuan. The morning passed without incident as they gathered edible fruits from mutated plants. By noon, they stopped to rest beside. Jin Ziyuan pulled 2 bottles of liquor from his backpack and handed one to Qin Shang. "This is a month's worth of my private stash. I've been reluctant to drink it, but since we hit it off today, let's finish a bottle together." With that, he opened his own bottle and downed it in one gulp, a malicious glint hidden in his eyes. Qin Shang's bottle had been tampered with, laced with bone-eroding liquid, a highly corrosive substance that would dissolve a person from the inside out, leaving not even bones behind. He had obtained the bone-eroding liquid from the Crimson Kill Legion using merit points originally reserved for killing mutated beasts in emergencies. He never expected to use it so soon. The liquid was colorless and odorless, impossible to detect when mixed in alcohol. Jin Ziyuan believed his plan was foolproof, unaware that Qin Shang had already grown suspicious. Qin Shang had always known the treachery of human hearts. After arriving in this world and experiencing so much, meeting so many people, he had come to deeply understand that truth. Now the same applied. He and Jin Ziyuan had never met before, yet the man was overly warm toward him, had acted strangely throughout the journey, and now offered his cherished liquor. It was likely poisoned. But he couldn't show his suspicion too obviously. If Jin Ziyuan was just naturally gregarious, it would hurt his feelings. So he decided to test it. Qin Shang took the bottle, opened it, and put on a smile. "Then I won't be polite." He brought the bottle to his lips and pretended to drink, while secretly channeling the liquid into his dimensional space. He made swallowing motions to convince Jin Ziyuan he had actually consumed it. After downing half the bottle, he set it down and wiped his mouth. "Excellent liquor. Thank you, Brother Jin." Seeing Qin Shang drink half the bottle, Jin Ziyuan immediately dropped his friendly facade and snarled, "Who do you think you are calling me brother?" Qin Shang feigned shock, thinking how quickly he changed. The liquor was indeed tainted. Jin Ziyuan was too impatient. He revealed his true colors as soon as Qin Shang drank. But what had he done to offend Jin Ziyuan? Qin Shang was puzzled. He had never seen the man before. If memory served, they had only known each other for 3 days. Since arriving in this dimension, he had spent almost every day cultivating and hadn't spoken to Jin Ziyuan. Why would he want him dead? Qin Shang maintained his stunned expression, then glanced at the bottle, and his face changed dramatically. You poisoned the liquor. Qin Shang silently marveled at his own acting. Jin Ziyuan burst into maniacal laughter. Huh? That's right. What you just drank was bone-eroding liquid. Within a minute your entire body will be corroded into nothing. He had planned meticulously. By striking while they were out gathering food, he could claim Qin Shang was attacked by a mutated plant. In this dimension, no one could be sure there weren't strange monsters they hadn't discovered. This was the safest method. Even if Lan Wei and the others grew suspicious back at the settlement without evidence, no one could do anything to him. The Crimson Kill Legion forbade members from killing each other. The consequences of discovery would be severe. Thus he devised this scheme to clear himself of blame. But it was Jin Ziyuan's own fault for being too obvious, alerting Qin Shang from the start, which led to his own downfall. Qin Shang, feigning the effects of poison, slumped weakly against the rock, behind him a cold sneer in his heart. Since Jin Ziyuan believed he had already drunk the poisoned wine, he decided to play along and uncover his true scheme. Why do you want to kill me? What have I done to offend you? Qin Shang asked in a frail voice. He felt he had never crossed Jin Ziyuan before, yet the latter had resorted to such ruthless measures. He had to get to the bottom of this. Jin Ziyuan, now convinced that Qin Shang was as good as dead, saw no need to hide the truth. Today I'll let you die with clarity. I, Jin Ziyuan, am gifted with extraordinary talent. Since childhood, I've been obsessed with cultivation, indifferent to everything else. No one has ever caught my eye. Qin Shang silently scoffed. Who brags about themselves like that? Only prodigies of exceptional talent could join the Crimson Kill Corps. Though Jin Ziyuan was not weak among the many formidable members, he was merely average. Qin Shang had never even heard his name before. After joining the Crimson Kill Corps, I devoted myself even more to cultivation. Until I met Lan Wei, Jin Ziyuan's twisted face softened. I've never seen a woman so beautiful. She was like a gift from heaven. I swore I would have her. He turned to glare viciously at Qin Shang. But you beat me to it. Why? She is so beautiful, so noble, the adopted daughter of the Lock Domain War God. No one but me is worthy of her. Qin Shang was taken aback. He had assumed he had unknowingly offended Jin Ziyuan in some way, but he never expected it to be over Lan Wei. He sneered. Even if you kill me today, Lan Wei will never fancy you. A murderous glint flashed in Jin Ziyuan's eyes. Once you're dead, you'll still have a chance. Even if she never looks my way, that's my concern. I have my ways to keep her by my side. Qin Shang clenched his fists. This man was a lunatic. Having said that, Jin Ziyuan wore a smug grin. A nobody like you wasn't worth my effort. I even used a vial of bone-eroding liquid which I earned with my contribution points. What a waste on you. But for Lan Wei, it's all worth it. His face was filled with self-admiration. Alright, I've said enough. Jin Ziyuan slowly approached Qin Shang. I won't let you die easily. I'll shatter your bones, then throw you into that patch of mutated plants. You'll become their meal, ha ha ha. Qin Shang kept his head down, silent. When Jin Ziyuan was within a meter, he suddenly saw Qin Shang's expression shift. His eyes gleamed with danger. Something's wrong. Jin Ziyuan realized the anomaly and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Jin Ziyuan felt an overwhelming force crushing his entire body, dragging him downward. The ground beneath him caved in under the immense pressure. The next second, Qin Shang, no longer the feeble figure from before, delivered a punch to Jin Ziyuan's chest. This blow had been long in the making, combining the power of his fist with his fury, sending Jin Ziyuan flying dozens of meters away. Jin Ziyuan felt a tempestuous force strike his chest, as if a bloody hole had been punched through it. He heard the crack of bones, his ribs breaking, and then crashed heavily to the ground. Struggling, Jin Ziyuan coughed up mouthfuls of blood. His face was a mask of disbelief. No. Impossible. You definitely drank that wine. He couldn't fathom why Qin Shang, who had consumed the wine laced with bone-eroding liquid, remained unharmed. Even if the poison had been diluted, enough time had passed for it to take effect. Bone-eroding liquid was a highly corrosive toxin, extremely rare and precious. Even a 5th-level ability user would suffer severe damage from it, let alone a 4th-level one. Qin Shang, of course, had no intention of explaining. He approached holding the Jinghai alloy blade, his eyes blazing with murderous intent and his face contorted with rage. Anyone who dared to target him and Lan Wei could not be allowed to live. Realizing the danger, Jin Ziyuan shouted frantically, "You can't kill me. The Crimson Kill Corps forbids members from killing each other. The captain knows we left together. You'll be implicated." Qin Shang's eyes were filled with disdain. "Don't worry. I won't kill you now. Once we're back at the base, I'll slaughter you," and he couldn't kill Jin Ziyuan outright here. Although the man had struck first, and by the core rules killing him would be justified, it would arouse suspicion from Feng Yang and the others upon their return. It was better to bring Jin Ziyuan back, explain everything, and then execute him. Even if they were furious, they couldn't fault him. Jin Ziyuan had made the first move. Qin Shang walked over, hoisted the barely conscious Jin Ziyuan, and headed back to the base. When the people at the base saw Qin Shang enter, they were all terrified, not daring to speak. The aura emanating from him was too fearsome, his face full of rage. Someone went to fetch Feng Yang and the others. What happened? Feng Yang arrived with his group, stunned at the scene before them. Almost everyone in the base was gathered. Jin Ziyuan felt deeply humiliated, but he believed Feng Yang wouldn't let Qin Shang kill him. As long as he survived, he would make Qin Shang pay. Jin Ziyuan tried to kill me with this vial of bone-eroding liquid. Qin Shang recounted the entire incident. Everyone was shocked. The previously lazy man Zhou Yi glanced at Jin Ziyuan. Knowing his character and the matter with Lan Wei Qinshang's story seemed credible. Feng Yang looked gravely at Jin Ziyuan. Is what Qinshang said true? No. He attacked me first. Jin Ziyuan stammered but quickly concocted a reason. He must be a member of the anti-human organization. Qinshang inwardly rolled his eyes at Jin Ziyuan's stupidity. If he were indeed a member of that organization, would he have brought Jin Ziyuan back to confront him? Feng Yang sighed. When we return, he'll report this truthfully and give him the punishment he deserves. Return. Qinshang frowned. If he waited until they returned, Jin Ziyuan would seek revenge relentlessly. He wasn't afraid for himself, but the cunning and treacherous Jin Ziyuan might harm Lan Wei. According to the Crimson Kill Corps rules, the maximum penalty for killing a fellow member was to cripple Jin Ziyuan. That wasn't enough. Qinshang wanted to kill him with his own hands. He took out the half-empty bottle of wine and said with a smile, Brother Jin, you offered me this wine earlier. There's still half left. I'm not much of a drinker, so let me return the favor. This was the very wine Jin Ziyuan had used to poison him. Jin Ziyuan's face turned ashen. He desperately cried out to the others, Captain, stop him, all of you. Jin Ziyuan's face drastically changed at the sight of that bottle, and he hastily appealed to the others for help. Captain, you, all of you stop him. The tall man from the same team intended to say something, but seeing Feng Yang's indifference, he abandoned the thought and sighed inwardly. He knew Jin Ziyuan had always been ruthless, yet he never expected him to strike at Qinshang, a fellow member of the Crimson Kill Corps. On this side, Qinshang pinched Jin Ziyuan's chin and forced the remaining half bottle of liquid down his throat. Jin Ziyuan let out a terrified scream. Qinshang, you bastard. You'll get your retribution. He cursed Qinshang vehemently, but within a minute he let out a blood-curdling shriek as the bone-eroding fluid's toxicity took effect. His body began to convulse, wildly racked with spasms as the fluid corroded his bones. Everyone present was horrified at the sight. Qinshang watched Jin Ziyuan coldly. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. Anyone who sought to kill him must be utterly eradicated. This was the principle Qinshang adhered to since arriving in this world. Kill me. Let me die. Jin Ziyuan's despairing cries echoed through the settlement. The process of the bone-eroding fluids poisoning was excruciatingly painful. The tall man walked over in silence and delivered a palm strike to Jin Ziyuan's head. The skull shattered instantly, and Jin Ziyuan's body ceased its convulsions. Although Jin Ziyuan had brought this upon himself by attacking Qinshang, he was still a teammate. The tall man felt a pang of compassion, so he chose to grant Jin Ziyuan a merciful end. Dispose of his body. Feng Yang shot a profound glance at Qinshang. Jin Ziyuan had attacked a fellow corps member, and with his eccentric nature their relationship had never been good. She felt no regret over his death. However, Jin Ziyuan had been a long-standing member of the Crimson Kill Corps, having reached the 4th rank high tier. Now that he had died at Qinshang's hands, this Qinshang was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Seeing the immense suffering Jin Ziyuan endured before his death, Qinshang felt considerably more at ease. After this incident, the settlement returned to its usual calm. Qinshang and his group continued their life, they're occasionally venturing out to explore the alien space in search of an exit, but each time they returned empty-handed. A week passed in the blink of an eye. One night, an ability user was on duty outside the settlement. A burly man paced about in boredom. Having been in this alien space for 2 months without encountering any living creatures besides the plants, he felt that the night watch was unnecessary. He looked up casually and noticed a white figure in the distance. A woman in white with disheveled hair, strikingly conspicuous in the darkness. Did she fall in from the entrance again? But it was so late. Sensing something amiss, the burly man shouted, "Halt! Stop right there!" The woman in white showed no reaction and continued approaching the settlement. He immediately became alert. The other ability users on duty also noticed the anomaly. The woman drew nearer, her long hair obscuring her face, an eerie sight. Then they discovered something terrifying. The woman's feet were not touching the ground. She was floating in the air. Attack! The burly man shouted immediately. This had to be some kind of humanoid monster similar to a ghoul. One ability user could no longer contain himself. A fireball coalesced in his hand. He possessed the fire ability. The fireball shot toward the woman, engulfing the monster in flames. The woman's figure vanished into the flames as if reduced to ashes. The ability user was quite pleased with himself, but the next second he saw his comrades staring at a spot behind him, their eyes filled with terror. Trembling, the ability user tried to turn around, but before he could, the monster ducked into his body. Immediately he convulsed and collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, "It's eating my organs." The other ability users felt a chill run down their spines. In the distance, numerous white, ghostly figures were approaching the settlement. They hastily sounded the alarm. Soon the alarm blared throughout the entire settlement. Monsters are coming. Everyone was roused from their sleep. They rushed out, and upon seeing the distant scene felt their scalps crawl. A dense horde of white, ghostly spirits was drifting toward the settlement. In the 2 months since arriving in the alien space, the settlement had never been attacked. The tranquility was eerily unnatural. Now they were finally facing a monster assault. Qinshang and his team rushed out upon hearing the alarm. They were also stunned by the sight of the distant monsters. These creatures were too bizarre. They didn't resemble mutated beasts at all, but rather human ghosts. Zhou Yi, who was usually nonchalant now, wore a grave expression. Look at those ghostly figures. Their features aren't. Hearing this, Qinshang observed carefully. Indeed, aside from their translucent bodies, their appearances differed from humans. The tips of their ears were pointed. Seeing this, the tall man suddenly recalled something. Could they be the Witchcraft Spirit Clan? Everyone turned to him, the Witchcraft Spirit Clan. The tall man explained, I once read about this race in a book from the Crimson Kill Corps. It's an ancient race. According to the book, Earth has experienced 5 eras in total. The Witchcraft Spirit Clan appeared in the Third Era, an ancient race that delved into forbidden realms of life, such as genetic modification. The tall man briefly introduced the race. Qin Shang was also familiar with the world's lore. Human civilization had gone through several eras, most of which perished after reaching a certain pinnacle, leaving behind advanced weapons and treasures. The 4 battle towers of the locked domain Heavenly Palace were relics from an ancient era. Could these monsters before them be remnants of the Witchcraft Spirit Clan? The tall man continued, this alien space might very well be a world once inhabited by the Witchcraft Spirit Clan of the Third Era. This race was dedicated to studying forbidden fields. Perhaps these monsters and the ghouls were both creations of theirs. Feng Yang grew somewhat excited. If this alien space truly was a world once lived in by the Witchcraft Spirit Clan, there was a high probability of ancient ruins existing. They might have left behind advanced weapons and medicines. If she could obtain even one, it would be a tremendous gain. Zhou Yi spoke up at this moment. Let's not worry about what they are for now. We need to deal with them first. The ghostly figures had been moving toward the settlement from the start, and as they spoke, they had drawn even closer. By then, some ability users had already initiated an attack. One of them drew his bow fully and shot an arrow at a distant ghostly figure, but the arrow simply passed through its body and struck the ground. A man swung his blade down at a ghostly shadow, but the edge sliced through the air as if passing through the specter's form, failing to inflict any harm. The ghostly shadow, however, lowered its head and burrowed into the man's chest, its entire body vanishing without a trace. The man screamed in terror, it's eating my organs. The surrounding superhumans could even hear the distinct sound of gnawing. They fled in all directions. This ghostly shadow was impervious to physical attacks, and blades and weapons were utterly useless against it. Qin Shang was also taken aback. A monster that could burrow into a person's body. It truly seemed to be in the form of a ghost. Was this the creature developed by the Witchcraft tribe? He pondered, if physical attacks were ineffective, what about superhuman abilities? With that thought, Qin Shang activated his ice ability. A surge of frigid energy erupted, transforming into a pale blue mist that enveloped several ghostly shadows. The shadows writhed in agony within the cold, their bodies gradually turning translucent before disappearing entirely. Thankfully, superhuman abilities were effective. Other superhumans witnessing this cried out, those with abilities attack with them. In an instant, all abilities were unleashed. Ice, fire, water, and more, creating a spectacular scene. The ghostly shadows gradually vanished under the assault of these powers. All superhumans with special abilities now spared no energy, unleashing their powers with full force. This monster was terrifying. They couldn't let it get close, or it would burrow into their bodies and devour their organs. Some superhumans, without special abilities who were too slow to escape, fell victim to the creatures. Ghostly shadows burrowed into their bodies, gnawing at their organs until they perished. Stay behind me. Qin Shang turned to say to Lan Wei. Lan Wei's special ability was spatial manipulation, which lacked significant offensive power and was useless against these shadows. Lan Wei nodded. Qin Shang made her feel safe. He unleashed his ice ability, conjuring a blizzard within a dozen meters around him. Any ghostly shadow that approached vanished instantly, and none could get near them. After some shadows disappeared, several energy orbs appeared on the ground. Qin Shang was surprised. Did these monsters also drop energy? Ding. Pickup successful. Spirit 130. Ding. Pickup successful. Spirit 110. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience 400. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Ghost Fragment X1. These ghostly shadows seem to drop only spiritual energy, along with something called a Ghost Fragment. But Qin Shang had no time to dwell on it. He picked them up and resumed his attacks. Although these shadows appeared terrifying and were immune to physical attacks, they were easily slain with superhuman abilities. Thus, Qin Shang found dealing with them quite effortless, and other superhumans were also using their powers to eliminate the shadows. Before long, over 100 ghostly shadows were wiped out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the shadows weren't too troublesome. After tallying the casualties, they found 20 dead, all killed by shadows devouring their organs. The deaths were gruesome, with expressions of agony frozen on each face. After handling everything, Feng Yang said, everyone go back to rest. Don't sleep too deeply tonight. Stay alert, and be prepared for the next monster attack. Everyone returned to their rooms, but after what had just happened, few could sleep. The eerie figures left them wide awake. Back in his room, Qin Shang naturally didn't sleep either. He had picked up many items called ghost fragments while killing the shadows, and decided to study them. Qin Shang opened his energy attribute panel. He had collected a total of 120 fragments. He asked the system about their use. Ghost fragment and essence fragment formed after the shattering of a spirit body. Using it can greatly enhance soul power. The soul was the foundation of a person. It was stronger soul naturally meant greater strength. Qin Shang didn't fully understand what soul power was, but knowing that these ghost fragments could boost his strength, he didn't overthink and used them directly. Qin Shang felt a pure, clear power slowly entering his body, accompanied by a wondrous sensation, as if his entire soul was being purified. After all the ghost fragments were absorbed, Qin Shang exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling light as a feather. He could sense the immense power of the fragments. The strengthening of soul power enhanced one's talent and comprehension. Qin Shang found he had a deeper understanding of his blade techniques and better mastery over his other abilities. He felt his once muddled mind had become clear. As Feng Yang had said, the night's surprises were far from over. At midnight, deafening thunder boomed across the sky. Boom, boom. Qin Shang rushed out of the building, and other superhumans quickly followed to investigate. They saw the distant horizon lit up with lightning and thunder, massive red bolts streaking across the sky, followed by rumbling thunder. It was eerie and all were stunned by the phenomenon. Qin Shang and the others knew in their hearts that this likely had to do with the witchcraft tribe. The blood-red lightning persisted for 5 minutes before gradually fading, and the sky returned to its original dark red hue. The tall man stared into the distance. That lightning must be significant. It's deep within the blood plains. Everyone understood that beneath that lightning likely lay the ruins of the witchcraft tribe. But the tribe was notorious for its evil forbidden research, and those ruins were probably fraught with danger. The safest course was to wait for the Crimson Kill Legion's reinforcements, inform them of the ruins' location, and let their experts explore. But then the rare weapons and potions within the ruins would have nothing to do with them. At most they'd earn some merit points. If they explored before the Crimson Kill Legion arrived, the treasures in the ruins would be theirs. But they'd likely face great. Everyone fell silent. Finally Feng Yang made up his mind. Let's go take a look. If it's too dangerous, we'll back off. Qin Shang and Lan Wei exchanged glances and nodded. They too wanted to see what the ancient ruins of the witchcraft tribe looked like. There might be all sorts of rare treasures inside, and if they handed them over to the Crimson Kill Legion, the treasures would be confiscated, and they wouldn't get a single one. Now only Zhou Yi remained still, wearing his lazy expression. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "They'll go with you all. You people just love to stir up trouble." In another corner of the alternate space, a group also looked up to see the red lightning on the horizon. Their faces lit up with excitement. This is it. At this moment, in another corner of the alternate space, a group of people heard the thunderous roar and immediately looked up, spotting the crimson lightning bolts on the horizon, each of them revealing expressions of delight. There were 3 of them, all clad in black robes. A hideous-faced man shouted excitedly, "That must be the ancient ruins left by the primordial races." The crimson lightning cast flickering shadows across his face, making it appear even more grotesque. Another man respectfully turned to the elderly figure in the middle. "Lord Minglong, shall we go take a look?" The old man, known as Lord Minglong, also wore a black robe, his graying hair hidden beneath a dark hood with a bizarre mask covering his face. "Of course we must go." The elder's voice was hoarse like the cry of a ghost, utterly chilling. The man nodded slightly, but then heard the elder's piercing, eerie laughter. Perhaps there might be some unexpected gains. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of the elder's amusement, but they joined in the laughter nonetheless, too afraid to provoke Lord Minglong, always yielding to his whims. Meanwhile, Qin Shang and his group had decided to explore the blood plain, the expanse of blood-red vegetation he had seen upon first arriving in this alternate space. Due to the mutant plants, no one had ever ventured into the depths of the plain before. The others in the settlement were ordinary psychics, unlikely to explore such a place, so Qin Shang's team became the first to enter the heart of the blood plain. Thus Feng Yang, Qin Shang, Lan Wei, Zhou Yi, and Jiang Bin left the settlement, heading toward the blood plain. Before long, the group reached the blood plain covered in mutant plants. Sensing their presence, the plants opened their eyes, packed densely together, staring intently at them. Qin Shang led the way, activating his ice ability. A bone-chilling cold emanated from him, instantly freezing the surrounding mutant plants. The group followed Qin Shang into the blood plain. Zhou Yi gazed at the endless expanse of crimson. Did the witchcraft clan turn this world into what it is now? Jiang Bin shook his head. Who knows? But the witchcraft clan was a mad race, delving into forbidden fields and anti-human. The witchcraft clan sounded immensely powerful, capable of creating so many grotesque monsters. Why did they ultimately perish? How exactly did the witchcraft clan fall? Qin Shang voiced his question. Regarding that, there are several different accounts in the books. Some say the witchcraft clan perished alongside all races of the third epoch during the great calamity of that era. Our previous 5 epochs, it is said, each ended with a catastrophic disaster that destroyed all civilizations. But others claim the witchcraft clan was extinct before the third epoch was destroyed. They researched genetic modification technology, creating an invincible monster that eventually annihilated them. The group was astonished. This monster was powerful enough to wipe out the mighty witchcraft clan. Yet the witchcraft clan had brought it upon themselves, creating so many monsters. Perhaps the corpse ghouls and shadow ghosts were. After walking for a long time, the group finally saw the edge of the blood plain where a forest appeared. Even when they were in the middle of the blood plain, they had already spotted this forest of giant trees, each tens of meters tall. Standing beneath them, the canopy was nearly invisible. The group continued onward, advancing deeper into the giant tree forest. The further they went, a massive black structure gradually came into view. Having never seen the relics of an ancient civilization firsthand, excitement stirred within them. Weaving through the colossal trees, the enormous structure finally fully revealed itself. It was not a building, but a ship. Half of its hull was buried in the earth, the entire vessel black and immense, stretching at least 500 meters in length. More bizarrely, numerous spatial rifts hovered above the warship, resembling the fissure Qin Shang had seen. He felt a surge of excitement. These rifts might be exits to the outside world. If they could pass through, they would return. This exploration had truly paid off. Not only had they discovered the ancient ruins of the witchcraft clan, but also an exit. Jiang Bin gazed at the massive warship, awe in his eyes. Is this a witchcraft clan vessel? The Witchcraft clan had built such a gargantuan warship. Their technological prowess was beyond imagination, likely housing many high-tech weapons. Qin Shang also admired the behemoth. Suddenly a strange feeling arose within him. As his soul power grew stronger, his danger sense became keener. Who's there? The other four also sensed the anomaly. They warily turned toward the forest ahead of the warship, from which emerged three men in black robes, the same trio who had witnessed the Crimson Lightning. The hideous-faced man smirked at another. Well, members of the Crimson Kill Corps are here. Feng Yang knew they meant trouble, his face darkening. Who are you? The man flashed a sinister grin. We are from the immortal Heavenly Palace. I am Lai Kong, and that ugly one is Gui Sha. He paused and adopted a respectful tone. This is Lord Minglong. The masked elder, called Lord Minglong, draped in a black hood, exuded an eerie aura. Minglong. Feng Yang and the others paled at the name. Veterans of the Crimson Kill Corps knew it, although Qin Shang and Lan Wei, recent recruits, did not. But Qin Shang knew of the immortal Heavenly Palace, one of the most powerful anti-human organizations in the northern continent, which included the Yi-Dao alliance he had killed during the new member trial. These three were from the immortal Heavenly Palace. Moreover, the masked elder, named Minglong, seemed to instill great wariness in Feng Yang. As a high-level 4th-tier psychic, her reaction suggested the opponent's strength might be at the 5th tier or higher. Feng Yang whispered a warning to Qin Shang and Lan Wei. Be careful of this Minglong. The Crimson Kill Corps once sent people to hunt him down, but he escaped, killing 2 Azure Flame-level members. Qin Shang was stunned. Azure Flame-level members were typically 5th-tier psychics. For Minglong to defeat 2 of them alone spoke volumes about his power. Kill them. A ghostly voice rang out, and Qin Shang could not see Minglong's expression. Kill them. Minglong's voice sounded like a ghostly wail devoid of any warmth. Seeing that his opponents were merely level 4 ability users, he deemed them unworthy of his personal intervention. Upon hearing this, Gui Sha and Lai Kong revealed sinister smiles. They rolled their necks and slowly stepped forward in front of Minglong. Qin Shang and his team also readied themselves for battle. Just then the warship beside them suddenly projected a massive beam of light. The beam split in two. One shaft illuminated Qin Shang and his group, while the other fell upon Minglong and his companions. Before they could react, the light generated a powerful suction force, pulling everyone inside. A blinding white light immediately consumed their vision, as if they had been transported to another dimension. When Qin Shang opened his eyes again, the surroundings had completely changed. They found themselves indoors in an immensely vast room with metallic walls. Looking around, the 3 members of the XX Heavenly Palace were also there. Is this the interior of that warship? Qin Shang was astonished. The beam of light had struck them and brought them here. This must be a formidable spatial ability. Minglong and his group were equally stunned. The space inside was far larger than it appeared from the outside. The warship seemed only about 500 meters long externally, but the interior space far exceeded that, a spatial folding technology. Had the Wraith Witch clan's technology truly reached such heights? Leaving everything else aside, if they could master the technology of this warship alone, the technological prowess of the XX Heavenly Palace would undoubtedly advance significantly, potentially even enabling the development of new spatial weapons. At this thought, a glint of excitement flashed in Minglong's eyes. Welcome everyone. An unfamiliar voice rang out, startling all present. Following the source of the sound, they saw a handsome young man with pointed ears standing before them. He wore a deep green robe, and his body faintly emitted a glow. It was merely a projection. Judging by his ears, he must be from the Wraith Witch clan. Minglong stared intently at the projection. Who are you? The young man spoke unhurriedly. You may call me Carl. I am the intelligent core of this warship. Feng Yang's eyes were filled with vigilance. What is your purpose in bringing us here? The projection smiled. Everyone, please don't be alarmed. The experimental subjects and the lightning earlier were all my doing, intended to attract you all here. He paused. If you pass the trials, this warship left by the Wraith Witch clan, and everything within it will be yours. So those ghostly figures were indeed creations of the Wraith Witch clan. But releasing those monsters just to lure people, Qin Shang found it somewhat baffling. Yet he was more intrigued by the latter part. Pass the trial and obtain the treasures of the Wraith Witch clan. The Wraith Witch clan had been extinct for over 10,000 years. Was this intelligent core seeking an heir for their technology and treasures? If passing the trial meant acquiring the warship and everything inside, likely including numerous rare weapons and potions, Qin Shang felt a surge of excitement. Before the trial begins, Minglong said with a malicious grin, could we first settle our conflict? Of course. Carl nodded with a smile. Once you have resolved your differences, I will elaborate on the trial. With that, Carl's figure gradually became translucent and eventually vanished. Qin Shang and his team watched Minglong warily. What do you intend? Jiang Bin's expression turned fierce. Naturally, to eliminate you and claim this Wraith Witch clan warship. Minglong let out a strange laugh. Regardless of the trial's nature, it was best to dispose of these troublesome Red Kill Corps members first to avoid unnecessary complications later. He tilted his head slightly toward the 2 behind him. Gui Sha, Lai Kong, eliminate them. Gui Sha and Lai Kong bared ferocious smiles. Lai Kong planted his feet firmly. Then his body began to rapidly expand, ultimately transforming into a formidable rock giant, exuding an intimidating aura. He stomped his massive foot onto the ground, causing the metal floor to thunder. With a low growl, he charged toward Qin Shang. Jiang Bin rushed to the front. Let me handle him. His eyes blazed with ferocity. His body began to swell, but Jiang Bin's muscles took on a metallic sheen under the lights, transforming him into a 2.5 turtle giant. Jiang Bin's ability was steelization, coating his skin in steel to significantly enhance defense and attack power. As a level 4 high-tier ability user, his robust physique further amplified his steelization, allowing him to fight level 5 mutated beasts alone. The steel giant charged at Guisha. The two titans collided, producing a thunderous explosion. The impact sent hundreds of power light orbs scattering from their bodies. Qin Shang immediately chose to collect them. Both Guisha and Jiang Bin were strength-based ability users, their clash a direct and primal contest of power. Guisha raised his massive fist, wildly hammering at the steel giant before him. Jiang Bin crossed his arms to block the enormous fist, striking his steel arms with a series of sharp metallic clangs. The force behind those fists was terrifying. After several blows, Jiang Bin began to falter, forced to one knee by the immense pressure, the metal floor beneath him buckling. Guisha's ugly face beamed with triumph as he let out a raucous laugh. Ha! Trying to stop me? You're no match. With that, he kicked Jiang Bin in the abdomen. The force sent Jiang Bin flying several meters, his body scraping against the metal floor in a shower of sparks. He steadied himself, hand on his knee. Zhou Yi sighed helplessly. Why act the hero alone? Are you alright? Jiang Bin wiped the blood from his mouth. I'm fine. Feng Yang drew her curved blade from her waist. Let's attack together. She glanced at Ming Long, who stood by watching, seemingly uninclined to join the fray, but they had to remain vigilant. She leaped into the air, swinging her blade in a single slash. A crescent of light shot forth at incredible speed. Guisha had no time to dodge as the light blade struck his neck. Rocks flew as Guisha stumbled back, clutching his neck. Blood seeped from beneath the rocky surface of his neck. His face was a mask of disbelief. That strike had pierced the rock layer on his skin and hit his neck. This woman's power was not to be underestimated. Qin Shang was equally stunned. Feng Yang's ability is light. The light ability was also a top-tier power, second only to spatial abilities. Since arriving in this world, Qin Shang had never encountered it before. Like Ling Kong, Feng Yang entered the Crimson Kill Legion with top marks. After joining, her strength surged to an astonishing level, advancing at an extraordinary pace. She once led her squad to kill a level 6 mutated beast, standing just one step away from earning the title of Azure Flame Commander. Feng Yang's face was icy as she slashed out blades of light, their speed blinding. As Guisha transformed into a rock giant, his agility waned. The light blade struck his body, sending rocks flying and cutting through to the flesh beneath, blood spattering. Both Guisha and Feng Yang were level 4 high-rank psychics, but in this battle Feng Yang utterly dominated him, leaving no room for counterattack. Jiang Bin and Zhou Yi watched Feng Yang's ferocious assault in awe. The captain's power has grown again. Jiang Bin felt a surge of satisfaction seeing the rock giant helpless. Just then Qin Shang noticed a peculiar orb of light fall from Feng Yang. He quickly picked it up. Ding! Acquisition successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the light psychic ability. Qin Shang was overjoyed. Could the light ability really be so easily acquired? Guisha realized defeat was inevitable. Roaring, he charged through countless blades of light toward Feng Yang, raising his fist to strike her down. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Bin, now a steel giant, rammed into Guisha like a mountain. The immense force dissipated the power in Guisha's fist, sending his massive body stumbling back. Feng Yang channeled the light ability into her curved blade, charging it before unleashing a more powerful light slash. One strike carved a massive wound into the rock giant's abdomen, cutting deep into flesh. Had the rocky shell not provided protection, the blow would have cleaved him in two. Guisha howled in agony. On the other side, Lai Kong did not stand idle. He channeled his psychic ability, his body undergoing a grotesque transformation, turning blood red. A plant burst from the ground beneath his feet. A blood-red mutated flora that instantly covered hundreds of meters in a domain-level ability. Qin Shang was astonished. Lai Kong possessed such power. His psychic ability to control plants when cultivated to the domain level allowed him to command all vegetation within a radius of hundreds of meters. Tear them apart. Lai Kong shouted in excitement as the plants came alive, writhing and lunging at Qin Shang and his team. Like the flora of the blood plains, they grew, eyes and sharp, thorns grotesque and repulsive. Zhou Yi, who had remained silent, finally spoke two cold words: dissolve. Instantly a current of air radiated from Zhou Yi, spreading outward. The blood-red plants that came into contact with it let out piercing wails, then disintegrated into nothingness. Lan Wei joined Zhou Yi against Lai Kong. Seizing the moment, she teleported beside him, thrusting her long sword toward his. Her spatial ability caught Lai Kong off guard, but he reacted swiftly, commanding the mutated plants to strike. Their branches whipped against Lan Wei's sword, producing a resonant hum. The next second, the blood-red plants twisted their branches, revealing sharp fangs as they lunged at Lan Wei. She teleported away to evade. Qin Shang unleashed the power of earth. Suddenly, Lai Kong felt a crushing pressure. He pushed back, infusing energy into the surrounding plants, which swelled and launched a fiercer assault. Qin Shang activated repulsion, and the monstrous plants were flung back upon approach. As Lai Kong focused on Qin Shang, Lan Wei teleported behind him again, a blazing white light surging. Gripping her sword, she swung down, but he blocked it at the last second. He swung his arm horizontally, striking the flat of her blade. Lai Kong shuddered inwardly. These two psychics were troublesome, especially the spatial one. Lucky he was quick. In the next instant, Qin Shang's energy surged violently, maximizing the power of repulsion and gravity. Lai Kong felt his organs plummet uncontrollably as his body was crushed, immobilized. Then Qin Shang's fist descended. Bang! With the force of a cannonball, it struck Lai Kong's chest, leaving a deep indentation. The surrounding plants were flattened by the shock. Amplified by repulsion, the punch sent Lai Kong flying dozens of meters, crushing a swath of blood-red plants that emitted mournful cries. Lai Kong lay on the ground vomiting blood, his eyes fixed on Qin Shang with venomous hatred. But his body convulsed uncontrollably. He had lost the ability to fight. The outcome was sealed. On the other side, Feng Yang's group had also ended their battle. Guisha was no match for her, and with Jiang Bin and Zhou Yi's aid, he was suppressed throughout, his rocky shell, shattered skin covered in wounds, blood streaming. A gruesome sight. Useless wretches. Ming Long, who had been watching, glared fiercely as both subordinates fell. He had assumed these level 4 psychics would be easy prey for Guisha and Lai Kong, but he had underestimated Qin Shang and his team. Feng Yang sensed the danger first. Not good. Ming Long is about to act. Unlike the previous fights, Ming Long's power was unfathomable. He had single-handedly broken through the Crimson Kill Legion's encirclement and killed 2 level 5 psychics. Guisha and Lai Kong could be handled together, but against Ming Long, even the 5 of them combined might not stand a chance. Feng Yang's brow furrowed. She grasped her sword hilt, slowly drawing the curved blade, her eyes fixed on Ming Long's movements. His hunched form suddenly straightened, and in the next instant he appeared before Jiang Bin. Jiang Bin had barely heard the captain's warning when the ghost-faced mask loomed before him, its dark crimson patterns ear. Jiang Bin reacted quickly, throwing a punch at Ming Long. Reinforced by his steel shell, the strike carried immense power, the air around his fist seeming to warp. Ming Long extended a withered hand, palm open, and caught Jiang Bin's fist effortlessly. The tremendous force seemed to disperse on contact, his hand not trembling in the slightest. If not for their knowledge of Jiang Bin's strength, everyone would have thought him too weak. But Jiang Bin was a high-level 4th-tier psion, and his punch carried 1,000 gene of force, yet it was effortlessly blocked by Ming Long with a single hand. Then Ming Long seized Jiang Bin's fist and gently pulled it to the left. Jiang Bin lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Then Ming Long seized Jiang Bin's fist and gently pulled it to the left. Jiang Bin lost his balance and crashed to the ground, his massive body striking the floor with a thunderous boom. Ming Long lifted a foot and stepped on Jiang Bin's arm, and a crisp sound of bone shattering followed. Jiang Bin let out a pained scream. With his other arm, he grabbed Ming Long's ankle, trying to move the foot, but no matter how hard he struggled, Ming Long's foot remained immovable. Jiang Bin's steel body was as fragile as a clay figurine under Ming Long's foot. Ming Long sneered disdainfully. Those who oppose the Immortal Palace only have one path, death. You'd be better off abandoning the darkness and joining the Immortal Palace. I might show you some leniency. Enraged, Jiang Bin cursed, "Pa, it's you who should abandon the darkness." Beneath the ghost mask, Ming Long's face darkened. He lifted his foot and kicked Jiang Bin in the chest. Jiang Bin spat out a mouthful of blood, sliding dozens of meters backward from the force, his heavy steel body scraping sparks across the metal floor as he writhed on the ground. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Steel-eyed Jiang Bin could directly battle 5th-tier mutant beasts, yet he was effortlessly defeated by Ming Long with a single punch and kick. Ming Long's strength was utterly overwhelming. Guisha and Lai Kong, who were watching from the sidelines while clutching their wounds, were exhilarated. Having just been beaten by Qin Shang and the others, they now eagerly awaited Ming Long slaughtering them all. Ming Long's strength far surpassed theirs. To hold the position of steward in the Immortal Palace, his power was unfathomable. Feng Yang gripped his curved blade tightly. Everyone attacked together. Zhou Yi's usually lazy expression vanished as he gathered his power. Dissolve. A stream of white smoke emanated from him, forming a white mist. Zhou Yi's ability was dissolution. This white mist could dissolve anything. But Ming Long didn't give him a chance to use his ability. Almost at the same moment, Ming Long appeared before Zhou Yi, reaching out with a withered hand. A blinding blade of light appeared in the distance. Sensing it, Ming Long quickly withdrew his hand. Feng Yang swung his curved blade again, and in an instant countless light blades filled the air, all flying toward Ming Long. But in the next second, the light vanished entirely. Ming Long's face darkened as he stepped back a few paces. A gash had been cut in his black robe. Feng Yang's ability was light-based psionics, and he could also use light to create illusions, confusing enemies and launching surprise attacks. This caught Ming Long off guard. Light-based psionics were quite rare. However, the previous strike had only cut his robe. Feng Yang attacked again, instantly splitting into dozens of figures in the air. Dozens of Feng Yangs raised their curved blades and slashed at Ming Long, but only one was real. The rest were mere illusions, incapable of causing substantial harm, serving only to confuse the enemy. At that moment, Ming Long couldn't tell which was the real Feng Yang. Hundreds of light blades flew toward him from all sides. Some struck him and disappeared, making it hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. He could only dodge by instinct. Meanwhile, Qin Shang activated his earth power, using gravity to compress and restrict Ming Long's movements. Feng Yang secretly gathered strength and unleashed another light-based skill. Instantly, the area around Ming Long turned into a pitch-black zone devoid of any light. Seizing the moment, Qin Shang immediately used his ice psionics. Pale blue cold air formed in the atmosphere, turning into snakes that rushed into the dark zone to entangle Ming Long. The sound of ice crystallizing echoed. After a few seconds, the dark zone returned to normal, and light gradually ceased. Everyone saw that Ming Long had been frozen inside a massive ice crystal glistening under the lights. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Bin asked skeptically, "Is it over?" But Qin Shang noticed that Guicha and Lai Kong in the distance looked relaxed as if waiting for a good show. He realized things might not be that simple. No, keep an eye on Minglong. In the next second, Minglong's body began to transform. Hard scales grew all over him, tearing through his clothes. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded. His expanding frame burst through the ice layer and kept growing. Massive muscles bulged, and a pair of huge black horns sprouted from his head. The ghost mask had long been shattered, revealing a green-faced fanged visage beneath. Qin Shang and the others gasped at the sight. Minglong could no longer be called a human. His body was covered in hard-scale armor. A pair of enormous black horns grew from his head, and he stood over 20 meters tall, bearing no resemblance to a human. Everyone was stunned. Minglong possessed such power. While some psions could alter their appearance, it was always based on a humanoid form. They had never seen an ability like Minglong's which allowed a complete transformation into another creature. He now looked more like a massive mutant beast. Minglong raised his front claw and examined his sharp talons. I've suffered from a strange illness since childhood. I was born with a deformity, abandoned by my parents. Later, the great immortal god brought me to the immortal palace and gave me this immense power with a drop of his blood. The immortal god was the leader of the immortal palace. Among anti-human organizations, he was a presence too powerful to ignore, which was why the immortal palace had grown into such a formidable force. The World Top 100 rankings did not include members of these anti-human organizations, but if the immortal god were listed, he would undoubtedly rank among the top few. His strength was unfathomable. No one knew how powerful he truly was. All the high-level psions who had crossed him had perished, making the immortal god a very mysterious figure. Moreover, the immortal god seemed to possess more than just immense power. A single drop of his blood could transform Minglong into such a monster. Facing such a terrifying monster, even the usually calm Feng Yang lost her composure. She had led teams to kill 6th-tier mutant beasts without fear, but now she felt her hand trembling as it gripped the blade. Minglong's blood-red eyes roamed over everyone's faces before finally settling on Jiang Bin. It's you. Despite his massive size, Minglong moved with surprising agility. He extended a huge claw and grabbed Jiang Bin. Minglong's gaze wandered over the crowd, finally settling on Jiang Bin. His blood-red eyes gleamed with the predatory look of a hunter, and a smile curled upon his grotesque face. You're the one. The next second, his enormous claw shot straight toward Jiang Bin. Realizing the danger, Jiang Bin struggled to rise and dodge, but Minglong was too fast. The claw flashed past and seized Jiang Bin firmly. Up. Jiang Bin struggled desperately, but against such overwhelming power, his efforts could not budge Minglong's claw even a fraction. Blood seeped from his wounds under the intense struggle, dripping onto the ground. Seeing this, Feng Yang and Zhou Yi were filled with rage. A blazing white blade of light shot toward Minglong's eye, but he merely tilted his head slightly and dodged it with ease. The blade struck the hard scales on his head, leaving nothing but sparks from the friction. Zhou Yi also unleashed a dissolving mist that coiled around Minglong's legs, but the mist seemed to have no effect, leaving his legs completely unaffected. Guisha let out a wild laugh at the sight. Haha. Lord Minglong's strength is not something your petty tricks can handle. After his beast transformation, Minglong's power reached an exaggerated level capable of single-handedly contending with level 6 mutant beasts. In battles against the Crimson Kill Corps, he had devoured many level 5 psychics alive. Qin Shang was also astounded by Minglong's might. Even if all 5 of them attacked with full force, their chances of victory. Minglong laughed contemptuously, then tossed Jiang Bin into his mouth and began chewing. The crunch of bones and Jiang Bin's screams echoed in everyone's ears as blood trickled from the corner of Minglong's mouth. Lan Wei's face was filled with fury. This Minglong was a complete demon, devouring people alive. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, disbelief written all over his face. Jiang Bin had been eaten by Minglong just like that. Zhou Yi and Jiang Bin were the closest of friends. At this moment, Zhou Yi's emotions spiraled out of control. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burned with hatred. I will kill you. Zhou Yi, don't be impulsive. Feng Yang tried to stop him, but after the shock he had just endured, Zhou Yi was deaf to all reason. Minglong watched Zhou Yi charging toward him. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mass of flesh and blood that shot straight into Zhou Yi's chest. The immense force sent Zhou Yi flying dozens of meters before he crashed heavily to the ground, knocked unconscious. Qin Shang secretly tested his spatial ability and found that the warship seemed to be cut off from the outside world, making it impossible to teleport out using spatial powers. There was no escape now, they could only fight to the death. Qin Shang asked Feng Yang, "Senior Sister Feng, do you have any more powerful attack skills?" Feng Yang nodded. "Yes, but it takes time to execute. Given Minglong's abilities, he would surely dodge it in advance. Then he'll restrain him, and you strike directly at a vital point with your skill," Qin Shang said in a low voice. Qin Shang recalled the tactic he had used when supporting Stone Fortress City, coordinating with the might cannon. He would use his ability to control the mutant beast while the pilot fired the might cannon to pierce its head. The result had been highly effective, easily killing 2 powerful level 5 mutant beasts and earning Qin Shang a lot of energy and experience. Perhaps the same approach would work here. Qin Shang's skills specialized in control combined with Feng Yang's high damage attacks might just land a heavy blow on this monster. Besides, no other plan came to mind. A direct fight with their current strength would surely lead to defeat. Feng Yang was somewhat surprised. "Can you control it?" Qin Shang did not answer. He turned to Lan Wei behind him. "Stay by Senior Sister Feng's side. Don't follow me." Qin Shang's internal energy surged violently, and a bone-chilling cold radiated from his body, enveloping him. Under this chill, his body slowly transformed. By now, Minglong had shifted his gaze to Qin Shang. Having just devoured Jiang Bin's body, his face was drenched in blood, making his already hideous visage even more terrifying. Qin Shang's internal energy surged violently, and a bone-chilling cold radiated from his body, enveloping him. Under this chill, his body slowly transformed into an ice crystal form, then further into a turbid blue mist. Feng Yang was astonished. Qin Shang had mastered elementalization. Lan Wei was even more surprised. It had only been a little over a month since the new member trial at Mount Beiming, and Qin Shang had already grasped elementalization in such a short time. His rate of progress was unparalleled. Elementalization allowed the user to transform their body into an element. In this form, they were nearly immune to all physical attacks. For a monster like Minglong, physical attacks would certainly be his primary means of assault, giving Qin Shang a significant advantage. Having transformed into an elemental form, Qin Shang launched an ice storm that swept toward Minglong. Minglong raised his enormous claw and slashed at the storm, splitting it in two with immense force. But Qin Shang immediately merged back together like water, restoring his original form. The split ice storm quickly reformed, enveloping Minglong within it. The storm generated a piercing cold that seemed to freeze the very air inside. Minglong swung his massive claws within the storm, trying to find Qin Shang's figure, but all efforts were in vain. As time passed, the temperature inside the ice storm dropped lower, and Minglong's movements grew slower. A layer of ice crystals gradually formed on his body surface. Now, Qin Shang leaped out of the storm, reverting to his ice crystal human form. In the distance, Feng Yang had finished charging. Light particles rapidly gathered at her fingertips, forming a blazing white ray. This ray possessed immense destructive power and was Feng Yang's strongest skill. Almost at the same second, Qin Shang jumped out of the ice storm. The white ray shot from Feng Yang's fingertip, piercing through the air toward Minglong's left eye. Sensing the danger, Minglong tried to dodge, but the ice crystals bound his body. In that half-second delay, the ray penetrated the ice layer and struck his left eye. Minglong's left eye instantly burst, spraying white crystalline fragments. The ray pierced through the eyeball and struck his brain, causing his body to convulse violently. His remaining right eye dimmed, and his head drooped as if he had lost all life. Guisha and Lai Kong stared in horror. Lord Minglong. They couldn't believe Minglong had died like that. Feng Yang breathed a huge sigh of relief. That attack had drained most of her energy, but it was worth it to eliminate this. No. Qin Shang's expression turned grim. Minglong seemed not yet dead. Qin Shang's expression turned grim as he fixed his gaze on the nether dragon's body, a nagging suspicion that the creature would not perish so easily gnawed at him. Something's not right. Before his warning to Feng Yang could fully leave his lips, a surge of immense power erupted from the nether dragon's form, shattering the ice that encased it into 1,000 glittering shards. Get out of the way. Lan Wei shouted a frantic warning to Feng Yang. Though Feng Yang had already sensed the impending danger, the nether dragon's speed was far too swift. Before Feng Yang could teleport to safety, the nether dragon materialized before her. Blood still dripped from its left eye, making its already hideous visage even more terrifying. It lashed out with a kick, and Feng Yang, with no time to dodge, could only raise her crescent blade to block the assault. Yet the blade could not withstand such colossal force. Feng Yang was sent flying, her body hurtling dozens of meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. She spat a mouthful of blood, struggled weakly, and then fell into unconsciousness. Though the previous blow had not been fatal, it had cost the nether dragon its left eye. Consumed by rage, it see that it being so thoroughly humiliated by these mere level 4 ability users, and it yearned to deliver a final killing strike to Feng Yang. Qin Shang instantly activated his giant ability. His body began to swell rapidly. Having reached the 6th level, his giant power allowed him to enlarge not only himself, but also his weapons and clothing. Thus, while in his elemental form, he transformed into an ice giant towering 20 meters high. He clenched his hand, and a long ice spear materialized within his grasp. Channeling the power of the earth, he closed the distance to the nether dragon in an instant. Pouring all his strength into the ice spear, he thrust forward with ferocious intent. The giant ability had vastly amplified Qin Shang's power. This strike pierced through the scales on the nether dragon's body, sinking deep into its flesh. However, the creature's muscles were so dense that the ice spear became lodged mere inches in. The nether dragon spun around and drove a fist into Qin Shang's face. Cracks spiderwebbed across the icy surface, only to rapidly seal and restore themselves. Qin Shang staggered back from the force of the blow. Fortunately, he was in his elemental state, otherwise the sheer power of that punch would have spelled disaster. Enraged, the nether dragon abandoned Feng Yang to focus on Qin Shang. Their earlier exchange had proven Qin Shang to be a troublesome adversary. Qin Shang struck first. He invoked the power of the earth, channeling gravitational force into his arm. Then, wielding the ice spear with the Li Hui blade technique, he swung the immense weapon toward the nether dragon's face. A sharp, resounding crack echoed through the air. Many of the scales on the nether dragon's face shattered, but the ice spear itself exploded from the tremendous recoil. The nether dragon let out a thunderous roar, lunging forward to sink its jaws into Qin Shang's shoulder. Qin Shang raised his massive fist and smashed it into the nether dragon's face. The blow sent the creature stumbling back several steps, but its bite did not relent. It tore away a chunk of ice crystal. In his elemental form, Qin Shang felt no pain, and fresh ice crystals quickly regenerated on his shoulder. Guisha and Lai Kong watched in astonishment. This young man was actually holding his own against the Nether Dragon steward. Their battle was nothing short of primal and brutal. Lan Wei, however, was deeply worried. The Nether Dragon's strength was terrifying beyond imagination. Even with Feng Yang's light blade having struck its head, it still possessed such devastating power. Qin Shang was beginning to struggle. The Nether Dragon seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of health. No matter how fierce his attacks, they failed to inflict real damage. Simultaneously maintaining his elemental form and giant power consumed vast amounts of energy. Even standing still, he was rapidly depleting his reserves. If this continued, he would collapse from energy exhaustion long before the Nether Dragon could land a decisive blow. He teleported to Lan Wei's side, reverting to his normal size and deactivating his elemental form. A direct confrontation with the Nether Dragon was futile. Continuing the fight would only drain his energy to no avail. It was better to conserve his strength and devise another plan. The Nether Dragon pursued them relentlessly. Despite the intense battle it had just fought, its massive frame showed no sign. With Qin Shang back to normal size, the Nether Dragon once again held the advantage in stature. It raised a colossal foot, aiming to crush both Qin Shang and Lan Wei beneath it. A vast black shadow fell over them. Lan Wei grabbed Qin Shang's wrist and teleported them hundreds of meters away in an instant. Blinded by bloodlust, the Nether Dragon swiveled its head toward them and gave chase with astonishing speed, its enormous body no hindrance. They teleported again, this time appearing beside Gui Sha and Lai Kong. The duo was startled by their sudden arrival, a sense of dread washing over them. Qin Shang seized them and hurled them directly at the approaching Nether Dragon. Already grievously wounded, Gui Sha and Lai Kong were powerless to resist Qin Shang. They were flung into the air only to be caught by the Nether Dragon as it surged forward. Seeing that the Nether Dragon had caught them, they stammered, "Thank you, Steward Nether Dragon." But their bodies trembled uncontrollably, for they saw the crimson fury in its eyes, the gaze of a predator. "Steward Nether Dragon, it's us." Gui Sha and Lai Kong, sensing something was terribly wrong, cried out frantically, "You two worthless wretches. You can't even handle these people forcing me to intervene. It would be your honor to be devoured by." Malice twisted the Nether Dragon's face, the blood-red hue in its eyes deepening. Whether influenced by its bestial nature or not, it simply tossed Gui Sha and Lai Kong into its mouth and began to chew. Blood sprayed from its maw as it crunched down a few times before swallowing them whole. Qin Shang had only intended to use the two as a distraction to buy them more time to escape. He never anticipated that the Nether Dragon would simply devour its own subordinates. These anti-human organization members are all nothing but madmen. He recalled the incident at Baiming Mountain, where Hu Yin-Chi had merged with the blood-red giant tree, attempting to annihilate the Crimson Kill core within the mountain. Every member of these anti-human organizations was bloodthirsty and held human life in utter contempt. The Nether Dragon was even more brutal, capable of such atrocities against its own people. For now, they could use spatial abilities to evade the Nether Dragon's attacks. But if they couldn't escape the Witch Clan's worship, all their efforts would be in vain. Their energy reserves would eventually run dry, and Qin Shang, having just fought a fierce battle, had already expended a significant amount. He likely wouldn't last much longer. At that point, death would be their only option. Just as they were at their wits' end, Qin Shang suddenly felt a strange sensation. He looked down at the hand holding Lan Wei's. An inexplicable connection seemed to have formed between them. Lan Wei felt it too. She turned to him, astonishment shining in her eyes. Ability fusion. Ability fusion is an exceedingly rare phenomenon that occurs between two ability users who share the same power. As the name suggests, it signifies a connection between their abilities, leading to a synergistic effect, where the sum exceeds its parts, significantly enhancing both individuals' powers. However, ability fusion typically manifests in individuals with blood ties, especially among twins. Yet Qin Shang and Lan Wei shared no such lineage. How then could their abilities have merged? A sudden realization dawned on Qin Shang. His spatial ability had been scavenged from Lan Wei, originating from her. In this sense, it could be considered as stemming from the same source, thus boasting high compatibility and leading to the connection. Regardless of the reason, in this perilous moment, there was no time for further deliberation. "Let's unleash our spatial abilities together," he said. Qin Shang turned to Lan Wei. "Let's first see if there's a new skill." Lan Wei nodded, and with a flicker of her will, she activated her spatial power. The energy within Qin Shang and Lan Wei seemed to converge through their tightly clasped hands, giving rise to a as the Nether Dragon lunged again after devouring two of its minions. Qin Shang and Lan Wei jointly activated their spatial abilities. To their astonishment, they instantly teleported a full kilometer away, landing at the far end of the Sorcerer Tribe's starship. Had it not been for the vessel's internal confines, they might have traversed an even greater distance. Both Qin Shang and Lan Wei were overjoyed. The fusion of their energies had greatly amplified their spatial power, more than doubling their teleportation range. If the teleportation ability had been enhanced, perhaps the ability space had also improved. With this thought, a daring idea took shape in Qin Shang's mind. Should we try trapping the Nether Dragon inside the ability space? Qin Shang proposed. Lan Wei immediately grasped his intent. The Nether Dragon had caught up, roaring in fury as it extended its massive razor-sharp claws toward them. In the split second before the claws made contact, the two vanished. The Nether Dragon struck only empty air, stunned. Within the starship, it could no longer detect the presence of Qin Shang and Lan Wei, as if they had stepped into another dimension. Qin Shang and Lan Wei now found themselves within the ability space. In the pitch-black void, Lan Wei recalled their previous joint entry into this space, when they had hidden from a monster's assault. But this time was different. Now it was their turn to take the offensive against the creature. Qin Shang could bring Lan Wei into the ability space, and naturally, he could bring others as well. However, luring the Nether Dragon inside would not be so simple. Yet with their energies now intertwined, their spatial power had been vastly elevated, perhaps enough to drag the Nether Dragon into this alien space. With no other recourse, they had to take the gamble. Qin Shang and Lan Wei exerted their strength in unison, tearing a rift in the ability space. The Nether Dragon watched as a pitch-black fissure materialized in the air, and from it emanated a tremendous suction, pulling one of its arms inward and dragging it deeper. The Nether Dragon was dumbfounded. It had no idea what this was, but its innate sense of danger warned that this rift was no ordinary phenomenon. It stepped back, digging its sharp claws into the floor, and strained to wrench its arm free. Inside the ability space, Qin Shang and Lan Wei were also exerting themselves, pushing the suction force to its limits. Their internal energy drained at an alarming rate, yet if they could pull the Nether Dragon into the ability space, its doom would be sealed. Even if it didn't perish, trapping it inside would resolve the immediate crisis. But compared to the Nether Dragon, Qin Shang and Lan Wei's strength was clearly insufficient. Fine beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads as they remained locked in a stalemate, having only managed to pull in one arm. Seeing this, the Nether Dragon grew smug. "You're far from matching my strength." At that moment, a wisp of black gas emerged from the bottle on Qin Shang's chest. Within the ability space, it gradually coalesced into a colossal silhouette, transforming into a fortimaturtle demonic tree. Lan Wei was startled, thinking another monster had arrived. But the next second, she witnessed the demonic tree extend massive vines which coiled tightly around the Nether Dragon's trapped arm and pulled with immense force. The two sides had been evenly matched, but the demonic tree's intervention swiftly tipped the scales in Qin Shang's favor. The Nether Dragon felt the spatial suction intensify dramatically. A tremendous force was dragging it inward, and the ground beneath it began to give way. In the next instant, its entire massive body was yanked into the ability space. "Let's get out quickly." Qin Shang and Lan Wei rejoiced. The demonic tree obediently returned to the bottle, and together with Qin Shang they emerged back into the outside world. Trapped in the pitch-black ability space, the Nether Dragon was terrified. It extended its claws trying to seize them, but it was too late. No sooner had Qin Shang and Lan Wei exited than the rift swiftly sealed shut. The Nether Dragon's enormous arm, half extended, was severed cleanly by the closing rift. It crashed onto the metal floor with a deafening clang, blood gushing from the wound. Qin Shang was elated. The air within the ability space was thin, and no living creature could survive there for long. As long as the Nether Dragon lacked spatial abilities, its death was all but certain. Having weathered the recent ordeal, the tension between them eased. They sat on the ground, exhaling in relief. Qin Shang turned to Lan Wei, cupped her face, and planted a kiss on her. Lan Wei was both startled and bashful. "What are you doing?" Qin Shang watched her expression shift, his mood lifting. "You kissed me last time. Why can't I return the favor?" Lan Wei's face flushed crimson. She ignored him, and Qin Shang burst into laughter beside her. Meanwhile, inside the ability space, the Nether Dragon continued to roar furiously. But soon it felt the air growing thinner, its chest tightening, and a dread of death creeping over it. It had initially thought Qin Shang and Lan Wei merely intended to imprison it in this space, never expecting to meet. Terrified, the Nether Dragon began to negotiate. "If you let me out, I'll give you anything you desire." Receiving no response from outside, it continued, "It'll reveal the secrets of the undying celestial palace." The offer sounded tempting, but Qin Shang had no intention of releasing the Nether Dragon. Leaving such a formidable foe alive would only invite future trouble. Moreover, even if freed, the Nether Dragon might not honor its word. Instead, it could seek vengeance, or even kill them the moment it was released. And so Qin Shang and Lan Wei sat on the ground, quietly awaiting the Nether Dragon's demise. Qin Shang remained unmoved by the conditions set by Minglong. He and Lan Wei waited quietly outside for Minglong's demise. Since it was Qin Shang's ability space, he could clearly observe everything happening within. After a few minutes, Minglong had fallen into a coma, his body reverting to human form. Several more minutes passed, and a radiant energy cluster dropped from Minglong's form, confirming to Qin Shang that he was utterly dead. Ding. Acquisition successful. Strength 800. Ding. Acquisition successful. Agility 750. Ding. Acquisition successful. Spirit 1000. Ding. Acquisition successful. Experience 60,000. Ding. Acquisition successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Undying Blood. Ding. Acquisition successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Spiritual Energy Detector. The Spiritual Energy Detector resembled a compass. Unlike Qin Shang and his group, Minglong's party had used this detector to find the entrance to the alternate space. The instrument could detect different energy fluctuations in space, uncovering hidden spatial rifts to locate ancient relics. What exactly is this Undying Blood? Qin Shang was deeply curious. He recalled that Minglong's bestial transformation ability stemmed from a drop of the Undying God's blood. Could this be that very drop? Qin Shang gathered everything and prepared to take them back for thorough study. After collecting all the dropped items, Qin Shang stared at Minglong's corpse, still finding it hard to believe. They had actually defeated a steward of the Undying Celestial Palace. He wondered how many merit points this would earn them. Given Minglong's status, it should fetch a considerable amount. Having dealt with Minglong, Qin Shang and the others hurriedly checked on Feng Yang and Zhou Yi. Lan Wei retrieved medicine from her backpack. Specialty drugs of the Crimson Kill Legion that could swiftly heal any injury not involving severed limbs or vital organs. After taking the medicine, Feng Yang and Zhou Yi gradually regained consciousness, their faces filled with confusion, remembering nothing. Moments later, Feng Yang seemed to recall something and warily scanned the surroundings, searching for Minglong. Upon spotting the severed arm not far away, her face filled with shock, yet she still asked, "Where's Minglong?" Qin Shang and Lan Wei looked at her in silence, but the scene and their expressions made it clear that Minglong had been slain. Feng Yang was utterly incredulous. She certainly didn't believe Qin Shang and Lan Wei had the strength to kill Minglong. So how had the two of them managed it? Suddenly it struck her Lan Wei was the adopted daughter of the domain lock goddess and possessed spatial abilities. She might have a secret weapon with immense destructive power. Lan Wei must have used it to kill Minglong. If Lan Wei knew what Feng Yang was thinking, she would have secretly chuckled. After waking Zhou, he was deeply despondent. He had been close to Jiang Bin and had just witnessed him being devoured by Minglong, powerless to intervene. Recalling everything, his eyes were filled with sorrow. But joining the Crimson Kill Legion meant preparing for sacrifice, both for oneself and for comrades. Every mission of the Legion was perilous, with death a constant possibility. Just then the voice came again. "Have you all resolved your conflict?" It was Carl, the AI of this Wraith clan warship. When Qin Shang and the others first entered the ship, Carl had said they could settle their disputes first. Throughout their duel, he had observed without intervening, even as the ship was damaged, waiting until the fight ended. Qin Shang and his companions immediately grew wary. Carl had drawn them into the ship, and they still didn't know whether he was benevolent or malevolent. Seeing their tense demeanor, Carl smiled and said, "Please rest assured, it's a simple trial that won't take much of your time. If you pass, you'll gain this Wraith clan warship, including its technology and treasures, surely of great value to all of you." It sounded like a win-win proposition, but Qin Shang didn't let his guard down. After all, this was the Wraith clan that had created the corpse fiends. Carl appeared harmless, but Qin Shang hadn't forgotten that within this ship they were at its mercy. Even spatial abilities, though Carl hadn't mentioned consequences for failing the trial, they all understood that the Wraith clan's Carl might not be benevolent. Failing could mean death. "Are you all ready? Follow me." Carl led the way, and the group followed him through a metal door into a metal corridor. They traversed numerous corridors and doors before finally arriving at a grand hall. Carl stopped and turned to face them. "This is the trial site." Qin Shang looked around. The hall was filled with all sorts of strange instruments. "What is the trial?" Feng Yang spoke up. She had wanted to ask this from the start. "It's this," Carl said, pointing to an instrument in the hall. "This is a gene tester capable of measuring a person's genetic grade." Seeing the confusion on their faces, Carl explained, "Genetic grade is innate. It determines one's intelligence and talent. Genetic grade refers to the strength of a person's inherited genes. Even ordinary people have varying bloodline grade. Those with high genetic grades cultivate faster and possess greater talent. The top powerhouses on the world's 100-strong list all have formidable genetic grades, and their descendants inherit their genes naturally, resulting in superior grades as well. Cultivating to a certain level can also enhance one's genetic grade. Of course, genetic grade doesn't entirely determine one's achievements. Many with ordinary grades have gained considerable strength and success through hard work." Carl continued, "The trial is simple. Use this instrument to test your genetic grade. Those with high-grade genes pass." Feng Yang grew worried. What are the odds of someone having high-grade genes? According to statistics, 99% of the world's population has ordinary genes, not even reaching low-grade. 1 in 100,000 has low-grade genes, 1 in a million has mid-grade, and only 1 in 10 million might possess high-grade genes. Above that, only the world's top experts and their descendants have even higher grades. Hearing this, everyone felt a pang of concern. A 1 in 10 million chance of having high-grade genes was incredibly slim. And since Carl had said that only those with high-grade genes could pass the first trial, if none of the 4 of them had it, they wouldn't even get past this stage. The trial begins now. Who will go first? Carl still wore a smile. The 4 exchanged glances. Zhou Yi stepped forward, his face still pale from the medication he had taken not long ago. "Let me go first." He felt he hadn't contributed much during the battle against the Nether Dragon, so he volunteered to scout ahead, uncertain whether these instruments posed any danger. Following Carl's instructions, Zhou Yi stood at the designated spot. Carl manipulated the instrument's casing, and the beams of light scanned up and down Zhou Yi's body, and a needle extracted blood from his arm. Then strings of data appeared on a nearby screen, images flashing rapidly, as if calculating something. Moments later, the calculations ceased, the instrument's casing opened, and Zhou Yi stepped out. Everyone looked at Zhou Yi. He shook his head, slightly indicating nothing was wrong. Carl examined the results and shook his head. Low-grade gene. Disappointment rippled through the group, yet a low-grade gene occurred only once in 100,000 people. Zhou Yi's genes were already quite remarkable. Next was Feng Yang. She entered the instrument, and the screen once again churned with dense data calculations. Shortly after, the test ended, and she emerged. Everyone turned to Carl. Also a low-grade gene. Then came Qin Shang. The other 3 believed his gene grade would be high, perhaps even advanced. Qin Shang's heart was uneasy. Given his constant reliance on cheats, he ought to have a decent gene grade. Maybe, but he realized his progress and strength stemmed from those cheats, not innate talent or quick learning. Based on Carl's description, Qin Shang felt his chances were slim. After a series of procedures, Qin Shang stepped out. Everyone looked expectantly at Carl. Given how young Qin Shang is to have reached such strength, his gene grade can't be low. Feng Yang and Zhou Yi were certain. Even if not advanced, it should at least be intermediate. Lan Wei was also hopeful. Watching Qin Shang's astonishing progress in such a short time, she thought his talent was so high that he might indeed possess an advanced gene. Carl studied the test results, furrowed his brow, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. How is it? Zhou. Carl frowned. Qin Shang has only an ordinary bloodline, not even reaching the low-grade gene level. Qin Shang was somewhat taken aback, but having mentally prepared himself, he quickly accepted the reality. After all, his progress and strength largely relied on absorbing energy, and though he trained diligently without that energy boost, he wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. Compared to Qin Shang's composure, the others were utterly incredulous. His abilities were evident to all, including his elemental powers. Lan Wei was especially stunned. She had noted his progress since before entering the locked domain Celestial Palace. How could he be merely an ordinary bloodline? A low-grade gene occurred only once in 100,000 people. Qin Shang's genes were merely above average among ordinary humans. Psychic ability users could elevate their gene grade upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, but he had yet to attain that realm. Carl was also disappointed with these results. Among the four, two had low-grade genes, one ordinary, not even an intermediate grade. Though one person remained, the odds seemed slim. Finally, only Lan Wei was left. If none of the four possessed an advanced gene, the first trial would be a failure. But no one could determine their own gene grade. If none were advanced, there was no help for it. As for the consequences of failure, they would have to take things one step at a time. Qin Shang patted Lan Wei on the head. Go ahead, don't feel pressured. Lan Wei nodded and entered the testing instrument. The screen began its calculations once more. Everyone's heart was pounding. Zhou smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, I should have stopped them from seeking out these ancient ruins. We barely escaped the nether dragon only to fall into Carl's hands, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Feng Yang appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, she was calculating. She and Zhou had taken medicine and hadn't fully recovered. Though Qin Shang and Lan Wei seemed uninjured, the battle with the nether dragon must have drained most of their stamina. If Carl truly intended harm, Qin Shang was already contemplating how to escape the warship. If the test failed and Carl really meant to kill them and spatial abilities were unusable, he would have to try breaking out of the vessel. Just as each was lost in their own thoughts, Carl looked at the test results with a delighted expression. She has an advanced bloodline. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then broke into joyful smiles. Excellent. At that moment, Lan Wei stepped out of the testing instrument. There was a hint of triumph in her eyes as she looked at Qin Shang. He rarely saw such a lively expression on her face, and it lifted his spirits even more. Earlier, Qin Shang and the others had been overly worried about failing the trial. Upon reflection, Lan Wei was the most likely candidate for an advanced gene. Though Lan Wei was the adopted daughter of the locked domain martial god, she rarely met him. To have achieved such strength in her teens aside from her own efforts was inseparable from natural talent. Moreover, she was born with innate spatial ability. Lan Wei was the 1 in 10 million advanced gene holder. Carl smiled at Lan Wei. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Now, let's proceed to the second. After so many years, finally encountering an advanced gene holder filled him with joy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to follow Carl to the next trial location when he said, This young lady, come with me. The rest of you wait in this room. Hearing this, Qin Shang's expression darkened. No, I won't let Lan Wei go with you alone. If she were in danger and he wasn't by her side, he wouldn't be able to reach her in time. Lan Wei also looked at Carl, her face cold. If you dare harm my companion, I would rather give up the assessment. Carl looked somewhat helpless. Fine, you can come along with her. After waiting so many years for an advanced gene holder, he couldn't afford to let this go. Though she had only passed the first trial, it was better than nothing. Thus Carl turned and walked toward another metal door. Lan Wei and Qin Shang followed. Feng Yang and Zhou remained in the hall, but with Lan Wei present, Carl was unlikely to harm them. As long as Lan Wei passed the trial, they would be safe. So both silently prayed that she would succeed. Qin Shang and Lan Wei followed Carl into a room equally spacious, resembling a training chamber. This is the site of the second trial. Your challenge is to cultivate a secret art. If you succeed, this which worship will be you, Carl stated indifferently. Lan Wei and Qin Shang exchanged a glance. The second trial was indeed peculiar. No, the entire examination was strange. First a test of genetic rank, then the cultivation of a secret art. It seemed the witchcraft clan sought a powerful heir. Carl continued, 2 epochs ago our witchcraft clan was a renowned and mighty race possessing advanced technology and treasures. We had 200 such warships. 200. Qin Shang was astounded. With current technology, not even one witch warship could be built, and such a vessel required immense resources. The witchcraft clan possessed 200. Their power was unimaginable. Our clan was at its zenith. We then sought to create a perfect being with absolute power to counter potential calamity. Our researchers collected genes from various powerhouses, even studying their corpses in an attempt to forge a powerful genetic lineage. Eventually, we created a perfect being, which we named the Perfect God. As Carl spoke, his eyes brimmed with pride. He gazed into the distance, lost in recollection. Qin Shang and Lan Wei listened in silence. This ancient race from the third epoch had long faded into history. The Red Kill Legion's records only briefly mentioned that the witchcraft clan had delved into forbidden life research, but Carl now lifted the heavy veil of mystery. What followed you may have heard, Carl sighed. The Perfect God went rogue, using its immense power to wreak havoc, threatening. We sowed the seeds, and it was ours to reap. The witchcraft clan had to mobilize all its strength to hunt down but the Perfect God was too powerful, far exceeding our control. To slay it, the witchcraft clan lost many powerhouses and our warships were sunk one by one. We only barely defeated it. That battle drained our manpower and resources. Afterward, the witchcraft clan was no longer the dominant force it once was. We were suppressed by various powers, and ultimately like this warship we were buried by sand, and became history. As he spoke, Carl's face was etched with melancholy, his eyes tinged with nostalgia. Qin Shang and Lan Wei remained. The fall of a great clan was a lamentable tale, but in truth the witchcraft clan had brought it upon themselves. They created a being they could not control, leading to their own extinction. Moreover, before that they must have created many other monsters like the corpse demons in Baimao City, which claimed countless lives. In that light, the witchcraft clan deserved their fate. But Qin Shang noticed one detail. Carl said they had defeated the perfect god, not killed. Could it still be alive? For the mighty witchcraft clan to barely defeat it with all their strength, the perfect god's power must have been terrifying. Yet 2 epochs had passed, including cataclysmic disasters. The perfect god should have turned to dust long ago. No creature, no matter how powerful, could live that long. Though creating the perfect god brought us regret, it wasn't without gain. During its development, we studied the bloodlines of various powerhouses and devised a secret art capable of evolving one's bloodline, gradually approaching perfection. It is said that in the early first epoch, the giant race ruled. They were Earth's earliest humans, immensely powerful, capable of uprooting mountains with colossal physiques, commanding thunder and lightning. Upon reaching adulthood, they possessed the strength of a king-level powerhouse. All this was due to their powerful genetic bloodline, far superior to high-grade genes by countless orders of magnitude. Carl sighed, but the giant race's bloodline weakened with each generation, further diminished by numerous calamities. By your era, it has become extremely feeble. Even the peak of ordinary humans cannot match the innate strength of a newborn giant. Hearing this, Qin Shang was stunned. The ancient giant race's power was so exaggerated. Now king level was above 5th-tier psychics, and reaching king level was necessary to compete for the world's top 100. That meant in the first epoch, any random individual possessed strength above a 5th-tier psychic, and their powerhouses were leagues above the locked domain war god. Though the locked domain war god was humanity's current strongest, he might not even match an ordinary person from the first 4 epochs. Carl grew excited. The secret art our witchcraft clan developed, once mastered, can greatly enhance genetic rank, bringing one's bloodline closer to the giant races, or even surpassing them. The giant race possessed king-level strength upon adulthood, so their genes must have been extraordinarily powerful. If one could attain such a bloodline, they could likely cultivate to that level of strength, perhaps even surpass the giant race. Then even the locked domain war god might fall. Qin Shang was lost in thought, but Carl's next words doused his enthusiasm. However, the threshold for cultivating this secret art is high. One must be a psychic with a high-grade bloodline or above. That was why the first trial sought out high-grade gene carriers. Lan Wei asked nervously, "What will happen if I fail to cultivate it?" "Well, see then. You have 5 days to complete this final trial. If you succeed, this witch warship will be yours." Carl's face was calm, revealing no emotion, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. He remained silent about the consequences of failure, which made Qin Shang and Lan Wei uneasy. If she failed, Carl might very well leave them trapped in this warship forever. Carl pointed to the door of the training room. "The cultivation method for the secret art is in there. Good luck." With those words, his body gradually became transparent and then vanished. Carl had no fear of revealing the secret art to Qin Shang, as only high-grade genes could cultivate it. Qin Shang didn't even have low-grade genes, making it impossible for him to practice. And if Lan Wei failed, he naturally wouldn't let them leak the art. Qin Shang and Lan Wei hurried to the training room door. She had only 5 days to cultivate the secret art, not a moment. Qin Shang and Lan Wei hurried to the door of the cultivation chamber. Carl had only given them 5 days and time was pressing. They could not afford any delay. The door bore the inscription "Genetic Bloodline," the name of that secret art. It seemed somewhat ordinary, yet it directly pointed to the art's purpose, strengthening genes, making them more powerful, thereby attaining the abilities of the ancient giant race. Qin Shang carefully perused the text on the door. He realized that the genetic secret art and the psionic secret art were fundamentally similar. Both elevated the practitioner's foundational base, fortified their roots, broke through the limitations of their innate conditions, and allowed their strength to soar to greater heights. Qin Shang finished browsing through the genetic secret art, and a prompt sound echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the genetic secret art." Hearing this, Qin Shang was taken aback. Had he mastered it just like that? He found it somewhat amusing and frustrating. A secret art with such a high threshold, and he had learned it simply by reading through it. After all, the cultivation requirement for the genetic secret art was a high-level gene. He himself was far from even a low-level gene, yet he had somehow mastered it. Qin Shang had originally thought that a secret art with such restrictions would not be as easy to learn as other skills and arts, but in reality, he had picked it up as effortlessly as any ordinary skill. Restrictions be damned. I still learn it at a glance. Qin Shang felt that this setup was practically the hallmark of a satisfying story. Without a word, he sat down at the back, his mood complicated. Seeing the expression on Qin Shang's face, Lan Wei mistakenly thought he was upset because he couldn't cultivate the art. She came over to comfort him. "I'll work hard to master it. We will definitely get out of here alive." Qin Shang smiled and nodded. "I believe in you. But don't push yourself too hard. Do your best, and it's okay if you can't master it." "I've already mastered it, so we're sure to get out," he said to himself. He decided not to tell Lan Wei for now. If she could master it, that would be a good thing. The genetic secret art greatly enhanced one's own genes. If she couldn't, it didn't matter. She could take her time practicing once they were out. Moreover, Carl was a sentient AI with complete knowledge of their every move. He might be observing them from somewhere even now. It was better not to reveal his achievement prematurely. This genetic secret art was a technique to elevate bloodline genes. The perfect god had evolved to the point of destroying the powerful witch clan through this very art. With it, Qin Shang believed his strength would soon see a massive boost. He decided to use this time to upgrade the genetic secret art. The more powerful a skill, the more experience points it required. Thus, leveling up the genetic secret art demanded tens of thousands of experience points. Fortunately, after arriving in Baimao City, Qin Shang had slain a large number of corpse demons, and earlier, he had killed the nether dragon. Combined with his previous kills, he had accumulated a vast amount of experience. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained genetic secret art LV. 1. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained genetic secret art LV. 2. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained genetic secret art LV. 3. Qin Shang raised the genetic secret art to level 3 in one go, consuming a considerable amount of experience points. However, since he had accumulated a substantial reserve, it was not a significant problem. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lan Wei had been diligently cultivating the genetic secret art, but she was still lacking the final touch. Anxiety gnawed at her heart. The genetic secret art was extremely difficult, and 5 days were truly too few. If only she had been given a few more days, the outcome would have been different. Carl arrived, punctually ready to inspect the cultivation results. 5 days are up. Now let's test whether you have achieved the initial stage of the genetic secret art. Lan Wei's face was full of apprehension. Seeing her like this, Qin Shang patted her head. Don't be nervous. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Then he gave her a mysterious smile. Lan Wei instantly felt much more at ease. Though she didn't know why Qin Shang was so confident, she trusted him. The ground in the middle of the cultivation chamber split apart on both sides, and a metal platform rose from below. On it lay the corpse of a massive, mutated tiger. The body was stiff, appearing to have been dead for some time. A huge bloody hole in its head suggested it had been killed with a single blow. This is a level 5 mutant beast. Your task is to extract the bloodline power from its body. If you succeed, you pass the test, Carl stated flatly. Lan Wei took a deep breath, placed her palm on the mutant tiger's head, and attempted to extract the beast's bloodline power. Carl observed the mutant tiger. Its body showed no signs of change. Time ticked by second after second. Lan Wei had still not managed to extract the bloodline power. The disappointment on his face grew more and more evident. After a few minutes, he sighed and said, alas, a high-level gene is merely the threshold for cultivation. Lan Wei silently withdrew her hand, her face etched with dejection. Suddenly, a hand grasped hers. She looked up. It was Qin Shang. Without a word, Qin Shang took Lan Wei's hand and gently pressed it onto the mutant tiger's head. Lan Wei was puzzled, unsure of what he was doing. Carl also furrowed his brow. But the next second, Lan Wei felt a strange energy transmitting from Qin Shang's hand through hers into the mutant beast's body. Then a red mist rose from the mutant tiger's corpse. Its bloodline power had been extracted. Lan Wei's eyes widened. You mastered it. Seeing the astonished expression on Lan Wei's face, Qin Shang couldn't help but laugh. I told you, with me here, there's nothing to worry about. He looked smug. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me nervous all this time. Lan Wei's face was flushed with mock anger, but a smile played on her lips. Now there was nothing to fear. Qin Shang turned to look at Carl. So, have we passed the test? At this moment, Carl's face was filled with disbelief. Qin Shang felt a secret thrill. The cultivation condition for the genetic secret art is a high-level gene. You haven't even reached a low-level gene. How is this possible? Carl exclaimed in astonishment. Because I am exceptionally gifted, Qin Shang said without a hint of embarrassment. He placed his other hand on the mutant tiger's head as well. A thicker red mist emanated, continuously pouring into Qin Shang's palm. He absorbed the bloodline power, using it to enhance his own. Carl watched his movements. This is indeed bloodline power. Moreover, Qin Shang's skill appeared far beyond the initial stage. It was already quite fluid. Though Carl still found it hard to believe the evidence lay before his eyes. Carl watched as Qin Shang extracted the entire bloodline power of the giant mutant tiger. He finally spoke slowly. You have passed the test. From now on, this witch clan worship belongs to you. Carl greets his master. With that, Carl bowed respectfully to Qin Shang. Now the witch clan worship officially belonged to Qin Shang. Carl bowed to Qin Shang with reverence. This witchcraft worship now belongs to you. Carl greets his master. Qin Shang and Lan Wei were overjoyed. First, tell me about this worship, Qin Shang said to Carl. Yes, Carl nodded. This witchcraft worship is equipped with cultivation chambers, laboratories, and all kinds of facilities. It boasts an advanced defense system. Although most of its weapons were destroyed during the battle against the perfect god, it remains operational. Its combat power is sufficient to kill Beast King-level mutant beasts without issue. While it cannot slay a beast god, it can easily inflict severe injuries, and its defense is flawless. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang was thrilled. The witchcraft worship was indeed formidable, capable of contending with beast kings and beast gods. Then Carl added, however, the worship currently has very little energy left. If operated at full capacity, it will be depleted soon. You should find some energy stones to replenish it. Qin Shang nodded. The Crimson Kill Legion should have energy stones, but given the warship's immense size, it would require a substantial amount. Carl continued, additionally, there are remains of many witchcraft clan elders aboard. You can extract their bloodline power. He paused. These elders volunteered. They left this inheritance for the warship's successor. You need not bear any psychological burden. Qin Shang nodded. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. Then take me there. Carl led them into a metal hall. To Qin Shang's astonishment, the hall was filled with numerous glass coffins, each containing the remains of witchcraft clan elders. According to Carl, after the witchcraft clans declined, they took refuge in this alternate dimension. However, due to reproduction issues, the race eventually went extinct. Before the last witchcraft clan member died, he set up a trial, leaving the witchcraft worship for someone with a high-level bloodline, along with the cultivation method of the gene's secret art, ensuring the clan's techniques and abilities could be inherited. These remains had been specially treated and placed in custom-made containers, remaining undecayed even after 2 epochs. Qin Shang began to apply the gene's secret art to the remains. Red mist was continuously extracted and channeled. Qin Shang was astonished to discover that the bloodline power of these witchcraft clan elders was comparable to that of the 5th-level mutant beast he had encountered earlier. As he extracted one bloodline after another, he felt the energy within him undergoing a transformation. Carl had mentioned that since the giant clan of the 1st epoch human bloodlines had been progressively diluted, thus ordinary people of the 3rd epoch's witchcraft clan were far stronger than those of the current 5th epoch. Among these elders, almost all possessed low-level bloodlines. After extracting the bloodline power of 10 witchcraft clan members, Qin Shang's gene level rose to low-level gene. He was immensely excited. Since these elders all had low-level genes, his gene evolution progressed rapidly. At this rate, he believed he was not far from reaching high-level genes. As time passed, bloodline after bloodline was extracted and Qin Shang's genes advanced swiftly. He felt that the energy within him was now vastly different from before. Carl watched with great anticipation. There are 300 witchcraft clan remains here, more than enough for you to reach high-level genes and perhaps even achieve royal-level bloodline. In the past, very few witchcraft clan members possessed royal-level genes. You might attain royal-level genes today. Qin Shang's gene level continued to rise. As time passed, he had already reached high-level genes, and his gene level was high-level bloodlines were already extremely rare, appearing in only 1 in 10 million people. Those above high-level genes were even rarer, attainable only by powerful cultivators who trained their bloodlines to higher levels. Among ordinary people, the highest level was high-level genes like Lon Weiss, but even that was exceedingly scarce. Above high-level genes was royal-level genes, which in ancient races were typically possessed only by royal family members. Higher still was divine-level genes, likely exclusive to the giant clan of the 1st epoch. Finally, Qin Shang extracted the bloodline power of the last witchcraft clan remains. By then, a tremendous change had occurred within him. He felt every drop of blood in his body brimming with power, energy surging wildly, and his blood vessels seemed barely able to contain the overwhelming force. Qin Shang sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and slowly absorbed the bloodline power within him. At that moment, a series of images flashed through his mind. He saw humans clad in animal skins wielding clubs, groups in strange attire, and colossal figures running across the earth. Memories from his bloodline, echoes of an ancient era. Lan Wei noticed Qin Shang's body beginning to sweat profusely and his expression growing increasingly grave. Worried, she asked, "Is he all right?" Carl, standing nearby, looked on with eager anticipation. "Don't worry. He is undergoing bloodline evolution, advancing to a higher gene level. In our witchcraft clan, the highest level was only royal-level genes held by royalty, but he might achieve an even higher bloodline." Meanwhile, Qin Shang saw a golden giant, standing 100 meters tall, radiating dazzling golden light. Every movement unleashed immense power, as if capable of shaking the world, reminding him of the superpowered giants in mythology. Lan Wei saw a blinding golden light emanating from Qin Shang's body and felt an overwhelming pressure, the powerful aura radiating from him. Then Qin Shang slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the changes in his body, astonished. Is this the same ability as the golden giant I saw? Through his bloodline memories, Qin Shang had witnessed many ancient humans and fierce beasts. Among them, the golden giant was the most powerful, possessing the strength to split heaven and earth. When entering the invincible body state, his entire form radiated golden light, rendering him impervious to any attack. He clenched his fist, and a series of cracking sounds erupted. Qin Shang was stunned. His current power was on an entirely different level from before. Even the slightest movement produced astonishing explosive force. The strength between his fingers. But that's not all. Qin Shang took out a small knife and stabbed it forcefully into his palm. The moment the sharp blade touched his hand, it shattered into pieces. In the invincible body state, Qin Shang became impervious to blades and bullets. Upon entering this state, all his physical attributes were greatly enhanced, and his defensive capabilities were beyond compare. Furthermore, this ability would grow stronger with the power of his bloodline. If Qin Shang were to achieve divine-level genes, its might would be unimaginable. Under the Overlord state, Qin Shang had already attained strength comparable to a 5th-level psionicist, with his defensive capabilities greatly enhanced. Carl, observing Qin Shang's current state, respectfully said to him, "Congratulations, master." Lan Wei was also delighted, and a sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Qin Shang could one day surpass the locked domain war god. Qin Shang looked around the hall filled with the remains of the witchcraft clan's ancestors. These remains had significantly strengthened his genetic rank, and the witchcraft worship had become his own possession. He had gained immense benefits from the witchcraft clan. With this in mind, he asked Carl, "Does the witchcraft clan have any unfulfilled wishes?" Carl nodded. Before the last witchcraft clan member died, he said that the clan's decline and destruction were caused by the god of perfection. He hoped that whoever inherited the witchcraft worship would slay the god of perfection in their stead, avenging the clan's annihilation. Qin Shang suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Months ago, he had obtained the treasury of the Crimson Fiend Demon Lord and promised to challenge the Locked Domain War God in his place. Now he had promised the Witchcraft clan to slay the God of Perfection. Qin Shang helplessly rubbed his forehead. He seemed to frequently make such incredibly difficult promises. The God of Perfection had managed to destroy the mighty Witchcraft clan, its power far surpassing that of ordinary 6th-level mutated beasts, and even exceeding that of the Beast God. However, the God of Perfection was a monster from 2 epochs ago. After such a long time it might have already died, so it could be temporarily disregarded. After a moment, Qin Shang and the others prepared to leave. The Witchcraft warship possessed space-folding technology, allowing it to shrink and be stored in the psionic space. Quite convenient. Qin Shang first had Carl teleport the two of them outside. Standing there, the Witchcraft warship's hull appeared to be only about 500 meters long, but its interior area was far larger. Carl detached the warship from the soil, and it gradually shrank to about 60 meters in midair. Qin Shang opened his psionic space, but suddenly remembered something. Feng Yang and Zhou Yi are still inside the warship. They had nearly forgotten that the two were still waiting for them in the hall with the genetic testing device, so they quickly teleported them out. Feng Yang and Zhou Yi, looking dazed, saw the change in their surroundings and were overjoyed. Have we come out of the Witchcraft warship? Qin Shang smiled and nodded. We can leave now. Feng Yang guessed that their safe exit must have been due to Qin Shang passing the trials, but both she and Zhou Yi tactfully refrained from asking further. The spatial rifts above the warship were still there, so they quickly crawled through one. Immediately, the dizzying sensation returned. A few seconds later, their bodies gradually sensed the surroundings. A cold wind blew, and they found themselves back in the outside world covered in snow, standing in a corner of Baimao City. Everyone was overjoyed. Those rifts were indeed the exit. They had successfully escaped from the blood-colored alternate. Before they could celebrate, they saw a group of people rushing toward them from a distant street, all dressed in black uniforms. As they drew closer, they could see a cyan badge on the chest of the leading man. Qin Shang was surprised. Had the Crimson Kill Legion sent these people to rescue them? But soon he realized their intentions were. A team of 7 arrived before Qin Shang and the others. The middle-aged man at the front looked surprised. Have you entered an ancient ruin? He wore a cyan flame badge on his chest indicating he was a 5th-level psionicist. The people behind him were also astonished. They had just seen Qin Shang's group appear out of nowhere, meaning they had emerged from an Executive Zhou Yi recognized the leading man. This middle-aged man called Executive Zhao was named Zhao Cheng. After obtaining the cyan flame badge, he chose to stay in the Crimson Kill Legion as an executive. Executive Zhao recognized Zhou Yi. It's Zhou Yi. After you took on the mission, you disappeared for so long. The higher-ups sent us to investigate Baimao City. So did you just come out of an ancient ruin? Executive Zhao steered the conversation back to the ruin. Yes, Zhou Yi answered truthfully. We discovered the ruins of the Witchcraft clan. A flash of surprise lit up Executive Zhao's eyes, but he quickly forced himself to stay calm. Any gains? Qin Shang nodded. We found some Witchcraft clan technology potions and weapon blueprints. Qin Shang did not mention the Witchcraft warship. He had no intention of handing over the entire vessel. It possessed formidable defensive capabilities and might prove useful in the future. The Witchcraft clan's technology and blueprints were of little use to Qin Shang. He secretly made a copy and planned to submit the originals to the Crimson Kill Legion in exchange for merit points. This way he would suffer no loss and still gain merit. A win-win situation. Hearing this, Executive Zhao's face was filled with delight. Technology and blueprints were valuable assets to the Crimson Kill Legion, especially those of the Witchcraft clan, a powerful race that had perished in the 3rd epoch, rumored to possess many advanced technologies and weapons. You've rendered great service. Executive Zhao's joy was unmistakable. You've all worked hard. You can hand these items over to me, and I'll submit them and put in a good word for you. Hearing the latter part, Qin Shang sensed that Executive Zhao's motives were impure. He wanted Qin Shang to hand over the treasures to him, clearly intending to claim a share of the credit. They had fought desperately against the Nether Dragon inside the Witchcraft warship without Executive Zhao's presence, and now that the ordeal was over and the treasures were in hand, this group wanted to horn in on the credit. Utterly shameless. Qin Shang's expression turned cold. No need to trouble yourself, Executive Zhao. We will submit them directly to the Council of Elders when we return. The 5 of them had fought tooth and nail against the Nether Dragon inside the warship, and Zhang Bin had tragically died at its claws. He was willing to share the merit with Feng Yang and Zhou Yi, but as for Executive Zhao, who had done nothing to help and only sought to reap benefits, he would not agree. At these words, Executive Zhao's expression changed instantly. The members behind him immediately turned hostile. Kid, you're a new member of the Crimson Kill Legion, aren't you? Don't you know who Executive Zhao is? Executive Zhao has earned the Cyan Flame Badge and still serves the Legion for humanity's sake. Deigning to speak with you is already an honor. Hand over the treasures and Executive Zhao will put in a good word for you before the elders. You'll get your share of the benefits. The people behind Zhao Cheng urged Qin Shang to surrender the treasures. Their thinking was simple. Once Executive Zhao returned and claimed he had discovered the ruin, he would give them hush money. Although they wouldn't get merit points, they could at least skim some profit. Qin Shang looked at them with a surge of disgust. These people had abandoned all pretense of dignity in their scramble for credit, and granting them membership in the Crimson Kill Legion was a sheer waste of such a privilege. Steward Zhao wore a genial expression, but his tone was icy. Hand over those treasures to me quickly. Such precious items are too valuable for you to safeguard. It would be a pity if you lost them on the way. His words carried an unmistakable threat, infuriating everyone present. These people were even more detestable than those from the Eternal Celestial Palace. Feng Yang tightened his grip on his weapon, but he was wary of Steward Zhao's strength. Zhao had possessed the Azure Flame Metal for a decade, reaching the mid-level of the 5th rank. Combined with the Crimson Kill Legion members behind him, their chances of victory seemed slim. Get lost now, or we'll leave you to feed the zombies in Baimao City. Qin Shang sneered, disgusted by Steward Zhao's hypocritical demeanor. At these words, the members behind Zhao Cheng burst into laughter as if they had heard a joke. He told us to get lost. He also said he'd feed us to the zombies, ha ha. Considering you're a newcomer, we seniors will teach you how to show respect. They all deemed Qin Shang overly arrogant. Those who joined the Crimson Kill Legion were naturally prodigies from various regions, but in this place every genius had their edges smoothed down. A smirk curled at the corner of Steward Zhao's mouth. I didn't want to resort to violence, but you forced my hand. Let's just pretend we never found you. If they killed Qin Shang and the others seized the treasures of the witchcraft tribe and returned, they could claim they never found Qin Shang's group, or that they were slain by monsters in the ruins, leaving the treasures as his own hard-earned spoils. What do you think you're doing? Zhou Yi's face darkened as he noticed Steward Zhao's men gradually encircling them. Feng Yang tightened his grip on the curved blade at his waist, though a flicker of unease stirred within him. Steward Zhao's strength undoubtedly surpassed theirs, and in a real fight, they might not gain the upper hand. Steward Zhao bared a vicious grin, radiating an imposing aura that forced Feng Yang and Zhou Yi to clutch their weapons tighter. The might of a 5th-rank superhuman was no joke. They could directly contend with 6th-rank mutated beasts. Let me teach you that the strong must never be humiliated. Steward Zhao set, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he regarded Qin Shang and the others like prey. Qin Shang sneered in reply, I welcome your instruction. Previously, he would have been no match for a 5th-rank superhuman and could only rely on his spatial ability to flee. But times had changed and now he felt no fear. Qin Shang entered a state of dominance, his bloodline power erupting as energy surged within him. Then a golden radiance enveloped his entire body, and the formidable aura he emitted seemed to stir the very air around him. Steward Zhao was stunned at the sight. What kind of ability is this? He had never encountered such a power before. Was it a defensive superpower? It even imposed a faint pressure on him. Qin Shang sneered inwardly. You provincial fool, of course you've never seen. Feng Yang and Zhou Yi were equally astonished by Qin Shang's transformation. When had he learned such a skill? But Steward Zhao quickly reverted to a fierce glare. Young man, don't think you can provoke me with some random tricks. Let me show you the true power of a 5th-rank superhuman. Steward Zhao struck first. Having evolved to the 5th rank over a decade ago, his strength was formidable. With a single punch, he triggered a series of sonic booms, and even before the fist landed, a tremendous force surged toward Qin Shang. Qin Shang stood his ground, his body gleaming with golden light like a war deity. He did not dodge, but simply threw a punch to meet Steward Zhao's fist. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous blast. The immense forces clashed, generating a powerful shockwave that sent those nearby stumbling backward, unable to open their eyes. The falling snowflakes caught in this force were instantly shattered into fine powder, and the snow beneath their feet cratered deeply. Steward Zhao felt an overwhelming, irresistible power surge from his fist through his entire body, forcing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. The members beside him stared in disbelief. This kid had actually forced Steward Zhao to retreat repeatedly. Wasn't he a rookie who just joined the Crimson Kill Legion? How could he possess such immense strength? Feng Yang and Zhou Yi were also dumbfounded. What had Qin Shang gone through to reach such a terrifying level of power in such a short time? Only Lan Wei remained calm, quietly watching Qin Shang from a distance, confident that with his current abilities, defeating Steward Zhao would be no problem. Qin Shang rejoiced inwardly. Was this the power of royal-grade genes? A single punch could repel a 5th-rank superhuman. What kind of terrifying force would divine grade bring? Steward Zhao was now furious and humiliated. He had boasted about teaching Qin Shang a lesson only to be driven back on the first exchange. Feeling insulted, he pushed his power to the limit. In the next instant, a purple light enveloped him, crackling with tiny lightning bolts. He transformed into a massive bolt of lightning, charging at Qin Shang. Seeing this, Qin Shang's battle spirit ignited, a trace of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, causing the snow beneath to cave in. He charged headlong into the purple lightning. Boom! Gold and purple collided. The purple lightning instantly expanded, engulfing Qin Shang. Within was blinding electricity, its searing heat seemingly intent on reducing him to ashes. Even a 5th-rank mutated beast could not withstand such force. Yet in his dominant state, Qin Shang only felt a mild sting. This level of attack couldn't harm him. Qin Shang rolled his neck. It was his turn now. Die! He roared, his right fist slamming into Steward Zhao like a cannonball. Steward Zhao felt as though a barrage of cannonballs was relentlessly hammering him. The purple lightning on his surface trembled violently, on the verge of dissipating. With each blow, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Qin Shang struck repeatedly, his swift fists pounding Steward Zhao's chest with force exceeding 1,000 jin, each causing the man to vomit blood continuously. Steward Zhao was astounded. How could this kid be so overwhelmingly powerful? As Qin Shang's assault grew fiercer, he realized that Qin Shang might be intent on killing him. It was all a misunderstanding. Why don't we stop and make peace? Steward Zhao cried out, lowering his head in surrender. Make peace? Qin Shang's eyes flashed with sharpness. That's not what you said just now. Just now. It was all a misunderstanding. Let's stop. Stop and make peace. Steward Zhao, realizing he was at a disadvantage while Qin Shang's attacks showed no sign of abating, cried out for mercy. Stopped. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes. That's not what you were saying just now. Before his words faded, he channeled the power of the earth, imbuing his fist with repulsive force. He threw a punch, and the gleaming fist pierced through the purple lightning layer enveloping Steward Zhao's body, driving straight into his chest. The immense power, reinforced by repulsion, tore through his flesh, blasting a hole through Steward Zhao's torso. Steward Zhao looked down at his chest in disbelief, blood streaming from his mouth. How is this possible? Qin Shang did not immediately withdraw his fist. Instead, he activated his genetic secret art, beginning to extract the bloodline power within Steward Zhao's body. The bloodline of a fifth-tier psychic could not go to waste. After a moment, Qin Shang pulled out his fist and cast Steward Zhao's corpse aside. His right fist, stained with blood, steamed in the cold air as crimson droplets fell. He turned to face Steward Zhao's followers, murderous intent burning in his eyes. At that moment, Qin Shang appeared as a bloodthirsty demon. Those men had long been terrified, huddling together in fear. One psychic collapsed onto the ground, stammering, "It was Steward Zhao who wanted to kill you, not us." Qin Shang let out a cold laugh. "Weren't you laughing heartily, trying to wash your hands of this so quickly?" With Steward Zhao dealt with, these men were as easy for him to crush as ants. He grabbed two of them by the necks, and with a slight squeeze their necks twisted, bones shattered, and they expired without a sound. "Run, go back and tell the elders he slaughtered our men." The remaining few, trembling in terror, instinctively bolted. But they could never outpace Qin Shang. Activating the power of the earth, Qin Shang closed the distance in a single stride. In moments, the rest lay dead on. The snow-white ground was soon stained entirely crimson with blood. The surrounding buildings, as if struck by artillery, had been reduced to rubble covered in scorched black marks. A scene of utter devastation. Feng Yang and Zhou Yi were stunned by the battle they had just witnessed. Their gazes toward Qin Shang now held a hint of fear. The brutality of his fight was too horrific. Lan Wei, however, was unperturbed. She knew Qin Shang was neither bloodthirsty nor cold-hearted. He only killed those who deserved death, and in times of danger, he always struck first to protect his companions. Qin Shang deactivated his Overlord state and rested briefly. The Overlord state was a skill that consumed immense energy. "Let's head back. Pretend we never saw them," Qin Shang said calmly. Feng Yang and Zhou Yi naturally nodded obediently. Baimao City was remote, and this was a secluded corner of it. No one would have witnessed Qin Shang killing Steward Zhao and his men. They could simply pretend it never happened. With the bodies left here, they would likely be devoured by zombies and ghouls, so there was no need to dispose of the evidence. Not long after Qin Shang and his group left, the thick scent of blood attracted a horde of zombies. They pounced on the corpses and began tearing into them. The flesh of Red Kill Corps members was a rare delicacy for these zombies. The group followed Qin Shang out of the city, heading straight to where he had parked. When he had come to Baimao City, worried for Lan Wei's safety, he had bought a car. It had been parked at the city gate for some time, and most of the vehicle was buried under snow. They cleared the snow, got in, and drove back to the Fortress of Immortality. 2 days later, the car rolled through the gates of the Fortress of Immortality. Everyone sighed inwardly. After all they had been through, they had finally returned. Feng Yang and Zhou Yi's mouths twitched. They had originally gone to Baimao City for a mission, accidentally stumbled into the Witch Phantom clan's alternate dimension, discovered ancient ruins, fought desperately with the Nether Dragon on the warship, and then been trapped inside. Now at last they were back at the Fortress of Immortality. Thinking of Jiang Bin, Zhou Yi's mood grew heavy. He had gone out on the mission with Jiang Bin, but now he had returned alone. Zhou Yi felt moisture welling in his eyes. He looked up at the snow outside the window, falling thick and heavy. The four of them went directly to the mission hall. The elder in charge of registration looked surprised to see them. "You finally returned. What took you so long? The higher-ups sent Zhao Cheng to look for you. Didn't you run into him?" Zhou Yi's expression shifted slightly. Of course they had run into him. Qin Shang had killed every last one of them. But no one would believe that a fifth-tier psychic who had earned the blue flame medal could be killed by a new member who had only been in the Corps for a little over a month. Qin Shang remained calm. "We didn't meet him. We were trapped in ancient ruins, so it took us longer. You discovered..." The elder's eyes lit up with delight, momentarily forgetting about Zhao Cheng. Qin Shang nodded. "We accidentally entered an alternate dimension and found the ruins of the Witch Phantom clan. We also uncovered some advanced technology and blueprints. Would like to hand them over to the Red Kill Corps." Upon hearing about advanced technology, the elder could no longer sit still. "You can hand those items over to me now. They'll submit them on your behalf and have them assessed. You'll receive corresponding merit points." Qin Shang took out a USB drive and handed it to the elder. Inside was data on the Witch Phantom clan's technology, copied by Carl. Here in the Fortress of Immortality, the elder would not try to take credit like Zhao Cheng had. After turning over the treasures, Qin Shang and his group returned to their quarters to rest. After all these days, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Meanwhile, in an office, a bespectacled man browsed through the Witch Phantom clan technology data submitted by Qin Shang, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Spirit body conversion technology, quantum conversion. He laughed heartily. Although most of the technology here pertained to genetic modification, there was still plenty of useful knowledge. They've done a great service. Soon Qin Shang was summoned back to the mission hall. The white-haired elder had returned with news. The elder smiled. "The items you brought back are of considerable value. Many of the technologies are highly useful to the Red Kill Corps. After evaluation, the elders have decided to award you 100,000 merit points." Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. He knew the Witch Phantom Clan's technology was immensely valuable, but he hadn't expected it to fetch so many merit points. A single bottle of Overlord Blood Potion cost only 1,000 merit points. What had once seemed an unattainable number was now within easy reach. Qin Shang felt a surge of satisfaction. In addition, Qin Shang had completed his mission killing hundreds of ghouls for a total of 1,500 merit points. With the new member trial bonus, triple the reward for a first mission, that came to 4,500 merit points. Even after sharing some merit points with Feng Yang and the others, the amount remaining was still substantial. Qin Shang felt a little lightheaded with elation. Qin Shang allocated 20,000 merit points to Feng Yang and Zhou Yi. Although the witch warship belonged to Qin Shang and the technology and treasures naturally followed suit, they had contributed significantly during the battle against the Nether Dragon. Thus it was only fitting to reward them with merit points, and 10,000 each was already a generous sum. Forlorn Wei Qin Shang directly granted her 40,000 merit points, enough to purchase a full set of weapons and equipment. Qin Shang then began browsing the treasures of the Crimson Kill Legion himself. Having earned so many merit points, he intended to reward himself handsomely. He had no need for battle armor, as his current indestructible body skill could easily withstand attacks from a 5th-tier evolver offering even greater defense than the Poison Sun Garment. Suddenly Qin Shang's eyes lit up as he spotted a treasure, the XX bomb. This was also a relic unearthed from ancient ruins, possessing immense power with an explosive radius of approximately 100 meters, capable of even dealing with 6th-tier mutant beasts. Of course, this bomb had a significant drawback. Its large blast radius required careful attention to the thrower's safety, ensuring they retreated to a secure distance. However, if hurled at a mutant beast from afar, the beast would detect it in advance and easily evade. Especially those 6th-tier mutant beasts whose speed was astonishing could effortlessly dodge such powerful yet inflexible weapons. Hence, in previous cooperative battles, Qin Shang's role in restraining the beasts to prevent their escape was indispensable. Yet this drawback posed no issue for Qin Shang. He could detonate the bomb mid-combat and retreat into his ability space, or teleport the bomb directly beside the mutant beast. His teleportation range already exceeded 100 meters, making such distances trivial. This bomb was far more practical than imagined. Qin Shang checked the price: 2,000 merit points per bomb, double the cost of the indestructible body potion. As a single-use consumable, it was exorbitantly expensive. However, the bomb's power could directly target 6th-tier mutant beasts, yielding energy experience points and dropped items from such formidable foes, making it a worthwhile investment. Qin Shang purchased 10 bombs outright. Few could afford such a bulk given the price, which was a substantial sum even for him. Yet enticed by their immense destructive capability, he spared no expense. The high-efficiency recovery potion, the same type Lan Wei had given to Feng Yang and the others, could rapidly heal all injuries except those to the heart, brain, or severed limbs. Such a practical potion was naturally not cheap, costing 500 merit points per bottle. Qin Shang bought 5. Considering the witch warship needed energy replenishment, Qin Shang also purchased 10,000 merit points worth of energy stones, which should significantly refuel the vessel. After the purchases, Qin Shang had only a little over 10,000 merit points left. With no immediate needs, he decided to save them for future use. He used the energy stones to charge the witch warship. 10,000 merit points worth only filled 50% of its capacity, prompting Qin Shang to silently lament how costly it was to maintain the vessel. Qin Shang opened the energy attribute panel. After his trip to Baimao City, his experience points had accumulated to several 100,000, so he decided to upgrade his skills. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining light ability LV2. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining light ability LV3. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining light ability LV4. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining light ability LV7. Qin Shang boosted his light ability all the way to level 7 in one go. During the battle aboard the witch warship, he had witnessed its power. Feng Yang had nearly single-handedly defeated the petrified Geisha and later unleashed tremendous force against the Nether Dragon. Had the dragon's abilities not been so absurd, that strike might have been fatal. Moreover, Qin Shang realized that all his offensive skills were primarily physical, lacking in lethal power. This light ability possessed formidable destructive potential and would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Upon completing the upgrades, Qin Shang immediately sensed the enhanced potency of the light ability. The light ability allowed him to create illusions using light, conceal himself by refracting light rays, and at level 7 unlocked a powerful attack skill, condensing ambient light and internal energy into a lethal beam to eliminate enemies. Similar to the Might Cannon of Shurgang City, this light-based attack traveled at incredible speed. Without preemptive evasion, it was nearly impossible to dodge. The beam could effortlessly penetrate a meter-thick metal wall. Qin Shang named this skill Annihilation Ray. With several 100,000 experience points remaining, Qin Shang decided to upgrade his ability art. As a fundamental skill tied to internal energy storage, a higher-level ability art allowed for greater energy reserves, essential for energy-draining abilities like elementalization and indestructible body. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining ability art LV6. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining ability art LV7. Raising the ability art to level 7, Qin Shang felt like a living energy reservoir. His storage capacity had expanded, with cellular energy reserves increasing at least fourfold, bringing his physique to the level of a 5th-tier ability user. With such formidable energy, he could sustain his elementalization ability for much longer, enabling him to face powerful foes like the Nether Dragon Hedon. The upgrade to the ability art marked a qualitative leap in Qin Shang's strength. Now aside from Lan Wei Fengyang and Zhou Yi, no one knew that Qin Shang had reached the strength of a 5th-tier ability user capable of easily defeating mid-5th-tier opponents like Supervisor Zhao. Another month passed swiftly. During this time, Qin Shang did not confine himself to the training room as before, yet his progress was remarkably rapid, reaching the peak of 4th tier. This was naturally due to his elevated gene level. Originally, Qin Shang's gene level had not even reached the low grade, only slightly above that of an ordinary person. Now, however, he possessed a royal grade gene, a rarity, even among the Witch clan of the 2nd epoch, reserved solely for royalty. A higher gene level meant greater talent, enabling such astonishing progress. In a single day, Qin Shang's advancement could rival half a month's effort for an ordinary ability user. Of course, a low gene level did not spell failure, but possessing a high-grade gene certainly made improvement far easier. Beyond the enhancement of his strength during this month, the bond between Qin Shang and Lan Wei gradually deepened. Worried that Lan Wei would venture alone into the perilous Baimao city, and after experiencing so much within the aberrant space of the Witch clan, Lan Wei's feelings for Qin Shang grew even stronger. Qin Shang pondered their future, but Lan Wei was the adopted daughter of the Lock Domain War God, and he wondered if the Lock Domain War God would accept him. He tentatively asked Lan Wei, "Do you think the Lock Domain War God would agree if I proposed marriage?" Lan Wei's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, but a playful smile danced on her face. "My foster father said that to marry me, you must surpass her in strength." Hearing this, Qin Shang's mouth twitched. Defeating the Lock Domain War God was no simple feat. Although he had progressed rapidly recently and possessed a royal grade gene ensuring his future strength would eventually surpass hers, it was not something achievable in a short time. But Qin Shang was not in a hurry, though he could take things slowly. Both he and Lan Wei were still young. Suddenly Lan Wei recalled something and said to Qin Shang, "The day after tomorrow, I must return to Rihue City. My foster father said she will take me on a training journey." "A training journey? That's wonderful. Your strength will surely improve greatly." Qin Shang was genuinely happy for Lan Wei. According to Lan Wei, her relationship with the Lock Domain War God was not close, they rarely even met. The Lock Domain War God was perpetually in seclusion, never taking disciples, and never instructing the juniors of the Lock Domain Heavenly Palace. Taking Lan Wei for training was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Moreover, as humanity's strongest warrior, the Lock Domain War God's journey for training was a significant event. "Where is the Lock Domain War God taking you for training?" Qin Shang asked curiously. "A place worthy of the Lock Domain War God's training must be extraordinary." "To the moon. My foster father said she discovered an ancient site suitable for my training there last time, so she plans to." Qin Shang was astounded. Truly, humanity's strongest warrior chose an extraordinary place for training. But he also noted a crucial point. There were ancient ruins on the moon. Humanity from the previous 4 epochs was far more advanced than the present, possessing superior technology, so it was not surprising that they left relics on the moon. The Lock Domain War God, now powerful enough to reach the moon with her physical body alone, would ensure Lan Wei's safety during their training. Moreover, the lunar ruins were undoubtedly unique, promising a transformative leap in Lan Wei's strength. However, the Lock Domain War God's sudden emergence from seclusion for training gave Qin Shang an uneasy feeling. Could it portend something? Was a major event imminent? This was the 5th epoch on Earth. The previous 4 had all perished in cataclysms, even the mighty giant race of the 1st epoch. Would the fragile 5th epoch escape a similar fate? Though far from the advancement of the earlier epochs, the 5th epoch had already witnessed the outbreak of the zombie crisis, and no one could predict what else the future held. In such a world, survival was impossible without strength. Regardless of what lay ahead, enhancing one's power was always wise. Before the inevitable apocalyptic disaster that spared no one, many things might still unfold. Qin Shang decided to embark on his own training journey. Qin Shang was not content with his current power. Although at his peak, he could rival a 5th-level Esper, it was not enough. He still had immense room for improvement and could not afford to stagnate. 2 days later, Lan Wei left the Fortress of Immortality and returned to Rihue City, accompanying the Lock Domain War God to train on the moon. After bidding farewell to Lan Wei, Qin Shang entered the witch worship. "Carl, is there a suitable place for me to train?" Qin Shang inquired of Carl, the ship's AI, who surely possessed vast knowledge. Carl pondered for a moment. "Given your current strength, Master, I recommend the Dark Nether Forest. Once one of the world's most dangerous places, it served as a trial ground for many races during the 3rd epoch." Qin Shang had heard of the Dark Nether Forest. A forest existing since the 3rd epoch, it was a forbidden zone in North Continent. Each epoch's cataclysm would annihilate all civilizations and species, resetting the world for the next cycle. Yet the Dark Nether Forest had persisted from the 3rd epoch, spanning 2 cataclysms. Legend had it that countless ferocious beasts dwelled within, with 6th-level mutant beasts being common, and even beast kings and beast gods lurking in the forest. Having endured for so long through 2 apocalyptic events, the Dark Nether Forest must conceal secrets, possibly treasures and mysteries from the 3rd and 4th epochs. The Dark Nether Forest it is. Qin Shang decided at once. The next morning, he packed his belongings and set off for the Dark Nether Forest. The Dark Nether Forest, perpetually shrouded in darkness, covered a terrifyingly vast area. No one knew how many beasts it harbored. It was a forbidden zone in North Continent, avoided by all except the world's top 100 powerhouses. Qin Shang dared to venture there for training only because of his spatial ability. Many beasts from the 100 Beasts list resided here, and the concentration of mutant beasts filled the air, with zombie virus instantly infecting any ordinary human who approached. A few days later, Qin Shang stood at the edge of the dark nether forest. Before him lay an endless expanse of towering trees dozens of meters high, forming a colossal woodland. A black mist, the airborne zombie virus, enveloped the forest, lethal to ordinary humans, but a boon for mutant beasts, accelerating their evolution. Peering into the forest, he could only see the giant trees. His vision was blocked by darkness after a short distance. Sunlight could not penetrate the forest, where the virus concentration was so high that even espers risked infection. Thus Qin Shang brought ample virus serum. The serum's effect was time-limited, requiring a dose at regular intervals. If bitten by a zombie, immediate administration of the serum offered a chance of survival. However, the serum was exorbitantly expensive, affordable only to espers or wealthy families. Qin Shang first consumed a vial of virus serum before stepping into the dark nether forest. Were anyone to witness a 4th-level esper daring to enter alone, they would surely deem it suicidal. Not to mention a 4th-level esper, even a team of 5th-level espers might not return alive from this forest. Qin Shang slowly ventured deeper into the dark nether forest. The farther he went from the entrance, the dimmer the light became. However, with his 5th-level esper constitution, seeing clearly was not an issue. Half an hour after entering the dark nether forest, Qin Shang encountered his first monster. Qin Shang ventured deeper into the forest. As he advanced further, sunlight grew scarce and visibility dimmed, yet this posed no challenge for his physique fortified by 5th-level psionic secret arts. After walking for half an hour, Qin Shang encountered his first monster. Qin Shang spotted a mutated leopard perched on a branch not far away. The beast was enormous, measuring about 5 meters in length, and had evolved to the 4th level. The moment Qin Shang laid eyes on it, the mutated leopard instantly sensed his presence. It alertly opened its eyes, their jade-green gleam strikingly vivid in the darkness. In the next second, the mutated leopard vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind Qin Shang. It lunged at his neck with its gaping maw. Qin Shang reacted swiftly, teleporting a meter away to evade the attack, while simultaneously delivering a punch to its throat. Yet as his fist struck the mutated leopard, it instantly transformed into a shadowy mass, his fist cutting through the air as if striking nothing. This astonished Qin Shang. The mutated beast possessed a special ability to conceal its body within darkness, and the environment of the dark abyss forest greatly favored it. The mutated leopard lurked within the shadows. Qin Shang understood it was biding its time to strike from the darkness, but he had no intention of giving it that chance. He drew the alloy blade from his waist and infused it with his light psionic power. The blade instantly radiated a blazing white light, illuminating an area of over 10 meters and dispelling the darkness. The beast hidden in the shadows was blinded by the sudden intense light, letting out a pained low growl. This revealed its location to Qin Shang. He raised his alloy blade and teleported before the mutated leopard. Before it could react, he swung the blade down, severing its massive head. The enormous head was cleanly cut off and rolled to the ground. Qin Shang gazed at the still glowing alloy blade in his hand. Upgrading the light psionic power really paid off. It's practically the perfect counter to the dark abyss forest. He was elated. The mutated beasts in the forest had long lived in darkness, and the blazing white light was inherently lethal to them. As long as he could stun them for a moment like the mutated leopard, he could swiftly sever their heads. An energy orb dropped beside the mutated leopard's corpse. Qin Shang walked over and chose to pick it up. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 200. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 150. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience 6,000. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations on obtaining a 4th-level mutated energy core. Qin Shang suddenly recalled something. He walked over, pressed his palm against the mutated leopard's head, and began to refine its bloodline power. A red mist rose, and pure bloodline energy flowed into Qin Shang's body. It seems I chose the right place. Qin Shang was overjoyed. This forest teemed with countless high-level mutated beasts that could serve as nourishment to enhance his bloodline power. With the light psionic power to counter them, his cultivation here would surely yield tremendous progress. Over the following days, Qin Shang began hunting mutated beasts in the dark abyss forest. In a single day, he killed 8 4th-level mutated beasts, reaping great rewards. He felt his bloodline power grow stronger. However, remaining constantly alert in this dark environment was mentally taxing. Amid the forest saturated with zombie virus, the mutated beasts had also been strengthened, making them harder to deal with than those outside. Moreover, Qin Shang had to be wary of other monsters lurking in the shadows, keeping his nerves perpetually taut. Qin Shang casually found a tree, laid down beneath it to rest, and instructed the demon tree to keep watch. After resting for just an hour, he felt the bottle on his chest tremble violently. It was the demon tree's warning. Qin Shang immediately became alert. Something was wrong. He remained still on the ground, controlling his light psionic power to refract the light rays. Through this, he saw a massive mutated black wolf stealthily approaching him from behind a large tree nearby. The mutated wolf approached Qin Shang silently, making no sound. It noticed him lying motionless on the ground, seemingly asleep. A flicker of excitement gleamed in its eyes as it prepared to bite off his head. Qin Shang lay still. Perfect chance to test a new light psionic skill. He secretly activated his light psionic power, causing the surrounding light to warp. Vision depends on light, and by controlling it, Qin Shang could create illusions to confuse his opponent and strike at the opportune moment. Thus, in the mutated wolf's eyes, Qin Shang remained lying motionless on the ground. In reality, he had already stood up, alloy blade in hand, ready to swing and sever its head as it approached. The mutated black wolf crept closer to Qin Shang's position. When it was just 2 meters away, it let out a low growl and lunged, its gaping maw filled with dense, sharp teeth, aiming for the Qin Shang on the ground. But the moment it made contact with Qin Shang, the illusion vanished and the mutated wolf pounced on empty air. Its keen instincts warned it of danger, and it tried to turn and flee, but it was too late. Its neck was exposed before Qin Shang, who swung his alloy blade in a swift motion, severing the wolf's head. This strike, empowered by his internal energy, carried immense explosive force, cleanly decapitating the massive 8-meter-long mutated black wolf. With the aid of his light psionic power, Qin Shang effortlessly killed this 4th-level mutated beast. His mastery of the light power now surpassed Feng Yang's, as he had directly elevated it to the 7th level through experience points, making it easy to use light to create illusions and slay beasts. Qin Shang stretched lazily. Can't even get a decent sleep in this wretched place. He walked over to refine the bloodline power from the mutated black wolf's body, then moved to another spot to continue resting. With the demon tree keeping watch, Qin Shang didn't have to worry about mutated beasts while resting. Even if one occasionally launched a sneak attack, the demon tree would promptly wake him. Thus, Qin Shang continued hunting mutated beasts in the dark abyss forest. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed since he entered the forest. His gains were substantial. He had killed numerous high-level beasts and collected plenty of energy and experience. Now his strength was nearing the peak of the 4th level. That day, Qin Shang decided to venture deeper into the dark abyss forest. The beasts on the outskirts were never as formidable as those within. So far, he had only encountered 4th and 5th level mutated beasts, and he wanted to try his hand at killing a 6th level one. Just then, the necklace on Qin Shang's chest trembled violently. A vine extended from it, pointing in a certain direction, and as it detected something unusual, Qin Shang decided to investigate that direction. After the fusion of the demon tree and the poison sun garment, it became exceptionally sensitive to dark matter. It was by following the demon tree's guidance that they had located the scattered corpse demons in Baimao City, and now it seemed to have sensed another powerful mutated beast. Qin Shang strode in that direction, manipulating light to inspect the shadows around him, guarding against ambushes. This refraction of light allowed him to see everything in his surroundings with ease, as if he had obtained a god's eye view. After venturing deeper for some distance, the vines trembled with increasing intensity. Qin Shang knew he was drawing closer to the creature. He halted, employing his light ability to scout the situation ahead. He directed the light to surge forward, swiftly weaving through the towering trees, and glimpsed the scene hundreds of meters away. A colossal, mutated ape paced in a clearing among the trees. This beast was immense, standing over 20 meters tall, its body entirely black save for a small patch of golden fur atop its head. It exuded an aura of dominance with every step. Dark gold demon ape. Qin Shang recognized the creature. It was a formidable mutated beast ranked 91st on the 100 beasts list. This species possessed devastating lethal power, ranking among the top 5 of all ape-type mutated beasts. Qin Shang also noticed a layer of black qi enveloping the dark gold ape. The qi churned incessantly, reminding him of the mutated vulture he had seen at the supply station in Shanmu City. It's the zombie virus. This dark gold demon ape is cloaked in zombie virus. Qin Shang instantly understood why the demon tree had reacted so violently. The poison sun garment was refined from the zombie virus. It must have sensed the virus presence. From its powerful aura, this was a 6th-tier mutated beast. To encounter a 6th-tier beast carrying the zombie virus less than half a month after entering the dark forest, Qin Shang considered himself fortunate. At that moment, the zombie virus on the dark gold demon ape sensed something and surged rapidly. The ape paused, then swiftly turned its head toward Qin Shang's direction. It seemed to have detected him hundreds of meters away. Its crimson eyes blazed with ferocity as it charged forward on its forelimbs. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised that the dark gold demon ape had located him so quickly. Very well timed to strike. Excitement flickered in his eyes. He swiftly activated giant strength and entered his overlord state. This was his first time confronting a 6th-tier mutated beast alone, and his battle fervor surged. Qin Shang's body rapidly expanded to over 20 meters, radiating a golden glow. He now resembled the golden giant race he had seen in his memories. The surrounding giant trees seemed shorter as he spotted the dark gold demon ape in the distance. A distance of several hundred meters was merely a dozen seconds for a 6th-tier dark gold demon ape. It was taken aback by Qin Shang's massive form, then let out a roar and charged with even greater speed. Its cry echoed like an ancient beast piercing through the trees to reach Qin Shang's ears. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Come on, let me see the power of a 6th-tier mutated beast. The dark gold demon ape's fist shot toward him like a giant cannonball wrapped in a hurricane. Qin Shang raised his own fist, infusing it with repulsive force, and met the beast's blow head-on. The two colossal fists collided like twin shells, generating a tremendous shockwave. The surrounding giant trees bent outward under the immense blast, nearly uprooted. All the leaves soared into the sky, shattered into powder by the dispersing forces vibrating through the air. The terrifying force transmitted through the fist to Qin Shang, leaving him deeply impressed. The strength of a 6th-tier mutated beast was indeed beyond ordinary comparison. Supervisor Zhao was not even in the same league. Yet he felt no fear. Fighting such a powerful opponent was what made it interesting. The dark gold demon ape was also surprised. Even nearby 6th-tier beasts couldn't withstand that punch, yet this human had endured it. Earth's power. Qin Shang stamped his right foot heavily onto the ground, channeling the force from his body into the earth, which instantly buckled. Simultaneously, a surge of power flowed from his foot through his entire body, converging into his left fist as he struck out. The punch landed on the dark gold demon ape's chest. Overwhelming, exaggerated force erupted like a mountain collapse, and a tsunami forcing the ape to stagger backward uncontrollably, its massive frame crashing into the giant trees behind. It shattered a tree a meter in diameter into splinters. The dark gold demon ape felt a sharp pain in its chest, leaving it breathless. Qin Shang was somewhat astonished. That punch had combined the triple power of Overlord Earth's power and giant strength, enough to make a fully defending 5th-tier ability user's body explode. Yet it had only inflicted a non-fatal blow on the dark gold demon ape. Truly worthy of a mid-level 6th-tier mutated beast, he marveled inwardly. This only fueled his fighting spirit, and he eagerly prepared for his next attack. Black gas enveloped Qin Shang, finally surging over his body to form a battle garment that merged into his flesh. Instantly, all his energy attributes received a massive boost. Bloodshot veins appeared in the dark gold demon ape's scarlet eyes, making it look even more savage. The previous punch had enraged it. The dark gold demon ape launched a frenzied assault on Qin Shang. Clad in the poison sun garment, Qin Shang stood his ground, engaging it head-on without dodging. Both sides threw punches wildly dense and heavy, blows raining down upon each other like a storm. Fist against fist, fist against flesh. Neither yielded, neither retreated, as a series of explosive cracks echoed through the air. Such a straightforward brawling style against a mutated beast was rare. Most ability users would rely on technique and agility to take down high-tier beasts. This pure melee was an extravagant drain on stamina, a certain path to death for those with weaker physiques. But Qin Shang was different. Once he entered his overlord state, his physique was greatly enhanced, offering formidable defense against external attacks. During his duel with Zhao Cheng, he had withstood the man's desperate counterattack without even a scratch or much pain, and even lightning strikes only caused a mild tingling. Man and beast locked in a flesh-to-flesh slaughter. The battle was so intense that the surrounding trees suffered as well. One after another, giant trees nearly 100 meters tall toppled and snapped, leaving a scene of devastation. The mutated beasts in the vicinity, hearing the commotion, tacitly fled the area, believing 2 6th-tier beasts were locked in combat. As the fight wore on, the dark gold demon ape gradually realized it was being pushed into a disadvantage. Qin Shang's fist slammed into its shoulder, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. The dark gold ape realized it was at a disadvantage, sensing the situation turning against it, and a thought of fleeing arose. The higher the level of a mutated beast, the greater its intelligence. Unlike zombies, which lack consciousness and pain, blindly charging forward, these beasts understand that if they cannot win, they should flee to preserve their lives. Thus, the greatest difficulty for ability users in killing high-level mutated beasts is their tendency to escape. The speed of beasts above level 5 is beyond ordinary reach, making them exceedingly hard to intercept when they decide to flee. But this time, just as the dark gold ape began its escape, the demon tree's vine struck, first entangling its body. Thick vines wrapped around the ape layer by layer, and it struggled violently, its immense force causing the vines to snap one after another. The vine's binding power was still slightly insufficient against this level 6 mutated beast. Yet this was enough for Qin Shang. In the brief moment the dark gold ape was tangled by the vines, Qin Shang seized the opportunity and closed in, clamping one hand around its neck, while secretly channeling light energy into his other hand. The dark gold ape broke free from the vines and wrapped its arms around Qin Shang's waist, attempting to crush it with force. But before it could exert its strength, a blazing white light had already gathered in Qin Shang's palm, aimed directly at the ape's right eye. The beam shot forth from his hand with devastating lethality. The light pierced through the dark gold ape's eyeball straight into its brain and finally exited from the back of its skull. The luster in the dark gold ape's left eye vanished instantly. Its head drooped slowly, and its massive body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Qin Shang deactivated his overlord state, returning to his normal size. Despite the enhancement from the overlord state, the dark gold ape's strength was formidable. During the battle, Qin Shang had taken several blows from the ape, but with the powerful regenerative abilities of his royal grade genes, these internal injuries would heal within a day. Qin Shang felt immense satisfaction. This tactic once again involved restraining the mutated beast before unleashing a finishing move. However, this time he had not relied on others. Cooperating with the demon tree, he had slain the dark gold ape alone. It was as if he had single-handedly killed a level 6 mutated beast. With the death of the dark gold ape, several energy orbs dropped. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 1000. Ding. Pickup successful. Agility 800. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience 70,000. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a level 6 mutant energy core. Level 6 mutated beast dropped a vast amount of energy points along with a massive experience reward and a level 6 mutant energy core. Qin Shang gleefully collected them all. Of course, he did not forget to refine the bloodline power from the dark gold ape. The bloodline of a level 6 beast was far superior to that of lower levels. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed a restlessness from the demon tree or the poison sun garment. You want to devour the zombie? Because of the demon tree, he had also established a connection with the poison sun garment. He sensed that the garment had a strong craving for that massive zombie virus. The poison sun garment had originally been refined from the zombie virus. Consuming the virus might make it stronger. A black gas was released from the bottle, coalescing into a small black serpent that coiled around the dark gold ape's entire body. It devoured the zombie virus surging on the ape's form, then obediently returned to the bottle. Qin Shang sensed its contentment. He was not worried that the poison sun garment would betray him after growing stronger. Because of the demon tree, he could perceive its emotions. Just like its craving for the zombie virus earlier, he had detected no other abnormal feelings. Perhaps the poison sun garment, like a small animal, had come to regard Qin Shang as family. Qin Shang left the dark gold ape's corpse and sat under a large tree to rest deep in thought. The poison sun can sense the presence of other zombie viruses, so I can follow its guidance to search for them. Beasts carrying the zombie virus are usually level 6 mutated beasts. This way I can precisely locate those level 6 mutated beasts. Low-level mutated beasts dropped too little experience and energy. The time spent killing 10 level 4 beasts could be better used to kill one level 6 beast. Since he already had the ability to hunt alone, increasing efficiency would lead to greater rewards. But he must not be careless. The beasts carrying the zombie virus could also be even more powerful, as the dark forest might harbor beast kings. However, even if he could not defeat them with his light and space abilities, escape was still possible. After resting briefly, Qin Shang prepared to seek out the next mutated beast. He lowered his head and said to the bottle, "Help me find the next mutated beast carrying the zombie virus." Hearing this, the bottle quivered with delight. Then it extended a vine pointing in a direction. Qin Shang followed that path. After walking for a while, the vine began to tremble violently. He was not far from the mutated beast. Qin Shang halted, using his light ability to scout ahead. Light flew from Qin Shang's hand, threading through the dense leaves, searching for the virus-carrying beast. Soon Qin Shang spotted a giant mutated lion. The lion was entirely cyan black, 8 meters in length, with thick black mane on its head. Black zombie virus flowed across its body surface. This giant lion was only a level 5 mutated beast. Qin Shang activated his overlord state and charged directly toward the lion. He had no hesitation against a level 5 beast. He simply attacked head-on. The distant lion sensed Qin Shang's rapid approach. It immediately turned toward him, baring its fangs in preparation to strike. But before the giant lion could launch its attack, Qin Shang used the power of the earth to instantly appear before it, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant. He threw a charged punch. The giant lion only saw a golden figure suddenly appear before it. Before it could react, it was sent flying high into the air by a tremendous force. Seconds later, it crashed heavily to the ground, its head throbbing with excruciating pain, as if it had been pierced through with a single blow. Indeed, that punch had struck the giant lion's head directly, causing a large dent. Its skull shattered and blood mixed with brain matter gushed out. It struggled on the ground, trying to rise, but its rapidly waning strength would not allow it. The giant lion's eyes were filled with unwillingness. It could not believe that, having evolved to a level 5 mutated beast, it had been killed in a single blow without even a chance to fight back. The mutated lion convulsed on the ground before quickly falling still. Qin Shang collected the energy and experience points it dropped, then extracted the bloodline power from its body. Over the past few days, Qin Shang felt his strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. He believed that by continuing his cultivation in the dark nether forest, his power would experience a transformative enhancement. Lan Wei had gone to the moon with the locked domain war god to train, while he remained in the dark nether forest. When they next met, their abilities would surely have made astonishing progress. The thought of advancing alongside Lan Wei reignited the drive within Qin Shang's heart. Time to take down the next mutated beast. After Du Yao devoured the zombie virus, Qin Shang headed toward the next mutated beast. Thus, 20 days passed. In the dark nether forest, Qin Shang had slain a total of 10 6th-level mutated beasts. The number of 4th and 5th-level mutated beasts he had killed reached several dozen, a truly remarkable achievement. Typically, only ability users who had reached the 5th level had the strength to kill a 6th-level mutated beast. Some would earn the admiration of other ability users and cause a stir after slaying just one. Yet Qin Shang alone in the dark nether forest had killed 10 mutated beasts in just 20 days. If this were known, no one would believe it. His strength was simply too extraordinary. Even the mere act of entering the dark nether forest alone would earn him immense respect from other ability users. This was once listed as one of the world's most dangerous regions, where even a team of 5th-level ability users dared not venture. Not only had Qin Shang entered, but he had also single-handedly killed 10 mutated beasts. If others were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly become a legendary feat passed down by word of mouth. Of course, the continuous slaying of 6th-level mutated beasts over these days had brought Qin Shang no small gains. All his physical attributes had reached the peak of the 4th level, just a step away from the 5th-level ability user threshold, and his experience points had accumulated to over 900,000. Qin Shang sat beneath a tree to rest, preparing to upgrade his skills. He began by leveling up his spatial ability. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained spatial ability LV 7. As the prompt faded, Qin Shang immediately sensed the immense changes brought by the 7th-level spatial ability. When he had advanced from the 5th to the 6th level, he unlocked the ability space. This time, reaching the 7th level unlocked a new skill as well. This skill allowed the ability user to transfer all incoming attacks into the ability space. Thus, when facing an assault, Qin Shang could simply withstand it directly. He would suffer no harm, as all attacks were diverted into the ability space. The greater the attack's power, the more difficult the transfer became, but this was already incredibly potent. almost a life. When an enemy launched a lethal strike, Qin Shang could use the ability space to absorb the entire attack. However, the maximum attack power the space could withstand remained unknown. Next came Earth Power. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Earth Power LV. This time Earth Power had also been greatly enhanced. Now as long as Qin Shang stood on the ground, he could draw power from the earth, significantly accelerating his bonus recovery rate. The speed at which his internal energy replenished would increase rapidly. When using energy-intensive skills like elementalization or unyielding body, Qin Shang could sustain them for much longer. Next, Qin Shang upgraded his light ability and ability secret art. The light ability reached the 8th level and Qin Shang's mastery over it grew more refined with the skill's lethality greatly increased. At the same time, he could now perceive all movements within a radius of several hundred meters. As long as light existed, Qin Shang could sense everything through it. After completing the upgrades, Qin Shang had used up most of his experience points, leaving only over 100,000 as a reserve. The higher the ability's level, the greater the consumption required for upgrades, but the corresponding power also grew stronger. Just as Qin Shang was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. Any movement within a radius of several hundred meters could not escape his perception. He turned to look into the distance. Several hundred meters away, a massive bear was gnawing on leaves. This mutated bear was enormous, standing over 10 meters tall, with faintly visible solid muscles beneath its dark fur. Qin Shang sensed that this was a 5th-level mutated beast, but its bloodline was unusual, giving off a different feeling from other mutated beasts. You're the one. Excitement gleamed in Qin Shang's eyes. He could hardly wait to extract the bloodline of this mutated. Qin Shang quickly entered his unyielding body state and dashed toward the mutated bear several hundred meters away. The bear soon sensed something and lifted its head to look in Qin Shang's direction. Strangely, it turned and fled. This caught Qin Shang by surprise. Had the mutated bear sensed his overwhelming power and been frightened into running? Qin Shang activated his spatial ability and instantly teleported in front of the mutated bear, swinging a fist toward it. The bear was startled by his sudden appearance, but before Qin Shang's fist could make contact, its body dispersed like a phantom, transforming into a deep gray wind. Qin Shang's fist pierced through the bear's body, which reformed after he withdrew his hand. Elementalization. Can mutated beasts also master elementalization? Qin Shang was stunned, but soon his astonishment was replaced by joy. A mutated beast that had mastered elementalization must possess extraordinary talent, and its bloodline power would surely be formidable. If he could extract the bloodline power of this mutated bear, his own bloodline would undoubtedly rise to a much higher level. However, the mutated bear seemed unwilling to engage Qin Shang. It turned and fled in the opposite direction. In its elemental state, its speed was extremely fast. The mutated bear's special ability was wind. This deep gray hurricane fled deep into the forest, uprooting all plants in its path and hurling them into the sky, leaving a trail of bare earth. Qin Shang pursued it closely. In the elemental state, almost all attacks were rendered ineffective unless one possessed a counteracting ability, otherwise it was impossible to strike it. But elementalization consumed a great deal of energy. Aware of this, Qin Shang planned to wait until the mutated bear exhausted its energy and dropped out of its elemental state, then kill it in one blow. After a few minutes, Qin Shang clearly sensed the mutated bear's speed slowing. Joy surged within him. Can't hold on any longer, can you? The deep gray hurricane showed signs of collapsing, but Qin Shang's relentless pursuit forced the mutated bear to increase its speed, which only accelerated its energy depletion. Qin Shang followed the mutated bear to the skies above a swamp. Finally, unable to sustain itself, it dropped out of its elemental state. Seeing the swamp below, it showed a terrified expression and tried to flee, but Qin Shang instantly teleported before it. A beam of light shot from his palm, piercing straight through the mutated bear's skull. A beam of light shot from Qin Shang's palm, piercing directly through the head of the mutated bear. The enhanced killing power of his level 8 light ability was formidable, and with a single strike, this level 5 mutated beast was slain. Satisfied, Qin Shang seized the corpse of the mutated bear, eagerly anticipating the extraction of its bloodline power. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the surroundings as several massive black tentacles emerged from the marsh below. With a diameter exceeding 10 meters, these tentacles were even larger than the mutated bear itself, and their size was merely a fraction of the entire monstrous creature. It's the beast god. Qin Shang was utterly astonished. The highest level of mutated beast he had ever encountered was the 6th-tier Blackshaw giant python, which was 50 meters long. Yet the mutated beast before him had tentacles that exceeded 100 meters in length. The beast god was the most powerful entity among all mutated beasts, truly the ruler of the land. In its presence, nearly all weapons posed no threat. Its size was utterly exaggerated. A level 6 mutated beast could easily conquer a small city, let alone the beast god. No wall, no matter how tall or strong, could withstand the beast god. Qin Shang had long been aware of the existence of the beast god in the Aming Forest. It seemed he had inadvertently entered the territory of the beast god while following the mutated bear. He hurriedly attempted to use teleportation to escape, but the giant beast deep within the marsh let out a deafening roar that made Qin Shang's head throb, causing his teleportation to fail instantly. In the next moment, the giant tentacles surged towards Qin Shang. A single blow could shatter his body. He quickly entered an elemental state, but at the same time the colossal tentacles ensnared his body, squeezing tightly, and his form was crushed only to flow out through the gaps and reassemble. Fortunately, Qin Shang had promptly entered the elemental state, otherwise with the power of the beast god he feared, he would end up crushed into powder, just like before. Without a moment's pause, Qin Shang activated teleportation, his ice crystal body instantly appearing hundreds of meters away while the distant low roar of the beast god echoed through the air. Seeing that the beast god had no intention of pursuing him, Qin Shang stood beneath a tree, filled with lingering fear. This beast god-level mutated beast was too monstrous. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly, or he would have become its meal. Suddenly realizing his hands were empty, Qin Shang remembered that the corpse of the mutated bear had fallen into the marsh. He had narrowly escaped, and had no time to consider the mutated bear. Using his light ability to observe the movements of the beast god, he saw the corpse of the mutated bear lying in the marsh. Then a gigantic octopus rose from the swamp as if a small island had emerged from the sea, leaving Qin Shang in awe at its size. The diameter of this giant octopus was about 200 meters, covered in black scales. Its massive tentacle wrapped around the mutated bear, making the bear appear diminutive in comparison. It tossed the mutated bear into its mouth and began to chew, reducing the immense creature to fragments with ease. Qin Shang felt regret. Its bloodline power must be formidable, but it was now beyond his reach. Looking at the giant octopus, Qin Shang suddenly recognized its species, giant-scaled octopus. He was somewhat surprised that this type of octopus was mostly composed of level 6 mutated beasts commonly living in marshes, but this was the first time he had seen a beast god-level giant-scaled octopus. It was likely due to the superior evolutionary environment of the Aming Forest that this giant-scaled octopus had evolved to the level of a beast god. Because of its enormous size, this level of mutated beast possessed not only immense destructive power, but also an incredibly resilient life force. Only a king-level ability user could have the strength to kill it, but such powerful individuals were exceedingly rare, making the beast god virtually invincible. After swallowing the mutated bear, its elongated eyes turned towards Qin Shang, who was hundreds of meters away. Qin Shang instantly felt a chill. At that moment, the giant-scaled octopus glanced at him, but showed no intention of attacking. Its massive body slowly sank back into the marsh. It seemed unwilling to leave this marsh, or perhaps after seeing Qin Shang's abilities it deemed him too difficult to deal with, and simply gave up, thinking that his small frame was not even worth its time. Qin Shang turned to leave the area. The beast god's power was overwhelmingly strong, with very few ability users capable of killing it. Moreover, it possessed strong vitality, just like the previous nether dragon, which could continue to fight even after its brain was damaged. He could barely be considered a level 5 mutated beast, let alone the beast god. But what if it's the Wraith worship? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Shang's eyes. Although he lacked the ability to kill, he still had the Wraith worship. According to Carl, although most of the weapons on the Wraith warship had been destroyed, this ship from the Third Era could easily slay a beast. Such a powerful beast god must possess an astonishing bloodline power. If he could harness it for himself, his genetic level would surely see a significant enhancement. Moreover, having fled in such a disheartened manner left Qin Shang feeling unsatisfied. That was not his style. He was determined. Last time he had charged the warship to 50%, which should be enough to deal with the beast god. Qin Shang activated his spatial abilities, seeing the Wraith warship suspended in the ability space. He had previously reduced its size to 60 meters for easier storage. He quietly exerted his power, and the warship slowly emerged from the ability space, appearing above the open ground, then gently landing. A beam of light shone down, and Qin Shang's figure vanished along with the light, leaving behind only the 500-meter-long giant black warship. Inside the warship, Carl respectfully bowed to Qin Shang, saying, "Master." Qin Shang directly inquired, "Carl, is the current energy of the warship sufficient to kill a beast god?" "As long as it's not a peak-tier beast god, killing it will be no problem," Carl replied. Qin Shang was extremely excited at this. "Then let's go kill the beast god. That giant-scaled octopus probably hasn't reached peak-tier strength. Even if we can't kill it, the warship can escape. Did Master find the beast god?" Carl's eyes brightened at this question. The powerful bloodline of the beast god would surely elevate the Master's genetic level once more. This Wraith warship had been dormant for 2 eras, and now it could finally showcase its power again. Qin Shang sat in the command room chair with a massive screen displaying the situation outside the warship. With Carl present, he didn't need to worry about operational issues, he only had to give commands. Set off. With Qin Shang's command, the warship slowly ascended, flying towards the marsh, while the surrounding giant trees were blown aside by the wind generated by the warship's rapid flight. The warship moved with incredible speed, reaching the swamp in less than a minute. On the screen before Qin Shang appeared the marshland, where the system detected the presence of the giant-scaled octopus. Deep within the swamp, a crimson octopus silhouette was visible. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Danger level low. Enter combat mode. Confirmed. Qin Shang chose to proceed without hesitation. Instantly, the 60-meter warship expanded rapidly, reverting to its original length of 500 meters. In a flash, a massive shadow loomed over the swamp. Carl glanced at another screen displaying data. Master scans indicate this is merely a low-level beast god. Eliminating it would consume only 8% of our energy. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. Truly, the ancient warship left by the Cunning Witch clan was remarkable. Even with most of its weapons damaged, slaying a beast god required merely 8% energy. If the warship were fully armed, how devastating its firepower would be. Within the swamp, the giant-scaled octopus sensed the anomaly outside. It lifted its head from the mire and was stunned by the colossal entity above. What in the world was this thing? The immense shadow overhead enveloped it, instilling an alien sense of oppression in the giant-scaled octopus. Qin Shang gazed at the creature with immense satisfaction. Today I'll show you the power of high technology. I recommend using the dark energy cannon, Carl said with a slight bow to Qin Shang. Very well, use the dark energy cannon. Qin Shang was unfamiliar with the warship's arsenal, so trusting Carl was the right call. For enormous cannons extended from the front of the ship, aiming downward at the giant-scaled octopus. Energy converged at the muzzles, forming massive black energy spheres. Two beams of black light shot forth simultaneously, colossal rays a meter in diameter, hurtling toward the giant-scaled octopus below. The giant-scaled octopus' eyes were filled with gravity. It knew this behemoth was no ordinary foe and dared not underestimate it. It extended a massive tentacle to shield itself, attempting to block the incoming rays. The two energy beams struck the enormous tentacle, producing a thunderous explosion. The scales on the tentacle shattered easily, and the light attack pierced flesh, generating thick black smoke. The giant-scaled octopus let out an agonized roar, its powerful sound waves shattering the surrounding giant trees. Protected by the warship's defenses, the sound reached Qin Shang's ears greatly diminished, yet it remained piercingly harsh. As the black smoke dissipated, Qin Shang saw two massive bloody holes in the giant tentacle penetrating deep into the flesh, nearly severing the entire appendage. The Cunning Witch clan's warship is truly extraordinary. Qin Shang marveled repeatedly. Beast god-level mutated beasts were nearly immune to all conventional thermal weapons. Modern armaments could hardly harm them. Only the super-powerful weapons discovered in ancient ruins could contend with them. Yet the Cunning Witch warship had pierced the giant-scaled octopus defenses in a single strike, leaving two bloody holes. Carl said with pride, only energy weapons remain on the ship now, otherwise it would have been a one-hit kill. During the Third Era, the Cunning Witch clan possessed formidable strength, equipped with cutting-edge technology and top-tier weaponry. Had it not been for the perfect god, the clan might still exist today. Having evolved to the level of the giant-scaled octopus, it rarely suffered injury. In this forest, even sixth-tier mutated beasts were mere morsels for it to swallow whole. But now, assaulted by this colossal entity, it seethed with rage, its scarlet eyes blazing with murderous intent. Qin Shang saw the giant-scaled octopus extend two more thick tentacles, lashing toward the warship hovering midair. It's about to attack. Qin Shang grew anxious. Attack detected. Activating defense system automatically. Before Carl could speak, the warship's protective shield engaged on its own. At that moment, a layer of white arcs appeared on the surface of the Cunning Witch warship, coalescing into a dense web of. As the two tentacles touched the hull, the electric grid activated instantly. White currents surged through the tentacles into the giant-scaled octopus body, causing them to emit black smoke immediately. Yet the giant-scaled octopus pressed on against the shield's assault, its two tentacles coiling around the central section of the Cunning Witch warship. It began to squeeze as if attempting to snap the vessel in half. Beast god-level mutated beasts possessed immense strength and formidable defenses. The sixth-tier black serpent had effortlessly demolished a 15-meter-high, 10-meter-thick city wall. A beast god was even more fearsome. But the harder the giant-scaled octopus squeezed, the more intense the electric grid's attack became, charring both tentacles. Simultaneously, two cannons pivoted, aiming at the scorched tentacles. Black energy beams fired once more, this time piercing straight through the thick appendages, nearly severing them. The giant-scaled octopus shrieked in agony and finally retracted its tentacles. Dozens of gun barrels extended from the ship's underside, unleashing a torrent of firepower at the giant-scaled octopus. Energy bullets streamed out like rain, striking the octopus body, sending scales flying and creating countless bloody holes. Though these energy rounds lacked the power of the dark energy cannon, they recharged quickly and fired in rapid succession at astonishing speed, making their lethality formidable. By now, all the scales on the giant-scaled octopus had been blasted to pieces. Furious, it recalled how its defenses had repelled human attacks time and again, helping it conquer numerous cities. Humans could do nothing against it. Yet now it was so utterly vulnerable. It growled, waving all its tentacles. The mud in the surrounding swamp seemed to obey its command, coalescing into a giant serpent that charged at the warship. The warship made no defensive move. As the mud serpent touched the hull, it instantly dissolved and fell away, neutralized solely by the protective electric grid. The barrage of energy rounds intensified, interspersed with dark energy cannon fire. The giant-scaled octopus gradually succumbed under the hail of bullets, its body riddled with bloody holes of varying sizes, a grotesque sight. Realizing it was no match for this behemoth, the giant-scaled octopus extricated itself from the mire and fled, its massive form kicking up clouds of mud as its remaining tentacles writhed in a desperate escape. Though humiliating survival took precedence. After it, Qin Shang shouted. A beast god-level giant-scaled octopus would surely possess immense energy, experience, and bloodline power. He wouldn't let it get away. Moreover, the creature had tried to devour him earlier, forcing him to flee in disgrace. He couldn't let it off easily. Qin Shang glanced at the warship's energy gauge. That ferocious assault had consumed only 1% of its power. His confidence surged. Today I will surely slay it. The giant-scaled octopus slithered forward with its tentacles, achieving an astonishing speed. Its massive body was remarkably agile, yet it still fell short compared to the witch warship. The colossal body of the giant-scaled octopus crashed through the dark abyss forest, shattering towering trees hundreds of meters tall, carving a path 200 meters wide, leaving utter devastation in its wake. The witch warship pursued relentlessly from above, unleashing even fiercer firepower. All the scales on the giant-scaled octopus had fallen off, exposing bare skin covered in wounds, not a single spot left intact. The ground below was riddled with craters from energy blasts resembling a honeycomb. In the distance, a mutated giant tiger rested on the ground. Suddenly, it heard a tremendous commotion approaching. It instantly opened its eyes, rose to its feet, and gazed into the distance. A massive blood-soaked monster was charging toward it at breakneck speed, its body riddled with bloody holes presenting a horror. Before the mutated giant tiger could flee, it was crushed into pieces by the panicked giant-scaled octopus. A fifth-level mutated beast perished, thus never imagining it would be flattened into a pulp by a beast god. The giant-scaled octopus fled while being battered, its heart filled with terror, yet it was utterly helpless. The witch warship chased it relentlessly, leaving it no chance to fight back. It could only muster all its strength to run forward, exhausting its last reserves of energy. Within minutes, Qin Shang noticed the giant-scaled octopus slowing down, dragging a long trail of blood behind it. It won't last much longer. Immediately, the warship unleashed an even more ferocious barrage. The giant-scaled octopus gradually decelerated, reaching an open area before finally collapsing from exhaustion. It lay on the ground, gasping heavily while blood continued to gush from its wounds, staining the black earth a deep crimson. Yet it was not dead, still writhing in its death throes. Seeing this, the witch warship adjusted its cannons, aiming at the octopus on the ground. Two beams of black energy struck its head, blasting two massive bloody holes, and the giant-scaled octopus perished completely. Abnormal energy dissipated. Target deceased. The system's voice rang out. Qin Shang saw energy orbs materialize on the ground, confirming the giant-scaled octopus was truly dead. Let's descend. The 500-meter-long warship descended slowly, its immense air pressure causing the plants below to sway violently. Ding. Pickup successful. Strength 8,000. Ding. Pickup successful. Stamina 7,800. Ding. Pickup successful. Experience 370,000. Ding. Pickup successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Beast God's Mutant Energy Core. Qin Shang was thoroughly satisfied. The energy and experience dropped by this Beast God rivaled that of killing dozens of 6th-level mutated beasts. Now Qin Shang's physique was close to that of a 5th-level awakened. Once he consumed that Beast God's Mutant Energy Core, reaching the 5th level should be no problem. Gazing at the massive corpse of the giant-scaled octopus, Qin Shang marveled inwardly. Never did he imagine that one day he would capture a Beast God-level mutated beast. Without the witch warship, he could never have slain such a terrifying monster. Load its body into the warship, Qin Shang commanded. The warship immediately emitted a beam of light that enveloped the giant-scaled octopus corpse. The body and the light vanished together as it was transported inside the vessel. Its size was enormous. When Qin Shang next entered the warship to extract its bloodline power, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit his own bloodline. Qin Shang shrank the witch warship back to 60 meters in length and stored it in his dimensional space. Suddenly, the energy bottle on Qin Shang's chest trembled violently. At the same time, Qin Shang sensed that poison radiance was filled with intense fear. Poison radiance could detect nearby zombie viruses, but previously it had always been excited upon finding them. Now it was terrified. Could a fearsome monster be approaching? A powerful unease surged within Qin Shang, growing stronger. The monster seemed to be drawing closer, and this sense of dread was several times more intense than when he faced the giant-scaled octopus. Something was approaching. The monster entered Qin Shang's detection range. Through his light ability, he glimpsed a shadow moving at an inconceivable speed, too fast to discern its form. To be safe, I'd better hide for now. Qin Shang activated his space ability and entered his dimensional space. Inside the dimensional space, Qin Shang could clearly see the outside scene. Almost the moment he entered, a humanoid monster appeared on the open ground, surrounded by an eerie silence. This humanoid monster was wrapped in a layer of black substance. Undoubtedly zombie virus, but it was far denser than any Qin Shang had seen on virus-carrying mutated beasts. It flowed like a liquid, tightly coating the monster's surface. Its appearance caused a sharp increase in airborne virus concentration, darkening the mist. Qin Shang was stunned. What kind of monster was this? Though its size was far smaller than the giant-scaled octopus, the pressure it exerted made even Qin Shang, safe within his dimensional space, feel a tightness in his chest. Its aura was 100 times more formidable than the giant-scaled octopus. Perhaps even the octopus would be no match. The humanoid monster arrived at the open ground and seemed perplexed to find it empty. It appeared to have been drawn by the tremendous commotion from the warship's battle with the giant-scaled octopus. It lowered its head, noticing the blood on the ground, left by the octopus. It sniffed the air as if searching for the lingering scent of blood. Then the humanoid monster abruptly turned its head and locked eyes with Qin Shang. Startled, Qin Shang broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as though the monster's gaze had pierced through the dimensional space and seen him. But he was inside his dimensional space. He should not be detected, unless it also possessed space ability, but the probability of that was infinitesimal. Moreover, Qin Shang's space ability had been elevated to the 7th level, allowing him to remain in the space for extended periods. He only needed to wait for the humanoid monster to leave. There was no need to engage. Yet at that moment, the humanoid monster stared fixedly at Qin Shang's direction, utterly motionless. A profound sense of danger suddenly surged within him. The next second, he saw the humanoid monster charge straight toward him, raising its sharp claws to slash violently at the air. A crisp, tearing sound echoed within the dimensional space. How is this possible? It found the dimensional space. A scarlet eye peered through the spatial rift, locking onto Qin Shang hiding inside. That gaze made him gasp for breath, an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon him. This monster was extremely dangerous. Qin Shang felt an unprecedented immense pressure. The humanoid monster is too fast, I can't outrun it. Spatial teleportation requires time, and there's no time now. He frowned deeply. His only hope now lay in the witch worship. From the moment it entered Qin Shang's detection range until it appeared beside him, the humanoid monster covered several hundred meters in less than 2 seconds. With such astonishing speed, even if Qin Shang could use teleportation to escape, it would not be long before he was caught. Spatial teleportation also required time, and Xian would surely be too late. Qin Shang frowned deeply. Then I can only place my hopes on the witch god worship. Qin Shang immediately entered the witch god worship. Enter combat mode. Qin Shang's expression turned grave. The humanoid monster had not entered through spatial abilities, it had used sheer brute force to rip a hole in space itself. Such terrifying strength was something few on the world's top 100 powerhouse list could achieve. Qin Shang's expression turned grave. The humanoid monster had not entered through spatial abilities, it had used sheer brute force to rip a hole in space itself. Such terrifying strength was something few on the world's top 100 powerhouse list could achieve. Could it be a beast from the 100 beasts list? This is an undead. Carl's voice reached Qin Shang's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Undead. Qin Shang had never heard of this race and was greatly surprised. Carl's eyes were filled with terror. He took a deep breath and explained the undead are a type of zombie, but they are the kings among zombies. As the name implies, this race has an endless lifespan. They do not die with the passage of time, at least according to records. All undead that have died were killed. Qin Shang was astonished. Could there really be such an abnormal race? Every undead zombie possessed an endless lifespan, and as long as they were not slain, they could live on forever. The undead lurking in the Darkmoon Forest might have existed since the third epoch. If that were true, surviving for over 2 epochs, even an ordinary zombie evolving for tens of thousands of years would reach a terrifying level of power, let alone the king of zombies. Among the most dangerous regions in the world, the undead resided, and today Qin Shang had encountered one. Qin Shang stared fixedly at the distant undead zombie and said in a deep voice, "Can the warship kill it?" At that moment, the undead had already entered the spatial ability zone, its crimson eyes locked onto the witch god warship, filled with murderous intent, as if it would attack at any moment. Carl's expression was solemn. If it were at full power, killing it would not be a problem, but now the chance of success is less than 10%. Even the witch god warship could not handle it. The beast god-level giant-scaled octopus had been easily slain, but against this undead there was only a 10% chance. No choice but to go all out, Qin Shang thought to himself. There was no other option. Attack. Qin Shang issued a black cannon barrel on the hull aimed at the undead zombie, and yellow energy gathered at the muzzle, forming a beam of yellow. This beam, a meter in diameter, struck the undead, transforming into a gravity field that restrained it. But the undead zombie stomped its foot down, as if completely unbound, charging toward the witch god warship. Its fist, like a cannonball, seemed to distort space as it smashed into the hull. Carl immediately activated the armored defense. A peculiar force field covered the warship's surface, capable of reflecting part of the attack's power, the highest level defense system of the witch god warship. Boom. The undead zombie's fist struck the hull, and an unimaginably powerful force sent the massive witch god warship sliding backward. Qin Shang gripped the armrest tightly, then felt the warship shake violently, hearing a series of loud crashes. After a few seconds, the colossal warship finally came to a halt. Qin Shang saw the undead zombie's appearance. Its entire body was wrapped in black zombie virus, its face indistinct with twisted facial muscles, and a pair of crimson eyes that stood out starkly in the darkness. This was the undead with an endless lifespan. As long as it was not killed, it could survive for several epochs. Hidden in the Darkmoon Forest, it had lived for at least 1 epoch. The witch god warship extended its gun barrels, unleashing a torrent of energy projectiles. It opened fire with maximum firepower. Huge energy rounds pounded the undead zombie's body. Even the giant-scaled octopus covered in scales could not withstand these rounds, but the bombardment had no effect on the undead. At that moment, the black energy cannon also extended, aiming at the undead zombie. Black energy began to gather, but the undead tore the cannon in two with its bare hands. The undead zombie withstood the intense barrage, punching the witch god warship again and again, denting the hull. Even the warship's strongest defenses were largely ineffective against it. By now, the warship's energy was running low, and Carl's eyes were filled with anxiety. Master, you run. They'll hold it off. Energy is down to 25%. The warship can't last much longer. There was no other choice. Qin Shang felt helpless. Who could have predicted such an accident? Master, take the positioning system. You can use it to find me later. All right. Qin Shang had barely finished speaking when the hull was struck by another fierce blow. Carl manipulated the warship to extend a giant mechanical arm, tightly gripping the undead zombie. Master, go now. Carl shouted. Qin Shang gritted his teeth and teleported out of the warship. The undead saw Qin Shang and immediately roared in fury, but the mechanical arm held it firmly in place, unable to move. Qin Shang knew the mechanical arm would not last long, so without delay, he opened a spatial rift and returned to the Darkmoon Forest. Outside, he could still hear the undead zombie's roars. Qin Shang entered his overlord state, combining residual wind technique and teleportation to flee from the Darkmoon Forest, covering several li in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, inside the spatial ability zone, the undead zombie suddenly strained its arms, shattering the giant mechanical arm into pieces. Then it kicked the warship's hull, sending the 500-meter long Witch-God warship flying far away, leaving a massive dent where it struck. After that, the undead zombie crawled out of the spatial rift, sniffed, and immediately located Qinshang's direction. It turned and pursued him at speed, reaching an unbelievable level. As it ran, its body friction with the air produced a series of sonic booms, and sparks even flew from the friction. Over here, Qinshang was running at full speed. He sensed a dangerous aura drawing closer and closer. Compared to this, all the 6th-level mutant beasts and beast gods were nothing. The undead zombie was undoubtedly the most powerful monster in the Darkmoon Forest. Qinshang screamed inwardly. Only the top few experts on the world's top 100 powerhouse list would have any hope of defeating it. No, we'll be caught at this rate, Qinshang thought, anxiously feeling the presence drawing ever closer. Upgrade spatial ability. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining spatial ability LV8. This upgrade also unlocked a new skill, Spatial Hurricane. After understanding how to use it, Qinshang felt deeply disappointed. The limitations of this skill were too great. On Earth, where spatial flow was stable, casting Spatial Hurricane would be extremely difficult and time-consuming. Before he could even unleash the skill, the undead zombie would likely catch up and snap his neck. But what if him in the ability space? Qinshang pondered. The ability space was relatively unstable, making it much easier to execute. Qinshang didn't believe this skill could kill the undead zombie, but as long as it could trap it for a while, giving him more time to escape beyond its detection range, that would be enough. Qinshang noticed that this undead zombie seemed to track by scent. If he could just get out of its detection range, he would be safe. He immediately entered the ability space, steadied his breathing, and began to cast Spatial Hurricane. Energy within Qinshang's body surged forth, unceasingly pouring into the ability space and stirring up wisps of breeze. As energy was consumed, the breeze grew stronger, transforming into a gale that twisted the pitch-black ability space, creating jagged spatial fissures. This was the first offensive skill unlocked by the spatial ability, using internal energy combined with the ability space to form a violent storm with immense destructive power capable of tearing anyone caught within it to shreds. However, this skill relied on spatial torque. Under normal disaster conditions, casting it would take a long time and consume far more energy, making it impractical until Qinshang's power was sufficient to warp space itself. Just then, Qinshang heard the sound of space tearing again. It was the undead zombie. Once more, it ripped through Qinshang's ability space and crawled in through the gap. Come on. The spatial hurricane was ready. Qinshang controlled the vortex with both hands, enveloping the undead zombie that had just climbed into the ability space. The hurricane's killing power was immense. It had just torn through the void, leaving several spatial gaps behind. Now, like blades, it struck the undead zombie's body, but the zombie's defenses were astonishing. The hurricane that could slice through space left not a single wound on its flesh. Even more terrifying, the undead zombie began to advance toward Qinshang, dragging the hurricane along with it, its blood-red eyes blazing with ferocity. The powerful storm couldn't even restrain its movements. No choice but to fight. Entering his overlord state, the poison sun armor enveloped Qinshang's entire body. The moment it emerged, the black virus on the undead zombie suddenly roiled violently, and the zombie's eyes lit up. Qinshang was taken aback. Was it after his poison sun armor? Could the virus on the undead zombie be a life form similar to the poison sun? Or perhaps like himself, it fed on other zombie viruses to strengthen the virus it carried. Whatever the reason, he couldn't die here today. Qinshang's eyes blazed with resolve. Sweep it into the depths of space. Qinshang devised another plan. The ability space was actually extremely dangerous. It seemed boundless, but its depths were highly unstable, making it easy to get trapped in the cracks of space. Even with spatial abilities, escape was difficult. The spatial cracks were incredibly unstable. A gap might appear in a day or never at all. Even if one appeared, it might only lead to another crack. One could easily be trapped inside for years, unable to escape, even until death. Since he couldn't kill it, he'd trap it in the depths of space. The poison sun armor enhanced Qinshang's potential, sending energy raging through his body. The hurricane's power was pushed to its maximum, distorting the surrounding space and firmly trapping the undead zombie within. The monster refused to give up, still struggling against the hurricane's grip. But the vortex dragged it higher and higher, lifting it into the air. Once off the ground, the undead zombie found it hard to exert force. Qinshang's heart leaped with joy. He was about to steer the hurricane and hurl the undead zombie into the depths of space when an accident occurred within the space. Suddenly, the sound of a fierce gale roared in Qinshang's ears. Before he could react, the space around him twisted and gusts of wind came from the depths. No, it's spatial turbulence. Qinshang was terrified. Spatial turbulence was a disorder caused by internal instability which could suck one into the depths of space, making it nearly impossible to find a way out. Qinshang tried to use his spatial ability to escape, but found that due to the turbulence his ability wouldn't activate. With a tremendous suction force, a hurricane enveloped Qinshang's entire body, cutting into it like blades. The poison sun armor on his surface was torn off piece by piece. Even in his overlord state, his skin was slashed with wounds, though fortunately none were deep. That wasn't the worst part. The worst was that because Qinshang was trapped in the hurricane, the undead zombie broke free. Once released, it actively approached the chaotic storm, closing in step by step through the gale. Qinshang felt utterly speechless. He nearly broke down and cursed. Are you insane? You'd throw your life away. The space was already in chaos, and they were likely to be sucked into the depths never to return. Yet this monster still sought. Furious Qin Shang activated his light ability, shooting a blazing white ray from his palm. But the undead zombie tilted its head slightly, and the beam missed its eyes, leaving only a shallow scar on its forehead. Its defense was strong enough to withstand even the hurricane and dark energy cannon. This undead zombie had existed since the last era. It couldn't remember how long it had lived, only that it kept evolving and growing stronger. It hadn't been defeated in a long time, and the ability users it had killed were countless. They'll have to try elementalization. In the chaotic hurricane, his elemental form might not be harmed. But in this distorted space, he could also be torn to shreds. Still, there was no other choice. The undead zombie was getting closer, and he couldn't just wait for death. Just then, the undead zombie swung a sharp claw at Qin Shang, its pointed nails piercing into his skin. Just as Qin Shang was about to unleash his elemental ability, the undead zombie had already closed in, swinging a sharp claw that dug its jagged nails into his skin. At such close range, Qin Shang could clearly see the zombie's face. A man's visage, angular and distinct, suggesting he must have been handsome before his transformation. At that moment, the elemental transformation completed. Its claws swept through the air. Qin Shang then shifted into an icy crystalline state, and the surrounding hurricane instantly shredded his form, only for it to coalesce again. Qin Shang rejoiced, inwardly realizing that the hurricane's assault was ineffective against his elemental form. Fighting against the hurricane, Qin Shang struggled to push outward his internal energy, depleting at a rate several times faster than usual. The undead zombie flailed its arms behind him, desperately trying to seize him, but its claws merely passed through his body, as if slicing through air. Step by step, Qin Shang trudged out of the hurricane. Just as his energy was nearly exhausted, he finally escaped it. He looked back. The undead zombie was swept up by the hurricane, hurtling deep into the space until it faded from sight, leaving only distant roars. The elemental state immediately dissolved, and Qin Shang reverted to his normal form. He sat on the ground, heaving a sigh of relief, but then his head grew unbearably heavy. With his energy nearly spent, he collapsed before he could even leave the ability space. However, in an oxygenless ability space, one cannot survive long. If Qin Shang failed to wake in time, he would suffocate to death within it. Inside the energy bottle, Du Yao trembled violently in desperation, trying to rouse Qin Shang, but his body was too weak to respond to its vibrations. Then a spatial rift appeared ahead, perhaps a remnant from the space hurricane. It bore a resemblance to the ancient site entrance encountered in Baimao City, drifting slowly. Du Yao extended its vines from the bottle, wrapping around Qin Shang's body and pulling him toward the rift. Though uncertain of its destination, it could not bear to let him die here. A leaving might still offer a chance. Passing through the rift, the unconscious Qin Shang sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow, but did not awaken, feeling utterly exhausted. Then his body began to plummet straight down. Seconds later, he seemed to land on something, followed by a crisp snap. He continued falling, accompanied by a series of breaking sounds, until the descent finally stopped on a solid surface. Du Yao saw they had landed on a tree. Qin Shang's body was firmly lodged on a thick branch, sunlight filtering through layers of leaves, casting patches of light on his bare torso. It seemed a safe place, at least, freeing Qin Shang from the ability space. Du Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Through the demon tree, its bond with Qin Shang had grown ever closer, and it had come to regard him as kin. Du Yao retreated into the energy bottle to slumber, having been severely injured by the hurricane in the ability space. Hours passed, and a squad of armored soldiers accompanied a slowly advancing carriage through the forest. The tall man at the lead frowned, sensing an anomaly. He looked up warily, and the others followed suit, drawing their swords and scattering around the carriage. They shouted nervously, "Something's wrong. Protect the young lady." On the tree ahead hung a bare-chested man. All drew their blades, pointing at the figure in the tree. After a moment, one soldier craned his neck, scrutinizing him. "Commander Lin Chi, that man seems unconscious." The commander Lin Chi squinted, observing him closely. Finding him indeed motionless, he ordered the rear, "Go bring him down. Be cautious." A soldier immediately rushed over, pulled the man from the tree, and laid him on the ground. It was Qin Shang. The others gathered around, seeing Qin Shang's pallid face, drenched in cold sweat, with veins bulging beneath his skin. Suddenly, a soldier pointed at Qin Shang's chest, aghast. "He's been scratched by a zombie." They looked and saw a small wound on his chest, the scratch from the undead zombie before his elemental transformation. It had turned a dark cyan, unmistakably a zombie-inflicted injury. Ordinarily, with his peak 4th-level physique, Qin Shang would not be infected by zombies. However, that undead zombie carried a potent zombie virus, making this far more severe. "There are no zombies here. How did he get infected?" The soldiers were perplexed. Then they all looked to Commander Lin Chi. Once scratched by a zombie, one becomes infected and transforms. For such a person, there are only two options: kill him before the transformation, or administer a virus serum to purge the infection. But virus serums are exorbitantly priced beyond the means of most. Moreover, he was a complete stranger. Who would be willing to spend such a precious serum on him? Commander Lin Chi's gaze turned cold. Kill him. He did possess a virus serum, but it had cost him dearly, reserved for his own use. He would not waste it on a stranger. The other soldiers said nothing. It was a standard resolution. Without the serum, the infected were beyond saving. A swift death was the most merciful course, and he would pass painlessly in his sleep. A soldier drew his sword, about to strike, when a gentle voice came from behind. "Wait." A young woman of about 20 stepped down from the carriage. She was elegantly attired, exuding an air of nobility, yet her face was tender, suggesting a gentle nature. Commander Lin-Chi, seeing her descend, quickly said, "Young lady, why have you come down?" The woman approached and looked at Qin Shang lying on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and pale. She spoke, "Give him a dose of the virus serum. Take him back. If left here, he won't survive." The soldiers exchanged glances. Commander Lin-Chi hesitated. "Young lady, he is but a stranger, and the serum is so precious. To take him back as well." The woman frowned slightly. "What, have my words lost their weight?" Hearing this, Commander Lin-Chi could say no more. "As you command, young lady." He sighed inwardly, thinking the young lady was kind-hearted, but going to such lengths for a stranger was hardly worthwhile. Commander Lin-Chi took out a small glass vial containing a transparent liquid, which was the virus serum they referred to, and administered it to Qin Shang. A few minutes later, color returned to Qin Shang's face, and the cold sweat ceased. "Let's keep moving, or we need to reach Mopen City before." Lin-Chi called a few soldiers to lift Qin Shang onto a horse, and the group continued on their journey, now with an additional. Qin Shang felt the jolting motion while in a daze. He opened his eyes and realized he was lying on the back of a black horse, an uncomfortable position that prompted him to push himself up. "Where is this?" Qin Shang looked around, somewhat bewildered. A soldier noticed his awakening and immediately reported to the commander. "Miss Commander Lin, he has woken up." "That's good. Here, have some water." Commander Lin-Chi heard from afar and tossed a water bottle over. "Thank you." Qin Shang caught the water bottle, and although unsure of the situation, sensed that these people did not appear to be villains. He opened the bottle and tilted his head back to drink. If they intended to harm him, they would have acted long ago. Instead of waiting for him to wake up, it would have been easier to deal with him. While a soldier leaned over and said to Qin Shang, "Fortunately, you encountered us. Miss Lin-Chi has a kind heart. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have been willing to use the precious virus serum on you." "Virus serum? I was infected with a virus." Qin Shang was taken aback. This revelation reminded Qin Shang of what happened before he lost consciousness. It seemed he had been scratched by the claws of an undead zombie before the elemental transformation was complete, which must have been when he contracted the virus. He broke into a cold sweat. Although he had virus serum in his ability space, he couldn't use it while unconscious. If it weren't for these people, he would have likely turned into a zombie or been directly killed by others upon discovering his infection. Thinking of this, Qin Shang looked around and noticed a carriage in the middle of the group. It must be the Miss Lin that the soldier mentioned. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for saving me," Qin Shang said towards the carriage. Although you've taken the serum, your body should still be quite weak. Let's return to the Lin family for you to recuperate for a few days." A gentle voice came from the carriage. "Thank you." Qin Shang nodded. Although he didn't know who they were, he decided to first visit the Lin family, as she suggested, to regain strength before making further plans. Qin Shang noticed their clothing was antiquated, and they were traveling by horse carriage reminiscent of the ancient world. He was familiar. Could it be that I've crossed over again? But then he thought about the virus serum. He should still be in this world. However, it seemed isolated from the outside with underdeveloped technology. Ahead, a city wall gradually appeared. "We've arrived at Mopen City," a soldier shouted excitedly. After such a long journey, they were finally home. The city wall in front was 50 meters high, but it felt entirely different from the 50-meter wall of Shurgang City. The wall of Mopen City was built from black rocks covered in moss, exuding a sense of historical weight. Along the way, Qin Shang learned a bit about the situation. These soldiers belonged to the Lin family. Escorting the Lin family, missed the woman in the carriage who was returning from a visit to relatives, and they encountered Qin Shang on the way. As the group reached the city gate, they were stopped by armored soldiers standing guard. Lin-Chi, walking at the front, took out a token. Upon seeing the Lin family token, the soldiers immediately changed their attitude to one of respect, conducted a brief inspection, and then allowed them to pass. The Lin family was considered a powerful clan in Mopen City. Although they were not the strongest, they were still a formidable family. As they entered Mopen City, Qin Shang found the city to be much larger than he had imagined. It was a bustling metropolis resembling the streets from ancient dramas he had seen before, devoid of any technological influence, with crowds bustling and horse carriages weaving through the throng, giving Qin Shang a sense of time travel to the past. Finally, they arrived at the Bai residence. As soon as they dismounted, a boy of 17 or 18 rushed out, his youthful face filled with joy. "Sister, you're finally back." Seeing this boy, Lin Qing smiled gently. "The comingafage ceremony is in a few days, and you still look like a child." "Who is he?" The boy immediately spotted Qin Shang among the group. "This is young Master Lin Yang. He is someone we encountered in the wild who faced robbers. The miss said to let him stay at the estate for a few days." Lin Shi did not mention that Qin Shang had been infected by the virus. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better not to bring it up. Once Qin Shang left, in a few days they would act as if nothing had happened. Lin Yang nodded. "I see, feel free to stay." Qin Shang gratefully nodded. The kindness of the Lin siblings warmed his. Thus Qin Shang settled into the Bai residence, where he lacked for nothing. The Lin family treated him as a guest, and he was free to move about the estate. One day in the Lin family's library, Qin Shang came across a book that taught him some information about this place. Dragon Yin. Here seemed to be another alternate space, similar to the space of the Guiwu clan, independent from the outside world. Yet, this Earth contained many alternate spaces, including the main space of Earth and other smaller spaces. Each space was independent, like different floors of the same building. One space would not affect another. The Dragon Yin realm was also such an alternate space, but it appeared that technology was not advanced here, or perhaps modern technology had not developed at all. Everything seemed to resemble ancient times. Of course, entering another space was not an easy task. Like the last time in the Guiwu clan space, Qin Shang and the others accidentally discovered the entrance, but the exit was hidden deep within the blood plains, causing them to be trapped for some time. Qin Shang felt a headache coming on. Waiting for a spatial rift was a matter of luck, and he didn't know how long it would be before he encountered a rift back to the main space. Suddenly, he thought of the virus serum, which was something from the main world of Earth. Perhaps there was a way to connect with the main world here. From Lin Qi, he learned that their virus serum was purchased from the Longyan Palace. Perhaps the Longyan Palace held the key to access the outside world. In this world, the Longyan Palace was located in Longyan City, the highest organization in this realm. Qin Shang decided to head to the Longyan Palace to test his luck. With that thought, Qin Shang resolved to bid farewell to Lin Qi. His body had mostly recovered, and he wanted to return to the main world quickly. If too much time passed, the Red Kill Legion would think he had met with an accident. Qin Shang arrived at the rear garden to find Lin Qi, but instead heard a man's voice. "Miss Lin Qi, my feelings for you are as true as the heavens and the earth. I will surely treat you well." Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. What was happening here? He hid behind a rock watching as a young man gazed at Lin Qi with feigned affection, though a hint of danger lurked in his eyes. Lin Qi unusually had her brow deeply furrowed, her face barely suppressing rage. "Zhao Yan, I have told you many times that it is impossible between us." Qin Shang felt it inappropriate to enter at this moment, so he decided to wait outside until they finished, intending to bid Lin Qi farewell afterward while satisfying his own gossipy curiosity. He hid behind a massive boulder where he could clearly hear their conversation. Zhao Yan continued to feign sincerity, saying, "Even if Miss Lin does not favor me with Uncle Lin recently deceased, the Lin family now only has you and your brother Lin Yang left. The household may be unsettled. If we unite with the Dongfang family, we can look after each other." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's face filled with anger. Her father, the head of the Lin family, had passed away suddenly some time ago. Just days later, Zhao Yan came to propose marriage, and after being rejected, he repeatedly harassed her. She knew he was after the Lin family's wealth, and she even suspected that the Dongfang family had a hand in her father's death. "Impossible. Give up this hope." Lin Qing refused him sharply once more. The feigned affection on Zhao Yan's face vanished, replaced by a vicious expression. He was ruthless by nature, and his earlier act of devotion was merely a pretense to seize the Lin family's assets. Having pretended to be so devoted, he was incensed that Lin Qing did not appreciate it. Losing patience, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Qin Shang sensed the conversation growing increasingly tense as Zhao Yan's expression shifted. "What do you think you're doing?" Qin Shang stepped into the garden, seeing the murderous intent in Zhao Yan's eyes. Lin Qing had saved his life, so he would not stand idly by. "Humph, ungrateful wretch." Zhao Yan shot Lin Qing a dark look before turning and leaving. "Miss Lin, are you all right?" Lin Qing smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for helping me out." Her face showed signs of exhaustion. Qin Shang had originally planned to bid Lin Qing farewell, but seeing the situation, he swallowed his words. From Zhao Yan's remarks, the Lin family's circumstances seemed dire. The patriarch had died, leaving only Lin Qing and her younger brother Lin Yang, who was nearly of age, with the Dongfang family looming like a predator. He decided to stay a few more days. Zhao Yan would surely strike again, and for the sake of Lin Qing's life-saving kindness, he had to help her. After Qin Shang left, only Lin Qing remained in the garden. She sighed, her face full of worry. In 2 days is Ziyang's comingafage ceremony. Father had planned to pass the position of patriarch to Xiaoyang after he came of age, but he didn't make it. And the Dongfang family is circling like vultures. Alas. 2 days later, Qin Shang heard news of Lin Yang's comingafage ceremony. According to tradition, Lin Yang was to slay a mutant beast during the ceremony as proof of his courage and strength. This was usually a mere formality, with low-level mutant beasts chosen to ensure safety. However, given the Dongfang family's likely schemes against the Lin family, they might tamper with the ceremony to eliminate Lin Yang, the sole male heir, making it far easier to seize the Lin family's assets. "I can't let this happen. I have to go along," Qin Shang thought, growing increasingly uneasy. Outside the Lin residence, a group was ready to depart for the arena in Mopin City, where the ritual killing of the mutant beast would take place. "Be careful," Lin Qing urged Lin Yang. "Don't worry, sister. I'm already a 3rd-level psychic. Killing a 1st-level mutant beast will be a breeze," Lin Yang said confidently. "Don't be careless." Lin Qing sighed helplessly. Her brother was talented in many ways, but naive, unaware of the world's treachery. This worried her deeply, but the Mopin Arena was under the city lord's jurisdiction, and the Dongfang family likely wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Qin Shang arrived at the gate just as they were about to set off. Just in time. "Miss Lin Yang, Master Lin, may I join you?" "Of course." Lin Yang laughed cheerfully. "You'll get to see my heroic feat of slaying a mutant beast." Without waiting for Lin Qing's response, he agreed readily, showing no wariness toward Qin Shang, quite innocent. The comingafage procession was massive, nearly 100 people strong. One more person made little difference, so Qin Shang followed them to the Mopin Arena. For a prominent family like the Lin, the ceremony was a significant event. Only male heirs who passed the rite could qualify to become patriarch, and it had to be conducted publicly. Lin Yang was to slay a mutant beast in the Mopin Arena before the public, demonstrating his eligibility to inherit the position of patriarch. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a sordid transaction was taking place. A tall man with an aquiline nose spoke. "How is everything going?" A steward-like man in the room nodded eagerly. "All arranged, Commander. Rest assured it's foolproof." Zhao Yan, lounging on the sofa, burst into laughter. "Thank you, Commander Wang." The aquilinenosed man, Commander Wang, laughed heartily as well. "Don't mention it. From now on, we're family." Zhao Yin smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that marrying his sister to him was not a loss. Commander Wang was a high-ranking official in the city lord's estate, overseeing the arena in Mopen City. The Dongfang family's alliance through marriage was naturally aimed at his influence. With Commander Wang's help, it would be easy for the Dongfang family to sabotage Lin Yang's Comingafage ceremony. By now, the Mopen arena was packed with spectators. The Lin family's young master's Comingafage ceremony was no trivial matter, and the public killing of a mutant beast drew a large crowd. The Mopen arena resembled the locked domain Heavenly Palace arena, with spectator stands surrounding the central fighting ring. It was usually a bustling place hosting beast fights and gambling activities where people watched mutant beasts battle and placed bets. Such a pity. Old Master Lin was a good man gone so soon. Now the Lin family is left with only Lin Qing and her brother. I hope young Master Lin can be worthy and keep the family going. The Lin family intended to use the Comingafage ceremony witnessed by the people of Mopen City to install Lin Yang as the patriarch. If Lin Yang performed well in the ceremony, it would stabilize the Lin family and demonstrate his capability to the public. After the patriarch's passing, the Lin family was left without a leader, their spirits scattered following the funeral. Seizing the opportunity of the Comingafage ceremony, Lin Qing planned to have the citizens of Maching City witness the duel and subsequently proclaim Lin Yang as the new family head. This would not only showcase Lin Yang's strength to the citizens of Maching, consolidating the Lin family's position, but also stabilize morale by appointing a leader swiftly, a succession originally intended for Lin Yang upon his coming of age. The Lin family party had arrived at the Maching arena. In the rest room, Lin Yang, clad in light armor and a helmet, was fully armed, yet wore a look of complaint. Sis, do I have to wear this helmet? The audience won't even see my face. The mutated beasts in the Comingafage ceremony were all of the first level, and participants were provided with full body armor, ensuring no danger. Lin Qing's expression turned serious. Xiao Yang, don't be careless. After the ceremony, you'll be the head of the Lin family. You can't afford to be so willful anymore. Though she knew Zhao Yin was unlikely to act in public, she remained anxious, a vague sense of unease lingering in her heart. Lin Yang had no choice but to put on his helmet properly. When the time came, he stepped into the arena, surprised to see the stands packed with spectators. The sheer number made him a bit nervous. Commander Mu watched Lin Yang enter, a malicious grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Yet he announced the start of the ceremony as usual. Young Master Lin Yang of the Lin family is holding his Comingafage ceremony today. Let us all witness his courage and strength. The audience erupted in cheers. Infected by the crowd's enthusiasm, Lin Yang shouted, "All right. He'll show you all what this young master can do." A flicker of excitement gleamed in his eyes. But below, Lin Qing's face was grim as she spotted Zhao Yin in the stands smirking at her, as if anticipating a good show. A sudden foreboding seized Lin Qing's heart. Could Zhao Yin have tampered with the ceremony? But this was the city lord's territory. She felt a surge of anxiety, yet there was nothing she could do but fret and hope Lin Yang would manage whatever came his way. Qin Shang stood quietly by, ready to intervene if any mishap occurred. With his current strength, he believed he could handle any trouble that arose. Commander Mu looked at Lin Yang's beaming face, sneering inwardly. You won't be smiling for long. Release the mutated beast, Cage 4. He turned and ordered a soldier. Cage 4. The soldier was stunned. Cage 4 was. Just do as you're told. Less talk, more action. Commander Mu barked impatiently. The soldier immediately fell silent. As the director of the Maching arena, offending Commander Mu would lead to dire consequences. He hurried off to make preparations. Boom. Lin Yang turned as a massive gate at the far end of the arena slowly rose, revealing a passage. A figure emerged from within, and the entire crowd held their breath, eager to see the true form of the mutated beast. Lin Yang was momentarily surprised, then relaxed. All that fuss for this? From the passage stepped a mutated lizard, a meter long, its body covered in green scales, appearing frail. A first-level mutated beast. Lin Qing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Lin Qi laughed heartily. The young master will have no problem. But Qin Shang's expression grew solemn. This lizard was not as simple as it seemed. He sensed a strange energy fluctuation within it. Is this the mutated beast you prepared? Zhao Yin grew anxious. Though Lin Yang, pampered as the young master of the Lin family, might not be strong, he was still a third-level ability user. Dealing with a first-level beast should be effortless. Commander Mu chuckled. Just wait and see the show. Zhao Yin, half in doubt, had no choice but to continue watching. The crowd in the stands roared with excitement, cheering loudly for Lin Yang. The mutated lizard seemed bewildered by the clamorous cheers, appearing utterly harmless. Amid the cheers, Lin Yang gripped his spear, let out a low shout, and charged at the beast. Speed ability. Lin Yang activated his power, the spear in his hand trailing an afterimage as it thrust toward the beast, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. He put all his strength into that strike. A third-level ability user against a mere lizard should have ended it in one blow. But to his astonishment, the spear passed straight through the lizard's head. It was just an afterimage. The lizard had already evaded to a spot 2 meters away, now glaring at Lin Yang with fury. It let out a piercing shriek, so shrill that many in the audience covered their ears in pain. At the same time, the lizard's body began to expand rapidly. To the crowd's astonishment, it swelled at an alarming rate. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming pressure. It's not a first-level beast. Before him now stood a colossal lizard 10 meters tall, covered in blood-red armor. It loomed over Lin Yang, bearing sharp fangs, exuding a dangerous aura. Faced with this behemoth, Lin Yang's legs went weak. The once weak lizard had transformed into a 10-meter giant before his eyes. He could hardly believe it. Stop the duel. Lin Qing shouted desperately. But Commander Mu acted as if he hadn't heard a smile lingering on his face as he watched the arena. Beside him, Zhao Yan exclaimed in disbelief, "It has a camouflage ability." Commander Mu smirked smugly. This giant lizard usually disguises itself as weak to deceive its enemies. The City Lord's mansion expended much effort and lost many men to capture it. This seemingly frail lizard was actually a 4th-level evolved giant lizard. Even if questioned later, Commander Mu could claim he was deceived by its appearance. The giant lizard stood 10 meters tall. Lin Yang knew he was no match for it and turned to flee, but in his panic he tripped over his own feet and fell to the ground. The giant lizard bared its fierce gaze, opened its massive maw, and charged at Lin Yang. Its rows of razor-sharp teeth seemed capable of tearing anything apart. After being confined by the City Lord soldiers for so long, it had accumulated a deep killing intent and would not easily let this chance slip away. The mutated monitor lizard let out a low growl, opening its massive jaws as it charged at Lin Yang. No! Lin Qing cried out in despair. Her father had just passed away. Was she now about to witness her younger brother's death before her eyes? Commander Wang and Zhao Yan wore satisfied smiles. The young master of the Lin family was as good as dead. Just then a figure leaped onto the dueling platform, soaring into the air, before delivering a vicious kick toward the mutated monitor lizard. The mutated monitor lizard sensed the movement above its head, but paid it no heed, continuing its charge at Lin Yang. At that moment, Qin Shang crashed down like a cannonball onto the lizard's skull. Boom. That single kick slammed the lizard's forward-leaning body onto the ground, its enormous head smashed into the rocky surface. Then its skull shattered, brain matter and blood spilling out together. The mutated monitor lizard was killed in one blow by Qin Shang. Qin Shang walked over and extended his hand to Lin Yang, who lay on the ground. "Are you alright?" Lin Yang was dazed. Seeing Qin Shang kill the massive mutated beast with a single kick left him stunned. He had assumed Qin Shang was at most a 1st or 2nd level ability user, never expecting him to be so formidable. If someone this strong had been robbed, just how powerful were those bandits? "I'm fine." Lin Yang quickly shook his head and took Qin Shang's hand to stand up. The Lin family members below the stage were utterly astonished, especially Commander Lin Qi. In their memory, Qin Shang was merely a weak, ordinary ability user who had been infected by a zombie scratch. Yet he had just crushed a 4th-level mutated monitor lizard underfoot, a display of strength that was nothing short of overwhelming. Where the hell did this guy come from? Zhao Yan's gaze darkened. Killing Lin Yang and seizing the Lin family's assets would have been effortless. Where had this brat suddenly appeared? Commander Wang was also furious. This mutated monitor lizard had unique abilities, and capturing it had cost them dearly. He had planned to use it to rake in hefty gambling profits, but now everything had gone up in smoke. Moreover, this mutated monitor lizard was a 4th-level evolved beast, yet this brat had killed it with ease. He must be at least a peak 4th-level ability user. Qin Shang and Lin Yang walked out of the arena together, returning to Lin Qing and the others. "Thank you so much." Lin Qing's heart was overflowing with gratitude, and the faces of the others were likewise filled with thankfulness and admiration. Lin Yang was the next head of the Lin family. If anything had happened to him, the Lin family would have suffered another devastating blow. "Thank you, Brother Qin. I never knew you were this powerful." Lin Yang's eyes were full of admiration. Qin Shang smiled silently. By protecting Lin Yang today, he had repaid Lin Qing's life-saving grace. After returning, it would be about time to take his leave and search for the entrance back to the main space. Meanwhile, the audience buzzed with discussion. How did that lizard suddenly become so strong? That's a 4th-level mutated beast. Why would a 4th-level one appear at a Kamingafage ceremony? That guy just killed it with one kick. Amazing. Commander Wang's face was grim. If this affair were exposed, it would surely damage his standing. Moreover, the plan had failed. If word reached the City Lord, he would be held accountable and could not escape blame. As Qin Shang and the others were talking, a group of people approached from a distance. Lin Qing frowned and stepped forward. "Who would have thought the Lin family still had such a strong figure?" said Zhao Yan, who was at the front. He looked at Qin Shang with keen interest. "How did they manage to keep you here?" Qin Shang's gaze was icy. He had no desire to waste words on this petty man. Such people only threw their weight around thanks to their family's power, like Jiangsu before him. Stripped of their family's protection, they were nothing. Zhao Yan's eyes shifted to Lin Qing. "Or is it that you're seduced by beauty?" "No wonder. Miss Lin Qing is so beautiful, even I find her quite tempting. Or have you set your sights on the Lin family's assets, hoping to claim them for yourself?" Qin Shang's face instantly darkened. Such a petty man only knew how to run his mouth. If it came to a real fight, he probably couldn't even withstand a single finger. Lin Yang's face was livid with rage. Gripping his long spear tightly, he roared, "Zhao Yan, I suggest you watch your mouth, or I'll take your life." Hearing this, Zhao Yan burst into laughter. "Oh, take my life. Ha ha ha. Then come on." A contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, anyone can talk tough. If you've got the guts, kill me right here. If you—" "Ha ha ha." Lin Yang's face darkened. I clenched my fists tightly, the veins on my knuckles bulging. Though Lin Qing was furious, fighting outside the dueling arena was forbidden. If they started a fight here, it would only bring them trouble. "Don't act rashly," she whispered to Lin Yang. But Zhao Yan pressed on relentlessly. "Kid, you got lucky this time, but you can't beat me. The Lin family will fall into my hands sooner or later. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Lin family's assets. And yes, Miss Lin Qing too." Zhao Yan leered obscenely. "Marry me obediently, and maybe you'll show some mercy and let you off." Lin Yang lowered his head, his expression unreadable. Zhao Yan was slightly surprised. Lin Yang hadn't flown into a rage and cursed him as expected, but instead remained silent. Lin Yang lifted his head, his face calm, but his eyes cold as ice. You can do whatever you want to me, but insulting my sister time and again in front of me. This is all on you. Zhao Yan was startled. Sensing something amiss, he hurriedly tried to retreat. But it was too late. Lin Yang gripped his long spear and thrust it straight through Zhao Yan's throat. Pierced through the throat, Zhao Yan could not make a sound. He reached his hands toward his neck trying to pull out the spear, but his entire body had gone weak. His face was full of disbelief. How could he have died at the hands of this brat? The spear was pulled out, blood gushing from the wound in his neck, and Zhao Yan collapsed to the ground. The two ability users behind him were stunned. Zhao Yan had died at Lin Yang's hands. They hadn't even had time to intervene before his throat was pierced. Lin Yang panted heavily, staring at his own hands in disbelief. He had actually killed someone. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised, but inwardly, he admired Lin Yang's actions. Zhao Yan had brought it upon himself, relying on the Zhao family's protection to spew venom. Qin Shang himself had been on the verge of stepping in. Lin Qing's face turned pale. Her younger brother had killed someone. This was absolutely forbidden in Mobin City. And the victim was Zhao Yan, whose family was a prominent one in the city. They would never let this go. You killed the young master. We're taking you back to face the family head's judgment. Zhao Yan's two attendants roared. They had been ordered to protect him, and now that he was dead, they would surely be punished upon their return. Perhaps bringing the culprit back would earn them some leniency from the family head. Zhao Yan's two guards lunged fiercely at Lin Yang, grabbing hold of him, while Lin Yang remained immersed in the shock of having just taken a life. Lin Yang was young and hot-headed. The killing had been a rash act provoked by Zhao Yan's taunts, and in the heat of the moment, he had stabbed him. Yet after calming down, he was still just a youth of 17 or 18. Seeing this, Lin Qi hurriedly shouted, "Protect the young master." All the Lin family soldiers charged forward to attack the two superhumans, but were knocked to the ground. As Zhao Yan's guards both were formidable fighters, each reaching the level of a fourth-stage superhuman, and Lin Qi was no match for them. Just then a black streak of light flashed before everyone's eyes. In the next moment it pierced through the head of one of Zhao's guards, leaving a bloody hole where it struck the brain, killing him instantly. The other guard, stunned by Qin Shang's ability, turned to flee, but was swiftly finished off by another black ray. Lin Yang finally snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the two fallen guards. Qin Shang's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Since we've stirred up trouble, let's make it big. It's time everyone saw the dirty secrets of the Zhao family. Don't move. A crowd of arena guards rushed over. Killing in Maching City was a grave offense, and no one would escape punishment. Commander Wang stood behind the guards, glaring coldly at Qin Shang and the others. Do you know your crime for killing in Maching City? His eyes were icy. After all, Zhao Yan was his brother-in-law, and they had butchered him like this. Qin Shang drew his alloy blade and stepped forward. I killed all three of them. If you're not afraid to die, come at me. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Qin Shang had taken the blame for Lin Yang. Clutching his chest, Lin Qi watched Qin Shang standing before them, feeling a pang of guilt. Earlier, when Qin Shang was infected with the zombie virus, he had not only refused to help, but even suggested killing him. Yet now Qin Shang had taken responsibility for the Bai family. It seemed Lin Qing's kindness had not been wasted. Commander Wang barked, "Seize him." The soldiers raised their blades to charge, but Qin Shang stood still, tracing a line on the ground with his finger. A black flash split the earth, creating a deep yawning chasm dozens of meters long that separated the soldiers from Qin Shang and his group. The soldiers in the front recoiled at the sight of the massive fissure. This man had just kicked a fourth-stage mutant beast to death. Killing them would be child's play. Enraged, Commander Wang shouted, "Useless fools. All of you attack." Yet he himself stayed hidden behind the guards, not moving. Suddenly Qin Shang sensed a powerful presence approaching. Looking up, he saw a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man walking. At the sight of him, the Lin family all breathed sighs of relief, and Commander Wang's eyes lit up. "Lord City Lord." Everyone bowed respectfully to the man. Commander Wang rushed to speak. "Lord City Lord, this man committed murder in broad daylight, killing Zhao Yan of the Zhao family," and before he could finish, the City Lord waved his hand to cut him off, and Commander Wang fell silent. After a pause, the City Lord said, "I saw everything that happened from my room. It was all clear to me." With one hand behind his back, exuding the authority of a city lord, he declared, "Wang Shan, do you know your crime?" Commander Wang looked stunned. I don't know what crime I've committed. Please enlighten me, my lord." The city lord was not blaming the Lin family, but rebuking him instead, making him uneasy. Had his tampering with the Kamingafage ceremony been discovered? The city lord snorted coldly without looking at him. "I appointed you commander and entrusted you with the Maching Arena out of trust. But how have you performed? You secretly colluded with Zhao Yan to sabotage Lin Yang's Kamingafage ceremony, nearly costing a life." Qin Shang sensed the city lord was on their side and chuckled inwardly. Now lives had been lost, but only those who deserved to die. Injustice. I'm innocent. It was a soldier who switched the cage. Commander Wang's face was filled with terror. The city lord thundered, "I captured that mutant giant lizard myself. It was ferocious beyond measure. Yet you released it during the ceremony. Did you think I wouldn't bother with such a trivial event, allowing you to run rampant? Mercy, my lord." Commander Wang fell to his knees with a thud. It was only Wang Shan's own stupidity. He thought he had arranged everything flawlessly, but in reality his scheme was riddled with holes, and he had implicated himself. The city lord commanded sternly, "Take him away and lock him in the dungeon until I decide his fate." Commander Wang was dragged off by the soldiers. Qin Shang was surprised. He had expected the city lord to come and interrogate them given that the victim was Zhao Yan. The Zhao family wielded great power in Maching City, which was why they dared to covet the Lin family's wealth. Then the city lord turned and smiled at the Lin family. I know the truth of the matter. Rest assured with me here the Zhao family won't dare to harm you. Thank you Lord City Lord. Lin Qing and the others were overjoyed. They had feared killing Zhao Yan would bring endless trouble, but it was resolved so simply. With the city lords backing the Zhao family surely wouldn't dare make a move. The city lord then looked at Qin Shang. Young friend Ai-Chen would like to invite you to my residence for tea. A talented youth like you is someone I'm eager to befriend. Would you do me the honor? You flatter me, my lord. It's my pleasure. Qin Shang nodded slightly. Qin Shang understood that the city lord must have other reasons for favoring the Lin family. Both the Zhao and Lin families were powerful in Maching, and the city lord wouldn't offend the Zhao family just for the Lin's sake. Perhaps there was something he wanted Qin Shang to help with. Qin Shang was curious. The city lord was the supreme ruler of Maching, while he was merely a superhuman with some strength. What could the city lord possibly need from him? The Lin family was astonished. Who was Qin Shang that the city lord treated him with such respect, even protecting the Lin family for his sake? The city lord never interfered in clan disputes, yet today, he had broken precedent to speak for the Lin family. Qin Shang followed the city lord out of the arena, leaving the Lin family exchanging bewildered glances. Is it really settled just like that? Lin Yang felt dazed as if in a dream. Moments ago he had been worrying about killing Zhao Yan and offending the Zhao family, but now everything was resolved. Lin Yang could smoothly become the family head, and the Zhao family would no longer trouble them. With the city lord's support the Lin family would never be bullied again. Qin Shang was truly a blessing for the Lin family. Lin Qi once again felt grateful that he had heeded Miss Lin's words and not killed Qin Shang. Qin Shang followed the city lord into a horse-drawn carriage outside the ink-like fighting arena, making their way to the city. Along the way the city lord was very enthusiastic knowing that Qin Shang was from the Lin family. He assured Qin Shang that he would protect the Lin family and would not allow the Zhao family to trouble them again, but he never mentioned the reason for inviting Qin Shang. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion Qin Shang and the others sat down in the reception room. The table was already set with precious tea, but Qin Shang did not drink any and directly asked the city lord, I wonder why you invited me here. The city lord put down his tea and said, since you ask, I will be straightforward. In fact, this matter presents a rare opportunity for you. If it succeeds, young brother, you will be able to occupy a position higher than mine. Moreover, in the future, you could even become renowned throughout the entire Longyan realm. Qin Shang was quite speechless. He had asked for a direct explanation, yet the city lord had rambled on about useless matters. The city lord took a sip of tea and continued, do you know about the Longyan palace? Of course, Qin Shang replied somewhat surprised. Was this matter related to the Longyan palace? The Longyan Palace is the highest organization in the Longyan realm, governing the entire realm and possibly controlling the passage to the main space. It is also where Qin Shang intended to go next. The Longyan Palace has always ruled over the Longyan realm, with 3 palace masters in total. The most powerful among them is the Grand Palace Master Insha, the strongest person in the Longyan realm. Those beast gods that once wreaked havoc in the realm were all defeated by Palace Master Insha. Qin Shang was quite astonished. Palace Master Insha was able to defeat the beast gods directly. He thought of the giant-scaled octopus he encountered in the dark forest. Had it not been for the help of the strange witch battleship, he would have been no match for it. That was overwhelming power. The city lord continued, Palace Master Insha had a daughter named Yin whom he dotes on greatly, giving her whatever she desires. Recently invitations were sent out for Ling's comingafage ceremony, inviting all the talented youths from the cities in the Longyan realm to attend with plans to select a husband for Ling from among them. Qin Shang felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. So you want me to attend that comingafage ceremony? Qin Shang was quite shocked. He originally thought he would be tasked with defeating powerful mutated beasts that had troubled them for years or retrieving long-lost treasures from dangerous places. He never expected to be invited to such an event. Please don't be too excited, the city lord said, taking another sip of tea. Miss Ling is exceptionally beautiful and comes from a prestigious family, making her the dream girl of all men in the Longyan realm. If I were as young as you, I would have personally gone to Longyan City to try my luck. But now this good fortune has fallen upon you. You are skilled and handsome. This is a rare opportunity. The chance of Palace Master Insha having another daughter is slim. The city lord continued to ramble on, and Qin Shang felt overwhelmed. He already had Lan Wei and wasn't interested in attending the Palace Master's husband selection event. However, thinking about his need to go to Longyan City to search for clues upon returning to the main space, it might be better to have a legitimate identity to enter Longyan City, which could lead to access to places ordinary people couldn't enter. Alright, then I'll go to Longyan City and take a look. The city lord was delighted, saying, if you can be chosen, it would be wonderful. The city lord was very pleased. I will prepare an identification for you right now, and you can represent Mobin City at the comingafage ceremony. The city lord laughed heartily and went to prepare the identification for Qin Shang. The chances of Qin Shang succeeding were certainly slim, as almost all the talented youths of the Longyan realm would gather in Longyan City. However, the city lord didn't care about that. He just wanted someone capable to represent Mobin City at the event. Otherwise, if Palace Master saw that Mobin City had not sent anyone, he might hold a grudge. The city lord handed the identification to Qin Shang. With this, Qin Shang could easily enter Longyan City to attend the Palace Master's daughter's comingafage ceremony. Qin Shang took the identification bid farewell to the city lord and walked along the road feeling quite speechless about how he had suddenly been invited to participate in some husband selection event. However, to return to the outer space, this trip was indeed unavoidable. The Longian realm is far smaller than the main space with a population that is barely a fraction of the outside world. However, the number of superhumans is substantial and the ratio of superhumans to ordinary people is significant, so there are still many powerful individuals. This trip to Longian City might allow him to see many strong figures which could broaden his horizons. Qin Shang returned to the Lin family to say goodbye, informing them that he was leaving Mobin City and might never see them again. What? Brother Qin, where are you going? Will we never see you again? Lin Yang was very excited. Qin Shang had helped the Lin family immensely and was his savior. He hadn't had a chance to repay him, and now Qin Shang was suddenly leaving. Upon hearing that Qin Shang was leaving, Lin Ting's smile became somewhat forced. She remembered that Qin Shang had saved Lin Yang at a crucial moment and had stood up to take the blame for Zhao Yan's death. Although she had only known Qin Shang for a few days, he had already occupied an important place in her heart. Is it possible for you not to leave? You can stay with the Lin family as long as you want. Lin Ting's face flushed slightly as she gazed steadily into Qin Shang's eyes. Qin Shang averted his gaze, laughing. No, I must leave. Someone is waiting for me outside. Lin Ting's hints were quite obvious, and he certainly understood. A hint of disappointment flickered in Lin Ting's eyes. Alright, if you can come back in the future, you are always welcome to stay at the Lin family. There will always be a room for you here. Yes, Brother Qin. You must come back to stay for a couple of days whenever you have the chance. Lin Yang, oblivious to his sister's unease, looked at Qin Shang with reluctance. The next day, Qin Shang set off for Longian City. On the way, Qin Shang decided to first find the strange witch battleship. Previously, during the fight with the undead zombie, Carl had controlled the battleship to hold off the undead zombie to buy Qin Shang time to escape, but in doing so, he lost contact with Qin Shang. Qin Shang opened the space of superpowers, took out the positioning device Carl had given him, and walked deeper into the space. The depths of the space are extremely dangerous. Without the positioning device to guide the way, it is easy to get lost inside. Qin Shang walked slowly, constantly paying attention to his direction. He thought of the undead zombie. I wonder if that monster is dead in there. If not, one day I will catch it and chop it into pieces. Qin Shang gritted his teeth. That undead zombie had relentlessly pursued him. After battling so many zombies and mutated beasts, it was the first monster that made Qin Shang gnash his teeth in anger. Following the instructions of the positioning system deep within the space, Qin Shang walked slowly. Before long, the positioning device on his wrist emitted a beep indicating that the warship was nearby. He stood still, and after a few minutes, a massive black warship emerged from the darkness in the distance. It seemed the undead zombie hadn't caused significant damage to the warship. Qin Shang breathed a quiet sigh of relief, realizing that the creature must have broken free from the ship's restraints and immediately pursued him. At this thought, he cursed the monster under his breath. The warship slowly approached Qin Shang. A beam of light shone down, and he entered the vessel. Carl was overjoyed to see him. Master, I'm so glad you're safe. Qin Shang smiled. The warship isn't too badly damaged, is it? Carl shook his head. The undead zombies' attacks only caused some external damage. The internal systems are intact. However, the last battle consumed a great deal of energy, leaving us with only 15%. Qin Shang rubbed his forehead. The barrage against the undead zombie had been too intense, consuming 27% of the energy, and still it hadn't harmed that monster in the slightest. But the situation wasn't entirely dire. Killing the beast god-level giant-scale octopus had only used 8% of the energy. As long as he didn't encounter another freak like the undead zombie, the remaining energy should suffice for self-defense. Qin Shang left the dimensional space and continued toward Dragon Abyss City. A few days later, he stood before a colossal city. Its walls were even taller and more imposing than those of Ink Pattern City, exuding an aura of danger and darkness. Soldiers were checking people at the city gate. Qin Shang presented his identification, and after a glance the soldier let him pass. Entry into the cities of Dragon Abyss was not arbitrary. Previously, he had followed Lin Qing and the others. Now he used the identification provided by the city lord. Inside Dragon Abyss City, it was surprisingly lively, a stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the gates. Pedestrians in all manner of attire bustled through the streets, making the roads somewhat congested. The city's architectural style was predominantly dark, creating a striking juxtaposition with the bustling street scene. The somber, heavy buildings seemed to take on a touch of warmth. Walking amidst the crowded flow, Qin Shang felt a bit lost. In this vast city, where was he supposed to register for the Kamingafage ceremony? He should have asked the city lord more carefully. He felt a pang of regret. As Qin Shang wandered aimlessly on the street, a small black-clad figure suddenly collided with him. The figure quickly stepped back, lowering his head in apology. Sorry. Then he darted into the crowd. Wasn't this the classic pickpocket routine? Deliberately bump into someone, steal their valuables while pretending it was an accident, apologize, and then vanish. Qin Shang immediately checked for his identification in his pocket. It was still there. He breathed a sigh of relief. So that shadowy figure wasn't a thief after all. Besides, all his belongings were in the dimensional space. Even a thief wouldn't find anything. With this thought, he continued on his way, ignoring the incident. A few minutes later, a richly dressed, middle-aged man accompanied by 2 soldiers was searching for something on the street. Spotting Qin Shang, he shouted loudly, "It's him. That thief. The one who stole my money pouch." Hearing the voice, Qin Shang instinctively looked up and saw an enraged middle-aged man glaring at him as he approached, followed by 2 fully armed soldiers. The man's shouts drew the attention of passers-by who all turned to look. Kid, I advise you to hand over my money pouch now. The middle-aged man was furious. The two soldiers holding spears also glared at Qin Shang. Daring to steal in Dragon Abyss City. You've got some nerve. Qin Shang found it absurd. You must have the wrong person. I only just arrived in Dragon Abyss City. It was you. The man grew angrier. He looked up at the surrounding crowd and said, this thief is incredibly arrogant. He stole my money pouch in broad daylight, then looked up and smirked at me before running off. I couldn't forget that face. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Thieves these days are so brazen. Must be an outsider, right? Daring to steal in Dragon Abyss City takes some guts. Don't slander outsiders. Even I, a newcomer, know the security here is strict. Anyone caught stealing will rot in jail. Falsely accused Qin Shang was already in a bad mood. The noisy chatter around him only fueled his anger. He raised his palm, and an extremely fine beam of light formed in its center. The middle-aged man saw only a flash of indistinct light before a sharp pain shot through his hand. Ah! He cried out in agony, clutching his hand to find a pinprick-sized hole piercing through his palm. Get lost. Qin Shang coldly barked, his gaze sweeping over the man and the two soldiers. The powerful aura he emanated pressed down on them, and even the onlookers were too frightened to speak. Such an imposing presence meant this person was no ordinary fighter. Sorry, I must have been mistaken. The middle-aged man clutching his hand apologized to Qin Shang. Angering such an expert over a money pouch wasn't worth it, preserving his life was paramount. But he had indeed seen that face, which made him feel deeply humiliated. He was the one who had been robbed, yet he had to apologize. The two soldiers had lost their bravado. You should be more careful next time. They half-heartedly scolded the middle-aged man, and then quickly walked away. Seeing this, the onlookers also dispersed and went about their business. Falsely accused of being a thief for no reason, Qin Shang was furious. But the middle-aged man's expression didn't seem like he was lying. What was really going on? Suddenly Qin Shang recalled the black-clad figure who had bumped into him earlier. Could it be related to him? He looked around, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. He felt incredibly unlucky to encounter such trouble on his first day in Dragon Abyss City. Qin Shang continued forward. Passing by a narrow alley, he heard some commotion from within. Help! A faint cry for help came from the alley. Could someone be committing violence even in this strictly guarded city? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Qin Shang stepped into the alley to investigate. In the deep recess of the alley, three men in garish clothes had cornered a small black-clad figure. That figure seemed odd. In the depths of an alley, three men clad in garish attire encircled a diminutive figure, cloaked in black. Hand over your money pouch, one of them leered with ill intent. Carrying so much coin alone, did you steal it? Hand it over, or we'll turn you over to the guards. The black-clad figure clutched something tightly to their chest. How dare you rob someone in Longyan City? The guards should punish you. The voice sounded like a young girl's, but her face was obscured by a black hood. How would the guards know if you don't tell? Another man toyed with a dagger in his hand. I advise you to hand over the money now, before I'm forced to act. Stop! Qin Shang's cold voice rang out. The three men turned to see him, their faces twisting into menacing scowls as they advanced. Who the hell are you? Mind your own. Before the man could finish, Qin Shang raised his palm, and a searing white light pierced through the man's arm. Oh! The man screamed in agony, clutching his wounded limb, staring at Qin Shang in terror. Get lost! Qin Shang swept a cold gaze over them, and the three men fled the alley in haste. Thank you, sir. The black-clad figure bowed their head in gratitude and attempted to hurry away. Hold on. Now that they're dealt with, shouldn't we settle our own matter? Qin Shang turned around, a genial smile on his face. The figure shook their head frantically. Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I don't know what you're talking about. With that, they tried to flee, but Qin Shang stepped forward and grabbed their shoulder. Don't rush off. That man earlier said this money pouch isn't yours, didn't he? And you stole it while disguised as me. Hearing this, the figure crouched down and began to sob. Boo-hoo. Please let me off this once. I'll split the money with you half and half. Boo-hoo. It was the weeping of a young girl, frail and pitiful, as she covered her face with her hands. The sound stirred a pang of guilt in Qin Shang, as if he had bullied her. All right. He tried to calm her, but his voice only made her cry louder. Qin Shang was at a loss. Fine, I won't blame you. Just tell me how you transformed into my likeness, and I'll let you off this time. Boo-hoo, really? At these words, the figure looked up at him, her clear eyes sparkling with joy. Qin Shang finally saw her face. A girl of 17 or 18, her skin pale beneath the black hood. But in the next moment, he noticed there were no tears on her cheeks. She had tricked him again. The girl stood up, her eyes curving into a smile. Then I'll tell you now, but you can't go back on your word. Qin Shang nodded helplessly. The girl's smile widened. My ability lets me take on the appearance of anyone like this. She touched the back of Qin Shang's hand with her finger. A flash of white light enveloped her entire body. Seconds later, the glow faded, and there stood two Qin Shangs identical in every way. Qin Shang was stunned, as if facing a mirror. He now understood why the middle-aged man had been so certain he was the thief, because this was utterly indistinguishable. Seeing his expression, the girl giggled and reverted to her original form. Another flash of light, and the petite girl stood before him again. My ability allows me to mimic anyone by touching them or an object they've touched. The girl smiled. I've told you so, you can't go back on your word. Hey, don't be upset. I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing Qin Shang silent, she quickly added, having witnessed how he had pierced the man's arm with a single gesture, she didn't want to end up like that. Sure, you're paying. Qin Shang agreed, without hesitation. He had been in Longyan City for hours without eating, and he was curious about the local cuisine. Besides, the girl's ability was fascinating, and he wanted to learn more. Hearing his consent, the girl grew enthusiastic. I'll take you to the best restaurant in Longyan City. Her eyes lit up at the man. Qin Shang mused inwardly, this girl seems kind-hearted albeit mischievous. Perhaps she's a young lady from some noble house sneaking out for fun. The girl was generous, ordering a table full of dishes. As she ate, she removed her hood, revealing her delicate features. She chattered incessantly, while eating, though her manners were refined, betraying a well-bred upbringing. Between mouthfuls, she spoke to Qin Shang. I hear the world outside has so many delicious things. I really want to see it. Qin Shang was surprised. You mean outside the Longyan realm? The girl's eyes sparkled. Yes. Have you heard of it too? I've been told there's a vast world beyond Longyan, far more prosperous and exciting. But I've never had the chance to go. This girl seemed deeply interested in the outside world. Perhaps she knew some secrets. Qin Shang cleared his throat. I'm also curious about the world beyond, but I don't know how to leave. The girl lowered her voice. The Longyan Palace has a passage to the outside, but you need their permission to leave. Her eyes dimmed with disappointment. Must obtain permission from the Longyan Palace. Qin Shang pondered. Did he really have to become the son-in-law of the Crimson Nether Palace Lord to leave the Longyan realm? The thought gave him a headache. In no time, most of the food on the table was gone. While Qin Shang was lost in thought, the girl kept eating without pause. All right, I'm full. It's getting late, I need to go home. The girl looked content after her meal. Farewell, sir. After she left, Qin Shang rose to leave as well. It seemed he had no choice but to attend the Comingafage ceremony. The prospect troubled him greatly. Young miss, how could you leave the Longyan Palace alone? You should at least bring some guards. Before Qin Shang could exit the restaurant, he heard voices at the door. It was the girl from before, now facing a group of men in black. The leader bowed, his face full of concern. I know you're so naggy. The girl said impatiently, then followed the men away. Young miss. Longyan Palace. Qin Shang was astonished. Was she Yinling, the daughter of the Crimson Nether Palace Lord, the protagonist of this Comingafage ceremony? What a coincidence. Qin Shang couldn't believe it. If she was indeed Yinling, did that mean his chances of success had just... But if he were chosen? Qin Shang felt a surge of irritation. I still need to go to the Dragon Abyss Palace and see how things play out then. Qin Shang sighed, as the Dragon Abyss Palace seemed to be the only passage leading to the outside world. Within the Dragon Abyss Palace at that moment, Yinling was followed by a group of men in black. The leading man was earnestly trying to persuade her about something, but Yinling's face was filled with impatience. Beneath the ground lay an underground palace. A man clad in a green robe stood respectfully to the side. At the highest point of the palace, a figure seemed to be seated, completely shrouded in darkness. Qi Sheng, how are the preparations? An aged voice echoed through the dark underground palace. The green-robed man standing aside quickly replied, Rest assured, master. The invitations have been sent. The young talents from every city have all arrived in Dragon Abyss City. Moreover, the disciples of the second and third palace masters have also returned specially. Good, you may leave now. Yes. Qi Sheng performed a bow and withdrew from the palace. The second and third are truly loyal, even willing to send their own disciples. Excellent, their disciples must be formidable. They are perfect for my use. This body of mine has grown far too old, it is time to replace it with a new one. Using the excuse of finding a husband for Linger will surely attract many powerful young men. Then with Linger. Linger looks so much like her deceased mother. The aged voice let out a strange laugh that reverberated through the underground palace. Early the next morning, Qin Shang asked passers-by for directions, and finally found the Dragon Abyss Palace. The Dragon Abyss Palace stretched for miles, resplendent and extraordinary. When Qin Shang arrived at its gates, a large crowd had already gathered, all young heroes from various corners of the Dragon Abyss realm. The news that Yinsha Palace Master was selecting a husband for his daughter had spread throughout the entire Dragon Abyss realm. Besides the candidates recommended by each city, young people from everywhere came, drawn by reputation. Becoming the son-in-law of the Yinsha Palace Master would surely grant one great favor within the Dragon Abyss Palace. Moreover, Yinling was a rare beauty of the highest order. Such a fortunate prospect was naturally desired by every man. The registration conditions were strength must reach tier 3 peak or above, and age must not exceed 40. In this world, ability users typically enjoyed a lifespan of around 150 years, making 40 quite young. The registration area was packed with a sea of people. One by one, the young participants undergoing the Comingafage ceremony were screened. A woman with sharp eyes emitted a beam of white light, scanning the man before her. Your age is already 41. I'm sorry, you do not meet the conditions. The man flew into a rage upon hearing this. Nonsense. I am only 35 this year. He was clearly there to cause trouble. The woman did not argue with him. With a wave of her hand, a powerful force sent the man hurtling through the air, his body crashing heavily into the wall behind him. Everyone was greatly shocked. Such strength likely rivaled that of a tier 5 ability user. Anyone causing trouble had better leave now. The woman cast a cold glance over the crowd, and everyone else was too terrified to make a sound. Continue. Next. Could this be a detection type ability? Qin Shang mused inwardly. This woman seemed able to discern a person's age and strength at a single glance, thus determining their eligibility for the Comingafage ceremony. Soon it was Qin Shang's turn. The woman stood before him, white light radiating from her eyes. Qin Shang felt as though her gaze pierced through to his very bones and flesh, rendering everything transparent before her. After a few seconds, the woman's eyes returned to normal. She looked at Qin Shang and asked, What is your name? This person's strength was extraordinary. A rare genius who had already reached tier 4 peak in his 20s. Qin Shang from Mobin City. All right, you may enter. The woman registered Qin Shang's information and let him through. Qin Shang walked into the Dragon Abyss Palace. On an open ground ahead, a number of ability users had already gathered, all those who met the registration criteria. By noon, several thousand people had assembled on the open ground. Needless to say, every individual here was a genius, having reached Tier 3 peak before the age of 40. Qin Shang and the others waited on the open ground for a while longer. A group of people ascended the high platform ahead. Leading them was the girl in black whom Qin Shang had encountered yesterday. Today, however, she was adorned in a magnificent gown, appearing even more beautiful among the black-robed disciples of the Dragon Abyss Palace. But today she was not as innocent and lively as yesterday. Her playful demeanor had vanished, entirely replaced by a sense of cold aloofness, a feeling completely different from the day before. A tall man beside Yinling smiled and began to speak. First of all, thank you all for coming to the Dragon Abyss Palace. I believe that those who stand here must all be extraordinary and formidable experts. The people around Qin Shang murmured among themselves. He is Steward Qi Shang, the sole disciple of Insha Palace Master. He holds the highest status in the Dragon Abyss Palace after the 3 Palace Masters. Miss Yinling is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. Everyone's gaze was captivated by Yinling on the high platform. Just now, everyone has only passed the most basic registration. The assessment now officially begins. Qi Shang paused, then continued. For the first round, I will release my aura to pressure you. Those who can endure until the end will pass. We will select the final 30 who remain. Those who cannot hold on may voluntarily withdraw at any time. Upon hearing the assessment content, everyone was startled. It was Steward Qi Shang himself conducting the test. Qi Shang was the sole personal disciple of Insha Palace Master, his strength undoubtedly among the top in the Dragon Abyss realm. The aura he released would surely be unbearable for ordinary people. A sense of tension filled everyone's hearts. The next second, Steward Qi Shang withdrew his smile, and everyone felt a powerful aura pressing down upon them. Instantly, it felt as though the entire Dragon Abyss Palace had come crashing down. The immense pressure left many struggling to. It was as if a colossal, ferocious beast was perched atop the Dragon Abyss Palace, staring hungrily at these young people, threatening to devour them all in the next moment. Qin Shang was also somewhat surprised. This Qi Shang had definitely reached the strength of a Tier 5 ability user. Such a suffocating aura was not something an ordinary person could unleash. Moreover, Qi Shang was merely a disciple of Insha Palace Master. If his mere aura was this powerful, just how terrifyingly strong must Insha himself be? After a dozen seconds, many could no longer bear it, and took a step back. Their faces were pale and cold sweat poured down. Stepping back meant withdrawing from the assessment, and a portion of the ability users on the open ground dwindled. However, such an aura was nothing to Qin Shang. He had once faced an undead zombie directly, and Qi Shang's aura was far inferior in comparison. Thus, he handled Qi Shang's pressure with ease. As time passed, the aura released by Qi Shang grew increasingly powerful. More and more individuals could no longer withstand it, and withdrew from the assessment. Some stubbornly refused to yield, enduring the pressure until within mere minutes they coughed up blood and collapsed, only to be carried away by the surrounding guards. Qin Shang bore the formidable pressure with relative ease. He scanned his surroundings and was delighted to notice clusters of energy attributes falling, naturally shed by the other ability users around him. As the aura intensified, more and more luminous orbs appeared. Overjoyed, Qin Shang marveled at the unexpected opportunity to gather energy here. Ding! Successful pickup. Spirit 120. Ding! Successful pickup. Spirit 150. Most of the fallen items were spirit attributes. Qin Shang collected them one by one, and before long his spiritual energy had surged by several thousand points. Gradually, the oppressive aura bearing down on him grew stronger, and Qin Shang began to feel the strain. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the pressure abruptly dissipated. Looking around, he counted only 30 people remaining in the clearing, including himself. The other thousands had all withdrawn from the assessment. Congratulations, said Steward Qi Shang, his smile returning. You have passed the first trial. Tomorrow will be the second and final test, to be held at the arena in Longyan City, a unknown duel. The ultimate victor shall become Lady Yinling's husband. Upon hearing this, everyone cracked their knuckles, eagerly confirming that the final decision would indeed be settled through combat. That concludes today's assessment. You may all return now and prepare for tomorrow's trial. With these words, Steward Qi Shang turned and departed. Qin Shang gathered the remaining energy orbs scattered across the ground and was about to head back when he heard a crisp melodic, "It's you." Qin Shang turned around to see Yinling on the high platform looking at him with surprise. Had she not left with meeting her here, Qin Shang felt somewhat awkward. He hadn't come to become her husband. Haha, what a coincidence. You're here too, and you passed the first round. Yinling's face lit up with delight. Then suddenly realizing something, she stammered, You came for. A blush crept across her cheeks. Qin Shang grew even more embarrassed. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how. Well, if you do win the duel, could you take me to see the outside world? Qin Shang was taken aback. He hadn't expected that to be her wish. Though Yinling was noble as the daughter of the Longyan Palace's chief, her status came with many restrictions. She was like a bird trapped in a golden cage, yearning for freedom and longing to see the world beyond. Looking into her eyes, Qin Shang said earnestly, I will defeat them, but you don't have to marry me. Marriage should be with someone you love, not necessarily a so-called strongman. Besides, I want to stay in the Longyan realm. I can take you out when I leave. This young girl seemed not yet to fully understand what marriage meant. Fortunately, he had no desire to wed her either. He could use the status of Yinling's husband to leave the Longyan realm, and with her by his side, he believed Chief Insha would not refuse the request. Hearing this, Yinling beamed with excitement. Thank you. But then she frowned. However, the remaining contestants are no pushovers. Among them are the disciples of the second and third chiefs. They have long reached the 5th rank of ability users and even trained at the Undying Heavenly Palace before returning specifically for this. Their strength has undoubtedly increased further. Hearing this, Qin Shan was astonished. The Undying Heavenly Palace. Qin Shan was all too familiar with this anti-human organization. He had encountered Ming Long and his group in the Witch Clan's alternate dimension, all members of this group, each formidable in power. The 5 of them combined were no match for Ming Long. If not for a last-minute strategy, he wouldn't be standing here today. Seeing his surprise, Yinling glanced around and lowered her voice. Actually, our Longyan Palace is affiliated with that organization. Uncle Qi Sheng told me that my father, my second uncle, and my third uncle are all high-ranking members of the Undying Heavenly Palace. Don't tell anyone. Qin Sheng barely restrained the urge to curse. He had stumbled right into a den of wolves. Every single one of them belonged to an anti-human organization. No wonder these anti-human organizations had grown so powerful. Their intricate networks of relationships and influence were incredibly complex. Alternate dimensions like the Longyan realm were likely numerous, serving as reserve forces for these organizations. Even if their main headquarters were captured, an endless stream of reserves would emerge. Just like after the rebellion of the Path-Defying Alliance was suppressed, remnants seemed to multiply endlessly. For the Ability User Alliance to completely eradicate an anti-human organization would be far more difficult than imagined. Moreover, as a major force in eliminating anti-human organizations, the Crimson Kill Legion would surely be hated by them. If his identity as a Crimson Kill Legion member were discovered, they would never let him leave the Longyan realm intact. While Qin Shang was grimly analyzing his predicament, Yinling was also busy thinking. How can I boost your strength before tomorrow? Yinling racked her brains. If there were more time, it would be manageable, but tomorrow was the final duel. Time was too tight. Qin Shang absolutely had to win. He was her only ticket out of the Longyan realm. Suddenly a thought struck her. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly patted Qin Shang's arm. I've got it, brother Qin. Father once said that after I come of age, I can choose one treasure from the Longyan Palace's vault. Let's go take a look. Maybe there's something there that can make you stronger quickly. The Longyan Palace's vault. Qin Shang was thrilled. The Longyan Palace must hold countless rare treasures like the vault of the Crimson Wraith Demon Lord, which contained many extraordinary artifacts and potions. And that was after the Crimson Wraith Palace had declined. Now with the Longyan Palace at its peak, there would surely be even more precious items. Yinling's thoughts were simple: only if Qin Shang won could she see the outside world. The disciples of the second and third chiefs Ji Xiao and Wu Shang were powerful, but she loathed them and didn't want to marry either. So she had to help Qin Shang triumph. He must not let anyone here discover his identity as a Crimson Kill Legion member. Fortunately, the Longyan realm was isolated from the outside world, and he hadn't done anything earth-shattering. If exposed, the consequences would be dire. Yinling led Qin Shang to the treasure vault of Longyan City, and they chatted along the way. Qin Shang was a bit curious. Why do you want to leave the Longyan realm? Yinling hesitated slightly. It's mainly because of my father. Qin Shang was surprised. Your father? Is he not good to you? It is rumored that this Yin Sha, the master of the Yin Sha Palace, is very indulgent towards his daughter, giving her whatever she wants, and even went to great lengths to hold a selection event for her future husband. Although Qin Shang did not agree with this approach, one could not deny that from an outsider's perspective, Yin Sha indeed favored his daughter. Not quite. Yinling said, somewhat hesitant. My father has always treated me well, but I don't know when it started. I just feel that his gaze is a bit strange. Especially in recent times, whenever Yinling was near her father, she felt a sense of pressure, as if he had changed somehow. Qin Shang followed Yinling through one grand hall after another. Longyan Palace was indeed vast like a maze, and without Yinling leading the way, he would have probably gotten lost. This is it. Yinling pointed at a towering pavilion before them. This is the treasure vault of Longyan Palace. The pavilion before them was immensely large, entirely black, as if shrouded in some kind of power, appearing to have existed for. At this moment, a man in a black robe appeared from behind the pavilion and bowed to Yinling. Miss Sha Fu, I wish to enter and select a treasure as promised by my father. The man named Sha Fu glanced at Qin Shang and respectfully said, of course, miss, please go in. This person should be the one in charge of guarding the treasure vault. To prevent an outsider like Qin Shang from causing trouble, Sha Fu followed them into the vault. Qin Shang sensed that Sha Fu was likely a level 5 ability user, as the aura emanating from him was quite powerful. Inside the vault, there were many glass cabinets displaying various treasures, rare potions, weapons, secret techniques, and more dazzling the eye. The treasures here were several times more than those in the treasure vault of the Crimson Wrath Demon Lord. Yinling pulled Qin Shang to select among the treasures. How about this bottle of energy potion? This one is at the beast god level, and it will surely greatly benefit your strength. She pointed to a glass vial while speaking to Qin Shang. Energy potions at the beast god level are extremely precious. Mutated beasts that evolve to the beast god level are not something ordinary ability users can defeat. Only those at level 5 intermediate or above can have the strength to do so. Sha Fu stood behind them, hesitating to speak. This bottle of beast god energy potion was indeed very valuable, and many in Longyan Palace desired it, including himself. Yet Miss Yinling was actually willing to give it to an outsider. This made him feel a pang of regret. Miss Yinling was being so generous to this boy. Who exactly was he? Yinling had few friends growing up, yet this boy could make her trust him so much and generously bring him to the treasure vault. Sha Fu was quite surprised. Qin Shang looked at the vial feeling somewhat tempted, but after some thought he remembered that the last level 5 energy potion took him several days to digest. The beast god level potion would surely require an even longer time, and with the duel scheduled for tomorrow there would not be enough time. Let's look at other things first. Ling nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go check further inside. They spent quite a while picking through the treasures in the Long Yin Palace vault. Indeed, there were many rare items, but most wouldn't help Qin Shang in his duel tomorrow. Given the short time, it was quite difficult to improve significantly. Qin Shang arrived at the area where the manuals were displayed, carefully browsing through them. There were indeed several powerful techniques, but most were rather peculiar, which he did not favor. Moreover, these manuals were relatively standalone techniques, unsuitable for combining with others. Learning a new technique now would not only require a considerable amount of experience to level up, but also necessitate familiarization with the new technique before the duel tomorrow, which seemed somewhat redundant. Suddenly Qin Shang spotted a unique manual. The text on this manual was very strange, and not in the currently used script, likely an ancient script. Moreover, the pages of this manual actually emitted a faint glow, making it stand out among the many old manuals. What kind of manual is this? Qin Shang asked Ling. Ling also did not know all the treasures in the vault. She turned to Sha Fu behind her and asked Sha Fu, what is this? Sha Fu sighed inwardly and explained this is a manual found in an ancient site. Based on the ancient script, it originates from the first era. We once had scholars who specialize in ancient scripts translate it. It records the techniques of light and shadow combat. Qin Shang was quite excited. The first era was indeed the first era in Earth's history, home to the giant race, which was the strongest human race known to date. Could this manual have been created by the giant race? However, to avoid revealing his knowledge, Qin Shang feigned confusion, as ordinary people would not know about events from other eras. Ling did not understand what the first era was either, but it sounded quite impressive. She quickly asked Sha Fu, is the light and shadow combat technique powerful? Sha Fu hesitated. After all, it's a manual from the first era. It should be powerful. Ling felt a bit displeased hearing this. Aren't you the supervisor of this vault? Is there something you don't know about? Sha Fu immediately explained with a smile, because until now no one has ever mastered this manual. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. Had no one ever mastered it? The cultivation conditions were indeed quite stringent. The first era is the most distant era from now, and their script is inherently obscure and difficult to understand. Even if we find scholars proficient in ancient scripts, they encounter many difficulties during translation, especially with difficult and rare characters and terms. Indeed, if important terms are translated incorrectly, it could lead to significant deviations and greatly impact the cultivation of the manual. Manuals are not like novels. You can't just grasp the general meaning. You need to be precise down to every word and sentence. Additionally, this manual has extremely strict cultivation restrictions. One must master light abilities to cultivate it, which is why until now no one has managed to learn this manual. Ling nodded. I see then, Brother Qin, let's choose another one. Naturally, a manual that she couldn't even understand was of no use, as she looked at Qin Shang preparing to lead him to check the manuals further back. However, when she turned her head, she found Qin Shang staring intently at the light and shadow manual, his eyes shining. Upon hearing Sha Fu's words, Ling deemed it a useless manual, for how could one cultivate something incomprehensible? She turned to Qin Shang and said, Brother Qin, let's go look at the other manuals. She noticed Qin Shang staring intently at the manual, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Qin? Ling asked. Qin Shang was completely immersed in joy. He met the manual's cultivation requirements, possessing the light ability, and he could learn any manual simply by reading it from beginning to end, leveling up with experience points thereafter. Based on past experience, even if he couldn't understand the manual's content, he should be able to learn it by scanning through it entirely. Though uncertain, he had to try. Moreover, this manual was likely created by the giant clan of the first epoch, the most formidable human race to date. The power of their manuals was undoubtedly immense. Treasures from the first epoch were not easily obtained. This was a rare opportunity. Qin Shang pointed at the manual and declared, I want this one. Why would this young man choose a manual he couldn't even read? Even with his light ability, the manual was abstruse and difficult, its translated versions nearly impossible to comprehend. No one had ever mastered it, leaving Sha Fu deeply puzzled. Ling recalled how Qin Shang had once used light attacks to save her, but even if he wielded the light ability, how could he possibly cultivate a manual he couldn't even understand? Brother Qin, this thing is incomprehensible. Why bother with it? Why not exchange it for something practical like potions? Qin Shang smiled and said, maybe I can learn it. Seeing Qin Shang's insistence, Ling had no choice but to relent. Sha Fu, however, was delighted. Qin Shang choosing a useless manual was a boon for him. He'll fetch the translated version. Sha Fu was about to leave, but Qin Shang stopped him. No need, I want the original. Qin Shang pointed at the manual in the display case, his eyes shining. The translated version might contain errors which could lead to major problems. It was better to take the original. Even if he couldn't understand it, at least it would be accurate. Now both Ling and Sha Fu were utterly bewildered. Could Qin Shang actually read the ancient script of the first epoch? It seemed unlikely, as he couldn't even recognize the manual's title. The translated version was compiled by ancient language scholars, but the original was a manual from the first epoch, a precious treasure. Giving it away so casually made Sha Fu uneasy. I cannot decide this on my own. Oh, I must consult the palace master. With that, Sha Fu closed his eyes. In the underground palace of Long Yin Palace, within the darkness, an aged voice spoke. If Linger wants it, give it to her. Why trouble me with such trivial matters? Sha Fu opened his eyes. The palace master has agreed. He then raised his hand toward the manual, and the glass case levitated, the manual passing through the counter as if through air, landing in Sha Fu's hand. Sha Fu handed the manual to Qin Shang. The manual seemed made of a special exotic paper emitting a faint glow. Qin Shang's heart swelled with delight. He could feel the manual radiating energy, its power palpable even through touch. Let's go. Though Yinling still didn't fully understand why Qin Shang chose this manual, seeing his joy, she decided to trust him. Perhaps he could truly decipher it. At the entrance of Longyan Palace, Yinling and Qin Shang parted ways. Brother Qin, you must give it your all tomorrow. I believe in you. Qin Shang smiled and nodded. Go on back. Watching Yinling wave and disappear into the palace, Qin Shang left to find an inn for the night. That evening in the inn, Qin Shang took out the manual ready to peruse it, but suddenly thought better of it. To be safe, he decided to enter the ability space. Tomorrow was the duel, and anything could happen. Qin Shang activated his spatial ability, entering the training room of the Ghost Witch battleship. He then began to read the manual meticulously, word by word, even though he recognized none of the characters. Patiently, he went through the entire manual without missing a single character. As he finished the last character, a familiar chime echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned Light and Shadow Combat Art LV. 1. Qin Shang was overjoyed. His method had worked. Even without understanding the text, simply reading it from start to finish allowed him to gain mastery. Moreover, after comprehending the manual in his mind, Qin Shang felt a surge of elation. Truly a manual from the first epic, its power exceeded his wildest imagination. Its cultivation requirements were stringent, but once met, its might was incomparable to ordinary manuals. This was a manual focused on speed, approaching the speed of light itself. In the martial world, speed reigns supreme. Even an ordinary person's punch, if delivered at the speed of light, would unleash devastating power. Of course, achieving light speed was no easy feat, but even so, this manual was extraordinarily powerful. Qin Shang couldn't wait to upgrade this skill. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Light and Shadow Combat Art LV. 2. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Light and Shadow Combat Art LV. 3. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Light and Shadow Combat Art LV. 6. Qin Shang had directly upgraded the art to level 6, consuming most of his experience points, leaving him with only a few tens of thousands. The upgrade complete, Qin Shang was eager to test the Light and Shadow Combat art. In the training room, Qin Shang threw a punch at a metal training dummy. Combining the Light and Shadow Combat art with his light ability, he felt as if he had transformed into a beam of light. In less than 0.1 seconds, he had reached the dummy, his fist nearly achieving light speed. In an instant, he delivered dozens of punches, his fists moving so fast they were invisible to the naked eye. The relentless barrage of punches struck the metal dummy, which couldn't withstand the immense force for more than a few seconds before shattering into fragments. The metal shards clattered to the floor with a crisp sound. Qin Shang stared at his own fist in disbelief. Was this the power of the first epic? Carl, witnessing this, was equally astonished. As a machine from the third epic, he had never seen techniques from the first epic, delivering dozens of punches in an instant. Even for an ordinary person, such speed would yield tremendous destructive power. For a level 4 high-rank ability user like Qin Shang, the power was truly astonishing. Gazing at the fragments on the floor, Qin Shang felt even more confident about the duel the following day. Among the martial arts of the world, speed alone remained unassailable. The essence of the Light and Shadow Combat technique lay in velocity. Dozens of punches delivered within a single second, combined with Qin Shang's grade 4 height, ear physique, and strength, would yield devastating power. Early the next morning, Qin Shang arrived at Longyan Palace. Outside the arena, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered, consisting of disciples from the palace and participants in the dueling tournament. Yinling scanned the platform from her seat, and upon spotting Qin Shang, she greeted him warmly, "Brother Qin." Qin Shang smiled and nodded in response. This scene was observed by steward Qi Sheng, who stood nearby. He was quite surprised that this young girl seemed so attentive to that man named Qin Shang. Could he be the one she admired? Yet inwardly he sighed. He had watched her grow up and had always treated her with care, but he had never seen her smile at him in such a way. He knew, however, that Yinling was destined for heartbreak. This duel tournament included disciples of the second and third palace lords, all of whom were formidable fighters. Whether Qin Shang could even survive the arena was uncertain. Even if he ultimately won the tournament, death would still await him, as a vessel for Palace Lord Yinsha. Miss Yinling would never know this, but Qin Shang's fate was already sealed. Now for the final stage of the assessment, the duel tournament. The 30 victorious ability users will compete in unknown matches. The losers will be eliminated outright, while the winners proceed to the next round. He who defeats all opponents and stands last shall be the ultimate victor and become Miss Yinling's husband. Steward Qi Sheng announced the rules of the contest. The order of the duels will be determined by drawing lots. Let the competition officially begin. He produced a wooden bucket and drew 2 slips from within. First round, Ryn from the Cannibal tribe versus Kuei Li from Luoyang City. Upon hearing this, 2 men rose from their seats. Huh, what luck. Let me kick things off with a bang. A corpulent, bare-chested man laughed heartily, his flabby flesh quivering with every step. Strapped to his back was a black butcher's cleaver. Murmurs rippled through the audience. He's from the Cannibal tribe. How can such people be allowed to join the husband selection? These brutes are practically savages. They're unworthy of our young lady. Hearing their words and observing the man's obese figure, Yinling felt a deep revulsion. The Cannibal tribe was a notoriously infamous clan. Marrying such a monstrous being would be worse than death. She could only pray that he would not win the tournament. The other man was a burly, unshaven giant with dark skin. He wielded 2 massive meteor hammers and descended step by step from the stands, exuding a formidable aura. Ling felt a pang of despair. What sort of men had come to compete? Could her father truly expect her to marry someone like? She would never know that Sha merely sought a young, powerful vessel for himself. Appearance and lineage mattered little to him. Once the man became the son-in-law of Longyan Palace, his status would naturally be assured. Both men leaped onto the arena and stood facing each other. They were both hulking brutes, forming a stark contrast with Ling's delicate frame. The audience buzzed with discussion. Is Miss Ling really going to marry someone like that? That cannibal might just devour her alive. The crowd even began to sympathize with Ling. You look like you've got plenty of meat. If you lose, he'll just eat you right here. Ren's face twisted into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The man opposite him sneered, that depends on whether you have what it takes. Steward Qisheng once again declared the rules. The duel ends when one party dies or is forced off the arena. Voluntarily stepping down is considered a forfeit. The match now officially begins. The moment the words fell, Kuei Li struck first. Activating his ability, his body rapidly expanded as a layer of rock armor formed over his skin. Within seconds, he transformed into a 3-meter turtle stone giant. Kuei Li stomped his right foot heavily against the ground, let out a low growl, and charged at Ryn like a massive cannonball. He raised his right fist high, driving it through the air towards Ryn's chest. The force of the punch was immense, and even the spectators in the stands could feel the shockwave it generated. Faced with Kuei Li's ferocious assault, Ryn made no move to dodge. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he watched the fist slam into his chest. Bang! The fist landed on Ryn with a deep, muffled thud. Yet his body remained utterly still. The layers of fat rippled with the impact, seemingly absorbing all the force of the blow. Qisheng observed this with astonishment. Ryn had used his own fat to completely absorb the power of Kuei Li's punch. Such immense force had failed to harm him at all. That layer of blubber provided him with formidable defense. Kuei Li was taken aback. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch, yet it had no effect whatsoever. In the next second, his expression shifted dramatically. Before he could withdraw his fist, it became enveloped by Ryn's fat, which even generated a pulling force attempting to draw his entire body in. Panic seized Kuei Li. He frantically tried to pull his fist back, but it was firmly trapped within the fat. In desperation, he struck the fat with his left fist, hoping to free his right hand. Yet the moment his left fist made contact, it too was ensnared. Both his hands were now immobilized. Ryn let out a bizarre laugh. Ha ha ha, just wait to be devoured. As he spoke, the fat on his body seemed to come alive, writhing and twisting, gradually pulling Kuei Li's entire form into its depths. Terrified, Kuei Li shouted, I surrender. I give up. However, the tournament rules required the loser to voluntarily step down from the arena. Merely shouting was useless. From the high platform, Steward Qisheng watched with an expressionless face. He had no intention of intervening. According to the arena's regulations, he had no authority to interfere. His sole task was to deliver the final victor to Palace Lord Sha. The fate of the losers was none of his concern. Hearing Kuei Li's pleas for mercy, Ryn laughed even more arrogantly. Ha ha ha, stop struggling. He wrapped his thick arms around Kuei Li's body. His abdomen seemed to open like a gaping maw, swallowing Kuei Li whole. Horror spread across the faces of the audience. Ryn had devoured a living person whole, and in such a grotesque first match, Ryn wins. Steward Qisheng announced the result in a loud voice. First match, Ryn wins. Chief Qisheng announced the result of the duel in a loud voice. Everyone's expression turned grave. When faced with a ruthless opponent like Ryn, conceding was futile. He would not let you leave the arena. Ryn walked back to the audience seats with satisfaction. The people around him were so frightened by what had just transpired that they kept their distance, leaving a circle of empty seats around him. Unfazed, Ryn sat back down, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, digesting the strength he had just consumed. The competition continued. Chief Qisheng drew the list for the next duel, announcing second match, Longyan Palace's Ji Xiao against Fengyu City's Dao Hui. The disciples of Longyan Palace in the audience immediately became excited. Ji Xiao was the disciple of the third palace master who had returned specifically from outside to participate in this marriage competition. I heard that Lord Ji Xiao left Longyan Palace for further training, returning solely for this occasion. Among the younger generation in Longyan Palace, he and Lord Wushang are the strongest. The outcome of this duel should be a foregone conclusion emerging from the two of them. Everyone eagerly anticipated Ji Xiao's performance. He and Wushang were regarded as the most formidable practitioners among the disciples of Longyan Palace. With their participation, the other contenders seemed unlikely to stand a chance. Ji Xiao stood up from his seat at that moment. A young man with a feminine appearance, looking barely over 20, emanated a gloomy aura, his face often wearing an elusive smile that sent chills down one's spine. From another corner of the audience, a piercing laughter rang out. Ha ha. Ji Xiao, you really came. My purpose for participating in this duel is to challenge you. A man stood up, his appearance quite peculiar, his body covered in muscles, even his face revealing hints of robust musculature. He stood over 2 meters tall, emanating a dangerous aura. He was indeed the Wushang mentioned by the disciples of Longyan Palace, the disciple of the second palace master. He had no interest in becoming Ling's husband. He returned solely upon his master's command, and saw this as a prime opportunity to challenge Ji Xiao. Hearing this, a more pronounced smile appeared on Ji Xiao's face, chilling everyone further. You will have your chance. With that, he ascended to the arena. Chief Qi Sheng observed them with a barely perceptible smile. Ji Xiao and Wu Shang were the strongest practitioners among the disciples. Barring unforeseen events, the ultimate victor would emerge from one of them. Regardless of who it was, they would both make excellent vessels for their master. The second and third palace masters were aware of the truth behind this marriage competition. They had called their disciples back to participate in the contest, knowing that with their centuries-long relationship with Insha, they could cultivate new disciples if needed. However, Insha was a rare powerhouse in Long Yen realm, and sacrificing a few disciples was a small price to pay for his resurrection. The other contender in this duel was Dao Hui from Fengyu City. Upon hearing his name, he wore a troubled expression. He had initially thought his strength could sustain him for a few rounds, but unexpectedly faced Ji Xiao in the first round. While he might manage against others, he had no chance against Ji Xiao and Wu Shang. He pondered silently, considering conceding after a few exchanges, with his strength escaping should not be an issue. Even if Ji Xiao intended to kill, he could still concede, which would save face and preserve his life. As for becoming the final victor, he had known since learning that Ji Xiao and Wu Shang would participate that the ultimate winner would surely be one of them. He was merely here to spar with strong practitioners from other cities, and competing with a powerhouse like Ji Xiao made this journey worthwhile. With that thought, Dao Hui stepped into the arena. Once the duel started, he assumed a defensive stance, ready to concede and retreat at the first sign of danger. Time passed slowly, yet Ji Xiao showed no inclination to attack. He simply watched Dao Hui silently, a faint smile lingering on his face, causing Dao Hui to feel increasingly anxious. Aren't we going to fight? Dao Hui asked tentatively. No need to fight. You have already lost, Ji Xiao replied with a slight smile. Suddenly, Dao Hui sensed a dangerous premonition. At that moment, a chilling sensation gripped his neck as a hand firm. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged from Dao Hui's own shadow, extending its claws to seize his neck. Filled with terror, Dao Hui instinctively elbowed the figure behind him, but it was futile. Unable to move in front, he could not see the monster behind him. His strike was as powerless as an ant attempting to shake a tree. The audience was equally astonished by this scene. They could clearly see the monster's form. It had two horns atop its head, and its exposed skin was wrinkled and aged, resembling an ancient devil. What kind of monster was this? Some wondered aloud. Isn't the rule of the duel supposed to be unknown? Isn't Ji Xiao calling for outside help? However, seeing that Chief Qi Sheng did not intervene, it seemed to comply with the rules. At that moment, someone explained, what do you know? This is Lord Ji Xiao's special ability, allowing him to use his shadow to The man spoke with excitement, for this was a top-tier ability he had never witnessed before. This was truly an eye-opening experience. Qin Shang was equally astonished upon hearing their words. Ji Xiao's ability could directly transform into a monster to fight in his stead. The monster gripped Dao Hui's neck tightly, rendering him immobile. He dared not move, fearing that the claws might snap his neck. I concede. Dao Hui shouted hurriedly. Good. Ji Xiao nodded with a smile. I wanted to let you go, but it seems the shadow spirit disagrees. Dao Hui's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a sinister laugh behind him. Then the shadow spirit tightened its grip, and the sound of bones cracking echoed as Dao Hui's neck was brutally snapped. Filled with regret and indignation, Dao Hui did not expect Ji Xiao to harbor such a lethal intent. He had perished without even having the chance to strike back. Had he known this would happen, he should have conceded from the very beginning. The shadow spirit emitted an unusual cry as it looked at Ji Xiao, as if seeking permission for something. Ji Xiao paused for a moment before saying, feast upon him. He is yours now. The shadow spirit complied, swiftly plunging a claw through Dao Hui's chest and extracting his crimson heart, which still faintly pulsed. It brought the heart to its mouth, crouched down, and began to devour it, the dripping blood staining the arena floor red. Everyone felt a chill. This was even more shocking than Shiren's earlier display of cannibalism. The remaining contestants all wore grim expressions. This duel tournament was far more perilous than they had imagined. Those who participated were all formidable eccentrics, some even harboring murderous intent. Many were already contemplating withdrawal. When facing strong fighters like Rin Ji Xiao and Wu Shang, it's best to forfeit immediately and prioritize survival, many thought silently. Second match, Ji Xiao wins, declared Steward Qi Sheng, announcing the outcome. The result was as obvious as the previous round, with only one contestant remaining on the arena. After consuming the heart, the shadow ghost retreated and concealed itself within Ji Xiao's shadow. This creature could hide in shadows and launch sudden attacks, making it impossible to guard against. That was why Dao Hui died, without even unleashing a single move, denied any chance to flee or beg for mercy. The competition continued, with various ability users stepping onto the arena one after another. Qin Shang quietly observed each one from the audience. Among them, the most powerful were Ji Xiao and Wu Shang, both having reached the 5th rank of ability users. Many chose to forfeit immediately when matched against them, yet a few confident in their own strength decided to give it a try. Without exception, they all perished on the arena. Ji Xiao's ability was to summon a shadow ghost to fight in his stead, while Wu Shang possessed a strength-type ability. His power was astonishing, capable of shattering an opponent with a single punch. Beyond that, he noticed that during the battles, many had dropped energy and experience points. When his turn came, he could gather them all. Match after match proceeded with fervor, and soon it was Qin Shang's turn. 8th match, Qin Shang of Maching City versus Guang Lin of the Battle Arena. Hearing this name, the spectators in the stands buzzed with discussion. None of them knew who this Qin Shang from Maching City was. That Guang Lin is actually from the Battle Arena. He must be no pushover. The battle arena was akin to a dual ground where various fights took place daily, man against man, man against mutated beast. But their duels were always to the death, ending only when one side remained. The arena would set up betting pools for the audience to participate in, serving as a major form of entertainment. Ability users emerging from the battle arena were undoubtedly formidable. Hearing his name, Qin Shang perked up. Finally, it was his turn. He had been waiting so long, he was almost falling asleep. Both stood on the arena. Guanglin, hailing from the battle arena, had not forgotten its rules. The opponent must die, no survival. It'll make your death quick and painless. Guanglin said, his face twisted with ferocity and murder gleaming in his eye. Qin Shang remained silent. He had no regard for Guanglin and thus paid no heed to his words. Qin Shang always let his strength do the talking. The duel officially began. Guanglin attacked first, his will stirring a red mist that emanated from him. Within this haze, his aura grew stronger as the mist temporarily enhanced all his physical attributes. Guanglin was a 4th-rank peak ability user, no weakling, but he was no match for Qin Shang. Qin Shang stomped his right foot hard on the ground, activating his earth power ability. The arena floor churned like boiling water, causing Guanglin to lose his footing. Somewhat startled, he thought, this Qin Shang seems to have some skill, but he's still no match for me. Guanglin roared, leaping from the surging ground and raising his right fist to smash down at Qin Shang. Qin Shang did not dodge. He unleashed a repulsive force, sending a tremendous surge of power hurtling toward the Guanglin felt as if he had collided with a violent force. A heavy blow struck his chest, and he was flung backward. Steadying himself on the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Qin Shang then intensified the ground's upheaval, causing the barely stable Guanglin to lose balance and fall. Following that, several massive boulders pressed down, trapping him beneath. Qin Shang also applied a gravitational force, piling double pressure onto Guanglin, rendering him completely immobile. The spectators were astonished. They hadn't expected Qin Shang to be this formidable. Is he an Earth-type ability user? His rock ability is incredible. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful rock ability user. Even Ji Xiao and Wu Shang were taken aback. Guanglin was a 4th-rank peak ability user, yet Qin Shang had subdued him with ease. His strength might even surpass that of 5th-rank ability users. But instead of being daunted, they felt excitement. A formidable opponent made the fight more thrilling. Qin Shang, holding an alloy blade, slowly approached Guanglin, who was pinned beneath the rocks. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Guanglin saw the murderous intent in Qin Shang's eyes and was terrified, hastily begging for mercy. Not kill you. Didn't you just say you'd make my death quick and painless? Qin Shang's eyes held a trace of mockery. I was joking. Huh. Guanglin's heart quivered. He had never imagined Qin Shang would be so strong. Qin Shang looked down at him. Then let me tell you a joke too. As his words fell, a sharp stone spike shot up from the ground, piercing straight through Guanglin's skull. A single fatal blow. With Guanglin's death, a considerable amount of energy and experience points dropped from his body, along with those left from previous duels. Qin Shang collected them all. Ding. Collection successful. Strength 600. Ding. Collection successful. Experience. Qin Shang wins. Steward Qi Shang announced the result, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. This Qin Shang's strength is far beyond the 4th-rank peak. He might have already reached the level of a 5th-rank ability user. Qin Shang returned to the audience, and Yinling rushed over excitedly. Brother Qin, you're amazing. Before Qin Shang could respond, Wu Shang interjected from afar. Yinling, this kid's just lucky he hasn't met a worthy opponent. When he faces me, he's dead meat. Ha ha. Wu Shang's arrogant laughter rang in Yinling's and Qin Shang's ears, making Yinling clench her fists in anger. You bastard. She had always detested Wu Shang and Ji Xiao. She often saw them killing indiscriminately and believed they were wicked. But in the Dragon Abyss realm, a stronghold of the misanthropic organization, indiscriminate killing was hardly rare. Yinling, raised in the Dragon Abyss Palace, sheltered and doted on by Palace Master Yin Shan, naturally remained naive about such matters. Qin Shang's face darkened. It's not certain he'll die yet. Hearing this, Wu Shang was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Such big talk. They'll show you my power soon enough. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes, and his face twisted into a vicious sneer.